Clad in the vibrant attire of the Pokémon world, Huang Xiao, armed with his profound understanding of this realm, found himself on the verge of claiming victory over the esteemed Champion Ji in the prestigious 8 Masters tournament. However, his triumph was abruptly halted when Arceus, the creator deity, unearthed his identity as an illegal immigrant from another dimension. To secure a legitimate identity and regain his freedom, Huang Xiao was compelled to pledge his service to Arceus, tasked with the monumental responsibility of introducing the concept of Pokémon to the inhabitants of a new world from scratch. He embarked on an unexpected journey as the proprietor of a pet shop. His endeavors included selling Pokémon, educating the public about these creatures, disseminating knowledge on Pokémon breeding, nurturing aspiring trainers, guiding them through secret realms, establishing a Pokémon League, organizing Pokémon competitions, both national and global, and hosting grand contests. Hello, is this the Pokémon Center? I would like to report a case of human trafficking involving a national treasure, a giant panda. The address is, a young girl declared, clutching a bipedal panda with a leaf in its mouth while speaking into the phone. Customer, please allow me to explain. Chapter 1. The Pokémon Pet Shop from Another World. In the Summer Kingdom, in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, within a certain street, stood a shop bearing the sign of a Pokémon pet store. Boss Huang, here are the relevant business documents for your shop. Please check to see if the basic information is accurate, a well-dressed man stated, handing a folder to a scruffy young man. The young man accepted the documents and carelessly tossed them aside onto the counter. He then enthusiastically shook hands with the suited man. My friend, your celestial features and striking countenance suggest a remarkable future ahead. However, your fortunes have yet to rise. Today, encountering me is a stroke of luck. For a modest sum of 300,000, you could draw from our shop's offerings. Even if you don't make a profit, you certainly won't incur a significant loss. The suited man responded, utterly perplexed. What did he mean by not incurring a loss? Did he look like a fool? Of course, he did not doubt the value of the goods within the shop, but the process of obtaining them relied heavily on luck, and he hardly believed he was fortunate enough to succeed. Thus, he politely declined. Boss Huang, I'm aware of the wondrous creatures you cultivate, known as Pokémon, and our leaders are quite fond of them. However, do I appear to be someone who can afford 300,000? The suited man recalled the first time he encountered the young man, during a perilous high-rise fire where flames had engulfed 5 floors. He and his superiors had been trapped on the upper levels while trying to secure an escape for the elderly and vulnerable. Just when they thought all hope was lost, the young man appeared, accompanied by a bipedal tortoise standing a towering 1.8 meters tall, armed with 2 cannon-like appendages. They witnessed this tortoise summon a dark cloud to unleash rain, extinguishing the raging inferno with water sprayed from its shoulders. Upon hearing the young man's words, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Very well, it seems today will yield no gains. My friend, could you help spread the word about my shop at your workplace? If you manage to secure an order and save up 300,000, I'll send you some Pokémon treats as a token of gratitude. Boss Huang, I will do my best. The suited man replied with a smile. He did not harbor any illusions that his face alone could earn him a discount. After all, this young man did not offer any reductions even for government contracts, and he dared not hope for such generosity. Thank you for your efforts, my friend. Please extend my regards to old Wang. Huang Xiao said, certainly. The suited man nodded before taking his leave. As Huang Xiao gazed at the business license handed to him, a sense of gloom washed over him, devoid of any semblance of joy. I have no desire to attend this dreadful class. Perhaps I should just give up? After all, the great tortoise cannot meddle in this world. Huang Xiao was not originally from this world. He was a fortunate soul who had traversed dimensions twice. His first journey led him to the Pokémon world, a realm brimming with intellects like Ji and Baikai, alongside countless Pokémon. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge, he ascended from a mere bug catcher to a champion-level trainer, ultimately reaching the stage of the 8 Masters tournament. Just as he was on the brink of defeating Ji and claiming the championship, his status as a traveler was unveiled. The creator deity, Arceus, affectionately referred to as the Great Tortoise, intervened, joining Ji's side with 18 stone tablets, blatantly aiding him in overcoming Huang Xiao. Following the conclusion of the match, he was apprehended in exchange for his freedom. Huang Xiao had no choice but to comply with Arceus's demands. However, the deity was not unkind, merely transporting him to a world devoid of any Pokémon knowledge. His task was straightforward: to enlighten the inhabitants of this realm about Pokémon and transform it into a new haven for these creatures. Upon assigning him this mission, Arceus equipped him with a system deemed essential for travelers. This system was rather ordinary, with the primary objective revolving around the task Arceus had bestowed upon him. Other missions served to complement this main quest, featuring various side tasks. Currently, Huang Xiao was faced with a side mission centered on the fundamental act of selling Pokémon, with a sales target of 30 million. Based on an average order of 300,000, this equated to 100 orders. The challenge was formidable, yet the rewards were equally enticing. Upon achieving the sales goal, the system would reward him with either a legendary or mythical Pokémon and unlock parts of his assets from the Pokémon world, including the creatures he had nurtured. Upon his arrival in this new world, he had already completed an order consisting of 3 minor objectives, which had originated from the very country he now inhabited, Summer Kingdom. This order had granted him a mythical Pokémon, Victini, and unlocked a water-type Pokémon extraction machine. However, Huang Xiao faced a frustrating predicament. The Pokémon extraction proved to be exceedingly unreliable, dependent solely on luck. He had opened 2 pools for drawing Pokémon, one for random selections from all types, and another specifically for limited water-type Pokémon. Unfortunately, neither pool yielded any legendary or mythical creatures. Fortunately, the extraction allowed for a selection of 3 for the price of 30,000, but the customer could only choose one to draw from. Naturally, this price was beyond the means of many households, and Huang Xiao had inquired with the system. The response indicated that this was merely a reflection of supply and demand. Once he could facilitate the arrival of secret realms and the Pokémon population increased, prices would naturally decline. "Hello, is this the pet shop?" At that moment, a young girl with dual ponytails, sweet features, and clad in a white dress pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, Lin Yan immediately regretted her decision. Scanning the shop, she found no trace of any pets, nor did the air carry any familiar odors. This was hardly the appearance of a conventional pet store. Just as she turned to leave in disappointment, Huang Xiao leapt from behind the counter, exclaiming, "Welcome, dear customer. Indeed, this is a rather unconventional pet shop." "Ah!" Lin Yan screamed, startled by Huang Xiao's sudden appearance. Losing her footing and nearly falling backward. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a small creature resembling a squirrel, with V-shaped ears and a tail reminiscent of wings, appeared behind her and gently steadied her. "My sincerest apologies, dear customer. I accidentally dozed off and hope I did not frighten you," Huang Xiao said, his tone tinged with regret. He would never admit that his lackadaisical thoughts had been detected by the great tortoise, leading to his punishment, wherein he had been drenched with water for several minutes, rendering him oblivious to anyone entering. "What do you think? You nearly scared me to death," Lin Yan retorted, standing up with an air of indignation. Huang Xiao felt an awkwardness settle over him. By the way, what is this little creature?" Lin Yan inquired, pointing at the Victini beside her. It is called Victini, a Pokémon. You may also consider new species. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes fixated on Victini with intensity. "A new species? Does that imply it is quite rare? I wish to purchase it. How much does it cost?" "I regret to inform you that he is my companion, not a commodity. However, should you desire to acquire a Pokémon, I do possess many others, equally adorable as Victini, but you will need to draw them yourself," Huang Xiao replied, gesturing towards 2 large machines situated in the center of the shop. These machines, rather rudimentary in design, featured merely a display screen, a downward-pulling lever, 2 buttons, one red and one blue, and a prize outlet. Chapter 2. The Luck of the Draw or Misfortune. "Are you serious, boss? You want me to draw from a machine for a living pet? Is that even appropriate?" Lin Yan's beautiful eyes blinked in disbelief, as if questioning whether Huang Xiao truly considered her a fool. Moreover, this adorable little creature, why couldn't she choose it herself? "Oh well, dear customer, you may draw first and pay later if you find it suitable," Huang Xiao replied, wanting to entice the potential customer who seemed quite well off. He was hesitant to lose this prospective client and decided to exercise his small privilege to allow her to draw. As for whether the Pokémon she would draw would be cute or not, Huang Xiao could not guarantee that, given the subjectivity of aesthetic tastes. Just like a certain villain who had followed Master Yi for over 20 years, who considered even a poison moth to be the epitome of beauty. "You'd better not pull a fast one on me. If I draw something unsatisfactory and you can't provide the pet I choose, I will report you to the authorities. And if I end up with a Pokémon I don't like, that little cutie called Victini better let me pet it." Lin Yan gave Huang Xiao a small, playful threat. To clarify, she was not completely smitten by Victini's appearance. Victini. Upon hearing Lin Yan's intention to touch it, Victini instantly vanished. "Wait, it disappeared. Lin Yan was astonished as she witnessed this phenomenon. Dear customer, this is merely Victini's special ability to become invisible. It hasn't truly vanished. You may think of it as a chameleon-like camouflage, Huang Xiao explained helplessly. Special abilities? Do the other pets in your shop possess similar capabilities? Lin Yan's curiosity was piqued. All have unique abilities, though invisibility is quite rare. We have plenty of others, like water gun and flamethrower. For instance, Huang Xiao paused and called out to the innermost room of the shop, Blastoise, stop hiding in there watching Ninja Turtles. Come out and show your talents. Came. An irritable voice responded from within. Shortly thereafter, a turtle standing nearly 6 feet tall, capable of walking upright and equipped with 2 large cannons on its back, emerged with a reluctant gait. Lin Yan stood frozen in shock beside him. Came. What am I supposed to perform? Drench her? Blastoise glared at Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao's face turned serious. This is a customer. If you dare to drench her, I'll make you regret it. Just spray some water into that pool, and then retreat. Blastoise had been Huang Xiao's companion the longest, originally accompanied by 2 bug-type Pokémon. But due to their short lifespans and insufficient resources to elevate them beyond elite level, they had returned to the embrace of their fate. As the saying goes, one becomes like those one frequently associates with. Spending so much time with Blastoise had shaped Huang Xiao's character. After hearing Huang Xiao's command, Blastoise, without hesitation, lifted 1 cannon and shot a jet of water into the pool. Having completed its task, Blastoise dashed back into the room at lightning speed. Witnessing all this, Lin Yan found herself questioning her reality. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Wasn't it said that after the establishment of the nation, one was not allowed to become sentient? Why does such an enormous and absurd turtle exist? This defies logic. Ahem. Huang Xiao cleared his throat and spoke in the gentlest tone possible. Dear customer, how about it? Would you like to draw a Pokémon? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan replied yes. Fortune favors the bold and starves the timid. Steeling herself, she hurried to the largest Pokémon vending machine. As she gazed at the screen emblazoned with Go, she felt a surge of ceremonial excitement. She pulled the lever beside the machine. The screen began to flash with various shadowy figures at an astonishing speed, making it nearly impossible to discern any distinct patterns. Lin Yan couldn't help but wonder what kind of pet she might draw. Ding! With a chime from the machine, a creature appeared on the screen, characterized by a Y-shaped antenna atop its head and a pair of sparkling eyes. Ah, well, no need for further description. It was a special larval form of a certain Pokémon. Observing the large caterpillar on the screen, Lin Yan was filled with a myriad of questions. After all her anticipation, was this the outcome? Was she being toyed with? Who raises caterpillars as pets? Although it did have a certain charm, it was truly beneath her standards. She cast a mournful gaze at Huang Xiao. Boss, don't you have an explanation? Huang Xiao, equally taken aback by this result, replied, this little one is quite adorable. It's called Caterpie. It can spin silk. If you don't wish to keep it, we can redraw. You still have 2 chances left. Fine, Lin Yan said, pulling the lever once more. This time, Huang Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that this potential big spender might end up with another undesirable bug. Ding! The machine selected again, revealing a Pokémon standing on 2 legs, a leaf in its mouth, exuding a cheeky charm reminiscent of a panda. Ah! Huang Xiao exhaled in relief upon seeing the result. The nation he had come from was quite similar to Xia country. Both referred to themselves as Huaxia people, and pandas were national treasures. The fact that this Pokémon was inspired by a national treasure immediately captured Lin Yan's attention. In disbelief, she asked, Boss, do you actually sell such pets? As long as the customer draws it, desires it, and can afford it, then of course it is for sale, Huang Xiao replied. Knowing he had secured this sale, but still needing to follow proper procedures. You have one last opportunity to draw. You can decide after 3 attempts. Receiving an affirmative response, Lin Yan adeptly pulled the lever again. All right. She had already made up her mind. She would buy the panda and then report this illegal wildlife trader. Soon, the final Pokémon appeared on the screen. A small shark-like creature with a large dorsal fin, 2 protrusions on either side of its head, a deep blue body, a red underbelly, a wide mouth, and short limbs. Indeed, this final Pokémon was the juvenile form of the powerful Mega Sharpedo. What the? Huang Xiao was astonished. What kind of luck was this? Could that Caterpie truly be significant? The first and last draws were 2 extremes. The former was a common sight, while the latter was among the pinnacle of the vending machine's offerings. Boss, what else with that expression? Is this odd little shark more rare than the panda? Lin Yan couldn't identify these peculiar creatures, but she could sense Huang Xiao's astonishment was genuine. Well, it depends on personal preference. So, dear customer, it's time to make your choice. Huang Xiao decided not to reveal the entire truth. While legendary Pokémon were indeed rare and valuable, the lengthy training cycle for dragon types often meant trainers could be long gone before the Pokémon evolved. Moreover, a legendary Pokémon required immense resources, capable of plunging even a millionaire from the heights of fortune to the depths of despair. Press the blue button to select your desired Pokémon, and the red button to confirm, he reminded her. Chapter 3. With a backing, fear of no one. I choose the panda, Lin Yan declared confidently. Excellent choice. A draw costs 300,000. Would you like to pay in cash, by card, or scan my QR code? Huang Xiao inquired, rubbing his hands together. Okay, isn't it just 300,000? 300,000. Boss, are you sure? Lin Yan looked at Huang Xiao with a sense of disbelief. It wasn't that she found the price exorbitant. Rather, she thought it was quite a bargain. After all, the panda is a national treasure of the Summer Kingdom. Was this price a sign of disrespect towards the revered creature? Most importantly, even if the 30,000 was reported, Huang Xiao wouldn't face the maximum penalty. Indeed, it is 30,000. Is there a problem? Huang Xiao inquired, puzzled. Not exactly a problem. But may I inspect the goods first? After all, 30,000 is not a trivial sum. Lin Yan responded with caution, her fingers already poised over her phone, ready to call the authorities if necessary. All right, in consideration of you being our first customer, I shall make an exception this time. Huang Xiao relented, proceeding to operate the selection for Lin Yan and using his own funds to cover the payment. He wasn't worried that Lin Yan would refuse. The allure of the mischievous panda was undeniable. If she declined, there would certainly be others eager to claim it. The creatures he was extracting were all starter Pokémon, and he had every right to manage them. Moreover, he might even sell it at a higher price later, thereby expanding his own coffers. Once the payment was made, a red and white ball dropped from the gacha machine. Upon seeing it, Lin Yan's confusion deepened. Huang Xiao tossed the ball, calling, "Come forth, mischievous panda." The ball opened, revealing the mischievous panda in a dazzling display. This also signified that someone had missed out on a dragon-type, semi-divine Pokémon. Wow, how adorable, Lin Yan exclaimed, utterly captivated by the mischievous panda. Ignoring Huang Xiao, she embraced the panda, showering it with affection. The mischievous panda seemed unbothered by her attention, allowing her to pet it freely. Customer, this little fellow doesn't belong to you yet. Perhaps you should finalize the payment first? Huang Xiao interjected awkwardly, interrupting Lin Yan's moment with the panda. Lin Yan shielded the mischievous panda behind her, replying coldly, "Paying is certainly not an issue, but you, sir, should be the one to seek payment from the authorities, you shameless poacher." With that, she pressed the pre-dialed number on her phone. Now it was Huang Xiao's turn to be bewildered. What did this mean? Was this girl putting on a show? Hello, is this the authorities? I would like to report someone for trafficking national treasures, the address is. Though he wasn't afraid of the authorities coming, he found it a waste of time and quickly interjected, "Wait, customer, please, let me explain. Still trying to defend yourself? Not a chance." Lin Yan was undeterred. "I have legal documentation for this, and while that mischievous panda may appear to be a national treasure, it is actually distinct." Huang Xiao explained helplessly. His shop's license was delivered by official personnel, backed by solid connections. If the authorities arrived, they would only ask a couple of questions. Once he presented his evidence, he would be fine, but he wasn't sure what would happen to the one who reported him. Adhering to the principle of not wasting public resources, he felt it prudent to clarify the matter. "Is that true?" Lin Yan asked, her disbelief evident. Huang Xiao shrugged. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the authorities on the other end of the line. See if they have received any relevant notifications." A few minutes later, Lin Yan's face flushed with embarrassment as she bowed to Huang Xiao, apologizing. "I'm sorry, sir. I misunderstood you." "It's all right. Your sense of responsibility is commendable. By the way, do you still want this mischievous panda?" Huang Xiao inquired. Without hesitation, Lin Yan replied, "Yes." With the backing of a national department, she felt no trepidation at all. She could proceed with confidence. 30,000. Before Huang Xiao could finish his sentence, Lin Yan handed him a bank card, exclaiming, "Charge it." As the 30,000 arrived in the shop's account, Huang Xiao readily handed over the Pokeball containing the mischievous panda, grinning, "Congratulations, customer. You are now the first civilian Pokemon trainer in this world." The title of first was already claimed by someone arranged by the state. However, the orders for 3 small targets were genuine. A Pokemon trainer? What exactly is that? Lin Yan queried, puzzled. Pokemon are extraordinary creatures. My Victini, Blastoise, and your mischievous panda. Each belong to different species. Some Pokemon form friendships and partnerships with humans, and trainer is the term used for such individuals. Each Pokemon possesses unique abilities. Just now, you witnessed Victini's invisibility and Blastoise's water gun. Your mischievous panda has its own moves as well, although it belongs to the fighting type. and its techniques differ from those of Blastoise. The mischievous panda has a base stat total of 348, higher than the initial forms of the three starters, but it only evolves twice. After evolving into the dominant panda, its base stat total reaches 495, decent, yet if it encounters a fairy type, it would be at a severe disadvantage, given that the dominant panda is fighting dark type and has a 4-time weakness to fairy. For now, consider it a special title. Huang Xiao added, not wishing to delve too deeply into explanations, as Lin Yan was the only one purchasing a Pokémon thus far. Elaborating further would only add to her concerns. Boss, since you said I'm the first, is there a celebratory gift? Lin Yan asked, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. To clarify, you are the first civilian, not the actual first. Unfortunately, there are no gift packages, but since I'm in a good mood today, if you order the exclusive food for the mischievous panda, I can offer you a 2 discount. Huang Xiao was certainly not withholding gifts out of spite. Absolutely not. Only a 2 discount? Lin Yan's face fell in disappointment. It was understandable. Having just paid 30,000, she feared she wouldn't sleep well that night without some additional perks. Boss, can this little one only eat the exclusive food from your shop? Not at all. It also enjoys bamboo and fruit. However, the exclusive food aids in its growth and shortens the evolution time, Huang Xiao clarified. Evolution? It can evolve? Many Pokémon can evolve. And this mischievous panda can evolve into the dominant panda, although I prefer to call it the rogue panda. As he spoke, Huang Xiao produced 2 cards detailing information about the mischievous panda and the dominant panda. Refer to the cards used by Kojiro to check Pokémon information. It wasn't that Huang Xiao lacked a Pokédex. Rather, the Gacha machine was not intelligent. It displayed the Pokémon's appearance directly upon results. If someone were to use a Pokédex while drawing, they would only seek out specific strong Pokémon, losing the fun of the experience. Even though the rules stated that payment must be made before selecting a Pokémon, it still gave a sense of predictability to the game. And some Pokémon that appeared weak but were actually strong could miss out on their chance to shine. Chapter 4. The tortoise is beyond rescue. In the end, Lin Yan ordered a month's worth of food for the mischievous panda, for which Huang Xiao arranged for a speedy delivery. Yes, the kind where the shipping fee is paid upon delivery. Boss, if I want to buy another Pokémon, is that possible? Lin Yan tentatively inquired. I'm afraid not. Each person is limited to purchasing 1 Pokémon per day, and there must be a 7-day interval between purchases. Additionally, the status of previously purchased Pokémon must be checked, and only upon passing inspection can one buy again. Huang Xiao solemnly informed her of the repurchase rules. This regulation was also to prevent Pokémon from falling into the hands of unscrupulous trainers, as his mission was to ensure that people in this world recognized Pokémon. Hearing that a status check was required for repurchase, Lin Yan felt a pang of anxiety and quickly asked, what happens if the inspection fails? Should the inspection fail, you will be blacklisted by this shop, and the state will record this information in your personal records. Once tagged with such a label, you will surely regret it in the future. As for any purchased Pokémon, I will have to reclaim them, though no refunds will be issued. However, as long as you raise them normally, even treating them like cats or dogs, as long as you do not abuse or mistreat them, the inspection should pose no issues. A friendly reminder. Pokémon's intelligence may not be inferior to that of humans. They can comprehend human speech and understand meanings, possessing their own judgment. Huang Xiao stated. I understand. Lin Yan solemnly nodded. Boss, I shall take my leave now. If I encounter anything unclear, I will contact you via WeChat. With that, she departed, and Huang Xiao watched her leave, placing the energy cubes that needed to be delivered at the entrance for the courier to collect. These cubes were also produced by the system, requiring no effort from Huang Xiao to manufacture. Of course, he was a top-notch breeder himself and could indeed create energy cubes if necessary. This initial order, aside from the 300,000 earned from the lottery, had brought in nearly 150,000 from the energy cubes. Unfortunately, only a meager 4,000 would find its way into Huang Xiao's hands. The remainder belonged entirely to the system. Thankfully, he was not troubled by financial concerns, or else he would have had to negotiate the profit sharing with the system. He couldn't help but wonder if the girl would be furious upon realizing she had lost a quasi-divine Pokémon. Huang Xiao muttered to himself, Tyranitar, a flying dragon that can mega-evolve. Even if it loses speed post-evolution, it remains exceptionally powerful. Of course, he didn't think that the Pandar bear was undesirable. Given the affection that the people of Xia country have for pandas, the Pandar bear was still quite popular, provided it did not evolve. At precisely 5 o'clock in the evening, Huang Xiao locked the shop door, concluding the day's business. There was little choice. Keeping the store open felt akin to having it closed, as Lin Yan had been his sole customer throughout the day. Moreover, Since he owned the shop himself and had not been assigned any deadlines by his brother, he had complete freedom over the operating hours. A person determined to be lackadaisical would hardly exert themselves even for a second, would they? Victini, come, let us ascend to play games. This time, I shall summon my painstakingly honed Taurosaur, and I shall triumph without relying on your abilities. Huang Xiao called out to Victini, who was lounging on the sofa, indulging in macarons and soda. The advantage of having a victory Pokémon was no mere fiction, ever since acquiring Victini. Huang Xiao's previously lackluster battle record had undergone a remarkable turnaround. Victini? Really? Victini's eyes brimmed with skepticism. It seemed to regard its trainer as somewhat unreliable, all talk, yet no action. Are you questioning your trainer? Huang Xiao pretended to be angry, sensing Victini's disapproving gaze. No, today I must prove my prowess. With that, he disregarded Victini's protests and hoisted it up as he headed upstairs. As he passed by the room of his Blastoise, he noticed it was engrossed in an endless loop of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which set him fuming. This turtle is beyond saving. Curse that brother for sending such a troublesome creature. Among his dozens of Pokémon, Blastoise ranked only 10th in strength, yet it was undoubtedly the worst in temperament, always causing chaos. In the past, when Huang Xiao visited Sister Cabbage's home, this creature had sneaked into Zhu Lan's room, creating a disastrous mess, nearly demolishing her house. To make matters worse, for reasons unknown, Huang Xiao found himself pursued by Zhu Lan's main team across half of the Sinnoh region. Notably, it was Zhu Lan's Pokémon that pursued him, not at her behest. The exact reasons remained an enigma. Even more infuriatingly, this creature had not only failed to assist in the confrontation, but had fled home ahead of time, leaving its trainer in the lurch. Came. As if sensing Huang Xiao's ire, Blastoise glanced up at the ceiling, its eyes sparkling with mischief. Meanwhile, in the upscale residential area of Xingguiwen, Pandar. That is the sofa. Do not scratch it. Lin Yan was at her wit's end. The name Pandar was truly fitting. Having returned home just a few hours ago, her abode was nearly in ruins, even more chaotic than a mischievous husky. The sofa bore several claw marks, its stuffing strewn about. The solid wood dining table was in shambles, and even the cabinets were marked with scratches. During Lin Yan's attempt to bathe the Pandar, it had smashed the bathtub with a single swipe, leaving her home, save for the locked kitchen, in utter disarray. Pandarene. After wreaking havoc, the Pandar hopped into Lin Yan's arms, feigning innocence. I was only gone for 2 days, and you are already ruining our little paradise? At that moment, a melancholic female voice chimed in. Lin Yan, cradling the Pandar, turned in alarm. Yajing, why are you back so soon? The person referred to as Yajing was Yajing, her childhood friend. They had pooled their New Year's money to purchase this house, seeking to escape the watchful eyes of their parents. If I didn't return, I feared you might starve, but I never expected you to not only avoid starvation, but to gift me such a grand surprise. The house is nearly destroyed. Yajing's beautiful eyes reflected a mixture of helplessness and concern. Yajing, you truly cannot blame me. The Pandar did not act out of malice. Lin Yan replied, slightly embarrassed. Pandar? What on earth is that? Yajing inquired, perplexed, as she had not clearly seen the creature Lin Yan was holding. The Pandar. Come say hello to your Aunt Yajing. Lin Yan instructed the Pandar as she looked down. Pandar. Obediently. The Pandar hopped from Lin Yan's embrace and waved a greeting to Yajing. Chapter 5. 800 Eyes. Yajing was momentarily stunned. What did she just witness? A black and white bear? Standing on 2 legs, adorably chewing on a leaf? Pandar. The Pandar turned its head in confusion, as if questioning whether this person, referred to as Aunt Yajing, had lost her mind. Wow. Yin Yan, where on earth did you find this cute little creature? Yajing exclaimed, as if struck by a flash of insight, rushing over to embrace the Pandar. Lin Yan frowned slightly. What did she take her for? A trafficker? You think I just snatched it? I paid 300,000 for this. Purchased? Are you out of your mind, or am I still dreaming? Yin Yan. The Pandar is a national treasure, a non-saleable entity. Quickly tell me where you got it from. If someone poached it, we must report it. Or if it escaped from a zoo, we should contact them to reclaim it. Yajing urged earnestly. Go away. I was only out for a few days. And you don't believe your own sister? Plastic friendship is not worth keeping, ugh. Lin Yan retorted, feeling exasperated. Did her credibility hold so little weight? Seeing Lin Yan sulking, Yajing softly inquired, is it really purchased? Of course. I have the paperwork to prove it. Lin Yan produced a document stamped with a red seal. The first line read, Pokémon Trainer Professional Qualification Certificate, followed by her personal information and that of the Pandar, concluded with a steel-embossed red seal. This certificate had been specially requested from the Xia country government by Huang Xiao to combat unscrupulous trainers. Moreover, before the large-scale arrival of Pokémon, possessing this document would spare Huang Xiao's clients much hassle. After all, Pokémon were diverse and peculiar. While some resembled earthly creatures, others did not, and their sizes varied greatly. One could not expect people to purchase Pokémon only to be unable to take them out, for what would be the point of such an acquisition? Yajing glanced at the document, feeling speechless. Lin Yan, even if you wish to fool me, could you not present a more legitimate-looking certificate? This Pokémon trainer thing sounds entirely fabricated. What do you mean, fool? I specifically checked this document at the bureau. The officers there acknowledged it, and you can verify the details. Lin Yan retorted, somewhat exasperated. Is that so? Upon encountering her close friend, Lin Yan, still skeptical, decided to playfully swat Yajing's hand away from the mischievous panda. If you don't believe me, then remove your paw. The playful panda belongs to me. I believe. Just let me touch it one more time. The texture is truly delightful. Yajing quickly capitulated, finding the panda irresistibly charming. Its texture exceptionally pleasant indeed. Lin Yan, where did you buy it? Please take me along tomorrow to get one as well. I purchased it from a newly opened pet shop in the neighboring district. It cost me 300,000. I was quite fortunate to acquire it. Only 300,000. Is that for real? Yajing could hardly fathom such a modest price. Absolutely true. However, the store has some peculiar rules. You cannot choose directly. Instead, you must use a special machine to draw a capsule, costing 300,000 per attempt. And you can only choose one out of 3 options. Lin Yan briefly explained the process of acquiring a Pokémon. Lin Yan, you mentioned being lucky. What were your 3 options? Yajing inquired curiously. Oh, don't even get me started. The first option was a large green caterpillar, which looked somewhat cute, albeit a bit off-putting. The last was a land-dwelling, stout little shark, which was quite adorable. A green caterpillar? A land shark? Listening to Lin Yan's descriptions, Yajing grew increasingly intrigued by Huang Xiao's Pokémon store. Lin Yan, please take me there tomorrow. I also desire a cute companion. The sweet tone of her request made Lin Yan feel a wave of nausea. You are absolutely disgusting. Ultimately, after much coaxing from Yajing, Lin Yan acquiesced to her friend's plea to accompany her to purchase a Pokémon. The following day at the Pokémon pet shop, Huang Xiao, yawning and reluctant, opened the store door to commence business. The previous night, under the enhancement of Victini's abilities, he had transformed into the valley's harbinger of doom, wreaking havoc and achieving victory with ease. Strangely, his team always emerged victorious, as opponents either lost interest after too many kills or disconnected due to delayed internet renewals. The most amusing part was witnessing several friends playing together, with 4 of them being dragged back home by their significant others, leaving only one desperately typing for Huang Xiao's team to expedite their victory, yearning to mourn the bountiful feast of virtual dog food that nearly suffocated him. Victini, wake that lazy turtle up to clean the floor. We're open for business. Adhering to his principle of not allowing himself or others to sleep too well, Huang Xiao resolved to rouse the turtle who had stayed up all night watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Victini, you're really a dog. Victini was at a loss for words. Despite this, it knew it had to heed its owner's commands. Disappearing from sight, it headed straight for Blastoise's room. 2 minutes later, Blastoise emerged, yawning, a look of resentment on its face as it used its cannon to spray water for cleaning, while Victini struggled to assist with a mop. Meanwhile, Huang Xiao was lounging behind the counter, clandestinely conversing with the daughter of the dream god. Came. Do you think he is asleep? Victini, asleep? More like dead to the world. Came. Oh, now that we're done, let us go watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles again. Immediately, Blastoise retracted its cannon, dragging Victini back to its room. It knew that if it slacked off, it would face severe punishment. However, if it brought along its fellow Pokémon to share the burden, the consequences would be more bearable. Victini, let us watch something else. Watching that every day is boring. Blastoise glanced at Huang Xiao, its eyes rolling, before agreeing to Victini's suggestion. Came, as you wish. Thus, the 2 Pokémon opted for a strike and indulged in leisure. Afterward, the atmosphere within the shop was remarkably harmonious, so much so that one could hear a needle drop. Approximately half an hour later, the shop door swung open. Is anyone here? A man wielding a selfie stick peeked inside. Not receiving a response, he raised his voice and inquired again. Hello, is anyone here? Ah, greetings, dear customer. Welcome to our humble establishment. Hearing the voice of a customer, Huang Xiao, slightly bewildered, stood up. Chapter 6. A new customer arrives. The man was named Xia Bingbao, a streamer on the Dia platform, primarily broadcasting gaming content. However, Since becoming enamored with his daughter, everything had changed. Today, he had chosen to venture outdoors to seek an appropriate pet to be a companion for his daughter, with his strategist being none other than his fans in the live stream. "Boss, I see your shop is called Pokemon Pet Shop. Is this a legitimate pet store?" he inquired. "Indeed, we are a fully licensed pet shop. Are you looking to purchase a pet?" Huang Xiao's spirits lifted at the prospect of a potential customer. "But I noticed that besides those two peculiar machines, there is nothing else. Not even a shadow of a pet." The man expressed his disbelief. "Ah, dear customer, you may not be aware, but the pets we sell are not your ordinary cats and dogs. Here, we offer Pokemon," Huang Xiao explained. "Pokemon? What is that?" "Pokemon are beings that possess a deep understanding of human nature and are exceptionally intelligent. They each have unique abilities, and you can think of them as new species." "New species?" After hearing Huang Xiao's explanation, Xia Bingbao was even more bewildered. When did Earth acquire a new species called Pokemon? How could he be unaware of this? Was he out of touch with the times? It wasn't just him who was confused. Even the viewers in his live stream were perplexed. "Wow, this boss looks pretty normal, but his speech is a bit outlandish, right? LOL, new species? It couldn't be some irradiated breed brought back from the neighboring island. Could it? Guys, does anyone have the number for the Shanghai Industrial and Commercial Bureau? Let South report this place for false advertising. Old Bao, think of your daughter. Maybe we should check out another store. Yeah, don't bring home some mutated species that might scare off my future wife." The comments flooded in as viewers shared their opinions. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Bingbao asked, "Boss, since you claim it's a new species, can you show me a pet first?" "I'm afraid not. Our shop's items are randomly selected. And what kind of Pokemon you can buy is entirely based on luck. Even if we could showcase one, you wouldn't be able to purchase it directly for now. Besides, with nearly 900 types of Pokemon, we simply don't have the space to display them all, excluding the legendary and mythical Pokemon, given the numerous generations. Claiming there are over 900 types may even be an understatement." "Over 900 types? You must be joking. Is this boss still half asleep or suffering from some delusion?" It was clear to him that this shop was a scam. He couldn't fathom how the Shanghai Industrial and Commercial Bureau allowed such a place to operate. As soon as Huang Xiao finished speaking, the comments in Xia Bingbao's live stream exploded. Xia Bingbao began to find some truth in the messages flooding the chat. Observing the various expressions on Xia Bingbao's face, Huang Xiao decided not to dwell on the matter further. "Customer, if you don't believe me, feel free to explore other shops." Despite his lengthy explanation, Xia Bingbao's confusion only deepened, and he wore a frown, no longer inclined to summon Blastoise or Victini for a demonstration. Yesterday, he had only allowed Blastoise to showcase itself because the shop had finally gotten its paperwork in order, and Victini had voluntarily made an appearance. Today, however, he simply wanted to slack off. Had he genuinely wished to conduct business, he wouldn't have stayed up until 3 or 4 in the morning. "Boss, don't you have a single pet to showcase?" Xia Bingbao asked, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. After all, this establishment boasted the most exquisite and unique decor he had ever encountered, and he had an inkling that his chance of becoming a sensation might be concealed within these very walls. As I mentioned, the pets available here are purely a matter of luck. What is displayed are merely my own pets or those of other patrons. Exhausting one's fortune may yield nothing. Why engage in an endeavor that only serves to amplify one's frustrations? The only truly captivating creature here is Victini, but that is a reward from the elusive trader and is not present in the capsule machines. Showcasing it would be nothing short of misleading advertising. As for Blastoise, it has become rather misshapen and is an illegal contraband of sorts, hardly an enticing prospect. The initial form, Squirtle, is somewhat appealing, but it is evidently also difficult to obtain, even with the dedicated water-type Pokemon capsule machine. The starter Pokemon are categorized as rare purple quality in the game, resulting in low probabilities. Even the official Summer Country event with 1,000 pulls on the water-type machine yielded fewer than 150 water-type starters. With the Squirtle being particularly scarce, fewer than 10 were obtained. I shall ponder this further. Xia Bingbao still held on to a flicker of hope. Huang Xiao's words truly made him waver. After all, enticing customers to venture elsewhere could signify either unwavering confidence in one's own offerings or a cunning psychological ploy of desire and restraint. Boss, do you have other customers?" Just as Xia Bingbao hesitated, a feminine voice wafted in from behind. Huang Xiao turned and was greeted by Lin Yan, accompanied by another young lady whose beauty and grace matched her own. He inquired, "Miss Lin, have you brought a friend to purchase Pokemon?" Upon hearing this, Xia Bingbao realized that someone had previously bought a pet from this store and had recommended it to a friend, prompting him to swiftly turn around. The appearance of a beautiful woman ignited excitement among the viewers in Xia Bingbao's livestream. Whoa, there's a stunning girl. Quick, notify Bao's wife. Old Bao is eyeing beauties behind her back. She's a perfect 10, scoring a 94, and then their SA6 on the side. Ah, this is my best friend. Su Yajing. She also wishes to draw a Pokémon, Lin Yan stated. Hearing this, Huang Xiao enthusiastically welcomed, Miss Su, this way please. Upon reaching the capsule machine, Huang Xiao addressed Su Yajing. The rules of our establishment, Miss Lin must have mentioned them to you, correct? Indeed, Yin Yin has informed me. 300,000. Choose one of three. Su Yajing produced her bank card, ready to pay for the capsule draw. Wow, 300,000 just like that? This is a shortcut to success for men. The two beauties appeared to be the campus queens of Magic City University. Please. Huang Xiao gestured towards the lever beside the machine. By the spirits of heaven and earth, Su Yajing whispered as she pulled the lever. Chapter 7, Battle? As the machine activated, countless shadows flickered across the screen. Ding! Su Yajing, too tense to keep her eyes open, slowly opened them to gaze at the screen. There appeared a pumpkin, more precisely, a pumpkin transformed into a jack-o'-lantern, its yellow body featuring two holes reminiscent of the jack-o'-lantern's eyes, glowing brightly. Topped with something akin to a stem and leaves, complete with small eyes and a mouth positioned near the stem. This was a ghost grass-type Pokémon known as Pumpkaboo. Boss, you actually have a pet that embodies the spirit of Western festivals? Su Yajing inquired of Huang Xiao. There's nothing remarkable about that. The variety of Pokémon is vast, and everything depends on luck. You still have 2 draws to choose from, and if you desire it, you may simply press the red button to confirm, Huang Xiao replied. He wasn't the elusive trader, after all. He couldn't possibly know how the forms of Pokémon came to be. Then I shall draw once more before making a decision. Truth be told, this pumpkin-like creature was rather adorable, and Su Yajing found herself quite fond of it. Soon, the second option emerged, revealing a bird-like Pokémon adorned with vibrant feathers, its wings resembling a cape, red on the outside and green on the inside. Each wing bore a claw, with small yellow feet, lending the entire bird a muscular appearance. This was a fighting flying type known as Halucha. The young lady's luck was commendable. Both draws thus far had yielded excellent Pokémon. For the third draw, however, the creature that appeared took Huang Xiao by surprise. It was a humanoid Pokémon with a green pot-like head, a white body, and 2 flat red horns, one large and one small, nestled in its hair. This was none other than Ralts, the initial form of the renowned psychic fairy-type Pokémon, Gardevoir. Wait a moment, Huang Xiao seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. First, a Pumpkaboo, then a Halucha, and finally a Ralts. This resembled the lineup of a certain individual. Could this young lady be using Callum's template? Callum, the champion of the Kalos region, had a champion team that included Halucha, Dragapult, Ice Rider Calyrex, Pumpkaboo, and his most cherished, Gardevoir. This Su Yajing had drawn 3 Pokémon from Callum's roster in one go. As she gazed at the 3 options on the screen, she was suddenly struck by indecision. She desired all 3. Finally, she turned to Huang Xiao with a helpless expression and asked, Boss, could you provide some information on these 3 little creatures? I can only tell you their names. Further details will be disclosed once you make your selection. The first is Pumpkaboo, the second is Halucha, and the third is Ralts, Huang Xiao explained. He adhered to his personal rule of not divulging any additional information until the customer made a choice. Revealing too much would merely undermine the purpose of the Pokédex. Thank you, boss. Su Yajing expressed her gratitude and proceeded to finalize her decision. With a click, a red and white Pokeball appeared at the prize outlet. Come forth, Ralts. Indeed. The Pokémon she chose was the one with the highest potential, Ralts. Pokémon, Ralts. Personality, reserved. Type, Psychic Fairy. Ability, Telepathy. Moves, Growl, Charm, Destiny Bond, Inherited, Confusion. Ralts. Ralts curiously surveyed its surroundings. Hello, Ralts. My name is Su Yajing. From now on, we shall be partners. Su Yajing knelt down and extended her hand to gently stroke Ralts' head. Ralts. Ralts seemed to take a liking to Su Yajing, quietly enjoying her affection. Let me pet it too. Lin Yan chimed in, drawn to Ralts' appealing appearance. However, to her disappointment, Ralts did not allow her to succeed. It used its psychic abilities to immobilize Lin Yan's hand and retreated behind Su Yajing. Lin Yan felt quite dejected. She merely wished to give it a gentle touch. Ralts could sense human emotions through the antennae on its head, and it possessed formidable psychic powers. After explaining, Huang Xiao handed Su Yajing the information cards for Ralts and its subsequent evolution stages. These 3 cards contain the information for Ralts and its evolutions. Please keep them safe. There is another final evolution, but your Ralts cannot evolve into it, and you lack the necessary items for evolution. so I will not provide those details. To evolve into Galade, a male Ralts and an awakening stone are required, while Su Yajing's Pokemon is female. 2 stages of evolution. Lin Yan recalled that her Pancham only had 1 stage and hurriedly inquired, "Boss, why does Ralts have 2 stages of evolution with 2 branches? While my Pancham only has 1. Is my Pancham weaker than Ralts?" Some Pokemon indeed possess 2 stages of evolution, and even at their final forms, can temporarily evolve using specific items to gain additional strength. In comparison to your mischievous panda, it is undoubtedly your playful panda that has been utterly outmatched. Indeed, the mischievous panda possesses fighting attributes, which are severely countered by psychic and fairy types, while Ralts embodies both of these attributes. Upon evolving into a dominant panda, it acquires a dark type, thus gaining immunity to psychic damage. However, it remains 4 times vulnerable to fairy types, leaving it at a distinct disadvantage. One could assert that the mischievous panda has been thoroughly defeated. Not only does it fall short in attributes, but its evolution is also inferior, lacking an aesthetic appeal compared to its evolved form. "What?" Lin Yan exclaimed in astonishment. "Miss Lin, if you doubt this, you may arrange a battle between the mischievous panda and Ralts. On your information cards, you will find the skills they possess. While the Pokemon differ in species and attributes, they share the commonality of possessing diverse abilities. If you nurture and care for them, they will protect you in times of peril. Pokemon battles serve as a means for them to familiarize themselves and enhance their skills. Under normal circumstances, it may take 3 years or even longer for them to evolve. But through battling, they gain valuable experience that can significantly shorten this duration. You may liken it to a game. They can level up and learn additional skills. Deep within, Pokemon yearn for battle, for growth, and most importantly, to repay your kindness. Of course, battles adhere to certain rules, the simplest being a 1v1 format, where the first to lose their fighting capability is deemed the loser. Generally, battles between Pokemon do not result in death, and our establishment offers specialized healing potions for any injuries sustained. Would the 2 of you care to engage in a battle? Huang Xiao glanced at the 2, eager for the spectacle, as he had not witnessed a novice showdown in quite some time. Although the outcome of their duel was already apparent, the journey was what mattered most. The 2 women exchanged a glance and nodded silently in agreement. Chapter 8. A demonstration battle? No, this is a clash of rivalry. Observing the scene, Huang Xiao wore a smile and said, "To show my gratitude for your willingness to contribute to the promotion of Pokemon battles, I shall first allow my Pokemon to conduct a demonstration battle for you to observe." He gestured towards a large door at the back of the shop. "The battle arena is over there. Please follow me." "Excuse me, can I come along to watch?" Xia Bingbao timidly inquired. Having just witnessed Su Yajing draw Ralts, his worldview had been entirely upended, and he did not wish to miss any subsequent thrilling developments. He was not alone in his astonishment. His viewers in the live stream were equally captivated. At this moment, under the workings of the national machinery, his stream had become the most popular on the Douya platform. The Summer Nation's willingness to provide exposure to Pokemon was a result of Huang Xiao's prior negotiations with them. Naturally, this was contingent upon Huang Xiao ensuring that the Summer Nation would maintain an absolute leading position when the new era dawned. Consequently, Pokemon-related information has become exceedingly difficult to disseminate beyond the borders of the Summer Nation, barring spies. Online channels have been effectively suppressed. It matters not. For Huang Xiao, the presence or absence of an audience is inconsequential. He led the trio to the door, which he opened to reveal a standard Pokemon battle arena, complete with spectator seating. Upon witnessing the arena, larger than a football field and capable of accommodating at least 5,000 spectators, Lin Yan gasped, "Boss, your shop is truly extraordinary. You even possess spatial folding technology that one would only expect to find in novels. Just a few minor tricks. Please wait a moment. I will call for my Pokemon." This establishment was outfitted by the system, and he was unaware of the specific technology employed. He merely knew that the environment within was vast and varied, and he was currently accessing its initial form. Once inside, Huang Xiao made a beeline for Blastoise's room. Upon opening the door, he found Blastoise and Victini indulging like couch potatoes, sipping soda, and munching on snacks while watching SpongeBob SquarePants. He approached, first irritatedly turning off the television before sternly questioning, "Can either of you explain why there is only a small amount of work done, leaving the rest for me?" Blastoise instinctively nodded, only to quickly shake its head and point at Victini. Came. It's not my fault. It was its idea to watch this, which is why I didn't do my part." Victini? Victini could hardly believe its ears. How could the turtle be speaking? Why was the blame being shifted onto it? It was clearly this turtle's idea. "Do you think I would believe you?" Huang Xiao had his doubts about Victini. especially since the television was not showing the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, yet Blastoise's swift deflection of blame indicated its guilt. Victini, now you see how mischievous this turtle is, right? Today, I have a task for you. Give it a thorough thrashing. To the battle arena, immediately. Upon hearing battle arena, Blastoise felt utterly despondent. Victini, you're dead? You scheming turtle. Victini was genuinely furious. Came. It's not what you think. Blastoise was frustrated. Had it known this would happen, it would have simply accepted the blame. Pokémon, Blastoise, personality, cheerful, type, water, ability, torrent, strength, champion, skills, water gun, rapid spin, bite, water pulse, rain dance, water tail, protect, hydro pump, aura sphere, iron tail, shell smash, wave missile, blizzard, dragon pulse, mind reader. Pokémon, Victini, personality, carefree, type, psychic fire, ability, victory star, strength, level 2 god, divine roll, none, skills, confusion, lift, flame burst, incinerate, overheat, flamethrower, volt tackle, thunder, volt switch, v-create, last resort, flame charge, magic room. Soon, Huang Xiao returned to the battle arena with Victini and Blastoise. What a massive turtle, and such an adorable Pokémon. Among the trio, only Lin Yan maintained her composure. The other two were utterly astonished. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the audience. The ensuing battle may create quite a commotion. Huang Xiao, observing Victini's demeanor, knew this battle would not end amicably. The three, half believing, made their way to the spectator seating. Once the unrelated individuals vacated, Huang Xiao activated the protective system for the battle arena and instructed the two Pokémon, Blastoise. Feel free to unleash your abilities. I will command Victini to engage you in a demonstration battle. Came? Blastoise's heart sank. Was this a personal vendetta? Victini, prepare to meet your end. Victini disregarded it, using Sunny Day followed by Substitute. Indeed, it sought revenge. This would be its first chance to deliver a thorough beating to Blastoise since arriving in this world. Came. This is unfair. Blastoise shouted. But its two cannons wasted no time in launching an attack against Victini. Hydro Pump. Blastoise initiated the engagement with a powerful move. Victini, having just seized control of the weather, swiftly dodged the incoming Hydro Pump, leaving behind a substitute doll in its original position. Self-boost. Victini began to give itself a psychological pep talk. Does the boss's Pokémon lack any offensive special skills? Su Yajing inquired of Lin Yan. How would I know? All I know is that little creature is called Victini, and it can become invisible, while that large turtle is known for its water attacks, which I have witnessed. Lin Yan's thoughts were also in disarray. Is it possible that the boss's Pokémon is stacking buffs for itself? Xiao Bingbao, a former seasoned game streamer, had some inkling. Victini, gather energy. As the water turtle observed Victini still accumulating energy, a sense of unease enveloped it. Without hesitation, it commanded the flowing waters to envelop itself, subsequently executing a rapid spin towards Victini. The swirling water, propelled by centrifugal force, formed an expansive defensive skill known as the counterpunch shield, a technique originally pioneered by a foolish character in the source material. Victini, unleash V-Flame. Upon receiving the command, Victini's V-shaped ears ignited with fierce flames as it charged towards the water turtle, exclaiming, came. Yet, the water turtle was evidently prepared. The water surrounding it suddenly coalescing as it unleashed a wave impact to counter Victini's V-Flame. Well done, you stubborn creature. Observing this scene, Huang Xiao felt a wave of relief. At least the turtle still retained its fighting spirit, remaining as reckless as ever. Boom. The two formidable energies collided, producing an explosive sound accompanied by a substantial release of water vapor. Is this truly the power that exists on Earth? Such strength could elevate one to divine status. Xia Bingbao was left astounded, as were the viewers in his live stream. Su Yajing glanced at her Laroulas with fervent eyes, inquiring, Yan, do you think our Pokémon can achieve such prowess? Perhaps they can, Lin Yan replied, albeit with uncertainty. Victini, unleash Big Bang Flame. Huang Xiao's command resonated through the thick, white mist once more. Came. No, I was wrong truly. In the center of the arena, the water turtle had withdrawn its limbs and head into its shell, trembling on the ground. Victini, however, was unfazed by the turtle's predicament. It understood the principle of reciprocation. And since the turtle had deceived it, it was imperative to teach it the distinction between the strong and the weak. A large flame in the shape of a character surged upwards, dispersing much of the steam. Goodness, is Boss Huang truly intent on obliterating that turtle? Lin Yan exclaimed, her words laced with incredulity. The turtle had retreated, yet an attack was forthcoming, making it impossible not to misinterpret the situation. Boom. The Big Bang flame struck the water turtle with precision. Following the explosion, the water turtle emerged once more, this time with dazed eyes, its shell charred black. "Tinny, that felt good," Victini exclaimed, receiving praise from Huang Xiao in return. "Excellent work, Victini." Turning to the 3 spectators outside the arena, Huang Xiao beckoned. "Come here. The 3 of you. Boss Huang, isn't this demonstration a bit excessive?" "That turtle." Lin Yan pointed towards the water turtle, seemingly questioning whether it would truly be all right. "It's merely a demonstration. I haven't inflicted any fatal harm. What follows is a special healing potion designed for Pokémon injuries," Huang Xiao explained, retrieving a bottle of healing spray and attending to the water turtle's wounds. After applying the remedy, the water turtle swiftly returned to its normal state, having been treated with the utmost quality of healing product. The commotion caused by Victini's earlier attack had only resulted in superficial injuries. Such serious wounds healed so quickly? The 3 spectators were once again taken aback. "All right, I have displayed all that I intended to. Now, the stage is yours," Huang Xiao addressed Lin Yan and Su Yajing. Patting the water turtle on the head, he led it to the referee's stand for the battle. "This match is between Miss Lin Yan and Miss Su Yajing, with a 1v1 battle format. Given that this is the first Pokémon battle on Earth, our establishment shall reward the victor with a month's worth of food for their Pokémon." Chapter 9, A Clash of Novices. "Did you hear that, Laroulas? There are prizes for winning, so let us go for it." Su Yajing encouraged her Laroulas at her feet. Laroulas, sensing Su Yajing's yearning for victory, was instantly filled with determination. "My mischievous panda will not lose to you. Come forth, mischievous panda." Lin Yan hurled the Pokeball. Panda. Although it had not been released moments ago, the mischievous panda could sense the unfolding events within the Pokeball, brimming with enthusiasm for the prize and victory. Pokémon, mischievous panda. Nature, impulsive, no change in stats. Type, fighting. Ability, courage, normal and fighting type moves can hit ghost-type Pokémon. Moves, tackle, leer, push, earth throw inherited. "Are both of you ready?" Huang Xiao inquired of the 2 contestants. "Yes." Both females responded in unison. "Then let the battle commence." Xia Bingbao now regarded the 2 small creatures on the field with a hint of trepidation, stammering, "Boss Huang, shouldn't we perhaps retreat to the spectator area?" Informal battles. Non-participants should indeed maintain a safe distance in the audience. But this was an informal match, and the power of these 2 Pokémon did not yet necessitate protection. Moreover, weren't you a streamer? Observing from such proximity would surely attract more followers. Watching this novice clash was undoubtedly more entertaining up close. "Laroulas, you sing." Laroulas's melodious voice momentarily distracted the opposing mischievous panda, resulting in an immediate debuff. "Leer, return the favor," Lin Yan commanded, instructing her mischievous panda to inflict debuffs upon Laroulas. "Laroulas, don't look at it," Su Yajing directed. "How unfair, Jingjing." Lin Yan felt a twinge of irritation as her attempt to debuff failed. She ignored it and issued a command for a melee attack. "Mischievous panda, use tackle." Panda. The mischievous panda charged towards Laroulas. "Laroulas, don't let it near. Use psychic." Laroulas concentrated, channeling its psychic powers to assault the mischievous panda. Under the influence of psychic, the mischievous panda stumbled, tripping over its own feet instead of launching itself into the air, coming to an abrupt halt. It must be noted that Laroulas was remarkably fortunate, as its single strike left the mischievous panda in a state of confusion, causing it to tumble. "How amusing. It has been a while since I witnessed such a match." Huang Xiao, seated in the referee's area, could not help but chuckle. "Came." The water turtle nodded in agreement. "Tinny, what is so entertaining about such a level?" Victini, oblivious to the experience, had somehow procured a bag of chips, munching away while inquiring. "Victini, you have yet to experience this stage. You wouldn't comprehend the joy it brings." To be honest, Huang Xiao's most vivid recollection of novice trainers clashing was perhaps witnessing the particularly amusing battle between Red and Green outside of Pewter City, just after they embarked on their journey, with Charmeleon facing off against Squirtle. The outcome was quite clear. Su Yajing's Laroulas emerged victorious with ease. Seeing the mischievous panda sulking on the ground, Lin Yan chuckled and reassured. "It's all right, mischievous panda. We'll win next time." Panda? Indeed. Winning and losing are part of the game. A momentary defeat is nothing to fret about. From the moment Huang Xiao had indicated he would lose, Lin Yan had anticipated this outcome. Furthermore, a month's worth of Pokémon food was inconsequential to her. She could easily afford it. Huang Xiao approached the mischievous panda, applying healing spray while expressing gratitude for the splendid match. Lin Yan, seemingly skeptical of the spray's efficacy, continuously urged, "Boss Huang, spray more." Don't be stingy. Huang Xiao obliged, administering a couple more sprays, though his heart ached at the thought. This is a specialized healing spray for Pokémon. If you believe my dosage is inadequate, feel free to purchase a few bottles for backup. This medication was not reimbursed by his employer, and thus he truly felt the pinch. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but mutter, stingy. Here, Laroulas, have some as well. Huang Xiao directed a bit of spray towards Laroulas too. Moments later, the two Pokémon returned to their initial states. With the battle concluded, the group made their way back to the shop's main hall. Primarily because Xia Bingbao had resolved to purchase a Pokémon. Lin Yan suddenly interjected, Boss Huang, doesn't Ralts have a type advantage over Stufful? Why did Stufful seem utterly incapable of retaliating just now? In the early stages, Pokémon indeed find it exceedingly challenging to overcome their type disadvantages. Your Stufful, being a fighting type, is at a disadvantage against Psychic, Flying, and Fairy types, with Ralts being a combination of Psychic and Fairy. He continued, of course. As your Stufful levels up and acquires a wider array of skills, a well-planned move set could potentially turn the tide in such mismatched battles. However, I do not advocate for type disadvantaged confrontations. Did you hear that, Stufful? Our recent defeat was not a reflection of your capabilities. We were simply overwhelmed by type advantage. And it certainly does not imply any deficiency in your strength. I see, Yin Yan. It seems my Ralts has you and your little bear at a distinct disadvantage. Jing, you are being quite unfair. No, in 6 days, I shall draw a Pokémon that counters Ralts. That's fine, in 7 days. I shall draw one to counter yours. The playful banter between the two women left Huang Xiao feeling as though they were engaged in a game of verbal tug-of-war. Xia Bingbao, standing before the Gacha machine, cautiously inquired, Boss, you mentioned there are 18 types of Pokémon. Are any of them relatively stronger? Simply discussing type strength holds little significance. It is essential to analyze based on the specific circumstances. The 18 types are normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Pokémon can possess a single type or a combination of two. Training a Pokémon is more about the synergy of skills and the Pokémon's level and mastery over those moves. Wait a moment, boss. Did you just mention the existence of dragon types in Pokémon? Xia Bingbao's interest was piqued. The Chinese have a profound reverence for dragons, viewing themselves as descendants of dragons since ancient times, with dragons serving as a totem and a unique spiritual emblem. Thus, upon hearing about dragon types, not only were Xia Bingbao and her companions invigorated, but so were the online spectators. There are dragon types, although they differ significantly from those in our traditional lore. Indeed, among the multitude of Pokémon, Huang Xiao considered a few that bear semblance to the dragons of Chinese mythology, such as Rayquaza, Dragapult, and Mega Rayquaza. These share certain characteristics. Gyarados, however, does not count, as it is not a true dragon type despite its name and appearance. Wouldn't you agree, flying type King Dodrio? You need not be so agitated. Dragon types are somewhat difficult to draw. However, the water types, particularly those resembling dragons, are somewhat easier to obtain. You must have heard of the legend of the koi fish leaping over the dragon gate, right? There exists a water-type Pokémon known as Magikarp, which can evolve into a dragon-like form. Upon evolution, it becomes Gyarados, a water and flying type. Magikarp, before its evolution, has the drawback of lacking combat prowess, but its advantage lies in its resilience and ability to survive. In the water-type pool, Magikarp does indeed have a high spawn rate, but its limitations are evident. It cannot form a combat force in the short term, except for those with abilities akin to the evolution of a certain character. Chapter 10, The Kyoto Conference. Seeing Xia Bingbao captivated by his words, Huang Xiao cautioned. A word of advice. Do not act on impulse or heed the advice of others to draw the Pokémon I mentioned. Magikarp is weak and almost devoid of avenues to accumulate battle experience, and its evolution is exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, our shop has regulations. You must check the status of previous Pokémon, and the state will periodically send personnel to verify your Pokémon's conditions. Our shop currently has one universal Gacha machine and one water-type Gacha machine, while the latter will exclusively yield water-related Pokémon. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, boss. Xia Bingbao nearly fell for the words of online commenters. He sought a companion for his daughter to grow up with. If he were to draw a Magikarp, he would surely face his wife's wrath. Resolutely, he produced his bank card and swiped it at the universal Gacha machine, making the payment while mumbling invocations to the heavens. Fortune was on his side. The first Pokémon he drew was a normal-type Meowth, followed by a fire-type Houndour, and finally, a psychic normal-type Mr. Mime. His ultimate selection proved wise, as he successfully chose a nurturing female, Mr. Mime adept at caring for children. The male Mr. Mime, characterized by a more butler-like demeanor, assists in managing everything. The distinction between male and female Mr. Mime is determined by the orientation of their ear tips. Those pointing upward are male, while those pointing downward are female. Pokémon Mr. Mime. Personality, serious, no change in attributes. Type, psychic normal. Ability, inner focus, cannot be induced into a confused state. Skills assist. Harmony, charm voice, healing wave, inherited. Kyoto. In a heavily guarded conference room, the pinnacle of power in Xia country convened, each possessing a dossier on Huang Xiao. Before them, a large screen displayed a demonstration battle featuring Huang Xiao's 2 Pokémon. Despite their advanced ages, many of whom had witnessed grand spectacles, the clash between Victini and Blastoise surpassed their expectations. Initially, when Huang Xiao first engaged with the authorities, they regarded Pokémon as mere pets with psychic abilities, hardly worth consideration in the face of guns and missiles. However, today, their eyes were opened. You have all reviewed the data department's calculations. Share your insights. The elder at the forefront addressed the others, placing his analysis report aside. Who would have thought that even at this age, one could encounter such a paradigm shift? Indeed, I suspect the research community is in an uproar at this moment. Had I not witnessed these so-called Pokémon firsthand, I would have assumed this Pokémon battle was merely a product of special effects. The pressure on the network department is likely immense. This may represent an opportunity for our nation's rise. Did that young man not claim that our country is the primary partner? Moreover, in a short time, we will ensure our advantage in the realm of Pokémon. I suggest we invite him to Kyoto first, proposed an elder with an air of authority. That is unwise. He has only just established himself in the Magic City, arranged by our people. Hastily summoning him to Kyoto may provoke distaste. Exactly. And Kyoto has always been a critical national stronghold, rife with Western intelligence operatives. The pressure on the network department is already considerable. If we draw the attention of these foreign eyes, international pressure will escalate, and the Bureau of Unforeseen Events will struggle to contain the fallout. The assembled individuals engaged in spirited discussion, yet no consensus emerged. This hesitation is understandable, given the substantial impact Pokémon have brought. And the National Data Department's analysis indicated that Huang Xiao's 2 Pokémon possess the capacity to effortlessly obliterate a major city. This implies that Pokémon may become a focal point in future international confrontations. I recall that within the previously allocated 300 million order, there was indeed a draw of the initial form of that giant turtle from the video, correct? Inquired the elder at the forefront. Yes, according to his account. That is Squirtle. In the Pokémon world, it is one of the original 3 starters, showcasing potential and room for growth, making it worthy of resource investment with guaranteed lower limits. Since we have it, let us designate it as a key training target. In the future, our officials should label any potential Pokémon drawn and prioritize resource allocation accordingly. Additionally, we should establish a special department in the Magic City to handle Pokémon matters, ideally gaining insights from that young man. Old Yuan, you will be responsible for personnel matters. Once the team is selected, take them to the Magic City and ensure they are equipped with Pokémon. Once the relevant departments are established, a thorough investigation into the heroic figures near the Magic City will be conducted, focusing particularly on those facing economic difficulties. Provided their identities and character assessments are satisfactory, the nation will allocate 300,000 for them to draw Pokémon, subsequently incorporating them as reserve personnel for this special department. As for matters circulating online, as long as information does not leak abroad, there is no need for stringent management. Additionally, the Bureau of War and Ignorance will employ holographic technology to create a diversion, encouraging individuals to self-deprecate online, thereby capturing the attention of foreign audiences. For the majority of families in the country, 300,000 is an exceedingly challenging amount to gather. Xiao Su, along with the Internet Information Department, should issue a statement to reassure the public that once Pokémon become widespread, the government will reduce the price of initial Pokémon. Upon hearing the elders' arrangements, the others pondered and nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a relatively favorable resolution. In the Magic City, the online buzz has reached a fever pitch, while Huang Xiao's shop has finally garnered some attention. However, most of the visitors are mere spectators, with not a single order placed. The Pokémon situation has escalated significantly, dominating the top 10 trending searches, as many eagerly await an official announcement. New species, extraordinary abilities, dragons, 300,000 to obtain 1. The impact of this information is undeniably powerful. Teeny. So many people, but none are actual customers. The invisible Victini perched on Huang Xiao's shoulder remarked. Indeed, He regretted allowing that fellow to continue the live stream while he watched. Huang Xiao, unable to sneak a nap, lamented his decision to let Xia Bingbao broadcast the event, as he initially thought Xia Bingbao's influence would be limited. The reality, however, delivered a resounding slap to his face. After the trio departed, he checked his phone only to discover his shop trending. Teeny, teeny, teeny? Is it really okay for the turtle to lie there? It's fine. It's thick-skinned and can play the fool without a care. At that moment, the Blastoise was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, the majority of whom were children. Huang Xiao had not anticipated that within a kilometer of his shop, there existed an elementary school, and these children were pupils of that institution. Teeny, but it has withdrawn into its shell. It's a turtle, it can retreat into its shell, which is quite reasonable. Chapter 11. Grass types are easy to raise? Alright, I choose the leek duck. The pace in Xia country is swift. Within half an hour of the meeting's conclusion, an announcement was released, accompanied by text messages to all mobile users nationwide. Even television news conducted an emergency broadcast. Unfortunately, Huang Xiao had already closed for the day. Despite the shop being shuttered, those eager to procure Pokémon did not lose their enthusiasm. Many had taken to lurking outside, awaiting Huang Xiao's reopening the next day. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Huang Xiao yawned and opened the shop. What on earth? What is happening? He was astonished to see the entrance crowded with people. Had only one night passed? This was utterly absurd. Moreover, are there really that many wealthy individuals in this world? It's important to note that this was 300,000 per draw, not 30,000. Upon seeing the door open, the crowd outside perked up. Boss, you finally opened. Yes, we've been waiting all night. It was exhausting. Boss, I watched the live stream yesterday and heard you could draw dragons. Is that true? What dragon? The little fellow that the beautiful lady drew yesterday was simply adorable, and its final evolution is stunning. Exactly. I heard it was a female Pokémon and online. A strategist has already dubbed it the wife beast. Slurp. Listening to the crowd's animated chatter, Huang Xiao was left utterly perplexed. Were the people in this world truly so whimsical? Had they already deduced that the female Shenandoah was the wife beast? With uncertainty, he inquired. So, you all are here to draw Pokémon? Everyone nodded in unison. Let me state clearly. It's 300,000 per draw, payment up front, no bargaining allowed. You must choose one from 3 options. If none appeal to you, you still must select one. Private transactions are prohibited, and the Pokémon drawn will be registered with your identity information. If the information does not match, your trainer status will be blacklisted, and the Pokémon will be reclaimed. No refunds will be issued. The rules carried a hint of coercion. But since a lottery system was chosen, one must be prepared for the possibility of receiving a lackluster outcome. A guarantee of at least one Pokémon is already quite generous. Those who accept the shop's rules may line up to draw Pokémon. Currently, the shop has only 2 vending machines, one for all attribute Pokémon and another specifically for water-type Pokémon. Please proceed according to your preferences. After stating this, Huang Xiao stepped back to the counter, allowing them to enter. After about 10 people had gone in, it was the turn of a chubby boy wearing a black t-shirt, who approached Huang Xiao and asked, Boss, does the water-type pool contain any Pokémon with dragon attributes? Huang Xiao glanced at him and replied, There are some. But I advise you not to get your hopes up. Water and dragon dual-type Pokémon are exceedingly rare. Both Palkia and Kyogre are not included in that pool. One is a divine beast, and the other is a special paradox Pokémon. Aside from these 2, only 3 remain. The Gyarados, the Seadra, and the Milotic. The Gyarados possesses a base stat total of 505, and if trained well, it can indeed be a formidable combatant. The Seadra and Horsia are purely water-type Pokémon with average combat power, inferior even to a Blastoise, and their evolution requires specific conditions, needing to be equipped with a dragon scale for evolution. As for the Milotic, its appearance resembles a mere fish and does not evoke the majesty of a dragon. Aside from learning Dragon Dance, it is otherwise quite ordinary. Alright, the chubby boy wore a disappointed expression. Is it really necessary to fixate on dragon attributes? Huang Xiao inquired. Boss, you don't understand. This 300,000 is money I painstakingly extracted from my father's secret stash. If I fail to draw a dragon, my father will turn me into a bug. So harsh. Have you sworn an oath? No. This money was awarded to me by my mother for reporting my father's hidden funds, so if I fail to draw a dragon, I'll have no way to appease my father. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiao mused. So this is just a case of a son being put in a difficult position by his father? However, how much secret money could this boy's father possibly have to reward him with 30,000 all at once? Huang Xiao patted his shoulder and said, I suggest you seek the blessings of your ancestors. I can't help you. Good luck, chubby boy. I believe in you. Boss, you really can't help? Not at all. While the 2 chatted, The person at the front of the line had already pulled the first draw of fate. Seeing this, Huang Xiao nudged the chubby boy back to the line. He needed to assess potential formidable trainers. As it turns out, being first in line does not always guarantee divine favor. The first draw yielded a small Alolan Rattata, essentially a black-furred mouse, which, aside from its larger size, bore no significant difference from a regular mouse. This Pokemon is called Rattata. The customer immediately recognized it as quite ordinary. After pondering for a moment, he passed on that option and proceeded to his second draw. The result of the second draw was slightly better, yielding a Pokemon called Oddish. The third draw, however, produced a Galarian Ducklet. Among the three options, only the latter two were worth considering. Oddish has 3 stages of evolution and a decent base stat. Notably, grass types are easy to care for, able to thrive even without energy cubes, basking in sunlight for photosynthesis, living more comfortably than the average wage slave. The Galarian Ducklet, a duck with built-in seasoning, can evolve into a sauce duck with challenging conditions, but it requires no items. Simply landing critical hits 3 times or more during battle offers a chance for evolution. No, my friend, your luck today is truly outrageous. A mouse, a blade of grass, and a duck that comes with its own seasoning. Goodness gracious. With such results, even the seasoned old-timer would have to defer to you as Brother Six. Indeed, you are quite impressive. Before the results are even in, those behind you have begun to boast about their own potential outcomes. Boss, could you offer a piece of advice? Which of these 3 is easier to care for? The individual was uncertain and could only seek assistance from Huang Xiao. The grass type is relatively easy to maintain. Even if you cannot afford its specialized food, simply letting it bask in the sun will suffice. As long as the inquiries do not delve into specifics, Huang Xiao is still willing to provide a few suggestions. Very well, I have made my decision. The individual then chose the scallion duck. Huang Xiao found this choice quite absurd. The person explained, "Boss, I still have a bit of spare change. Next time, I will definitely choose a grass type." "Oh, in that case, dear customer, you must try the exclusive Pokemon food we offer." Huang Xiao's demeanor shifted rapidly as he immediately began promoting the energy cubes. Chapter 12, The Fortunate Chubby One. Under Huang Xiao's vigorous persuasion, the customer who had opted for the scallion duck ultimately made the hard choice to purchase a month's supply of the most basic energy cubes. After receiving the energy cubes and the information card for the scallion duck, the individual left without a backward glance. "Boss, could you please tell me the name of the Pokemon I drew?" The second customer revealed their 3 options. The first was a creature standing on one leg with ruby-red eyes and 2 antennae resembling clock hands atop its head. The second sported duckweed on its head and a yellow beak, while the third was merely a small pig. From left to right, they were Gugu, Lin Yan, and Wanju. Upon seeing the appearance of the starter trio, Huang Xiao cast a thoughtful glance at the customer. The first person to draw the starter trio as potential options must have had good fortune. Even if they did not ultimately choose them, they could still be considered a candidate for a promising trainer. Most importantly, the first 2 options were not lacking either. Gugu in its evolved form, the Night Hawk. Though both possessing normal and flying types, could utilize psychic-type moves, significantly surpassing the potential of other regional birds. Lin Yan, upon evolution, could learn the farmer's 3 punches, boasting a wide skill pool and a solid upper limit. Perhaps influenced by Huang Xiao's earlier comments about the grass type being easy to care for, this second customer made a swift decision and chose Lin Yan. Upon receiving the related information card, they exclaimed, "Wow, a dual water and grass type that can evolve twice. What a steal." This customer seemed easily satisfied. One could only hope they would not regret their choice in the future. After all, that was the illustrious second brother Yendi Wang. Ahaha. Just as Huang Xiao had anticipated, years later, someone would gaze upon the formidable Yendi Wang dominating the National League, and then glance at their own carefree Latte River spirit, regretting their choice profoundly. But that is a tale for another time, so let us set it aside for now. The subsequent customers did not yield any particularly eye-catching Pokemon for Huang Xiao. Most were regional birds or bugs. The only standout was a girl who drew a Kaisi and promptly selected it. Soon, it was the turn of the chubby one with a sense of justice. "Oh, chubby one, weren't you hoping to draw a water-type exclusive capsule? Did you mistakenly queue in the wrong line?" Huang Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "Boss, I tend to heed advice. You mentioned the chances for water types were slim." The chubby one replied with a grin. "Very well, let us see your luck." "Absolutely." The chubby one pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code on the capsule machine, completed the payment swiftly, and initiated his destined first draw. The result of the first draw was quite close to a dragon type, yielding a grass psychic egg. Unfortunately, it was not from the Alola region. Had it been, he would have been satisfied, as the long-necked egg tree from Alola is a grass dragon type. The second draw was impressive, yielding the water-type starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region, the water leap fish. The third result surprised Huang Xiao even more. It was a standard Pokémon for the Wave Guide hero, Riolu. The names of these three were Egg, Water Leap Fish, and Riolu. Choose one, chubby one, Huang Xiao instructed. Boss, do any of these three have a dragon type? The chubby one asked with a mischievous grin. Huang Xiao rolled his eyes and replied, I suggest you pick one quickly, then go home and wash up for bed. In your dreams, anything is possible. Darn it, this hasn't even happened yet. It must be because I didn't burn paper money for my ancestors during Qing Ming. The chubby one muttered under his breath. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiao nearly lost his composure. You, of all people, are lamenting your ancestors' lack of assistance? The last two Pokémon you drew include a starter and the even rarer Riolu. He urged. Chubby one, hurry up and decide before you continue your musings. All right. The chubby one, not overthinking it, made a few selections on the machine and chose the blue Riolu. He then inquired, Boss, what is the price for the best food for this little fellow? For Riolu, the top-tier exclusive energy cubes are priced at 150,000. Enough for 3 days. Only 150,000. Great, then I'll take 3 months' worth. Upon hearing such extravagant words, Huang Xiao sighed. Wow. This chubby one is quite the hidden gem. With utmost sincerity, the chubby one replied, I'm not hiding anything. My surname is Qian, and it's perfectly normal for my family to have some money. Is that a legitimate statement? What does it mean to say your surname is Qian and that your family has money? Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that we live in a civilized society and that no one knew whether Huang Xiao's shop allowed for physical confrontations, those queuing behind the chubby one would have wanted to give him a good thrashing. By the way, boss, since I've placed such a large order, is it all right if I get your WeChat ID? The chubby one asked. Of course, that's no problem. Huang Xiao took out his phone, opened the WeChat QR code, and allowed the chubby one to scan it. After adding each other as friends, he said, Send me your address for the energy cubes, and I'll arrange for them to be delivered to your home with cash on delivery. The chubby one exclaimed in surprise, Wait, boss, for a 4.5 million order. You aren't offering free shipping? Huang Xiao replied bluntly, No free shipping. Do you want to carry it back yourself? Free shipping is impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. What a joke. Huang Xiao only reimburses the cost of the energy cubes. He has no obligation to subsidize shipping from his meager salary. Fine, I can't carry it myself, but I can call someone to drive it over. Boss, you prepare it at the door. I'll go check out the battle arena first, said the chubby one. Huang Xiao did not restrict the use of the battle arena. So many who had drawn Pokémon previously were already familiarizing themselves with their Pokémon's abilities inside. He had merely limited the rules to prohibit directing Pokémon to attack people or engaging in surprise assaults without declaration. That works. Oh, chubby one, since you're going in, could you set up a WeChat group to include me and everyone inside? I can't leave right now. The chubby one readily agreed to Huang Xiao's request. No problem. Those in line noticed this information. Having a group for communication was indeed a beneficial channel for them, especially since Pokémon is a new concept, and even the government has yet to publish comprehensive data on them. Currently, Huang Xiao was the only one with profound knowledge of Pokémon. Boss, could you kindly introduce the names of these 3 Pokémon? At this moment, a melodious female voice came from the direction of the water-type capsule machine. Huang Xiao glanced at the person beside him and said, Please take your time to draw. I'll go have a look. All right. Huang Xiao quickly approached. The one drawing from the water-type capsule machine was a charming beauty in a white dress with long hair cascading down to her waist. The 3 options she drew astonished Huang Xiao, as 2 of them were starters. One was a Water King turtle with a boiled egg head, while the other theoretically possesses a bond evolution, the Froakie. The last was the much-desired, dual water and dragon type, the fish dragon. Boss, what are the names of these 3 adorable creatures? The beauty inquired. From left to right, they are Fish Dragon, Froakie, and Squirtle. Chapter 13, Diancie. What about the Gyarados? A dragon? It has become evident that the people of Huaxiao harbor an intense obsession with dragons. Huang Xiao's introduction to the beautiful lady was audible even at a distance of several meters, with many gathered outside the door. The group demonstrated remarkable camaraderie, leaving behind personal items to reserve their place in line as they approached. Boss, you mentioned dragons just now. Could it be the kind we were speculating about? Someone inquired. Facing the eager stares of the crowd, Huang Xiao could only gesture towards the image of the Gyarados, exclaiming helplessly, This is called Gyarados, a water dragon type. Wow, so this is a Pokémon with dragon attributes? It doesn't look like a dragon at all, someone remarked. It has 2 mouths, and its appearance is rather peculiar and unattractive. Surely, a dragon type must possess great strength, right? Who knows? That turtle, which resembles a braised egg, looks strikingly similar to the one you demonstrated in battle earlier. Another chimed in. Oh, that turtle. So, this turtle should be stronger than whatever this Gyarados is. The discussion continued amongst the group. Miss, feel free to choose one that appeals to you. Do not concern yourself with their opinions, someone gently advised. Thus, under the watchful eyes of many, the lady selected Froakie. Here is the information card for Froakie and its evolution, along with your trainer's qualification certificate. Please keep them safe. Thank you, boss. The lady solemnly accepted the 3 cards and the certificate. Huang Xiao had invested some money to modify the capsule machine, adding this function, which simply reads information before printing it and affixing a seal. However, the final data would still need to be forwarded to the official agency of Xia country for backup to complete the registration, typically done after closing hours with Victini handling the operation. After all, as a Pokemon trainer, one must learn to effectively direct Pokemon in their tasks, right? Although the lady did not select Gyarados, it nonetheless made its way to the trending searches in Xia country, as it was the first image of a dragon-type Pokemon to be revealed, regardless of its undragon-like appearance. The emergence of dragon-type Pokemon reignited the public's desire to purchase. And soon, more individuals queued outside, resulting in long lines at both capsule machines. With an increasing number of individuals acquiring Pokemon, battles ensued, leading Huang Xiao to expand his sales of potions, thus becoming busier. At precisely 5 o'clock in the evening, Huang Xiao firmly locked the shop door, concluding the day's operations. Throughout the day, nearly 200 Pokemon had been sold, and the sales of energy cubes and healing potions were remarkably impressive, exceeding a modest target. This indicated that Huang Xiao had completed the first phase of his task in just a few days since opening his shop. System. He returned to his room on the 2nd floor, reclined on the sofa, and activated the system. A phantasmal screen materialized before him. The system panel was uncomplicated, comprising 4 main sections: tasks, lottery, shop, and backpack. The primary focus was, of course, the task section. Upon opening it, a prominently marked completed greeted his eyes. With a mere thought, he clicked to claim his reward. Let us draw a lottery first, and then check which Pokemon Brother Camel will send my way. Huang Xiao rubbed his hands together as he opened the lottery interface. His numerous Pokemon were so familiar to him that he feared that interacting with them too frequently might overlook the feelings of potential new companions. He was certainly not concerned about Brother Camel sending him another problematic Pokemon. Absolutely not. The lottery mechanism of his system resembled that of the capsule machine, revolving through shadowy images of Pokemon before randomly selecting one. The only distinction was the absence of a 3-choice option. Whatever emerged was what he would receive. As the lottery spun, the moment of destiny arrived. Please, not the 3 useless birds. Just give me something capable of flight. Mutwo, Mew, a shiny Caterpie. Or a shiny Fearow would do. If worse comes to worst, a Stantler would suffice. Huang Xiao's gaze remained fixated on the spinning screen. And as shadows of legendary Pokemon he had no desire for flashed by, he internally screamed for them to pass, dreading the machine would halt abruptly. In a moment, a radiant Pokemon image appeared before him. Indeed, it shines. Diancie. Brother Camel is incredible. Diancie is regarded as the most exquisite Pokemon in existence and is also capable of Mega Evolution. A Master Ball materialized in Huang Xiao's hand. Upon being released, Diancie curiously surveyed its surroundings. Hello, Diancie. My name is Huang Xiao, and I am your trainer. I look forward to working with you. Diancie carefully scrutinized Huang Xiao for a moment before slowly responding. Huang Xiao? A trainer, is it? Very well. I look forward to working with you. Pokemon, Diancie. Personality, serious, no increase, no decrease. Type, Rock Fairy. Ability, Clear Body. Strength, Level 2 Divine. Divine Roll, none. Item, Diancie's Mega Stone. Skills, Diamond Storm, Defend Order, Origin Pulse. Light Screen, Ability Swap, Power Gem, Rock Slide, Rock Polish, Moonblast, Stone Edge, Instant Amnesia, Magic Shine, Gravity, Finger Flick, Misty Explosion. Vicky. At that moment, Victini sensed a similar unfamiliar aura and appeared before Diancie. The 2 mythical Pokemon struck up an immediate rapport, engaging in conversation without the need for Huang Xiao's introduction, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. The Level 2 Divine Diancie, equipped with a Mega Evolution Stone, satisfied Huang Xiao immensely. Most importantly, Diancie could converse, providing him with a companion to share the burdens of work. While Victini's psychic communication was adequate in emergencies, it was best not to rely on it permanently. As the 2 little beings chatted, Huang Xiao took the opportunity to examine the treasures Brother Camel had unlocked for him. He glanced at the system backpack. where he first noticed an assortment of healing potions, berries, and basic evolution stones, such as Firestone, Waterstone, Thunderstone, and the like. Among the more precious items were several advanced Pokeballs and 2 stones. One was an evolution keystone, and the other was a Mega Stone for Blastoise. Finally, there was a red and white ball containing a Pokémon. Huang Xiao picked up the Pokeball and tossed it onto the living room floor. A Pokémon with a deep blue body, a blood-red neck, limbs, and tail interior, adorned with magnificent blood-red wings on its back, and a long tail in the Western Dragon form materialized before him. Dragonite. Long time no see. Huang Xiao greeted it warmly. Grr. Upon seeing its long-lost caretaker, Dragonite leaned in for a nuzzle against Huang Xiao. Pokémon, Dragonite. Personality, impulsive. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Strength, Semi-Divine. Item, Dragonite Megastone. Skills, Roost, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Protect, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance, Hyper Beam, Flamethrower, Body Slam, Draco Meteor. Dragon Dance, Water Gun, Fire Blast, Ultimate Impact. Chapter 14, The New Capsule Machine. Dragonite, let me introduce you to 2 new companions. This is Victini, and this is Diancie. Huang Xiao announced. Grr. Dragonite tilted its head in greeting to the 2 newly arrived Pokemon. Vicky. Hello. Victini and Diancie enthusiastically responded, undeterred by Dragonite's fierce exterior. Thus, the 3 Pokemon engaged in harmonious conversation. Observing this scene, Huang Xiao turned his attention to the second phase of the system's tasks. The second phase was akin to the first, yet the required sales target had escalated to 30 small goals, necessitating the sale of at least 10,000 Pokemon. Upon completing the task of the second circle, the reward bestowed was the unlocking of 2 former Pokemon, followed by a Divine Beast lottery ticket, and the privilege to access the primary secret realm. With the initiation of the new task, Huang Xiao gained access to a Fire-type Gacha machine. The following day, Huang Xiao first positioned the newly unlocked Fire-type Gacha machine beside the Water-type machine, and then proceeded to teach Tianshi the names of all the Pokemon that could be drawn from both the Water and Fire machines. Subsequently, he instructed Victini and Dragonite to maintain order within the battle arena. As for Blastoise, it was relegated to a more menial role, for Huang Xiao feared that the energetic creature might inadvertently drench someone with its hydro pump. This world was not the Pokemon realm. The physical constitution of humans here was generally inferior to that of their counterparts in the Pokemon world, with the majority suffering from suboptimal health. The mere splash from a Squirtle could elicit cries of discomfort from many. As the shop door swung open, Huang Xiao was greeted by a crowd of customers even more numerous than the previous day. At the forefront of the line stood Lin Yan and Yajing. Much to Huang Xiao's surprise, Lin Yan remarked, "Boss Huang, you have your work cut out for you today. Not to worry, I have assistance today. By the way, Miss Lin, Miss Su, what brings you here so early?" Huang Xiao inquired, curious about the 2 women's intentions. The duo was looking to purchase their next Pokemon, but they would have to wait at least 4 more days, making the acquisition of Pokemon food an impossibility. They wouldn't need to worry about that for at least a month. "We're here to find someone to battle," Lin Yan replied. "We intended to come yesterday, but unfortunately, Yajing had a last-minute commitment." "Seeking a battle, is it? Very well, please come in," Huang Xiao said, stepping aside to let them enter. Once they had, he scanned the crowd and waved to several individuals in suits adorned with badges. Inside the shop, Lin Yan and Yajing, who were initially heading straight to the battle arena, were captivated by Tianshi standing beside the Water and Fire Gacha machines. So dazzling, so bright, so adorable. "Is this also Boss Huang's Pokemon?" Lin Yan exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the sparkling Tianshi. "Hello, I am Tianshi." Tianshi waved at the 2 women in greeting. "A Pokemon that can talk." Both women gasped in astonishment. "Is it difficult to speak?" Tianshi asked, looking at them quizzically. "Hi Tianshi. I'm Lin Yan, and this is Yajing. It's a pleasure to meet you." They introduced themselves. "I'm equally pleased to meet you. Are you here to draw Pokemon?" Tianshi inquired. "While we would love to, according to Boss Huang's rules, we must wait a few more days before we can draw," they explained. Outside, the well-dressed individuals were employees from a special department for Pokemon established by the Summer Kingdom. Upon seeing Huang Xiao wave, they marched in an orderly fashion towards the shop entrance, having contacted Huang Xiao the night before. Their ranks included both formal employees and reserves, with the latter having the potential to be promoted to full-time status should they draw high-quality Pokemon. Given that the entire department was new and most members were encountering Pokemon for the first time, the casual patrons, aware of these individuals' backgrounds, dared not voice any objections to the apparent preferential treatment. "Ladies and gentlemen wishing to draw Pokemon, please line up behind them and wait patiently." Those with Pokémon ready to enter the battle arena need not queue. You may enter directly, Huang Xiao announced. Upon hearing this, numerous individuals rushed into the shop, while those still in line displayed fleeting expressions of envy. Every newcomer was invariably astonished by Tianshi. Boss Huang, we meet again. A voice called out as Huang Xiao approached the all-type gacha machine. Oh, it's you. What brings you to the decision of seeking your fortune? Huang Xiao recognized the individual as the one who had delivered his shop license. It's not that I've come to a realization. It's Wang Lao who has given me an opportunity to try my luck with these young folks. By the way, Boss Huang, my name is Li Faidu. You can call me Xiao Li. The polite young man extended his hand. Li Faidu? A fine name. It's a pleasure to meet you. Huang Xiao reciprocated the handshake. Are you all selected by the nation for this? Huang Xiao inquired. Indeed. A directive was issued to establish a special department dedicated to Pokémon. Most of us are reserves. While some formal members will arrive in Modu tomorrow, Li Faidu confirmed. Understood. Please form a group and add me. I can assist with Pokémon training inquiries whenever I have the time. By the way, a new fire-type gacha machine has opened today. Feel free to check it out if you enjoy fire types. Huang Xiao gestured towards the machine emblazoned with a flame symbol next to Tianshi. Is that Pokémon yours too? Li Faidu asked, gazing at Tianshi. Yes, her name is Tianshi, an elite Pokémon of the rock fairy type. Additionally, I have another Pokémon in the battle arena named Dragonite. A dragon flying type. If you're not in a rush to return, could you take a photo for me to share with Wang Lao? Huang Xiao willingly offered to share some information about his Pokémon to reassure the Summer Kingdom personnel. Dragonite. A dragon type? Li Faidu was taken aback. He was not alone in his astonishment. Those who had already entered the battle arena were equally shocked upon seeing Dragonite's majestic form. As anticipated, the appearances of Dragonite and Tianshi surged to the trending topics within 30 minutes. Given your astonishment, perhaps you should draw first. Allowing others to contemplate whether they want to pursue fire types, Huang Xiao suggested. All right, Li Faidu replied, eager to seize the opportunity. He approached the all-type gacha machine, swiped his card, and pulled the lever. Chapter 15. The first semi-divine Pokémon. Li Faidu's first draw could be deemed fortunate or unfortunate. Why? Because he drew a large, red, rotund Magikarp. You should be familiar with its name, so I won't shatter your spirits, Huang Xiao remarked. Noting that drawing a Pokémon with a 63 probability from the water-type machine was no ordinary feat, it's fine. I have 2 more pulls, Li Faidu reassured himself. However, with his next draw, he demonstrated what it truly meant to be a floundering fish. Indeed, he drew yet another Magikarp. Boss Huang, is your machine malfunctioning? Li Faidu timidly inquired. He would not admit to his terrible luck, especially since Huang Xiao had previously told him that he was merely one opportunity away from soaring to greatness. Now that the chance had arrived, how could he have drawn 2 Magikarps in a row? Though he doubted Huang Xiao's words, one must harbor hope, right? His current hope was that Huang Xiao's assertions were indeed true. Let us consider the possibility that it may simply be a matter of fortune. Why not complete your final draw and then wait 7 days to gather 30,000 before drawing again? Huang Xiao genuinely did not wish to mislead him. It was unfortunate to see him draw 2 Magikarps in succession. For his final draw, Li Faidu resigned himself to pulling the lever that would determine his fate. As shadows danced across the machine, his heart raced. With a resounding ding, a blue and white snake appeared on the screen, its head adorned with white fins, a large round silver nose, and striking purple eyes. Wow! Huang Xiao exclaimed in surprise at the image displayed on the screen. Could this young man truly be the chosen one? The first 2 Kinglers were merely a display of flair. It is this mini-dragon that is truly remarkable. Indeed, Li Faidu's final draw revealed a mini-dragon, a quasi-deity larva native to the Kanto region, marking Huang Xiao's second encounter with someone who had drawn a quasi-deity option. Li Faidu's heart was in his throat as he turned to Huang Xiao and inquired, Boss Huang, what is the name of this Pokémon? This one is called Mini-Dragon. You are indeed fortunate. In the parlance of card-drawing games, you have drawn gold, Huang Xiao replied. As an official representative of the Summer Nation, Huang Xiao felt it necessary to offer some guidance, having previously promised to give them an edge over the rest of the world. Mini-Dragon. Could it be? Upon hearing the name associated with dragons, Li Faidu's spirits soared dramatically. Rest assured, it is indeed a dragon type. Its final evolutionary form, Dragonite, is of the dragon-flying type, and in the realm of Pokémon, Dragonite is revered by humanity as a quasi-deity Pokémon. Quasi-deity? Does that imply the existence of divine beings among Pokémon? Li Faidu pressed further. Certainly, there are quite a few, Huang Xiao urged. Hurry and make your choice. Your companions behind you are practically drooling in anticipation. Oh, with such a hint, I shall not make a hasty selection, Li Faidu declared, swiftly obtaining the Pokeball from Mini-Dragon. Pokémon, Mini-Dragon. Personality. Impulsive, neither increases nor decreases. Type, Dragon. Ability, Shed Skin. Moves, Titan, Glare, Dragon Breath, Twister. Having secured the Pokeball, Li Fidu joyfully reached for his phone to share the good news with his former superior, Wang Lao. The subsequent guests, however, were not graced with Li Fidu's fortune, as they primarily drew ordinary Pokémon. Notably, 3 individuals managed to obtain commendable options, yet only one young girl made the correct choice, selecting the Psychic type, Kadabra. The other 2, however, faltered. One selected the Galarian Grass-type starter, Thwackey, but foolishly chose the embarrassment of the Dragon family, Drampa, while the other opted for Atropius, which bore fruit yet failed to recognize its lackluster potential. Both individuals, mistaking the presence of the word dragon as indicative of a quasi-deity, unwittingly rendered themselves the jesters of the situation. Huang Xiao refrained from guiding them, having previously offered advice to Li Fidu out of respect for his public service role, as well as for having painstakingly delivered the store's license to him, fulfilling his promise to the Summer Nation. A single quasi-deity, nurtured with the collective strength of the nation, must not fall behind other countries. Huang Xiao was powerless in that regard. Most crucially, other nations would require at least a year, in his estimation, to attract Pokémon to their lands. Within the battleground, the fervor surrounding Dragonite had waned, as newly minted trainers engaged in rudimentary skirmishes. The 2 protagonists from the inaugural broadcast of rookie trainer battles had naturally become the targets of many challengers. In the first match, Lin Yan's Pandarene faced off against a passerby's Lickitung. Pandarene, use Provocation. Lin Yan commanded. Provocation, it incites the opponent's fury, forcing them to employ only damaging moves for the next several turns, preventing any status enhancement. This was a new skill Pandarene had mastered following a previous battle with Ralts. Lickitung used Rollout. The passerby, evidently unaware of the effects of provocation, sought to bolster Lickitung's defenses instead. Upon receiving the command, Lickitung stood dazed, glaring menacingly at Pandarene. Desiring a victory to redeem herself from the embarrassment of a prior disadvantageous battle, Lin Yan seized the opportunity, issuing a decisive order. Pandarene, now use Push. With a resounding Panda, Pandarene lunged forward, delivering a series of pushes that ultimately incapacitated Lickitung. Yes, Pandarene, we have one. Lin Yan cheered. Why? Why can't my Lickitung use its moves? It was capable just moments ago. The bewildered passerby exclaimed, cradling his Lickitung in confusion. Well, I invoke Provocation. Your Lickitung clearly cannot enhance its status now, but you still try to boost it, so losing is solely your fault. After all, your Pokémon obeys you so well. Indeed, Lickitung had been provoked and could not enhance its status. Upon hearing its trainer's command, it simply stood there, failing to lose its composure and attack Pandarene, which could also be considered a sign of obedience. I see now, the passerby realized. The onlookers silently noted the effectiveness of the move Provocation. Given that they were all novices to Pokémon battles, merely emulating Huang Xiao's earlier performance, they aimed to have their Pokémon enhance their status or apply debuffs to their opponents. Chapter 16, The Dog's Consecutive Defeats. The second match proved more intriguing, with one participant being Su Yajing and the other, a chubby boy named Huang Xiao, who had drawn a Riolu. His name and wealth were indeed intertwined, as both were steeped in riches. Pokémon Riolu. Personality. Impulsive, neither increases nor decreases. Type, Fighting. Ability, Inner Focus. Moves, Quick Attack, Cross Chop, Inherited, Metal Claw, Bulk Up. Riolu, use Quick Attack. Having witnessed Lin Yan's battle, Huang Xiao feared that Su Yajing might employ a similar tactic. Ralts, use Psybeam to trip it. Upon receiving the command, Ralts directed its Psybeam toward Riolu's feet. As Riolu sprinted, it lost its balance under the influence of Ralts' psychic force, resulting in an awkward slide that sent it careening in the wrong direction. What? Huang Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ralts to possess such finesse with its psychic abilities. In truth, Su Yajing had discovered Ralts' capacity to manipulate small objects during a playful session at home, which inspired her to experiment with Pandarene. Ralts, don't give it a moment's respite. Use Charm. Riolu, get up quickly. Taking advantage of Riolu's momentary disorientation, Charm took effect, diminishing Riolu's focus and impairing its offensive capabilities. Damn it, Riolu, create distance and use Bulk Up. Riolu glanced at the less than 3-meter distance separating it from Ralts, conflicted between charging forward and adhering to its trainer's command. After 3 seconds of indecision, it gradually retreated. Ralts, don't let it escape. Cast Hypnosis. From the outset of this battle, Riolu had little chance of victory. Given the overwhelming type advantage, Ralts was highly resistant to fighting-type moves, while its own skills inflicted double damage upon Riolu. Huang Xiao had anticipated the outcome of defeat. for the disparity was indeed considerable. He had gleaned insights about type advantages from watching Summer Biao's live streams. Your dog is quite impressive. Would it be interested in a match against my Pandaru? Lin Yan approached Qian Xiao and inquired. Qian Xiao glanced at his Riolu and replied, a battle is certainly possible. But we need to wait a moment. My Riolu has yet to recover. Not a problem. I can wait. In a corner of the battleground, several men clad in suits, each equipped with a notebook and a small camera, meticulously recorded the events unfolding within the arena. Yajing, with her Pokémon Ralts, a psychic fairy type, is a key subject of observation on the list. She appears very strong. Li Gu, should we extend an invitation to her? One man inquired of Li Faidu. After a moment of contemplation, Li Faidu responded, she is the daughter of the Su Corporation. This matter must be handled by the higher-ups. First, we should secure the footage of the recent battle. Additionally, the second young lady of the Lin family, designated by the esteemed Huang as a secondary observation subject, has also duly recorded the pertinent information. After her second selection of a spirit, she shall await Huang's evaluation, and if it proves favorable, she will report it just as she did with Su Yajing. As for Qian Xiao, I shall extend an invitation to him and ascertain his willingness to join. Upon witnessing that Liolu had sufficiently recuperated, Qian Xiao positioned himself in the battle zone, while Lin Yan, observing this, brought her playful panda into the arena. The onlookers, recognizing the imminent duel, instinctively retreated to the spectator stands. Liolu, we must secure victory in this match, with both combatants being of the fighting type. Qian Xiao harbored no doubt that Lin Yan's playful panda could not possibly triumph over his canine companion. Olu. Leola gazed confidently at the opposing playful panda, exuding assurance. Playful panda, we must not falter. That dog has yet to even graze a larvitar, and you are certainly capable of overwhelming it. Lin Yan encouraged her spirit. 1-1. The playful panda nodded earnestly in agreement. Commence, Liolu. Utilize Metal Claw. Liolu, possessing a significantly swifter speed stat than the playful panda, extended its claws, which glimmered with sharp energy. The playful panda seized the opportunity, executing a throw reminiscent of a wrestling move. With keen eyes, the playful panda retreated gradually, meticulously tracking Liolu's alternating strikes. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, it lunged forward, clasping Liolu's wrist and forcefully throwing it down. After her encounter with Su Yajing, Lin Yan recognized that spirit battles might evolve into a novel form of competition, prompting her to provide special training for the playful panda over the past few days. This specialized training focused on defensive counterattacks, employing action films as a teaching tool, allowing the playful panda to imitate the techniques displayed on screen. Given that the playful panda lacked speed advantages, it was crucial to avoid a passive defense against swifter opponents. Upon witnessing his Liolu being executed with a high-level shoulder throw, Qian Xiao anxiously shouted, Liolu, hold on. Olu. The thrown Liolu, despite its predicament, struggled to rise at the sound of Qian Xiao's voice, showcasing remarkable tenacity. Playful panda, unleash your fury. 1-1. The playful panda approached with fists at the ready. Liolu, employing a cross chop, managed to free itself from the playful panda's grasp. With its arms crossed, Liola blocked the playful panda's punches and, leveraging its grounded feet, forcefully pushed the playful panda away. Playful panda, do not grant it a moment's respite. Use push. The playful panda retreated a few steps before extending its hands to launch an offensive. Just as Liolu regained its footing, it was swiftly overwhelmed and incapacitated. Alas, yet another defeat. Truly, the early bird catches the worm. In truth, Qian Xiao was not overly concerned with the outcome. It was merely the second day since he had acquired Liolu, and without any formal training yet, relying solely on innate ability could only suffice against other novices. Meanwhile, Lin Yan and her companions had obtained their spirits days earlier and were thus seasoned trainers with experience that surpassed his own, leaving him with little cause for dismay. After administering a healing potion to his Liolu, Li Faidu approached. Greetings, I am Li Faidu from the Spirit Management Bureau of Xia Country. You must be Qian Xiao, correct? The Spirit Management Bureau of Xia Country? Does our nation possess such an agency? Qian Xiao inquired, puzzled by Li Faidu's introduction. This department was established yesterday. Your spirit exhibits significant potential, and we wish to extend an invitation for you to join us. Would you be willing? Li Faidu posed the question. However, I have already suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Shouldn't you be inquiring about them? Qian Xiao pointed towards Lin Yan and Su Yajing, who were not far off. They are also our observation subjects, but due to their family's business ties with the state, they are regarded as semi-official personnel. As for your family, the Qian family of Jin Province are mining magnates, and their cooperation with the state is not as closely knit. If I were to accept, Would that imply a formal affiliation with the state, thereby branding my family with a national label? That would be a fair assessment. Very well, I shall accept your offer. Without further contemplation, Qian Xiao acquiesced. In Xia country, the preeminent authority was undoubtedly the state apparatus. Establishing a connection with the nation, as long as it remained lawful, would alleviate most concerns. Chapter 17. The crimson and verdant of another world. As the battleground blazed with fervor, the shop witnessed a surge of excitement. A succession of individuals drew forth and selected spirits of exceptional quality, with the most numerous being the trio of starters. A youth, approximately 11 or 12 years of age and adorned with a red and white cap, gazed at the three choices displayed on the screen, caught in a dilemma. The trio consisted of Charmander, Chimchar, and Pikachu. Boss, is it truly impossible to select all three? I genuinely wish to have all of them. The boy cast a pitiful gaze towards Huang Xiao. I apologize, but our establishment operates under a one-choice policy. If your affection for them is sincere, return in 7 days to draw again. If they are indeed fated to be yours, you will have another chance. Alternatively, once Pokémon become widespread, you can always catch them in the wild. Huang Xiao remained amiable towards the fortunate youth, who bore a striking resemblance to both Qi Yi and Ji Yi. Fine. After much contemplation, the youth declared, I shall choose that little lizard. A commendable choice. Its name is Charmander, one of the fire-type starters, and it evolves 3 times. Huang Xiao remarked. Charmander? The boy's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired, is it a dragon type? Regrettably, it is solely a fire type. Even upon final evolution, it becomes fire-flying. However, if you acquire a special item, it can temporarily evolve into the dragon-type Mega Charizard X. Having selected Charmander, Huang Xiao was eager to observe whether this boy could embody the spirit of Qi Yi in this world, thus revealing the information about Mega Evolution to provide him with a small aspiration. I see. The boy, slightly disheartened, grasped the red and white Pokeball. Huang Xiao presented 3 information cards, instructing, here is its information card. Hold on to it. Your chosen spirit is quite impressive. Please wait a moment while I introduce you to a public official. The boy nodded and pressed the Pokeball, summoning an adorable orange lizard before him. The sight of Charmander ignited excitement among all present in the hall. It bore a resemblance to a dinosaur, its fiery tail evoking an unsettling association with arson. Hey, little buddy, can you show us your spirit's information card? Someone inquired eagerly. View the information card? Certainly. After capturing a photo of the card, the boy generously handed it over. Upon receiving the information card, the recipient, upon seeing the image of Charizard, exclaimed in indignation, What the? Boss, is there a mistake in your spirit's attributes? This one, upon final evolution, is undoubtedly a Western dragon. How can it lack dragon attributes? A Western dragon? I suppose. Hey, brother, let me see too. Hearing his words, a crowd quickly gathered around. While I cannot alter its attributes, it may not possess dragon attributes. Yet it can utilize dragon-type moves. Many spirits can wield skills from other types, so there is no need to fixate solely on dragon attributes. Huang Xiao offered his counsel. Dragon types are indeed formidable, but they falter against ice and fairy types. You might inquire with Dajuo. He could not become the champion in the Kanto region due to the ice-type master, Kina, being his greatest obstacle. Boss Huang, were it not for your establishment in Xia country and your amicable demeanor towards us, I would have thought you were a walking fortune. Dragon symbolizes our heritage in Huaxia, a spiritual emblem of our people. So, I ask, when will you provide us with a dragon-type capsule machine? Even if the cost is a bit steep. We are not picky, we simply desire a dragon. Heaven knows when you lot will hurry up with your draws. Damn it. I still have to serve you for 4 more hours, and outside the road is completely congested. After a morning of hard work, Huang Xiao no longer pretended to be aloof. When it was time to discuss traditional culture, he spoke up. For these fellows were already proclaiming their cultural heritage upon witnessing others draw good cards. As the store manager, how could he continue to act nonchalantly? Hey, Boss Huang, aren't you supposed to close on time? There are still so many customers outside, a tall man from the queue inquired, embodying the spirit of a working individual. Of course. In this day and age, only a fool would willingly work overtime. Do I look like a fool to you? Huang Xiao bantered. You don't appear to be a fool. Rather, you resemble a scheming merchant ruthlessly harvesting profits, was the unvarnished sentiment of most present. Ah, here comes someone. Huang Xiao noticed Li Faidu hurriedly approaching from the battlefield and addressed the crowd. Hey, make way for the gentleman behind you. Let me introduce him. This is Li Faidu, a staff member from the newly established Elf Management Bureau of the Summer Kingdom. You can follow their department for any news regarding elves. Of course, if any of you misuse elves for nefarious purposes, I will reclaim your elves, and they will send you off to engage in some knitting work. In severe cases, You might even find yourselves treated to peanuts. Huang Xiao's words were laced with sincerity. Relevant legal documents had already been disseminated, and tonight, our city's Elf Management Bureau would be live-streaming pertinent information across the internet. The elves you purchase are backed by the state, and every detail is meticulously recorded. The trainer qualification certificate serves as the best proof. If you doubt it, you can visit our department's website to verify the authenticity of your certificates. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fida shared a bit of information with the crowd. Upon hearing his words, those who possessed or were about to acquire elves marveled at the efficiency of the Summer Kingdom. It had only been a few days. Yet legal provisions were already in place. Huang Xiao pointed to a young boy who had chosen a Charmander and said to Li Fida, "This boy has promising potential. He is worth cultivating. You might want to contact his family." "Sure," Li Fida nodded, then turned to the boy and asked, "What is your name, young lad?" "Zhao Qi." The boy articulated clearly. "What? Qi?" Huang Xiao couldn't help but take another look at the boy. Could this truly be the legendary Qi Yi from another world? Qi Yi and Doodoo Bird. Was this a reenactment of the Kanto Championship battle? Where was Qing, LV? Damn it, the shortest reigning champion from history's alternate world. Where is he? In the next moment, Tianshi communicated telepathically with Huang Xiao. "Xiao, there's another boy who also chose a water-type starter. Would you like to take a look?" "What? A water-type starter? Could the alternate world's Qing LV really have appeared?" A flicker of doubt rose within Huang Xiao. He called out to Tianshi, ask him to come over. Before long, a boy with a hairstyle reminiscent of a hedgehog, very much like Qing LV, appeared before Huang Xiao, and the elf he had chosen was indeed reminiscent of Qing LV Squirtle. "Boss, did you call me over for something?" the boy inquired. Before Huang Xiao could respond, Zhao Qi interjected, "Zhou Qinglu, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this name, Huang Xiao felt utterly exasperated. This kid could very well be the alternate world's version of the shortest reigning champion. Zhou Qinglu glanced at Zhao Qi and retorted, "You hot-blooded fool could come, so why couldn't I?" Chapter 18. A familiar battle. The elf chosen by this, Zhou Qinglu, needed no further introduction. Huang Xiao looked towards Li Fida. "No need. The potential of Squirtle is evident." "Boss Huang, your Blastoise is the best example," Li Fida replied. "Mine is merely an exception. Cultivating elves relies on individual effort. It's evident that these two boys share a competitive rapport and are younger than the others, which enhances their potential to surpass the majority. I have a feeling that as long as they do not falter, they could achieve remarkable accomplishments. Nurture them well." Huang Xiao's intuitions were often spot on, and given that these two boys were brimming with various buffs, they truly resembled Qi and Qing LV. Li Fida nodded. "I will strive to ensure they join us. Once they do, resources will be abundantly allocated. I'm open to joining you, but you must answer a few questions. As long as I find your answers satisfactory, I can complete the joining procedures today," Zhou Qinglu stated candidly. Hearing this, Li Fida felt a surge of joy. It appeared to be his lucky day. "Ask away. You are a public department. If I join you, will I receive a formal position? Once you confirm your joining and pass a simple assessment and political review, you will be a full-time member of our department, thus securing a formal position. However, with such a position comes obligations. You must unconditionally comply with organizational arrangements. What is the salary upon joining, and what benefits are included? Is there overtime? How is overtime compensation calculated? Are holidays compensated with time off or direct leave?" Zhou Qinglu unleashed a barrage of questions, probing more meticulously than a university student interviewing for a job. For a moment, Li Fida almost forgot that this boy was merely 11 or 12 years old. After he answered all the questions, Zhou Qinglu wore a smile and nodded in agreement to join the Elf Management Bureau of the Summer Kingdom. "Zhao Qi, would you like to join as well?" Li Fida turned to the onlooking Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi pondered briefly before opting to join the official organization. "Hey, hot-blooded fool. Since our elves are of the same caliber, how about we have a battle?" Zhou Qinglu formally challenged. "Sure." Zhao Qi's eyes ignited with fierce determination. "Oh, these two youngsters are about to battle. This is intriguing," Huang Xiao mused, sensing an enjoyable spectacle ahead. Once Li Fida led the two into the battlefield, Huang Xiao snapped his fingers, and several large screens materialized in the spacious areas of the shop. "Wow, this shop conceals a wealth of high technology. It can even transform." "Boss Huang, are you planning to live-stream their battle?" someone inquired. "Indeed. It's rather dull waiting in line, so why not watch?" In truth, Huang Xiao was eager to see the battle. Before he crossed into the world of elves, he had witnessed the amateur tussles between Qi and Qing LV. Now, these two boys bore a striking resemblance to their counterparts, so their battle promised to be quite entertaining. The two boys wasted no time. The battlefield cleared, and their duel commenced. "Go, Charmander. Use Roar," Zhao Qi commanded. Charmander unleashed a mighty roar, but Squirtle braced itself and charged forward. Squirtle, use tackle, Zhou Qinglu ordered, his tone dripping with disdain. Humph, hot-blooded fool, is that all your elf can muster? As Squirtle lunged at Charmander with all its might, Zhao Qi shouted, Charmander, hold on. And Ilu. Charmander managed to roll back onto its feet, undeterred. Charmander, use scratch, Zhao Qi directed, as his Pokémon lunged forward with its tiny claws bared. In response, Squirtle, relying on instinct, retreated into its shell, cleverly evading the onslaught as it played a game of whack-a-mole with Charmander. The combat scene felt oddly familiar to Huang Xiao as he watched from the shop's hall, sensing he had witnessed this encounter before. My word, this blue-shelled turtle is truly formidable. No wonder it's the same Pokémon owned by Boss Huang. It's like a little cow in a rocket. Absolutely astonishing. The boiled egg turtle is simply formidable from head to toe. Numerous spectators, captivated by the battle livestream, drooled with envy, wishing fervently that they could be the ones to draw the turtle. Ahem, while this Squirtle may appear strong, it is merely an exception. The Charmander is not weak either, but is hindered by type disadvantage. You must all remain calm and make your choices judiciously, Huang Xiao advised the crowd. Boss Huang, we understand your concerns. Rest assured, we will be cautious, they responded. Consequently, the once bustling line at the all-type Gacha machine dwindled significantly, as many patrons shifted to join the queue for the water-type Gacha machine. Witnessing this, Huang Xiao could only shake his head in bemusement, thinking, fine, let it be. The scene returned to the battle. Charmander repeatedly clawed at Squirtle's hard shell, inflicting no damage and exhausting itself instead, ultimately being sent flying a few meters by Squirtle's tail swipe. Squirtle, use bubble, commanded its trainer as Squirtle unleashed a torrent of bubbles towards Charmander. Charmander, use ember. Charmander vigorously swung its tail, producing a larger flame to counter the bubbles. The moment the ember and bubble collided, they neutralized each other. Observing Charmander panting, Zhou Qinglu knew the opportunity had arrived. Hot-headed fool, your Pokémon is out of stamina. This round is mine. Use bubble. Upon hearing this, Squirtle unleashed several bubbles towards Charmander. Dodge it, Charmander, Zhao Qi urged. However, with its energy nearly depleted, Charmander lacked the strength to evade all the incoming damage, and ultimately, one bubble struck it. Excellent. Squirtle, rush in and bite it. Squirtle charged forward, pinning Charmander down and sinking its teeth into the latter's cheek, causing Charmander to struggle in pain. Yet, Squirtle's weight bore down on it, and with its own energy spent, it could only endure the onslaught. All right, this battle ends here. Any further, and it would be excessive, called Li Fidu, stepping forward from the sidelines. In Chapter 19, Su Yajing remarked, it's fine, I'm eating at home. After witnessing the entire contest, Huang Xiao's sole thought was, who would have imagined? Who would have thought this world was so absurd, that figures akin to Qi Yi and Kingolf truly existed? This time, the buffs were genuinely stacked. Names, Pokémon, the relationships between both parties, and the outcomes of their initial battle were all identical. Huang Xiao would never believe they were not alternate versions of Qi Yi and Kingolf. In the audience, Lin Yan gazed at Zhou Qinglu's Squirtle with longing, exclaiming, that turtle is simply too powerful. I wish I could have one. Su Yajing teased, Yin Yan, why not try your luck in a few days? If you managed to pull that turtle, you'd hit the jackpot. Absolutely not. I've seen quite a few people draw, and so far, only one Squirtle has appeared. My luck isn't that great, so I prefer to try for the all-type pool. In truth, Lin Yan hoped to draw the round, plump land shark she had seen previously. Indeed, Boss Huang's shop is heavily reliant on luck. If I had been slightly less fortunate earlier, I might not have drawn a cute Pokémon like Ralts. As she spoke, Su Yajing cradled her Ralts, causing it to giggle joyfully. Hey, Jingjing, doesn't that girl over there look like Shue? Lin Yan pointed towards a girl playing with a blue-skinned frog at one corner of the battlefield. Shue? Let me see. Su Yajing followed Lin Yan's gaze, confirming the figure. She exclaimed, it really is her. Yin Yan, come on, let's go say hi. Before she finished her sentence, Lin Yan had already walked over, watching her friend abandon her. Su Yajing thought that Yin Yan is truly dreadful, not even calling out. You want to be playing with my Ralts again today. Her fleeting expression of grievance quickly vanished as she hurried to follow her friend. The girl they referred to as Shue was Mu Qianxue, a childhood companion who had moved to Kyoto due to her family's business issues. Despite their infrequent meetings, the advent of social media and convenient transportation had allowed their friendship to endure. As Lin Yan approached and recognized the girl's face, she exclaimed, Shue, I can't believe it's really you. Yin Yan, you're here too? I thought you weren't coming. Mu Qianxue's face lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Yan. It's not just me. Jingjing is here as well. Before Lin Yan could finish, Su Yajing dashed over to embrace Mu Qianxue. Xue, it's been ages. Let me see if you've lost weight. Ah, Jingjing, don't be so melodramatic. Mu Qianxue feigned annoyance. Xue, when did you return to the city? Why didn't you let us know? Lin Yan inquired. I arrived on the morning flight yesterday. I watched your first Pokemon battle online and booked a ticket to come back. I had planned to surprise you both. But I stopped by this shop to learn about the abilities of Froakie, Mu Qianxue explained, then asked, by the way, did you just arrive? No. We came early this morning and have already battled a few times, Lin Yan replied. Is your Froakie a water type? She curiously eyed Mu Qianxue's Froakie at her feet. With its water blue skin, large eyes, and bubbles around its neck, it certainly exuded a strong water element buff. Yes, Froakie and its first evolution, Frogadier, are both water types. The second evolution combines water and dark types. According to the staff at the Pokemon Management Bureau, Froakie is one of the water starters and has impressive potential. Mu Qianxue beamed with pride about her choice. Starter Pokemon? What does that mean? Su Yajing asked curiously. Mu Qianxue pondered briefly before replying. I'm not entirely sure what it signifies, but I've heard that starter Pokemon generally possess high minimum potential. With proper training, they can unleash formidable combat strength. For example, the water-type Blastoise owned by the shopkeeper is one of the starter Pokemon. However, Lin Yan was not focused on starters. Her attention was drawn to the evolution stages of the Pokemon. Wait, why do both of your Pokemon have 2 evolution stages, while my Pancham only has 1? Don't worry. Yan, your Pancham is very cute. Mu Qianxue consoled her, and it has dual attributes. Indeed, my Pancham is the cutest. Lin Yan's earlier disappointment was swiftly replaced with confidence. The sudden shift in mood left Pancham bewildered, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Then, as if recalling something amusing, Lin Yan proposed, hey, since both your Pokemon have 2 evolution stages and their types don't conflict, why not have a friendly match? I want to see whether Jingjing's Ralts is stronger or Xue's Froakie. This blatant provocation earned her eye rolls from both girls. But it must be said that Lin Yan's suggestion was indeed excellent. Before Froakie reaches its final form, it holds no type advantage against Ralts, but once they both evolve, Greninja will have a slight edge due to Dark-type resistance against Psychic-type. Jingjing, I'm just a novice at battles. You'll go easy on me, right? Mu Qianxue pleaded with puppy dog eyes directed at Su Yajing. Oh, you make it sound like I'm some expert. I'm just a novice with only 3 battles under my belt. After defeating Qian's Pokemon, Su Yajing had also battled another trainer who had chosen Galarian Meowth. Emerging victorious, of course. Early Psychic and Ghost types are nearly invincible unless they encounter a type disadvantage. 3 battles? What kind of novice is that? I had my first battle. So you better not hold back. Tonight, dinner is on you. I'm going to make you pay for it, humph. Mu Qianxue let out a soft snort, as if losing would truly impoverish Su Yajing. However, Su Yajing was unfazed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as she declared, it's all right, I'll be dining at home tonight. Not out. That simply won't do. I've already reserved our spots. So what if you have? The 2 women exchanged banter, their repartee echoing as they advanced towards the battleground. The fairies trailing behind them wore expressions of exasperation, utterly perplexed by their trainer's debate. Chapter 20. Did this fairy get the wrong color? Fairy, Froakie, personality, careless, increases special attack, decreases special defense, type, water, ability, torrent. When HP is low, the power of water-type moves is increased. Moves, pound, growl, bubble, water gun, soak, inherited. Dampens the surrounding area for 5 turns, weakening fire-type moves. Mu Qianxue's Froakie was indeed of superior quality, possessing at least the prerequisite conditions for activating its bond state. However, its ability was not dream mist, and its inherited skills were somewhat lackluster, given that water-type moves counter fire types. Any trainer with a modicum of understanding of type advantages would refrain from pitting a fire type against it, rendering the soak ability rather redundant. Froakie used Bubble. Mu Qianxue, adhering to the principle of striking first, promptly commanded her Froakie to initiate the assault. Froakie tore off 2 clumps of bubbles from the scarf around its neck and hurled them forward. Ralts dodge. Ralts, with its diminutive legs, executed a somewhat clumsy serpentine maneuver to evade the attack. On the sidelines, the duel between the 2 captivated everyone present, as both women were rare beauties. Moreover, Su Yajing had gained considerable fame, being the victor of the first Pokemon battle and having emerged triumphant in 2 additional matches that day, boasting an undefeated streak reminiscent of a champion. Mu Qianxue, too, possessed a notable reputation. When selecting her Pokemon yesterday, she had the option of choosing a Dragon type or a Squirtle, yet she opted for a Froakie, sparking curiosity about its prowess. Of course, if Huang Xiao were privy to their thoughts, he would surely find amusement for days. By species standards, Froakies' baseline potential was slightly superior to that of both Gyarados and Blastoise. Yet, the most crucial factor remained that Greninja was undeniably stylish, with its potential for bond evolution enhancing its appeal even further. Playful Panda, who do you think will win? Lin Yan whispered to the playful panda she cradled in her arms. Girls are so peculiar. Sometimes, they struggle to twist off a bottle cap, yet at other times, they possess the strength to crack open someone's skull. Thus, she was able to lift a playful panda weighing around 16 pounds with relative ease. Voila. The playful panda suggested that Froakie would likely be soundly defeated should Froakie win. Wouldn't that imply it was superior to even a mere Froakie? Truly impressive work, Yajing. In just a few days, you've trained your Pokémon to this level. However, I shall not be easily vanquished. Froakie, use water gun. Shue, I want to hold back. Yajing countered. Ralts, use double team. Ralts swiftly moved, creating 3 clones in the blink of an eye, resulting in a total of 4 Ralts present on the battlefield. Froakie immediately lost its target. Shue was momentarily unsure of which Ralts to attack. Hesitating, she called out, Froakie, trust your instincts. Upon hearing this, Froakie disregarded everything else and unleashed a jet of water at what it believed to be the real Ralts. The water jet pierced through the clone, indicating a misjudgment on Froakie's part. Ralts used Charm. Despite not holding back, Yajing had no intention of ending the battle prematurely, as her opponent was her close friend. If she were to defeat her in front of an audience, it would be quite embarrassing. Such is the nature of social dynamics. Even in the absence of mishaps, one must retain a semblance of cordiality, for it may enhance the flavor of gossip in the future. Hearing Ralts' call, Froakie felt somewhat disheartened. Covering its head with its hands, Shue furrowed her brow and shouted, Froakie, don't let it defeat you. Aim for its feet and use bubble. Froakie, braving Ralts' charm, tore off 2 clumps of bubbles and launched them. Smack! Ralts evaded one side, but couldn't escape the other. Yajing was taken aback by Froakie's tenacity. Ralts, don't panic. Use hypnosis. Upon receiving the command, Ralts crossed its hands over its chest, channeling psychic energy. And a wave of hypnotic power expanded towards Froakie. 1 second, 2 seconds, zzz. Froakie showcased the youthful talent of falling asleep instantly. Shue, should we continue this contest? A triumphant smile graced Yajing's face. She had genuinely believed she was on the verge of losing, but to her surprise, hypnosis proved potent, causing Froakie to succumb to sleep. Observing her Froakie's serene visage, Shue opted to concede. All right, I admit defeat. Yajing, you truly are formidable. With that, she returned Froakie to its Pokeball. In the shop's main hall, amidst the water and fire-themed capsule machines, Tianchi had become adept at her duties after a morning's work. The primary reason for her efficiency was the fortune of those drawing capsules. They frequently encountered repeated options, thereby alleviating Tianchi's workload. After all, she was still a novice, and not all the Pokémon drawn from these 2 machines were familiar to her, necessitating occasional reference to the Pokédex. Indeed, she held a Pokédex, specially arranged by Huang Xiao, bound to her specific fairy, allowing only her to utilize it. Miss Tianchi, could you assist me in identifying these 3 Pokémon I haven't encountered before? A boy around 15 or 16 exclaimed excitedly. The boy had drawn 3 commendable options. One was the warm pig, previously seen in the all-type capsule machine, yet evidently overlooked by others. Another was a black dog-like creature adorned with bony structures on its back and akin structures around its ankles, while the last resembled a candle-like Pokémon. Tianchi glanced over, then compared the designs in her Pokédex. These 3 are Warm Pig, Drampa, and Litwick. Well, only the first 2 are standard. Litwick is somewhat macabre, considering it derives its flame from siphoning the life force of both humans and Pokémon. Upon hearing the name, the boy hesitated, ultimately fixating on the Warm Pig. Drampa appeared somewhat intimidating in the image, while Litwick seemed rather weak. Once he received the Pokeball and information card, he eagerly released the Warm Pig. He peered down at the Warm Pig and then compared it to the card in his hand. Hey, Miss Tianchi, did this Pokemon's color get mixed up? Indeed, the boy's luck was exceptional. He had obtained a shiny variant, which was supposed to be primarily brown and black, but had transformed into a delightful yellow and light brown, with its nose and the small round ball on its tail taking on a pink hue. Could it be that the same Pokemon possesses alternate color variations? The bystanders waiting to draw capsules found this notion intriguing. While following the crowd is appealing, having the chance to stand out as an exception was equally desirable. Thus, they all yearned to see if they could procure a unique color variant for their own Pokemon. No mix-up here. Your Pokemon is a rare shiny variant. The probability of drawing a shiny Pokémon from the capsule machine is 1 in 10,000, Tianqi clarified. Before her employment, Huang Xiao had instructed her to remember this particular detail, although the odds he provided were merely fabricated, as the actual probability was likely even lower. Chapter 21. Joy? No. It's Xiaoyi. Is that so? Does this mean that my Pokémon is even rarer? The boy's face, once shadowed by uncertainty, now radiated pure delight. With a minuscule 1 in 1,000 chance, he had stumbled upon a gem. In terms of rarity, one could say he eclipsed all those who had come before him. The thought ignited a sense of urgency within him, and he eagerly made his way toward the battle arena with his Pokémon in tow. Meanwhile, those who had drawn nothing were left in a state of bewilderment. Initially, they had hoped to secure a dragon to flaunt, but now a shiny variant had emerged. Should they wish for a dragon or a shiny variant to boast about, or perhaps even a shiny dragon to amplify their prestige? Alas, their aspirations appeared as futile as chasing shadows. Nearby, a water-type trainer had also made an appearance, drawing 3 images of Pokémon that had never before surfaced: Whalemare, Tadbulb, and Corphish. Judging by the options, it was clear he possessed the luck of an ordinary passerby, with all 3 choices presenting a low ceiling of potential. After a brief explanation from Tianqi, this unassuming trainer opted for the larger Whalemare, hoping that his home pool was sufficiently spacious. Should Whalemare evolve into Wylord? Boasting a height of approximately 15 meters and a weight nearing 800 pounds, it would be akin to a demolition crew turning over a house. Yet, one must concede that Whalemare and Wylord possess substantial hit points, making them formidable tanks. If not for their subpar speed stats, Whalemare, when coupled with the water gun move, might even stand a chance against dragons, given that the damage inflicted by water gun scales with their health. On the other side, Huang Xiao was approached by a girl with flowing pink locks. After swiping her card, she hesitated to draw a Pokémon and instead turned to Huang Xiao, inquiring, "Excuse me, do you happen to have any Pokémon proficient in healing?" Noting her hair's resemblance to Nurse Joy's, Huang Xiao responded, "Indeed, we do have Pokémon skilled in healing, but whether you can draw one depends on your luck." When it came to healing Pokémon, one could hardly overlook the iconic Chansey, alongside its evolutions, Happiny and Blissey, with Chansey being the most renowned. Should she acquire a Chansey with the Serene Grace ability, it would be resilient and capable of disrupting opponent strategies. Once the number of trainers increased, Huang Xiao intended to liaise with the system to initiate plans for a Pokémon Center. After all, as a competent trainer, battles were inevitable, and with battles came the potential for injuries. Healing sprays could address superficial wounds, but internal or hidden injuries required professional care to ensure timely recovery. Otherwise, even if he hosted a Pokémon tournament, few would participate, as every trainer invested their resources. Losing a Pokémon in battle could financially strain even the wealthiest of individuals. Which machine offers a higher probability of favorable outcomes? The girl inquired further. Her name was Xiao Yi, a recent veterinary graduate interning at a zoo in the bustling metropolis, with a bit of disposable income. Her inquiry about healing Pokémon stemmed from her belief that Pokémon might offer similar benefits to common pets, and she hoped to draw one capable of treating regular animals. Since you've already swiped your card, this machine indeed has better odds. In the pools of the water and fire-type Gacha machines, the selection of Pokémon capable of healing was rather limited, while the all-type Gacha encompassed all possibilities from the other 2 pools. Thus, Huang Xiao was truthful in his assessment. "All right, I'll draw," Xiao Yi declared as she retrieved a tissue to wipe her hands, a symbolic gesture of cleansing her luck. With the pull of the machine's lever, the screen illuminated with a dazzling array of silhouettes. The eyes of those waiting behind her were glued to the Gacha screen, each silently wishing for her success. For a healer's role was always in high demand, and they too would soon possess Pokémon. None could guarantee their Pokémon's safety from harm. Ding! The shadow froze, revealing the first option, a standard circular silhouette. Recognizing the outline, Huang Xiao immediately recalled a photo of Jigglypuff from a bird's-eye view. To his surprise, it indeed turned out to be Jigglypuff. The image displayed was of Jigglypuff, but the Pokémon she would actually acquire was its pre-evolved form, Igglybuff. The Gacha machine showcased merely one stage of the Pokémon's evolution. What one ultimately received would always be the original first-level form. "Excuse me, what Pokémon is this? It's absolutely adorable." Xiao Yi was nearly enchanted by Jigglypuff's charming appearance, overcome by an impulse to cherish the little creature. This is called Jigglypuff, and upon its final evolution, it can serve as a nurse in hospitals. While Jigglypuff lacked healing moves, with adequate training, it could rival Chansey and Happiny in terms of capabilities. Noticing Xiao Yi's inclination to choose, Huang Xiao reminded her, "You still have 2 options to draw. You may decide after you've completed all your selections." "All right." Xiao Yi paused her hand mid-selection and pulled the lever once more. The second option revealed a Pokémon resembling an egg, adorned with a whip-like appendage atop its head. This is Happiny, a Pokémon commonly associated with Nurse Joy. Renowned for its healing prowess and extensive move pool, it is essentially a quintessential nurse Pokémon, often referred to as the Pokémon Doctor. This Pokémon is called Happiny, and based on its move set, it aligns perfectly with your stated needs. However, I advise you to complete all your draws before making a decision. Understood, Xiao Yi replied, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Regardless of the final outcome, she felt content knowing her goal was within reach and casually activated the Gacha machine for her last draw. The final option revealed a creature with a body adorned in pink and cream hues, eyes of a cerulean shade, and large, wavy ears. This Pokémon was known as Audino, bearing similarities to Happiny. Boss, which of Happiny and Audino is superior? In truth, had she the means, Xiao Yi would have eagerly taken all three Pokémon. Each had its merits. While Happiny evolved into a potent healer beneficial for both humans and Pokémon alike, Audino leaned more toward a supportive role. Huang Xiao added, one notable aspect of Audino is that when paired with specific items, it can temporarily evolve to unlock even more formidable healing abilities. The prospect of having someone willingly take on the role of a healer suggested that establishing a Pokémon Center might be less challenging in the future. After all, starting from scratch required not only training, but also selecting compatible Pokémon. I've made my choice then. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Yi finalized her selection on the Gacha machine. Ultimately, she chose Happiny, a decision that did not surprise Huang Xiao. Given its versatility, Happiny held a higher priority, as its evolution into Blissey could provide healing to both humans and Pokémon. This is a commendable choice. When you're done, scan the code at the entrance to join the group and add me as a friend. I can share some useful resources with you. Huang Xiao felt it essential to guide specific individuals. After all, offering assistance now could facilitate future endeavors. On a less flattering note, one could say he was effectively selecting a tool to aid in establishing his Pokémon League, allowing him to remain in the background, free to relax. Thank you, boss. Xiao Yi expressed her gratitude with a bow, her faith in Huang Xiao's support igniting her ambition to soar to new heights. Little did she know that her choice would ultimately lead her to a life of national service, akin to that of a 00 agent. Come forth, little lucky egg. Upon acquiring the Pokeball, Xiao Yi eagerly released the creature contained within. Pokemon, little lucky egg. Nature, gentle, increases special defense, decreases attack. Type, normal. Ability, serene grace. Moves, pound. Mimic, round, heal bell, inherited. Serene grace? What an exceptionally fortunate little girl, Huang Xiao mused. With a serene grace Chansey, it was likely that any opponent she faced would find their defenses shattered. Chansey's tactical versatility was somewhat grounded, yet those with a touch of ambition could swiftly ascend to new heights. As Xiao Yi departed, the next customer in line turned to Huang Xiao and inquired, Boss, are Pokémon with healing abilities significantly stronger than those that can battle? Strength is not always a given, but their practicality is indeed superior. After all, one should never offend a healer. Illness and injury are universal experiences. Do not dwell too much on this. Should a noteworthy Pokémon emerge, I shall provide some guidance. What I do not mention is left to your own preferences, for all you lot seem to see is the word dragon. Huang Xiao had not paid attention to the other two types of Gacha machines, but just from the all-type machine he was overseeing, nearly 100 individuals had come through, with no fewer than 15 choosing based solely on the allure of dragons. Those fortunate enough to select the likes of the otherworldly Zhao Qi's Charmander had high potential, while the rest were merely subpar options. That makes sense. I too wish to draw a Pokémon with healing capabilities. I wonder if Boss Huang can grant me that wish. The individual pressed on. Huang Xiao shook his head. It all depends on your luck. The machine dispenses randomly. There is no guarantee. He wished for the power to command fate, but alas, the machine did not oblige him, not even granting him the most basic of protective abilities. I understand. It's merely a few essential rituals one must perform when engaging in mystical lotteries, and I've done them all to arrive here. By the way, are you the original player? Not quite. I simply have a bit of disposable income and decided to dabble in some artificial cracked versions. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiao paused and promptly queried, May I ask for your esteemed name? He had a particular fondness for the affluent. The last self-proclaimed wealthy individual he encountered had cost him millions and still left him unsatisfied. My surname is Li, and I am the second in my family. If Boss Huang deems me worthy, you may call me Xiao Shan, Li Shan replied, a hint of flattery in his tone. Huang Xiao gently uttered, Xiao San? Was this fellow perhaps a visitor from the neighboring land of romantic delusions? Li Shan corrected him, No, not San, but Sean, as in shirt. Oh, so it is Sean. Well then, proceed with your draw. All right. Li Shan executed the process with swifter ease than the others, scanning the code, making the payment, and pulling the lever. Ding. In less than a minute, the machine's display froze. The image revealed a Pokémon named Bellossom, a psychic type capable of evolving into a wind chime, which indeed possessed healing abilities, albeit requiring a high level to learn its moves without the aid of TMs or tutors. Chapter 23. Otherworldly Little Kojiro? Boss, why does this Pokémon resemble a large bell? Is it strong? Li Shan inquired. He had seen various peculiar Pokémon online, but this one, with its 4 protruding limbs resembling hands and feet, looked rather adorable, yet oddly vulnerable. It is called Bellossom. Its strength is uncertain, but it is undeniably cute. If you were to carry it alone, you might even find a romantic partner, Huang Xiao replied, not wishing to elaborate further. After all, aside from the initial generations, many later Pokémon were simply a hodgepodge of ideas, lacking originality. However, it must be said that certain Pokémon, disregarding their strength, were indeed visually striking. Upon hearing this, Li Shan felt a twinge of temptation, yet considering he had 2 more choices to draw, he hesitated. I think I'll take a look at other options. With that, he activated the machine once more. The second result was a spherical Pokémon with rolling eyes, a deep purple hue, adorned with a white tattoo symbolizing danger, a design of 2 crossed bones encircled by a ring. What on earth is this? Li Shan wondered, perplexed at the oddity of his 2 draws, first a bell, now a ball. This Pokémon was known as Coughing, aptly named for the toxic gas it contained. Upon witnessing this outcome, Huang Xiao regarded Li Shan with newfound interest. He recalled that among Team Rocket's trio of bumbling fools, Kojiro had once possessed a wind chime. Could it be that this individual was an otherworldly version of Kojiro? Poison gas. Choosing it would be quite perilous. If it were to ignite, it would not merely demolish a house, but obliterate an entire family. Li Shan exclaimed, fearful of the potential catastrophe. Fear not. It is generally not prone to spontaneous explosion. It possesses its own will, Huang Xiao reassured him. Indeed, Coughing was not as prone to detonation as some Pokémon, though inhaling excessive gas could lead to danger. I think I will continue to explore, Li Shan declared, pulling the lever once more. The final option revealed a small, endearing rodent-like creature, reminiscent of a mouse, but with a coat of brown, yellow, and black. The last option was more Pico, an adorable mouse Pokémon. However, should you choose it, I advise you to consider whether your pantry is well stocked. Huang Xiao increasingly felt that this character before him was a parallel to the otherworldly Kojiro, as all 3 Pokémon mirrored those of Kojiro's team. Morpeko was the Pokémon captured by Kojiro in his journey, yet this little fellow had an amusing ability, hangry mode, which simply means it was either eating or on the hunt for food. When hungry, its fur would turn a black and purple hue, while a satisfied belly would restore it to its original brown, yellow, and black appearance. It was an electric dark type with a base stat total exceeding that of Pikachu, boasting a total of 436, with speed and attack being its standout traits, and it was born in its fully evolved form, lacking any pre-evolution. Setting aside all else, with an energy conversion device, this little creature could potentially generate some income, though it might not even sustain itself. Boss Huang, are you implying this little mouse has quite the appetite? Li Shan expressed disbelief. How large can a mouse be? At most, it measures 20 to 30 centimeters. Could it really consume an entire mountain of rice? With this thought, Li Shan disregarded all else and casually operated the machine, securing the Pokeball. Come forth, my little treasure. Pokémon Morpeko. Nature, mischievous, increases attack, decreases special defense. Type, electric dark. Ability, hangry mode. Moves, tail whip, thunder shock, leer, charge. Let us hope you do not come to regret this choice. Young man, you truly underestimate the harsh realities of society. Huang Xiao had provided all the necessary counsel. Yet the choice was ultimately Li Shan's own. Should he find himself impoverished, he need only refrain from seeking a return. Boss, this little one is hardly sizable. No matter how much it eats, it can surely be fed, Li Shan asserted confidently. Indeed, if you have a bit of coin, why not provide it with some energy cubes? As a shrewd merchant, one must master the art of bundling sales to reap the rewards from unsuspecting customers. That sounds reasonable. Let us start with a month's supply. A month's supply? It is time to calculate meticulously. This box costs 50,000. You swipe your card first, and I shall observe the feeding speed of your little sprite. Huang Xiao expertly produced a box of energy cubes, followed by a stopwatch and a calculator. This series of actions not only bewildered Li Shan, but also piqued the curiosity of others in line. 2 minutes later, The box of energy cubes was completely consumed by Morabeek. The feeding rate was 2 minutes per box, which translates to, after a flurry of calculations, Li Shan, with tears in his eyes, once again swiped away 8 million for energy cubes. Of course, this was merely a fraction of the total. As Morabeek was not picky with its food, Huang Xiao suggested purchasing additional snacks to resolve the issue. Chapter 24. No refunds policy. Indeed, it was only a small portion, if one were to calculate based on the 50,000 per box. Consuming nonstop for a month would mean Morabeek could potentially reach 10 small targets. Excluding sleep, it would still amount to 5 small targets, as this little creature's peculiar trait allows it to eat continuously. If deprived of food, its temperament could become ferocious, leading to mischief, the extent of which remains uncertain. At best, it might wreak havoc at home. At worst, it could unleash its electric abilities on others. Before Li Shan departed, Huang Xiao reminded him once more, now, you've seen the information card. Your sprite is of the electric and dark types. When well fed, all is well, but should it go hungry, you might find yourself in a bit of trouble. My advice is to don some insulating gear to avoid being shocked. He was uncertain about the constitution of individuals in this world. If Li Shan happened to be particularly frail, a mere shock could be catastrophic, adversely affecting his business. Boss Huang, after your reminder, can I reconsider my choices? Apologies, but our establishment is a Pokémon pet shop, and all items pertain to Pokémon. We do not offer a refund policy. Li Shan, how absurd. Not only can I not reconsider, but I also never anticipated that this little creature's diet would be so exorbitant, totaling a staggering 8 million, and that's excluding shipping. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, it was closing time. Huang Xiao opened the door leading to the battle arena and subsequently locked the shop's entrance, as well as the door from the shop's hall to the arena, thus concluding a day of business. Regarding the battle arena, he decided against imposing a time limit. It would remain open 24 hours, allowing individuals ample opportunity to familiarize themselves with their sprites. This way, they could avoid seeking unsuitable venues for their Pokémon to unleash their energy or engage in battles, which could lead to public discontent and, with a minor mishap, escalate into major catastrophes. Glancing at the day's revenue, Huang Xiao noted that he had sold over 300 Gashapon toys, and with the income from energy cubes, he conservatively estimated 5 small targets. However, the true financial boon did not stem from the Gashapon sales, but rather from the energy cubes. With each Pokémon costing 300,000, while a single order of energy cubes could yield profits equivalent to several Pokémon. This venture brought in money faster than any robbery could. Regrettably, sales of energy cubes did not count towards the task requirements. However, this did not imply that selling energy cubes lacked rewards. Upon meeting sales targets, one would randomly unlock a skill. These skills were entirely random, and as Huang Xiao had never drawn one himself, he remained oblivious to the potential outcomes. As he contemplated seeking assistance from Victini for a decisive showdown, Huang Xiao noticed a message on WeChat. After glancing at it, he turned to the dining Tianshi and inquired, Tianshi, how many individuals drew promising sprites from the 2 machines you managed today? Xiao, besides the child who drew Squirtle, there are 7 others who obtained commendable sprites. I have compiled their information for your review. Tianshi handed a tablet to Huang Xiao. Oh, a shiny Tepig, intriguing. This individual must be the only one in this world with a shiny Pokémon, right? Huang Xiao expressed his surprise at the rarity of a shiny Pokémon. Even within the Pokémon world, where they were incredibly rare. Well, this one chose a burning bug. That's quite commendable. A fire rabbit, a carbon little servant, a water leap fish, a slowpoke, and a Machamp with the ability to lift. All are exceptional choices. Today's patrons are quite fortunate. After reviewing the data, Huang Xiao tagged the individuals of particular interest and forwarded the list to Li Fidu. Li Fidu had soared to new heights. Aside from the first patron, named Lin Yan, he was the second to draw a demigod option, thus completing a meteoric rise from a mere errand boy to the head of a new department's action team. This indeed validated Huang Xiao's earlier whimsical remarks. Where are Victini, Squirtle, and Dragonite? Are they still engaged in their antics at the battle arena? Once everything was settled, Huang Xiao realized that his other 2 Pokémon seemed to have vanished. Victini nodded. Indeed, they are still enjoying the show. Let them be, Huang Xiao thought. As long as Squirtle did not take Dragonite to watch those movies or lead it astray, he preferred not to intervene excessively. Over-involvement could lead to undue stress. Chapter 25. The Grudge-Holding Victini. In the battle arena, Squirtle was comfortably seated at the referee's stand, relishing the antics of the battling Pokémon below, while Dragonite lounged on a platform in the audience, feigning sleep. The arena was under the watchful eye of a sophisticated intelligent program. capable of expanding or partitioning the space as needed, allowing for versatile terrain alterations. Huang Xiao's trust in both his sprites and the arena's advanced technology enabled him to keep the venue open around the clock. After bestowing a victory buff upon Huang Xiao, Victini escorted Tianshi to the battle arena. In recent days, Huang Xiao's obsession with his computer had left Victini with psychological scars, causing it to avoid lingering in his room for too long, preferring to deliver buffs and then retreat to its cozy abode for rest. Indeed, who could resist the allure of a victory buff? Anyone would become exhilarated, except perhaps for the prankster. The arrival of Victini and Tianshi sparked excitement among those still present in the arena. After all, during the day, Victini often remained invisible. Moreover, Tianshi, with her sparkling appearance reminiscent of a human, added to the air of mystery. Why is everyone staring at us? Tianshi queried, puzzled by the attention. Perhaps it is due to your dazzling appearance. The humans of this world seem to have a keen interest in shiny objects, Victini replied. Victini had gathered much knowledge about this world through television, the internet, and other means, recognizing the value humans placed on diamonds, gems, and similar treasures. Is that so? Tianshi remained confused. But that doesn't warrant such continuous staring, does it? Tianshi, has Boss Huang taken a break? Li Faidu approached. After Huang Xiao announced that the battle arena would remain open, he intended to stay within the venue for some time. Tianshi shook her head. No? He is currently engrossed in a game called League. Upon hearing this, Li Faidu thought, so Huang Xiao was in a rush to close up just to play games? At that moment, his perception of Huang Xiao's grandeur crumbled. Just moments ago, he had seen the key focus individuals Huang Xiao had provided and assumed he was diligently sorting through data, only to discover he was engaged in gaming. Tianshi observed Li Faidu's fluctuating expression and inquired, is something wrong? Is there an issue with that game? And no problem at all. Victini interjected. Why aren't they activating the battle terrain? Using this basic terrain lacks excitement. It gestured toward the mundane match unfolding in the arena. After gesturing for an extended period, Li Faidu remained perplexed by what Victini wished to convey, ultimately casting a pleading glance towards Diancie for assistance. Indeed, although Victini possessed the ability of telepathy, it seldom employed it proactively. Given Li Faidu's limited understanding of Pokémon, how could he possibly grasp its meaning? Victini expressed, why not activate the terrain of the battle arena and also the ability to morph the battlefield into several segments? You needn't stand idly on the sidelines. Diancie translated this message. Li Faidu could only chuckle in exasperation. These functionalities had not been disclosed by Boss Huang. It's all right, just watch me, said Victini, now aware of how to use telepathy. Subsequently, it conjured a small flame and tossed it toward the referee's bench, targeting the startled Blastoise. Came. Who burned my backside? Blastoise yelped, leaping up in surprise, its twin cannons swiveling in tandem with its gaze. The individuals stationed beside and behind the referee's bench were paralyzed with fear, fearing that a careless move might provoke Blastoise into launching an attack. In the stands, Charizard glanced at Blastoise, but upon noticing Diancie and Victini approaching, he closed his eyes again, dismissing the triviality. Victini? Blastoise inquired. It was I who set the fire. What are you going to do about it? Victini remarked, playfully twirling the small flame while casting a sidelong glance at Blastoise. Victini harbored a grudge. Although it had rightfully dealt Blastoise a blow previously, it still felt unsatisfied. Came. You really burned well. Brother, you targeted me perfectly. Blastoise flattered, resembling a sycophantic lackey. Victini. You're perceptive. Quickly summon the arena's layout and zoning settings. Chapter 26, Self-Made Battle Arena? Upon hearing Victini's words, Blastoise scurried over to activate the battle arena's settings. Its flippers deftly navigated the ethereal interface, swiftly dividing the once singular battlefield into 5 distinct areas. Each segment featured a unique battleground, arranged from left to right as follows: classic, water, ice, grass, and rock terrains. Additionally, several virtual screens appeared in the audience, allowing spectators to observe specific battles with the option to enlarge the view. The dramatic overhaul of the arena left everyone astounded. They had not anticipated such intricacies within the battlefield. Most astonishingly, the venue employed advanced spatial folding technology. These are merely the basic settings. Should anyone wish to customize their battlefield, the venue is equipped with AI supervision. Please adhere to the battle regulations or risk being blacklisted from the establishment, Diancie announced to the crowd. After Diancie's proclamation, Li Faidu quietly inquired, can we really design our own arenas? Indeed, Boss Huang has not imposed stringent limitations on the captain's grounds. Custom designs that meet the criteria may be included in the Battle Arena directory, and the first 3 designers to be accepted will receive a mysterious gift. This information about the battlefield functionalities had been intentionally revealed by Huang Xiao. In recent days, the number of individuals possessing Pokémon had surpassed 700, and soon, Huang Xiao would begin preparations for the inaugural small-scale regional competition, with enticing rewards for the event. There was no doubt about attendance, as even modest families could manage to spare some funds for a chance at the Gacha. After all, fortune favors the bold. Those without means would have to wait for future opportunities to venture into the secret realms and test their luck, as the battlefield design involved tactical considerations. Familiarizing individuals in advance was only reasonable. The DIY aspect was merely a nod to the infrastructure fanaticism inherent in the populace of Summer Country. Huang Xiao himself had grown weary of the traditional Pokémon battlefields, craved novelty, and perhaps would discover unexpected joy. Is that so? Then I shall certainly attempt manual DIY. Li Fida declared. Upon hearing Diance's mention of rewards for the top 3 designs, many individuals were stirred and rushed to the control panel where Blastoise was stationed. In an instant, Blastoise found itself crowded out by a throng of eager participants. Victini observed the reward-driven frenzy with a resigned gesture. The battlefield directory had already cataloged all battle information from the Pokémon world, and the venue's AI maintained high standards for custom arenas, making the quest for rewards far from straightforward. Among the crowd, Zhou Qinglu, who had chosen Squirtle, quietly approached Blastoise and asked, "Hey, Blastoise, could you perhaps provide some guidance for my Squirtle?" "Came. Why should I help you?" Blastoise retorted, unwilling to engage in thankless endeavors, shaking its head at Zhou Qinglu. "If you assist me, I can offer you delicious treats or fun activities," Zhou Qinglu tempted. The newcomers to Pokémon training were all novices. But Zhou Qinglu had always been clever. He recognized the strength of Huang Xiao's Blastoise, and if he could receive guidance from such a formidable ally, his Squirtle's abilities would undoubtedly flourish. Yet, Blastoise stubbornly shook its head. Having followed Huang Xiao, it already enjoyed a life of abundance, with top-tier energy cubes readily available. As for entertainment, it could indulge at will, rendering Zhou Qinglu's temptations utterly unappealing. Ugh, this turtle is truly difficult to deal with, Zhou Qinglu thought to himself. Chapter 27, The Misguided Squirtle. With no success through temptation, Zhou Qinglu had no choice but to resort to emotional appeals, hoping to sway Blastoise's heart. If that failed, he would have to navigate the path of discovery on his own. Receiving a subtle nod from his Squirtle, it approached Blastoise, clinging to its leg and pleading, "Squirtle, Squirtle. Big brother, please take me under your wing." Blastoise coldly shook its head. "Came, take you? I might as well go watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles." The mere mention of turtles shifted Squirtle's focus. "Squirtle? Big brother, what are the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?" Came. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are 4 powerful turtles. Trust me, if you can learn even one of their moves, you'll become very strong. Blastoise began to spin an elaborate tale. The naive Squirtle, believing in Blastoise's words, inquired earnestly, "Squirtle? Big brother, where can I see them?" Came. Humans possess a device called a phone. You can watch them there. Upon hearing this, Squirtle nodded enthusiastically and confidently gave Zhou Qinglu a thumbs up, signaling that everything was settled. Zhou Qinglu, observing Squirtle's exuberance, found it hard to believe. Is that it? However, in the next moment, Squirtle tugged him toward the exit, evidently intent on returning home to find that phone to watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Zhou Qinglu felt perplexed. Hadn't they agreed for Blastoise to teach him? What was the meaning of leaving? With a heart full of questions, Zhou Qinglu followed Squirtle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Bingbao, who had previously spent 300,000 on a Litten, was now tearfully lamenting in the live stream about his overly responsible Pokémon, which had kept a distance of over a meter from him all day. The reason, of course, was that it had witnessed him sneeze that morning. "Guys, having a Pokémon that is too responsible is also a burden. I merely sneezed, and now I can't come within a meter of my precious little one. What's worse, I even went to the hospital for a doctor's note confirming I was healthy, and it still doesn't believe me," though he voiced complaints. Xia Bingbao's grin almost split his face. Ugh, listening to old Bao boast about game equipment is less irritating than this. This marks the 7th instance of old Bao boasting about his Pokémon, with the previous 6 instances escalating in duration. And this time I wager 5 packs of dog food that he won't stop until the broadcast concludes. To those brothers in the bustling metropolis, why not sever old Bao's internet connection and let him boast from afar? Within the live stream of Xiaobing Bao, a throng of envious viewers spewed critiques regarding his antics. Observing the barrage of jealousy overflowing from the screen, Xiaobing Bao chuckled. Ah, you are simply envious. Allow me to regale you with more tales of my beloved Pokémon. His choice of the 300,000 was undoubtedly astute. Not only can this Pokémon care for children, but it also possesses extraordinary abilities. In this moment, he felt a sense of vindication. On the first night, he drew this Pokémon. He returned home only to receive a thorough reprimand from his wife, and subsequently faced ridicule online as a fool. Yet now, Huang Xiao's shop had exploded in popularity, and his Pokémon selection had proven to be impeccable. At this moment, he found himself soaring high above the atmosphere. The next instant, a spaceship whizzed through his live stream, accompanied by a message. Old Bao, since your Pokémon is so formidable, how about a battle tomorrow? Grateful for the spaceship gifted by the generous Qian. Xia Bing Bao momentarily set aside the remarks and expressed his gratitude profusely. This declaration of war incited a frenzy among the viewers, urging Xia Bing Bao to accept the challenge. After much contemplation, he dismissed the raucous voices and, with sincerity, replied, "As for the battle, let us refrain. Our Pokémon must care for the children. Perhaps in a few days, I shall draw another one, and then we can engage in battle." While the prospect of the Pokémon battle did stir his interest, thoughts of his beloved child compelled him to suppress that yearning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been cooped up at home these past few days and would have already ventured outdoors to engage in battles and extend his streaming time. Chapter 28, Gathering Intelligence. In the upscale residential area of Xinghua Garden, Lin Yan exclaimed, "Wow, Jing. Did you see that Huang's battle arena offers various terrains to choose from, and you can even DIY? If the venue's AI recognizes it, there are rewards." Yajing, relishing a massage from her Ralts, responded nonchalantly, "What does it matter if there are rewards? We aren't adept at designing maps. This event is merely for show." Although they were all high achievers from Magic City University, their fields of study were predominantly in the humanities, leaving them rather clueless about design. "Well, that may be true, but don't you want to know what those so-called rewards are?" Yajing suggested. "It's unlikely to be a chance to refresh Gacha pulls or a direct reward of Pokémon. It's more probable that they are rewards of food or something else," she speculated. Mu Chinchua pondered. "Do you think there is a possibility it could be items to enhance Pokémon strength?" "Perhaps. By the way, Yan, don't you have Huang's contact information? Why not send a message to probe for details? He might just spill some secrets." Yajing recalled that Lin Yan had mentioned Huang Xiao's WeChat after drawing a mischievous panda on her first night. "I'd rather not reach out. Huang's lips are sealed tighter than a zipper, and his words can be quite cutting. Just the other day, I asked him how to strengthen my mischievous panda, and he simply replied, 'Practice more, you're just inexperienced.'" Without revealing anything further, Lin Yan retorted indignantly. The sting of her defeat against Yajing lingered in her heart. She had yearned to inquire about enhancing her Pokémon's combat power, only to receive such a dismissive response that nearly drove her to fury. "Just inexperienced? Ha! Yan. Who would have thought you'd also find yourself branded as a novice?" Yajing and Mu Qianxue teased mercilessly, reveling in their amusement. "Novice. It's just that my mischievous panda was at a disadvantage due to type weaknesses. It's not because I'm inexperienced," Lin Yan insisted, refusing to admit her shortcomings. "Why not seize the opportunity tomorrow to ask that Pokémon named Diancie?" Mu Qianxue suggested. "Smart thinking, shue, unlike Jing. Humph, how dare you tease me, Yan. You must be itching for a challenge." Yajing playfully pounced on Lin Yan, tickling her mercilessly, leaving her to call for assistance from Mu Qianxue, who quickly joined the fray, overwhelming Lin Yan in their playful skirmish. After a bout of playful antics, the trio gradually settled down. "Yan, the task of befriending Diancie for intelligence gathering falls to you. You must do your utmost to extract information tomorrow. Should you manage to unearth any valuable intel regarding rewards, we will then decide whether to recruit someone to draft the arena's blueprints overnight." Yajing and Mu Qianxue entrusted Lin Yan entirely with the task of intelligence gathering. They were not the only ones eager to extract useful information from Diancie. Many others who learned of the rewards for designing the new battle arena were equally excited. Those with design talents began preparing hastily, while those without, but with financial means, started recruiting relevant designers. As for those lacking funds, they resorted to frantically searching online for blueprints of sports venues and shelters to self-study. The envisioned battle arena needed to balance competitiveness with sufficient strength to withstand the majority of Pokémon skill attacks. Some astute individuals recognized this as an opportunity. Since the government of Xia country had publicly acknowledged and supported Pokémon development, it was only a matter of time before battle arenas were constructed nationwide. If anyone managed to design a map recognized by Huang Xiao's shop, they could find themselves with a government job practically handed to them. Within the battle arena, Various trainers were engaged in battles or testing Pokémon skills, yet their numbers paled in comparison to those occupied with venue design. Victini, this is dull without any battles. I'm heading back to sleep. Without novice trainers to spar with, Victini lost interest in lingering. Cammy, the boss is right. This is boring. I'm leaving. The Blastoise, originally there merely to observe, shared the same sentiment. The two Pokémon departed the battle arena and returned to their respective rooms. Charizard, witnessing their exit, chose to remain. It preferred the expansive battle arena over the room left by Huang Xiao, relishing the freedom to soar at will. Meanwhile, Diancie found itself coaxed by Li Fidu to gather information regarding the rewards for venue design. Chapter 29. The Dragon Emerges? After answering a few simple queries, Li Fidu posed a question related to legendary Pokémon. Diancie, Huang mentioned that your Pokémon possess divine beings. Is that true? Are you referring to legendary Pokémon? They do indeed exist. In our Pokémon world, every region has its own legendary Pokémon, each differing from one another in responsibilities and powers. You must be concerned that these beings might threaten humanity's standing, but there is no need for such worries. Legendary Pokémon are quite benevolent towards humans and take delight in witnessing the harmonious coexistence of humans and Pokémon. As long as humans do not harm Pokémon, the legendary beings are generally amicable, and many willingly become trainers' Pokémon. Diancie's response was laden with significance, prompting Li Fidu to seize the opportunity to inquire further. Can humans capture legendary Pokémon? Indeed. At their core, legendary Pokémon are still a type of Pokémon. Except for those bound by divine responsibilities, some legendary beings can be captured. However, their pride makes them extremely selective towards trainers, and very few humans earn their approval. Building bonds between humans and Pokémon is one of the swiftest ways for us Pokémon to grow stronger, as most legendary beings aspire to attain divine responsibilities. Thus, they too yearn for strength, Diancie elucidated. When will legendary Pokémon descend upon our world? Li Fidu continued to probe. Diancie shook its head. I cannot answer that question. You should ask Xiao yourself. Very well. Li Fidu was acutely aware of his predicament, realizing that he had ventured beyond the scope of Tianqi's explanations. Glancing at the time, Tianqi inquired, do you have any further questions? Oh, by the way, I still wish to ask why Boss Huang advises against fixating on Dragon-type Pokémon. Aren't they considered formidable? Frankly speaking, after drawing a Dratini, Li Fidu envisioned assembling a team composed entirely of Dragon types. Yet, Huang Xiao persistently cautioned him against focusing on Dragon types, leaving him utterly perplexed. There are 18 different elemental types in Pokémon, each possessing its own strengths and weaknesses in relation to one another. While many Dragon-type Pokémon undoubtedly exhibit high potential, their lengthy growth cycles and various evolutionary stages make it challenging to rapidly develop their combat capabilities in the early game. Numerous trainers in the Pokémon world have captured Dragon types, but lack the resources to expedite their growth. Tragically, trainers may perish before their Pokémon reach their final evolution. Dragon types tend to have long lifespans and can be quite resource-intensive, making it exceedingly difficult to nurture them without adequate support. Huang Xiao's Dragonite was a case in point. When he first captured it, it was merely a newly hatched Dratini. To cultivate it, Huang Xiao had to exhaust all his resources, nearly resorting to begging, just to facilitate its evolution into Dragonite. However, comparatively speaking, Huang Xiao was fortunate. Unlike those unfortunate trainers whose Pokémon continue to exist for generations even after their trainers have passed. What? Li Fidu nearly choked on his indignation. When he drew a Dratini, he had been filled with hope for his imminent rise, but Tianqi's remarks swiftly dashed his spirits, leaving him to endure a prolonged period of subservience. The truth is indeed as such. Dragon-type Pokémon naturally possess lengthy life cycles, and their evolution demands a significant accumulation of energy, forcing them to evolve prematurely only squander their potential. Tianqi delivered this final blow, extinguishing any remaining desire Li Fidu had to continue questioning. Seeing that Li Fidu had no further inquiries, Tianqi departed the battlefield and returned to her chamber to rest, unlike Victini and Blastoise, as she had work to attend to the following day. Before long, the information gleaned by Li Fidu from Tianqi made its way to Kyoto. In the same conference room as before, the number of attendees was noticeably reduced. Although this time the intelligence gathered was less abundant than the last, it still held remarkable significance, prompting discussions among the participants. The elder at the helm addressed the others, saying, since legendary Pokémon can be tamed by humans, we might as well wait for their arrival and attempt to engage them. It's feasible, as long as we remain mindful of our approach and maintain a friendly demeanor. Even if we cannot capture them, we can at least forge friendships. The topic of deities was indeed a weighty one. However, the The Pokémon named Tianchi was absolutely correct. Legendary Pokémon are still Pokémon. As such, there must be a way for coexistence. Given that legendary beings are keen to witness humans and Pokémon living harmoniously, why not take proactive steps to bring about such a scenario? The attendees voiced their opinions, realizing that their understanding of Pokémon was limited, especially concerning the rare legendary types. Yet, recalling the city-destroying might displayed by Victini and Blastoise, it was evident that legendary Pokémon would likely possess even greater powers. They could not afford to become a liability to the nation or place their citizens in jeopardy. Since the issuance of the political decree following the last meeting, numerous individuals had set out to capture Pokémon, and there had been no reports of Pokémon causing harm. The current situation suggested a genuine possibility for peaceful coexistence between Pokémon and humans. With this in mind, the drafting of the legislation would require reconsideration. Oldly, please monitor the progress on this front over the next few days, and regarding Magic City, expedite the establishment of the Pokémon Management Bureau. The elder paused before continuing. As for the matter of legendary Pokémon, let's table that for now and discuss the young man named Fido. You have all seen the information regarding the Pokémon he drew. The only one that could be deemed a quasi-legendary Pokémon, but due to its dragon typing, it has a slow growth cycle. In terms of resource allocation, I propose we isolate him and provide support for his development. Additionally, today he has recruited 2 promising young trainers whose potential also appears commendable. We might consider them as temporary substitutes. What do you all think? Since it can be referred to as a quasi-legendary, it must possess unique qualities worthy of focused training. I concur. Those 2 young men singled out by the Poke Mart owner for their merit should also be nurtured accordingly. Then it is settled. Old Xiao, please see if we can allocate a batch of military funds and dispatch some elite personnel from various military districts to Magic City. Chapter 30. The task awaits Brother Camel. The following morning, a bolt of golden lightning struck down from the heavens, landing squarely on the slumbering Huang Xiao. ZZZZZT. What the hell? Did you just shock me? You bastard? Huang Xiao, sporting a wild hairstyle, scanned his surroundings. In the next moment, a radiant figure appeared before him, a luminous alpaca casting a halo. It is I, the being from another realm. Do you have any objections? Huang Xiao was taken aback, realizing that Arceus could project itself into this world. No objections at all. Oh, you magnificent being, your shock invigorates me. I am filled with energy, ready to fulfill the task you have entrusted to me. With that, he began to step away from the room. Come back. He was abruptly called back before he could reach the door. Lord Arceus, do you have further instructions? Huang Xiao inquired, bowing his head. Being from another realm, your recent performance has been commendable. This world has begun to recognize the existence of Pokémon, and I can project myself here thanks to your efforts. Now, I have a more pressing task for you. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiao thoroughly regretted his situation. If Brother Camel could project into this world and unleash abilities, it meant he could no longer slack off. Had he known this would happen, he would have toiled longer as a shepherd. Grumbling aside, he understood he must heed Brother Camel's words. Please, Lord Arceus, instruct me. Arceus conjured a large sack and began. The arrival of Pokémon in this world is imminent. With their arrival, the most pressing issue to address is their food supply. The food produced by humans provides insufficient energy for Pokémon growth and is unsuitable for their development. Therefore, I need you to sow these berry seeds. These seeds, treated by Xerneas, will grow rapidly once planted in the soil and watered. The types of berries and their applications have already been imprinted in your mind before your arrival in this world. Complete the task promptly. With that, Arceus's projection abruptly vanished. As the projection faded, Huang Xiao's previously ingratiating demeanor vanished in an instant. Upon glancing at the alarm clock, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, Brother Camel. Is this your idea of a wake-up service? It's only 7 a.m., and you shock me awake. You truly are heartless." No sooner had he finished speaking than another jolt of electricity coursed through him. Being from another realm, I have witnessed all your actions. Arceus's voice echoed in Huang Xiao's ears. Huang Xiao exhaled a plume of dark smoke in frustration. T&I? Xiao, are you all right? At that moment, Victini and Tianchi rushed over. I'm fine, just a bit of static electricity, nothing serious. Huang Xiao replied, each word releasing a wisp of black smoke. The sensation from Arceus's electric therapy was precisely calibrated. Huang Xiao felt a tingling throughout his body, his exterior slightly singed, yet he suffered no tangible harm. Static electricity? Victini and Diancie could easily discern that Huang Xiao had been injured by an electric-type move. However, they were perplexed as to why he would concoct alternative excuses to deceive them. At that moment, Huang Xiao paid them no heed, for the sound of a task notification resonated from his system. The task at hand was precisely what Arceus had assigned him. But what truly captivated Huang Xiao was the reward upon completion. The entire tree planting mission was divided into 3 phases, the first of which was the simplest, to plant the seeds. The rewards for this initial phase included 1. Unlocking the sale of basic evolution stones, with a revenue split of 20 for Huang Xiao and 80 for Arceus. 2. An opportunity to select 2 Pokémon from the past. And 3. Unlocking a grass-type Gacha machine. The second and third phases were, in essence, parallel. The second phase involved imparting the crafting methods for energy cubes, standard Pokémon food, and poffins, with a requirement that at least 1,000 individuals master each recipe. The rewards for completing this task were 1. A machine for crafting energy cubes and blueprints for other technologies, and 2. 2 opportunities to select Pokémon from the past. The third phase's tasks revolved around the replication of technologies for Pokeballs, healing items, and move tutors, with rewards including 1. 10 Master Balls, and 2. 2 opportunities to select Pokémon from the past. For Huang Xiao, the most coveted rewards were solely the 6 opportunities to select Pokémon from the past. Everything else seemed trivial, particularly the Master Balls, which did not guarantee the capture of legendary Pokémon. However, the sale of basic evolution stones was indeed promising, as his commission would surpass that of selling Gacha items. This thought reminded him that he currently possessed a considerable number of evolution stones. Perhaps he should seize the opportunity to sell them, as they were of no use to him. After a refreshing shower and a change of attire, Huang Xiao descended the stairs, his wild hairstyle resembling an explosion, and headed straight for the battle arena. It remained uncertain whether Arceus was genuinely irate or merely seeking to teach Huang Xiao a lesson. The aftermath of the electric service left his hair as chaotic as ever. Even after soaking it, the disheveled state persisted. Despite his attempts to tame it for over half an hour, he ultimately resigned himself to the outrageous style. Wow, Boss Huang, where did you get that hairstyle? It looks like an explosion with a glow effect. Upon entering the battle arena, Huang Xiao became the center of attention. The flamboyant style of his hair bore a striking resemblance to that of the third-generation female protagonist, Mei, renowned for her luminous hairstyle in the Pokémon world. Huang Xiao silently noted this embarrassment, vowing to exact vengeance upon any future opportunity to confront an alpaca. With nothing better to do, he playfully touched an electric wire, leading to his current hairstyle. "Isn't it cool?" he said, running his hand through his hair with an exaggerated flourish. The onlookers, initially suppressing their laughter, could no longer contain themselves upon witnessing Huang Xiao's sparkling hairstyle. "Ahem, sorry, Boss Huang, we generally refrain from laughing," Li Fidu explained. His lips pressed tightly to suppress the grin that threatened to break free. "Go ahead, laugh. My hairstyle is one of a kind. You're simply envious." Huang Xiao, unfazed by their amusement, welcomed their laughter, knowing it wouldn't cost him anything. He could always take revenge on them later, given his current monopolistic business status. "By the way, Li Fidu, you've arrived just in time. This is for you." Huang Xiao placed the fruit seeds given to him by Arceus in front of Li Fidu. "What is this, Boss Huang?" Li Fidu inquired, puzzled. Chapter 31, Points Exchange in the Battle Arena. These are fruit seeds. Fruits are a specialty of the Pokémon world, with a myriad of varieties and numerous applications. Generally, fruits serve as raw materials for crafting Pokeballs, energy cubes, Pokémon food, healing items, and more. I need you to find someone to plant these. Huang Xiao paused before addressing the others. Starting today, the battle arena will implement a points exchange system. Points can be earned through battles, with winners receiving 1 point, while losing streaks exceeding 3 matches will result in a point deduction. Currently, points can be exchanged for fruit seeds, and in the future, we will gradually introduce other special items. The so-called points exchange was merely Huang Xiao's strategy to stimulate the participants' desire to battle. As for the fruit seeds available for exchange, they were ordinary varieties that had not undergone Xernea's modifications. While they would not mature quickly in large quantities, they could still provide a lucrative avenue for wealth. The accelerated maturation seeds were limited to the first 3 rounds. From the 4th round onward, the fruit yield cycle would revert to normal. Boss Huang, you have quite a lot of information to digest. We haven't even processed the rewards from last night's terrain crafting in the battle arena, and now you're bringing up fruits, Li Fidu remarked, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. After he relayed the intelligence he had gathered, his superior had subtly informed him that the higher-ups had convened an urgent meeting, with the primary beneficiaries being himself, Zhao Qi, and Zhou Qinglu. The terrain crafting for the battle arena was quite challenging, as you have all observed. There are now thousands of terrain options available for selection. The likelihood of you designing a terrain that receives system approval is quite low. However, if any of you succeed, The rewards will not disappoint. The first prize is a Pokémon egg, the second prize is an evolution stone, and the third prize is a move tutor. Huang Xiao candidly divulged the rewards for terrain crafting. All three rewards appeared quite appealing, but the first two were largely dependent on luck. The Pokémon egg would be drawn randomly, excluding legendary, mythical, and ultra beasts, if fortune smiled upon the participant. They could obtain a desirable starter Pokémon or some other high-tier rare Pokémon. The evolution stone would also be randomly selected from the assortment. And while one might be fortunate enough to receive a useful one, they could equally end up with one that could only be sold. The move tutor would offer general moves, such as protect, sleep, and others with wide applicability. Alright, I've said all I needed to. The rest is up to you to explore. If anyone struggles with the arena's functions, simply summon Blastoise. He enjoys working. Before departing, Huang Xiao made sure to extract some additional effort from his turtle companion. Blastoise, upon hearing Huang Xiao's words, was left speechless. Its cannon barrel inadvertently aimed at Huang Xiao's retreating figure. Those standing beside Blastoise assumed that it was poised to enact a dramatic scene of rebellion against its master. While Victini captured the moment with a camera, after documenting the evidence, Victini presented the photograph to Huang Xiao. Upon seeing the image, Huang Xiao turned and shot Blastoise a glare, exclaiming, "You rascal, are you plotting against me? You'll know what it means to be formidable once today's business concludes." "Kamakami, I'm innocent. It's not my fault. The cannon is old and malfunctioning. It moved on its own." Blastoise immediately began to explain. Unfortunately for it, Huang Xiao was not inclined to believe any of its excuses. "Serves you right," Victini remarked with a gleeful expression. Before long, the rewards for terrain design in the battle arena that Huang Xiao had revealed began trending on social media in Xiao country. Discussions surrounding fruit-related topics also surged. But the highest interest still centered on the Pokémon egg reward for first place. At this moment, it was not just the wealthy who were paying attention. Rather, the entire nation of Xiao, comprising individuals acquainted with Pokémon, became engrossed in this matter, leading even the indifferent to begin exploring how to design a qualified battle arena terrain. Chapter 32, Item Trading. In the audience section of the battle arena, Qian took out his phone and casually made a call. "Hello, Lao Deng. Quickly release some gold coins. I need to enlist a few top-tier stadium designers to whip something up. Enough of your nonsense. Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. Let me make it clear. I have already hired someone. If you desire money, seek it from your mother. As for that so-called elfin egg, don't even entertain the thought." The voice on the other end of the line was laced with irritation. "Come on, old Deng, have you forgotten your age? What on earth do you need so many Pokémon for? I am still young. You ought to at least leave such opportunities for me." Qian's displeasure was palpable. "Hey, you little rascal, how dare you say that? If you truly wanted a Pokémon, why not speak up? If you had just asked, do you think I would deny you the funds?" The elder's frustration was evident. "You ungrateful brat. All my meager savings have been squandered because of you, and now I have to dismantle my newly fitted gold teeth. Do you really expect me to shower you with coins? You haven't even treated me to a meal of braised pork, and that is already considered good fortune for you. Well, I can't help it. My mother has caught wind of your secret stash of money. If I don't say anything, she'll come after me. We must protect one of us, right? I'm still young with plenty of time ahead of me. From a long-term perspective, I must safeguard my own interests first. Get lost, you little brat. In 30 minutes, I'll bring your sister to the entrance of that Pokémon shop. You better be quick to greet us, or I'll make sure to peel a layer of skin off you." Hearing his father's blatant preference for his sister over him, Qian's irritation intensified. "What do you mean by that, old Deng? Are you implying that I am not your biological son? Didn't your mother tell you that you were found in the trash bin at our doorstep?" "Of course not. My mother merely said I was born after she got close with the neighbor, old Wang. Do you believe that, old Deng? Quit your nonsense. Back in the day, I personally held you, that little rascal, and took you to the hospital for a DNA test. If that nurse hadn't been so shaky, you would have been out of luck. Let me be clear, if I don't find you waiting at the door shortly, I will cut off your financial support and ruin your chances of acquiring coins." Qian attempted to respond, but the line was abruptly cut off, leaving him no choice but to accept his fate and step outside, making his way to the Pokémon pet shop. Thanks to the official endorsement from the Summer Kingdom, Huang Xiao's shop was thriving, and even before opening, there were already hundreds queuing outside, mostly from middle-class families, but also including those ordinary folks hoping to change their fortunes. Standing amidst the lengthy line, Qian could only gaze into the street, anxiously awaiting the arrival of his father and that little ancestor of his. Meanwhile, after handling the berry seed matter, Huang Xiao returned to the shop's main hall. He did not rush to open the store, as it was not yet time. Observing the interior, he chose a prominent spot to set up a shelf, displaying the items from his small warehouse and marking them with prices. Once everything was in order, the appointed opening hour arrived. As the shop's doors swung open, the crowd outside surged forward with excitement. "Hey boss, are there any Pokémon in those Pokeballs on the shelf? What are those differently colored stones? And what are those iron items? Are they powerful tools?" Soon, customers began to notice the newly arranged shelf. The prospect of acquiring Pokémon had them brimming with anticipation as they turned their attention to Huang Xiao. While the Pokeballs contained no Pokémon, they could be used in the future when the Pokémon Secret Realm opened, allowing customers to capture Pokémon. The differently colored balls could also be exchanged for the red and white Pokeballs provided by Pokémon. Each ball had its own name. The blue, white, and red ones were called Ultra Balls, while the gray, white, and yellow ones were referred to as Great Balls. As for the differently colored stones, some were evolution items, capable of prompting certain special Pokémon to evolve directly, while others could provide energy to Pokémon of the same type. Some stones were items that enhanced the power of specific attribute moves. The iron items were known as force training devices, which, when equipped to a Pokémon, would reduce its speed but significantly promote its growth, Huang Xiao explained. Exchangeable balls, evolution items, accelerated growth. The implications of these three categories left the customers momentarily dumbfounded. "Boss, please sell me one of each," one customer shouted eagerly. Soon after, another chimed in, "Huang, I'll take them all." This declaration incited discontent among others. "Get lost. If you take them all, what are we supposed to buy?" "Exactly. If you take everything, what will we even look at?" They rebuked him, expressing their dissatisfaction with the audacity of the one who claimed to take it all. "Wait, these items are indeed for sale, but they cannot be purchased directly. You must meet specific conditions to qualify for a purchase. The empty Pokeballs and force training devices require 50 battlefield points to acquire one, priced at the listed value on the battlefield point shelf. As for the basic evolution stones and those items, an additional condition applies. The selected stones must be compatible with your own Pokémon." Without implementing some restrictions, Huang Xiao was certain that within 10 minutes, all items would be gone. This would be unfair to those who had already captured Pokémon, as they were either at the adjacent battlefield or not nearby the shop. If they arrived only to find everything sold out, it would be a frustrating experience. Establishing purchase conditions also served to deter any opportunists. Upon hearing these stipulations, the customer's attention returned to the gacha machine. After all, 50 points was not something everyone could quickly accumulate, and they seized the moment to draw Pokémon, hoping to gain points. Moreover, as long as they could draw Pokémon today, it meant they all started from the same line, easing their anxiety. Recognizing that the customer's focus had shifted back to the gacha machine, Huang Xiao understood that the day's work was about to commence. Within a minute, someone reached the exhilarating moment of decision. Huang Xiao glanced at the screen and remarked, "Of your 3 options, 2 have been drawn before, and you should have some recollection of their names. The one that has never appeared is called Vine Monster." After sending away 2 or 3 dozen customers, Huang Xiao witnessed several rare Pokémon being drawn, yet none were selected correctly. Chapter 33. Qian's family position. Before long, Huang Xiao spotted a chubby boy who had drawn a Riolu. Qian approached Huang Xiao with a smile, greeting him. "Boss, I'm back. Why aren't you taking your dog to the battlefield next door? Why are you here?" Huang Xiao recalled that this chubby boy still had to wait 5 more days to draw from the gacha again. Qian's face soured as he replied, "I didn't want to come, but my dad insisted I accompany him and my little ancestor to queue, since it's almost their turn. I thought I'd come early to see if I could catch some luck." "Ah, so you're the designated helper? Is your family always this entertaining?" Huang Xiao began to understand why this chubby boy once reported his father for hiding money. It seemed he was indeed the lowest tier in his family's hierarchy. "Bah, entertaining my foot. To be honest, I'm genuinely at the bottom of the family ladder, even lower than the dog." At the mention of this, Qian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He recalled how, just yesterday, upon entering his home, his sister had whisked the dog away to play with it. More astonishingly, within half an hour, the dog had taken its place atop his head. There was no remedy. Liolu was exceptionally astute, knowing precisely whom to curry favor with. Of course, this was only the case within the confines of his home. Outside, Liolu still maintained a semblance of respect for his owner. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiao revealed a smile, patting his shoulder as he remarked, "No worries, take it easy, at least you still have your place at home. When the day comes that you truly must vie with the dog for scraps, you can wander the world freely." Qiao soon realized that seeking a chat with Huang Xiao had been a misstep. What did it mean to compete with a dog for leftovers? His pet was already dining at the table. Before long, a middle-aged man, who bore a striking resemblance to Qian Xiao, arrived at the gumball machine, cradling a delicately carved little girl. "Hello, Boss Huang. I am Qian Liang, and this is my daughter, Qian Lanlan." The middle-aged man introduced himself. "Lanlan, greet the uncle." He prompted. "Hello, uncle." The little girl chirped sweetly. "Greetings," Huang Xiao replied indifferently. Noticing that his elder was elevating Huang Xiao's status, Qian Xiao expressed his displeasure, saying, "Old dang, should you draw first or let the little ancestor go ahead? Obviously, our daughter goes first. You little rascal, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and help her swipe the card." Qian Liang retorted coldly at Qian Xiao. Qian Xiao extended his hand toward Qian Liang, rubbing it together, indicating that Qian Liang should use his own money for the task. Qian Liang shot Qian Xiao a glare and said, "You little rascal. Do you think you can use my card? Do you believe I won't fetch a few rattan sticks to take home?" "Daddy, what are rattan sticks for?" Qian Lanlan inquired curiously. Qian Liang squinted at Qian Xiao and explained, "Lanlan, rattan sticks are used for stewing meat. The more rattan sticks, the more fragrant the stew." Reluctantly, Qian Xiao extracted his bank card and swiped it on the machine, muttering under his breath, "Penny pincher." Huang Xiao observed the father-son duo. Understanding what it meant for a dragon to give birth to a dragon and a phoenix to give birth to a phoenix, evidently, they were all living treasures, engaging in playful banter with one another. "All right, Lanlan, reach out and pull that lever," Qian Xiao gently instructed. Oh, as Qian Lanlan pulled the lever for the first time, the gumball machine screen began to spin. Before long, a Pokémon appeared on the screen, resembling a fox with rabbit-like ears, its fur predominantly brown, with creamy fluff around its neck and tail, looking exceedingly adorable. "Wow, what a cute little bunny," Qian Lanlan exclaimed with longing eyes. "This Pokémon is not a rabbit. Its name is Eevee," Huang Xiao clarified. "Daddy, I want it." Qian Lanlan gazed up at her father. "Lanlan, don't rush. What if something even cuter comes out?" Qian Liang was not in a hurry to let Qian Lanlan make a choice. "All right." Qian Lanlan, clearly enchanted by Eevee, seemed distracted when pulling the lever for the second time. The outcome was also another cutie, a light green body with a large green leaf atop its head, adorned with a necklace-like collar of small green dots, its eyes possessing red pupils. Huang Xiao glanced at it and remarked coolly, "This one is called Chikorita, and you have one more chance to draw." Chikorita was one of the second-generation starters, yet it belonged to the category of starters that lacked potency, with its evolved forms completely losing the cuteness of Chikorita. Qian Lanlan hesitated, casting a glance at the image of Chikorita on the screen, evidently in a quandary. Before coming, Qian Liang had informed her that this Pokémon could only be chosen from 3 options. However, she found herself fond of both Eevee and Chikorita. "Don't worry. When you can catch Pokémon in the wild later, your brother can retrieve the ones you didn't pick to keep you company. After all, he is just idling about." Qian Liang shamelessly shifted the burden onto his son. "Hey, old dang, that's a bit much." Qian Xiao had not expected his father's standards to be so low. "What is too much? As the elder brother, shouldn't you take good care of your sister?" Qian Liang asserted with righteous indignation. Meanwhile, Qian Lanlan looked at Qian Xiao with pleading eyes. Faced with this, Qian Xiao could only nod helplessly. As the third lever was pulled, the final option was revealed, and Qian Lanlan's luck mirrored that of Qian Xiao's, as the last Pokémon was also a dog. But it was the standard card of Miss Junsha's world, a Herdier. This Pokémon was called Herdier. Gazing at the 3 Pokémon images on the gumball machine screen, Qian Lanlan found herself genuinely troubled, as she coveted them all. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose Eevee, the one that had captured her heart at first sight. Upon obtaining Eevee's Pokeball, Qian Lanlan eagerly released it. Eevee lifted its head, surveying its surroundings, then leaped into Qian Lanlan's embrace. Pokémon Eevee. Personality, shy, unchanged. Gender, female. Type, normal. Ability, adaptability. Skills, tackle, growl, sand attack, quick attack, inherited. Huang Xiao handed Qian Liang 9 information cards related to Eevee, stating, "This is Eevee's information card. Keep it safe." "So many?" Qian Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Eevee, unlike other Pokémon, was an evolutionary Pokémon with inherently unstable genes, leading to numerous possible evolutions. The 9 cards included not only Eevee's own information, but also that of its 8 evolutionary branches. As for how to evolve Eevee, that would be revealed later. Eevee, as a species, was among the elite tier of Pokémon, though this did not refer to Eevee's combat prowess, but rather the broad range of cultivation directions available. Chapter 34, Daughter's Slave, Qian Liang. If that is the case, isn't this Pokémon named Eevee rather weak? With 8 evolution branches, if one were to draw a few more, they could form a full battle team, right? Someone remarked. Whether EV is strong or not depends on the trainer's nurturing. Every Pokemon possesses its unique qualities. What I can tell you is, do not underestimate any type of Pokemon. And do not think you can just catch a single type and expect to succeed. Otherwise, if you encounter a type disadvantage, you'll be left crying. And no one will care. Huang Xiao once again subtly warned them not to focus solely on Dragon-type Pokemon. After all, there are many counters to Dragon types, including simple ones like Dragapult and Machamp. Being defeated by Fairy types would be truly embarrassing. Boss, can this Pokemon named Eevee evolve into a Dragon-type form? Huang Xiao found himself at a loss for words. These individuals truly could not stray from the topic of Dragon-type Pokemon. He responded somewhat dismissively, that is currently uncertain. However, dear customer, you may try to see if you can evolve Eevee into a form not listed on these cards after you draw it. If you manage to evolve Eevee into a form not represented on the cards, you will have the right to name that form. Qian Xiao looked at Huang Xiao with confusion and asked, but, boss, you provide us with these information cards without explaining how to evolve. Isn't that pretty useless? What if we accidentally evolve into the wrong form? Can we revert and choose again? Some forms require corresponding evolution items, while others do not, but there are conditions involved. Evolution is an irreversible leap in life. There is no concept of de-evolution. If you fail to evolve into a desired form, it is advisable to draw another one. As Huang Xiao finished speaking, Qian Lanlan raised her head and asked, then, Uncle, can you make it so that Boo Boo doesn't evolve? It's not impossible for it to remain unevolved. Over there, on that shelf, there's an item called a Everstone. If worn, even when the Pokemon reaches the required level and accumulates enough energy, it will not evolve. Of course, while a non-evolving Pokemon can still level up, some skills will be inaccessible and cannot be learned. Ordinarily, evolution represents the aspiration of every Pokemon capable of such transformation, serving as a typical avenue for enhancing one's strength. Yet, in the case of Pokemon belonging to trainers, they may resist evolution due to their trainer's influence. For instance, in the original narrative, the foolish characters Gulpin and Turtwig exemplify this resistance, fearing that evolving into a Charizard would render them unruly and troublesome for their trainer. Nevertheless, these two Pokemon, even in their unevolved states, possess strength that surpasses that of many others who have reached their final evolutionary forms. As for Eevee, without the bond that facilitates its evolution, it can exhibit remarkable combat prowess while remaining quite leisurely, serving primarily as a mascot. The bonded Eevee, however, is unable to evolve but wields a unique bond move that amplifies its combat capabilities. No worries, Boo Boo is a good child and won't engage in battles. Qian Lanlan, being merely a little girl, is understandably disinterested in fighting, a sentiment that Huang Xiao can comprehend. Meanwhile, Qian has sensed an impending predicament and quietly approaches the battlefield. Before he can reach the entrance, Qian Liang calls out loudly, "You little rascal, did you hear what your sister said? You have half a month to acquire that Everstone. Otherwise, your pocket money for this year will be gone." Upon hearing this, Qian's expression swiftly transitions from anger to resignation, and finally to flattery in less than 3 seconds. With tears in his eyes, he approaches and pleads, "Old dang, don't you think that's excessive? Half a month? You would let my sister wait that long?" Qian Liang pats his shoulder and replies, "Hey, you're right. I'll give you 7 days instead." "All right, old dang. I shall fight valiantly," Qian declares as he turns to make his escape. However, before he can exit the third step, Qian Liang coldly commands, "Come back. Old dang. Do you have further instructions?" He asks, "Swipe your card. Don't waste others' time. Taking up public resources is a disgraceful act. Move quickly." Faced with Qian Liang's glare, Qian can only obediently pull out his card to pay for the gacha machine's costs. "Can I leave now?" he inquires, to which Qian Liang responds nonchalantly, "What's the rush? If you go now, you'll just be waiting in line, and you'll still have to pay for the Pokemon food. But old dang, that's my last bit of savings. Are you trying to take my life?" Qian is all too familiar with his elder's character. He is certain that if he lingers until the end, all his money will be spent at Huang Xiao's store. "If you just sit around waiting to settle the bill, I will cut off all your funds. If you report me, that would be poetic justice, understand?" Huang Xiao listens to their exchange, realizing that the plump boy had previously divulged his father's secret stash, and now he is facing retribution. Although others are oblivious to the specifics, they are entertained and do not urge Qian Liang to proceed with the gacha. After a thorough scolding, Qian decides against fleeing, plopping down beside Huang Xiao's designated gacha machine. Observing this, Qian Liang refrains from further comment, instead bowing his hands together in prayer before the gacha machine, murmuring a few words for divine protection. Huang Xiao, puzzled, glances at Qian Qianqian. Is your family so superstitious? Boss, this isn't superstition. We are Chinese. And we must respect science. Old Deng here merely believes in metaphysics. So, the pinnacle of science is metaphysics, is it? Huang Xiao retorts. Indeed. There must be a reason our ancestors passed it down, although they likely wouldn't bless old Deng. Considering he has burned less paper money this year than I did last. Qian Qianqian asserts confidently. Huang Xiao is left bewildered by the wealthy's peculiarities. This family is a bundle of joy, even competing over how much paper money to burn, seemingly oblivious to the severe inflation. Why not burn something practical, like 36 servants? Or even a few power plants or signal stations, or burn some smartphones to enable tracking? Yet, it must be said that Qian Qianqian's predictions are rather astute. Qian Liang's first option is a caterpie. Old Deng, this Pokemon's color suits you quite well. Why waste time? Just pick it. Qian Qianqian suggests playfully. Get lost. You think your mother is afraid of bugs? Qian Liang retorts with a curse. With the second pull of the lever, the screen spins again. Soon, a picture of a pink Pokemon resembling a hippopotamus, yet exuding an air of wisdom, appears. Huang Xiao is somewhat taken aback. This Pokemon is known as Drowsy. To be fair, Drowsy is quite impressive, being a water and psychic type. If it evolves into Hypno, it has the potential for mega evolution. And should it evolve into Drowsy King, it would be extraordinary, transforming from a mediocre student into an academic prodigy. Possessing exceptional intelligence and creativity while boasting greater beauty than most Pokemon. Moreover, Drowsy can be considered an economic Pokemon since its tail is edible. Drowsy? The name seems quite fitting. Several onlookers nod instinctively at the image. Qian Liang gazes intently for 2 seconds before activating the gacha machine once more. Soon, the third option appears, a Magnemite. This one is called Magnemite. Among the 3 options, aside from the first caterpie, the latter 2 seem quite commendable. Magnemite, an electric and steel type, although 4 times weak to ground, has resistances against 11 types, and most importantly, it can eventually evolve into Explode Magneton, boasting a special attack of 130, surpassing even the starter Pokemon. Magnemite. It's related to magnetism. It should be able to utilize electricity, looking quite promising. Qian Liang contemplates before making a choice. At that moment, Qian Lanlan, cradling EV, points at the image of Drowsy, saying, Daddy, that pink hippopotamus is so cute. I want to play with it. Hearing his daughter's request, Qian Liang's resolve wavers instantly. All right, let us choose it. In just 10 seconds. The Pokeball containing Drowsy appears in his hand. This speed clearly indicates a doting father. Boss, reserve a month's worth of Drowsy S and EVS exclusive food. And let that little rascal pay for it. Ensure it's of the best quality. That little rascal has money. Certainly. I'll prepare the finest quality for delivery to your home. Huang Xiao readily agrees, eagerly anticipating more such orders. Qian Qianqian distinctly remembers the price he paid for dog food and immediately protests. Come on, this isn't fair. Stop whining about being poor. If I don't recoup my private funds from you, you won't find peace. Huang Xiao exclaims incredulously. After Qian Liang departs, Huang Xiao remarks, Plump boy, it seems you're quite wealthy. Why not stock up on more supplies for your dog? Next time, boss. How much for a month's worth of exclusive food for those 2 Pokemon? Is there a discount for bulk purchases? Eevee is small and has a light appetite. Needing only 1 energy cube a day, Drowsy also requires 1 a day. However, your old Deng specified the best, which costs 3 million for a box of the top-tier special edition. Each box contains 15 cubes, and for a month, that's 2 boxes. Totaling 4 boxes, let's say 12 million, Huang Xiao calculates. How much? Qian Qianqian is taken aback. This price surpasses even the exclusive dog food for his pet. 12 million? Don't call it expensive. This is custom-made food tailored to those 2 Pokemon's status. It significantly accelerates energy accumulation and greatly benefits their fur color, condition, and stamina growth. The top-tier energy cubes provided by the system generally range from 150,000 to 500,000. But Huang Xiao offers a quality that exceeds that. Is it really that remarkable? Qian Qianqian queries skeptically. Huang Xiao, smiling, replies, if you don't believe it, you can buy a box for your dog to test. Boss Huang, while Qian Qianqian is skeptical, I believe it. Please prepare a month's supply for our 3 Pokemon. At that moment, Li Fidu arrives with Zhao Qi and Zhou Qinglu. You 3 are being sponsored by the official, aren't you? Li Fidu, who previously struggled to muster 300,000, now displayed an extravagant hand, leading Huang Xiao to surmise that the summer country's authorities had placed a significant bet on him. Li Faidu's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily clarified, Ahem, it cannot be described as a sponsorship. We are merely key training subjects, with resources slightly tilted in our favor. Of course, others in the Bureau also benefit, so Boss Huang, I am here to negotiate a major deal. Upon hearing of a potential opportunity for free resources, Qian eagerly inquired, Do go. Is there a share for me? My Liolu has great potential as well. There is indeed, though it may not be as good as what you purchased previously. Li Faidu had verified that Qian had placed an order for over 4 million energy cubes, an amount sufficient for a month, ensuring their high quality. In contrast, the Bureau's current procurement for energy cubes, aside from the 3 of them, consisted uniformly of those priced at 31,000 per box. The disparity was indeed stark. But Li Faidu's fortunate draw had yielded the only quasi-divine Pokémon, a dragon type notoriously challenging to cultivate. You speak of a major deal. It must be to prepare a month's supply for all those in your Bureau who have drawn Pokémon, right? Huang Xiao inquired. Precisely, came the affirmation. Very well. Arrange for vehicles to transport them tonight. As for the premium customized versions you 3 desire, release your Pokémon first so I can assess their condition before crafting them personally. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi expressed some confusion. Do we need to check the Pokémon? The special versions require accurate data for reference to determine the proper ratios of energy cube ingredients. Chapter 35, Energy Cube Instruction? Hot-blooded fool, you haven't been neglecting your Pokémon, have you, for fear of being caught by the boss? Zhou Qinglu teased Zhao Qi, then retrieved a Pokeball from his possession, declaring, Come forth, my sweetheart. A Squirtle adorned with a red band appeared before everyone. Indeed, it was not a mistake. Zhou Qinglu's Squirtle sported a red band on its head and entered with a flourish reminiscent of a certain film's turtle. Huang Xiao observed Squirtle's seamless entrance, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Wow, what a cool turtle. Damn, it's showing off. So infuriating. The others were astonished, as most had released their Pokémon from their balls, only to find them standing still in a daze, making Zhou Qinglu's Squirtle's entrance all the more impressive. Boss, please. Zhou Qinglu gestured courteously. Huang Xiao glanced at Squirtle before stating, It has indeed improved somewhat since yesterday, but your Pokémon appears to be sleep-deprived. It must have stayed up all night, right? Zhou Qinglu awkwardly explained. Well, it did stay up late looking at its phone. He paused, worry creeping in, Boss. This shouldn't affect its development, right? Just one night of poor sleep is not too concerning. Just be mindful moving forward. If you wish for it to battle today, keep it to within 5 matches. We can commence the crafting of energy cubes once I've assessed the other 2. Huang Xiao turned to Li Faidu and Zhao Qi. Release your Pokémon as well. Li Faidu patted Zhao Qi's shoulder. Zhao Qi, you go first. All right. Zhao Qi released his Charmander, which immediately nuzzled against his pant leg. Zhao Qi knelt to stroke Charmander's head, pleased with the bond formed in just a day. Huang Xiao was increasingly convinced that this individual was indeed the legendary Qi Yi from another world. Such a profound connection with Charmander in merely a day was truly remarkable. Little fellow, let me assess your condition. Huang Xiao crouched down to examine Zhao Qi's Charmander. As a member of the original starter trio, he had yet to find a suitable one to capture, but the other 2 had been cultivated well, so he seized the opportunity to interact with Charmander. After about 2 minutes of examination, Huang Xiao released Charmander's tail, which promptly scurried behind Zhao Qi, hiding itself. Your Charmander is quite impressive. Its condition is excellent. Now, it's my turn. Li Faidu eagerly produced his Dratini. Huang Xiao merely glanced at Dratini before commenting. Your Dratini is adequate, though its level is slightly lower than theirs. You did not engage in battles yesterday, did you? Li Faidu sheepishly scratched his head. No battles. I was quite busy yesterday. Huang Xiao snapped his fingers, and the floor beside the all-type Gacha machine slowly opened, revealing a workbench and several machines rising from below. Wow, Boss Huang, your shop is filled with incredible technology. Qian exclaimed. These machines were fruit-mixing machines, specifically designed for crafting energy cubes, primarily using fruits as raw materials. Though other ingredients could also be added under certain conditions. Those interested in learning to make energy cubes can plant their own fruits. Once the fruits mature, they can come here to watch instructional videos and experiment, charged at 3,000 per hour. Before Huang Xiao could finish, Li Faidu frowned slightly. 3,000 an hour? And we can only learn by watching videos? Isn't that a bit excessive? It is rather steep, but if you're willing to pay more, I could provide personal guidance. To be frank, as long as you master the craft of energy cubes, the cost of nurturing Pokémon will significantly decrease, potentially leading to wealth. Huang Xiao was not deceiving them. Mastering energy cube production could yield profits tenfold or even 100-fold from a few $100s worth of fruits. Coupled with a fruit plantation, it would be a surefire path to prosperity. How much would it cost to have you teach a class, Boss Huang? Zhao queried curiously. My fees are quite reasonable. A casual 3 to 5,000 will suffice. A flat rate of 10 million guarantees mastery, but don't dismiss the price. Mastery means you can produce intermediate energy cubes at least 50% of the time, while the most basic energy cubes have a 100% success rate. Huang Xiao's intention to launch a teaching course was merely to expedite the completion of the task assigned by Tuozi Gu. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with these matters. Today, I will demonstrate the energy cube production process for you. He tapped a few buttons on the workbench, and a holographic screen appeared before him, displaying various fruit images. As soon as the fruit selection was complete, 3 bamboo baskets filled with fruits descended from the ceiling. These fruits and machines were all provided by the system. Other energy cubes sold were produced and packaged automatically by the system, while the custom service was specifically created by Huang Xiao to expand his private coffers. First, he prepared for Squirtle, which preferred bitter fruits paired with dragon fruit, then added crushed water stones. After preparing the fruits and ingredients, Huang Xiao wielded a knife to chop the fruits into uniform pieces, adding the ingredients in the correct proportions, and thoroughly mixing them before pouring the mixture into the fruit mixing machine. Once that was complete, he hastened to prepare the food for the other 2 Pokémon. Before long, the 3 fruit mixing machines began to operate, and he adjusted the rotation speed based on his experience. Boss, what is the principle behind this machine? Can our summer country replicate such technology? Li Faidu inquired. The principle is simple. It utilizes centrifugal force to separate the essence of the fruit from impurities. A basic centrifuge can achieve this, but to produce high-quality energy cubes, specific rotation speeds are required. However, there are no particular demands for the most basic energy cubes. Soon, the 3 machines sequentially spat out the completed energy cubes. Each energy cube glimmered with a crystalline transparency, resembling a square of gelatin. The water turtle, Charmeleon, and Dratini, 3 Pokémon, caught a whiff of the energy cube's enticing aroma and hurriedly gathered around. In that moment, Charmeleon seemed to forget the earlier scene where Huang Xiao had bested it, gazing eagerly at Huang Xiao, yearning for a taste. A glutton is indeed a glutton. However, since their master had already paid, indulge away. Huang Xiao offered each of the 3 Pokémon a cube, subsequently packing the remaining ones into boxes for the trio to hold. After devouring the energy cubes, the 3 Pokémon displayed expressions of sheer satisfaction. Alright, you only need to feed them 1 cube a day. Remember to take them out for some exercise afterward, whether it be battling or honing their skills. Anything that expends their energy will suffice, Huang Xiao instructed the trio. With a foundation of custom-made energy cubes, Huang Xiao was confident that, as long as the supply kept up, these 3 Pokémon would ascend the levels swiftly. Their foundations solidly established. Boss Huang, when can my Dratini evolve? Upon hearing this inquiry, Huang Xiao hesitated momentarily before replying. I cannot say for certain, but if you frequently take it into battles, it will gain experience rapidly, thus speeding up its evolution. However, I advise against hastening its evolution too much. After all, it is a quasi-legendary Pokémon, with substantial potential to be unearthed at each stage. Only by fully realizing this potential can it journey further. In truth, if one wished for a Pokémon to evolve quickly, there were methods to do so. Simply find someone skilled in evolution techniques, and the task would be complete. However, this could diminish the Pokémon's overall potential. Is that so? Well then, I'll arrange to battle more often, Li Faidu decided, now motivated by this direction. He had been yearning for Dratini's final evolutionary form since he received the information card. Just the previous night, he dreamt of riding on a Dragonite's back. Once Li Faidu confirmed the quantity of the other energy cubes, Huang Xiao turned to the still-watching Qian. So, chubby boy, would you like to order a few as well? Boss, will I get a discount if I place an order? Qian asked timidly. Huang Xiao shot him a glance and said, Did you see me giving them a discount? No, I didn't. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qian resolved to buy, realizing that without doing so, he might not return home today. Boss, I'll take my share for myself, my old dang, and my little sister, 3 of us, each needing a month's supply. Alright, just wait. Huang Xiao began to process the order, all the while monitoring the gacha machine's operation. With him overseeing the creation of the energy cubes, most of the people in line were merely spectators, and the speed of draws slowed somewhat. With overall luck being rather unfortunate, no one managed to pull a new Pokémon image. After a 10-minute wait, Qian lamented as he lost 12 million. Truly, the wealth associated with the surname Qian is no myth. Huang Xiao sighed. With a sorrowful face, Qian replied, Indeed, I am truly impoverished now. Why so pessimistic? Money is a fickle thing. Once spent, It is gone, and lamenting it serves no purpose. I'm just frustrated. My old ding has gone too far. Is it such a crime to have a minor target taken from me? Now he is even eyeing my savings. Boss, can I ask you for a favor? Qian's eyes glinted with mischief as a devious idea formed in his mind. Huang Xiao, noticing the cunning expression on the boy's face, said, "Let us discuss the matter first. I'll consider it. It's not anything troublesome. I just want to bring my mom tomorrow and have you firmly state that this transaction totals 18 million. This establishment operates with integrity. I cannot assist you with this scheme. If you truly wish to swindle your old dang, you may do so elsewhere, but I will not cooperate." With so many people present, even if Huang Xiao desired to earn a little extra, he could not condone such actions. Chapter 36. The Battle. Having disclosed the rewards in advance, the battleground was now teeming with people. Regardless of whether they had drawn a Pokémon, a multitude stood at the control platform. Most of these individuals were workers or residents from the nearby cities, all striving for the elusive rewards for designing a battle arena. Unfortunately, despite their excited hearts and trembling hands, all emerged with expressions tinged with disappointment. Indeed, without exception, they had all failed. It was easy to see that if it were so simple to design a balanced and engaging battle arena, the Pokémon world would not have reverted to its primitive state by now. The terrain design is exceedingly difficult, with so many proposals and not a single one passing. Someone lamented, "Surely, these hundreds of proposals are based on existing competitive sports venues, right? I just saw a fellow who incorporated a basketball court into his design." The most astonishing part was that he included not only the lines, but the hoop and basketball as well. What on earth was he thinking? Preparing for Pokémon to practice shooting. Haha, I even saw an elderly lady create a venue for square dancing. Does mine even compare? A young man designed a park with exercise equipment, looking overly confident. This is not for those of us who lack design experience. We'd be better off battling more to accumulate points and purchase some berry seeds to plant. This will surely become a massive market in the future. Someone proposed. Upon entering the battleground, Zhao approached Li Fidu, saying, "Fidu, how about we battle?" "A battle? Absolutely." Li Fidu had been eager to engage, though he hesitated to find an opponent, fearing that his renowned Dratini might intimidate ordinary trainers. Seeing this, Zhou Qinglu could only seek out another opponent. "Since you've arranged your battle, I'll find someone else to duel." "Qinglu, why don't I battle you?" Qian chimed in. "You?" Zhou Qinglu appraised Qian with a confident gaze, and upon noticing the blue dog following him, reluctantly agreed, "All right then." As the battleground could accommodate multiple matches simultaneously, the four did not need to queue and soon found themselves in the same arena. The reason for sharing the same venue was to facilitate the recording of battle data. The battleground's monitoring system could document normal battles. But only Huang Xiao had access to review the recordings, so the four had to manually record their match. "Who will go first?" Li Fidu inquired, glancing at the trio. "Let us go first," Zhou Qinglu asserted. "I'm fine with that," Zhao Qi added. "Then I'll face off with Qinglu first," Qian proclaimed as he stepped into position. Once settled, he called out, "Qinglu, you choose the terrain. I want to take advantage of you. Let us keep it random." Zhou Qinglu replied, unwilling to win unfairly. Both of them had decent luck, and the random terrain turned out to be a grassy field, providing neither side's Pokémon with significant advantages. "Lucario, use quick attack," Zhou Qinglu commanded, while Qian observed closely, knowing well that the water turtle was not to be underestimated. After all, it was a Pokémon that Huang Xiao also possessed, and its prowess was undeniable. Though it was in its final form, the strength of a Pokémon in its initial stage could not be easily judged. "Squirtle, use bubble to obstruct its path," Qian directed. Squirtle transformed into a makeshift cannon, launching a barrage of bubbles toward Lucario's approach. With ample firepower, Squirtle could afford to fail numerous times, but Lucario had only one chance. However, for a novice Squirtle, the repeated bubble attacks were draining on its energy and stamina, and soon it sputtered to a halt. As the bubbles ceased their assault, Qian shouted, "Lucario, now is your moment." Suddenly, Riolu lunged at Squirtle, preparing to bite down ferociously. Observing the impending attack, Zhou Qinglu called out urgently, "Squirtle, quickly retreat into your shell." As Squirtle complied, Riolu motivated itself with self-encouragement. Qian, however, was not in haste to launch an offensive. The shell was too formidable, rendering Riolu's metal claw ineffective. Within mere seconds, as Riolu continued to bolster its own resolve, its attack and special attack stats surged. This was infuriating. Watching the opponent buffing itself, Zhou Qinglu felt somewhat at a loss. He shouted, "Squirtle, use tackle." Squirtle. With a determined thrust, Squirtle emerged from its shell and charged at Riolu. "Do not fear it, Riolu. Use low sweep to topple it. Qian had learned this tactic from watching action movies, where Pokémon acted as combat instructors. Riolu focused intently on the approaching Squirtle and, seizing the opportune moment, executed a sweeping kick that knocked Squirtle's little legs out from under it, resulting in a comical faceplant. Now, take advantage of this moment and use Metal Claw. Riolu extended its energy-infused claws and scratched Squirtle twice. However, Squirtle was quick to react. As the claws reached out, it retreated into its shell, and Riolu's attack merely left a few scratches on the shell's surface. Turtles are truly troublesome. Though he complained, Qian had already devised a countermeasure. Riolu, flip it over. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qinglu exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no! Squirtle, quickly use water gun." Unfortunately, Squirtle was a moment too late, as Riolu had already flipped it over. Finding itself unable to right itself, Squirtle panicked and shot a water gun, which fortuitously struck Zhou Qinglu, leaving him in an awkward situation. What an absurd stroke of luck. How could I still get hit from this distance? This is infuriating. The electronic referee's voice echoed across the battlefield, declaring Riolu the victor. "We did it, Riolu. We finally won a match." Qian cheered loudly. Since acquiring Riolu, he had faced 3 battles, 2 of which ended in defeat against Lin Yan and Yajing. This victory over Zhou Qinglu's Squirtle was indeed a momentous occasion for him. "Fatty, I shall definitely win the next battle," Zhou Qinglu resolved, vowing to train Squirtle's ability to flip back over, ensuring it would no longer be so passive. "I will be waiting for you," Qian responded confidently. Following their match, it was time for Zhao Qi and Li Faidu to battle. After taking their positions on either side, they proceeded to randomly select the battlefield terrain, which soon revealed a forest setting. As the forest terrain materialized, they found themselves immersed in a veritable jungle, with trees surrounding them. This forest environment was meticulously designed to replicate wild survival conditions, featuring real trees and expanding the area to a staggering 3 kilometers. For the spectators, Qian, Zhou Qinglu, and others, the trees appeared almost illusory, not obstructing their view in the slightest. Fortunately, both Zhao Qi and Li Faidu's Pokémon were of small stature. A larger Pokémon would have made things far less entertaining. Seeing the vastness of the battlefield, Zhao Qi decided it would be wiser to wait for Li Faidu to approach rather than seek him out. Thus, he called out, "Charmander, use Roar." Charmander let out a mighty roar that echoed throughout the forest. Hearing this, Dratini felt a bit distressed, but also pinpointed Charmander's location. "Dratini, let us go find Zhao Qi and the others," Li Faidu instructed. Soon enough, they located the waiting Zhao Qi and Charmander. "Good strategy, but it may not be enough to defeat me. Dratini, use Twister." Dratini released a miniature tornado aimed at Charmander. "Charmander, run," Zhao Qi commanded, and Charmander darted behind a tree for cover. The tree shielded it from the brunt of the tornado's impact. "Charmander, use Ember," Zhao Qi shouted. Charmander flicked its tail, sending forth several small flames. Observing the approaching flames, Dratini cleverly took refuge behind a tree. The ember struck the tree, igniting it slowly rather than extinguishing it immediately. In the audience, a young man wearing frameless glasses inadvertently witnessed this scene, and an idea sparked in his mind. He promptly retrieved a laptop and began sketching. Meanwhile, the battle between Zhao Qi and Li Faidu evolved into a tactical standoff, with both Dratini and Charmander hiding behind trees, launching special attacks: Ember, Twister, Dragon Breath, and Smokescreen, back and forth. "I find this match rather tedious," Qian remarked into his camera. "Indeed, this kind of defensive play lacks the fervor of that hot-headed fool." Zhou Qinglu agreed, frowning. He had not anticipated that Zhao Qi would adopt such a tactical approach following his defeat the previous day. In truth, Zhao Qi was not inclined to engage in this defensive strategy, as Charmander had a slight disadvantage in this regard. Smokescreen merely obscured vision without dealing damage, and using Ember consumed considerable stamina and fire-type energy. Unfortunately, Li Faidu had no intention of engaging in close combat, employing hit-and-run tactics instead. Retreating when necessary and disrupting when advantageous, he denied Charmander any opportunity to close in. After several rounds of exchanges, both Pokémon were visibly fatigued, and notably, nearly 20 trees were ablaze, the flames growing fierce. "Zhao Qi, I wager your Charmander has but one move left. How about we settle this with a single decisive attack?" Li Faidu proposed. "Agreed." Zhao Qi nodded. "Dratini, use Dragon Breath. Charmander, employ Smokescreen, and then rush in to bite it." Dratini unleashed a powerful gust of energy towards Charmander's location, while Charmander exhaled a cloud of smoke, using it as cover to shield itself from the majority of the Dragon Breath's damage. Then, dashing through the Smokescreen, it tackled Dratini and sank its teeth into it. Li Faidu was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? We agreed on a single decisive move, yet you resorted to biting? He realized he had been careless and failed to evade in time. The outcome of the match declared Charmander as the victor. Chapter 37. To bully the weak? After administering healing items to their Pokémon, the four remained in place to review the recorded footage, showing no intent to leave. Hey, Fatty. The low sweep that Riolu executed wasn't one of its innate skills, was it? Zhou Qinglu inquired curiously. Of course not. Riolu is a fighting type. And I taught it that move by having it watch action films. Qian Qianqian replied with a hint of pride. Is that even possible? Zhao Qi exclaimed, astonished. Absolutely. When I battled that girl named Lin Yan yesterday, her Pancham used a shoulder throw learned from action films, and Riolu was utterly defeated. However, if we were to battle again, I'm confident that Riolu would not be bested by her. As he spoke, Qian Qianqian affectionately patted Riolu's head, who responded with a gentle nod. Zhou Qinglu recalled how, after returning home last night, Squirtle had spent the entire evening studying his phone. I also had Squirtle watch a movie, but why didn't it learn any new moves? What film did you show it? Li Faidu asked. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It watched it all night, and this morning, before heading out, it even tied a bandana around its head using the curtains. Qian Qianqian shook his head. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are well-known action films, but your Squirtle seems to lack any fighting-type attributes. That turtle of Huang Xiao is its final evolution. Just look at those cannons and the previous battle. It doesn't resemble a close combat Pokémon at all. It does seem that way. Zhou Qinglu also recognized the underlying issue. Yet he remained perplexed as to why his turtle only fixated on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and moreover, why it indulged in repeated viewings. While it is indeed possible to train fighting-type Pokémon through action films, one would think that other types could also glean insights from similar cinematic experiences. After all, foreign films often showcase characters with extraordinary abilities. Perhaps allowing your Pokémon to watch those might prove beneficial, Qian Qian reminded him. Despite the validity of such a notion, the practical implementation of learning in such a manner could undoubtedly be quite challenging. Nevertheless, it served as a potential avenue for development. Li Faidu concurred with this training approach, noting that at present, those who had obtained Pokémon were essentially navigating uncharted waters. The mere realization that they could learn from films was already a commendable strategy. Simultaneously, on another battlefield, Lin Yan and Mu Qianxue prepared to face off. Yan, I won't allow my Froka to show any mercy, so do be cautious, Mu Qianxue declared. Likewise, Lin Yan responded, exuding confidence in her Pancham. Froki, use bubble, Mu Qianxue commanded. Froki transformed into a bubble shooter, relentlessly launching bubbles at Pancham. Pancham, charge forward. In contrast to the serpentine movements of Ralts, Pancham moved with larger, more assured strides, rendering Froki's bubbles ineffective. Before long, Pancham was upon its opponent. Froki, retreat and create some distance. Don't let it escape. Pancham, use tackle. Following the command, Pancham accelerated, colliding with Froki when they were less than 50 centimeters apart. Bang! The impact sent Froki tumbling 2.5 times. Froki, are you alright? Mu Qianxue inquired anxiously. Frok, responding to its trainer's call. Froka managed to rise once more. Can you continue? Use your newly learned move to secure victory, Lin Yan urged. Pancham, the Pokémon raised its right hand, poised like a blade, preparing to strike Froki. This hand chop was a technique Pancham had mastered after leveling up from the previous day's battle. Froki dodge. Despite Mu Qianxue's swift warning, Froki failed to evade the chop. Fortunately, it was spared from a critical hit, sustaining only a minor injury to one of its legs, thus retaining its fighting capability. Observing this, Mu Qianxue promptly shouted, Froki, use water gun now. Froki unleashed a stream of water, drenching Pancham, who found itself sitting on the ground in surprise. Frok, irritated by the unexpected splash, Pancham rose and retaliated with a few pushes directed at Froki. The battle concluded with Pancham emerging victorious, as the electronic referee intervened when Froki succumbed to its injuries. Sigh, I lost again. Although Mu Qianxue had anticipated defeat prior to the match, the reality of losing still left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Shue, losing isn't your fault. Yan's Pancham is at a higher level, and it has been trained longer. It's quite normal. Su Yajing reassured her. Oh, Jingjing, it's not that I'm concerned about winning or losing, but I wonder if this continuous losing streak might affect Froki's morale. Mu Qianxue expressed her concerns. It shouldn't be a problem, but if you wish to win, you could seek out new trainers with fire-type Pokémon to battle. I'm certain you'd secure consecutive victories, Lin Yan suggested. She had previously engaged with novice trainers to gradually build Pancham's confidence. Really? Wouldn't that be somewhat unethical? Mu Qianxue felt uneasy about the idea of overwhelming weaker opponents. What is wrong with that? It's all about mutual exchange. Battles inherently come with victories and defeats, and no one can guarantee they will always emerge victorious, Lin Yan countered. Shue, don't be swayed by Lin Yan's misguided logic. Let us go observe other battles. Su Yajing asserted, taking Mu Qianxue's hand and leading her away. What do you mean misguided logic? I'm entirely correct, Lin Yan retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Oh yes, you're absolutely right. Thus, the three girls departed from their battle arena. Wow, we've only been gone for less than half an hour. And look at the crowd. Upon exiting, they were met with a throng gathered in the audience area. They must have come from the neighboring city, Lin Yan remarked. Isn't that a bit absurd? Mu Qianxue questioned. What is so absurd about it? Most of these people are here for that Pokémon egg. In our country, only a limited number of families can afford 30,000. There are many hoping to change their fortunes, yet none have succeeded so far, Su Yajing reflected. True enough, but aren't you considering taking a chance yourself? Mu Qianxue asked. I had thought about it, but seeing so many failures around me, I realized my own limitations. So I'll pass, Lin Yan replied candidly. In any case, she would have the opportunity to draw Pokémon again in a few days. And she was confident in her lead over many others, rendering the egg less significant to her. The crowd is overwhelming, and I'm not from a design background. Even if I reach out to my family connections, I doubt I'll get any responses, as they are all focused on the rewards, Su Yajing admitted. She wished her family would hire a designer, but both her parents were currently embroiled in the competition for the reward, and her involvement would only complicate matters. Indeed, her parents were competing for the so-called reward. However, those with wealth and connections were not merely interested in the Pokémon egg. They coveted the prestige of being the first recorded in the battle program. Designing a battle arena recognized by the program could potentially connect one with governmental networks, offering excellent promotional opportunities. After all, the most sought-after advertising spots were currently dominated by Pokémon-related content, with the headlines of some countries' top 20 stories revolving around it. The Bureau of Battle and other relevant departments were working tirelessly to manage the situation. Well, since we can't access the audience area, let us go from match to match, and when we spot familiar or appealing opponents, we'll join in, Lin Yan proposed. Sounds good. The other two readily agreed. Chapter 38, Riolu vs. Ralts again. In the audience area, a bespectacled young man had completed his design, closing his laptop with unwavering determination as he joined the queue. This young man, Zhang Hong, was a recently unemployed game designer. Earlier that morning, he had presented a few designs he had painstakingly created overnight, only to be met with rejection. However, after witnessing the battle between Li Faidu and Zhao Qi, he conceived a highly feasible design for a battle terrain, dubbing it the library battlefield, where bookshelves could be toppled or ignited. While it sounded absurd, he noted the forest battlefield within the venue resembled a projection, leading him to believe his idea held considerable merit. What the crowd was unaware of was that the battle terrains within the arena were indeed real. The ability to incinerate the forest without endangering the trainers was thanks to a protective barrier established by Arceus. Furthermore, the intelligent AI within the venue could utilize Arceus's powers to safeguard both trainers and Pokémon. Yan, look, isn't that the Riolu trainer who challenged us? Su Yajing pointed out, spotting Qian standing with Li Faidu and Zhao Qi. It appears to be him. Let us go challenge them. Upon seeing Zhao Qi and Zhou Qinglu, Lin Yan's enthusiasm surged, recalling their previous match and feeling an urge to cuddle the adorable Squirtle and Charmander. They seemed quite formidable. Mu Qianxue hesitated. It's all in good fun. No need to take victory or defeat too seriously. Besides, that little Charmander is a fire type, while your Froakie, Shue, has the perfect type advantage against it. Most importantly, they seem to have both experienced battles before and are no longer novices, Lin Yan remarked. All right then. With a consensus reached, the three girls proceeded inside. Brotherly, are you all engaged in a battle? Lin Yan inquired, directing her gaze towards Li Faidu and the others. We just finished a match and are reviewing our strategies. Would you three like to join us? Li Faidu, having just lost a round, was eager to find someone to battle with to regain his confidence. Sure, Lin Yan and Su Yajing immediately responded. Then let us take turns battling. The more participants, the merrier. I'll go first, Miss Su. I intend to redeem my previous loss with Lucario. Qian stood up, declaring his challenge to Su Yajing. That is perfectly fine. However, I must warn you, my Ralts has learned a new skill, Su Yajing replied. Her Ralts having engaged in numerous battles, thus leveling up and mastering a new move, Drain Kiss. Upon hearing this, Qian felt a sense of foreboding. But under the scrutinizing gazes of others, he steeled himself and proclaimed, I believe Lucario will prevail. Su Yajing cast a confident glance at Lucario, affirming, "Let us take to the field." Soon, both contestants took their positions. "Go, Ralts." Su Yajing released her Pokémon. "Lucario, you can win this. I have faith in you." Qian encouraged. Lucario nodded earnestly, fixing its gaze on the seemingly harmless Ralts across from it. Lucario initiated the battle with Quick Attack, starting off the same way as last time. "You truly are confident," Ralts countered with Double Team. Unlike their previous encounter, Su Yajing did not instruct Ralts to use telekinesis to disrupt Lucario's balance. As the Double Team unfolded, several illusory copies of Ralts appeared, making it challenging for Lucario to discern the true form of its opponent. Seeing Lucario scatter two of Ralts' illusions without locating the real one, Qian grew anxious and shouted, "Lucario, use Metal Claw to break through." "How reckless." "Ralts, use Hypnosis." With the casting of Hypnosis, Lucario succumbed to a deep slumber, embodying the quintessential essence of youthful repose. "Excellent." "Ralts, use Drain Kiss." As Lucario lay unconscious, it became an easy target, and Ralts swiftly executed 2 Drain Kisses, concluding the match. Ralts emerged victorious in this battle. The Psychic-type Pokémon is truly insufferable, that Hypnosis is utterly uncounterable. Qian lamented, feeling disheartened. Despite having closed the distance this time, he still failed to land a hit on Ralts. It was indeed a tough situation for him. "It's not that my Psychic-type Pokémon is insufferable. Rather, your approach was too reckless. Rushing in for brute force is certainly a strategy, but if the opponent's skills are precise, it merely highlights the disparity between trainers. You fell victim to the same strategy last time, yet failed to break through their tactics," Li Faidu remarked, striking a chord. Indeed, to fall repeatedly to the same opponent and strategy is a classic case of being outmatched by a singular technique. The troubling part is that this individual shows no signs of repentance. "All right, who's next from the group?" Su Yajing inquired, glancing at the others. Zhou Qinglu stepped forward. Addressing the group, "I'll take my turn. Who will challenge me?" I. I've been eager to battle Squirtle," Lin Yan exclaimed excitedly. If her Pancham could triumph over Squirtle, it would signify a promising opportunity to defeat Huang Xiao's Blastoise in the future. "Very well." Zhou Qinglu assessed Lin Yan and her Pancham before leaning down to speak to Squirtle. "Squirtle, we've analyzed the battle footage of that panda, so we absolutely cannot afford to lose." Squirtle nodded determinedly. "And we want to lose, right, Pancham?" Lin Yan reassured, undeterred by Zhou Qinglu's words. Her Pancham had learned a new skill, and just because their previous moves had been studied, it did not diminish her chances of victory. After all, she was familiar with Squirtle's fighting style. Chapter 39, Zhou Xiueqing? Pancham initiated the battle with Leer. Its piercing gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in Squirtle, who found itself intimidated by the direct confrontation. Squirtle retaliated with Water Gun. Upon hearing Zhou Qinglu's command, Squirtle's resolve solidified, and it unleashed a concentrated blast of water towards Pancham. "Dodge, Pancham," Lin Yan urgently instructed, and fortunately, the distance between them allowed Pancham ample opportunity to evade. Observing this, Zhou Qinglu called out, "Squirtle, don't stop. Keep attacking." Squirtle. After firing 3 consecutive water guns, Squirtle found itself momentarily depleted. Only the last shot managed to hit Pancham, yet the impact was insufficient to secure a decisive victory, and Pancham had already closed the distance to Squirtle. "Use Tackle, Pancham," Lin Yan commanded. Pancham. With a determined charge, Pancham collided with Squirtle, knocking it down. Fortunately, Squirtle had managed to turn slightly before the impact, preventing a direct hit to its back. Clearly, the review from earlier had proven somewhat beneficial. Seeing Squirtle still unable to rise, Lin Yan seized the opportunity, shouting, "All right, Pancham, follow up with Karate Chop." Zhou Qinglu, in a desperate bid, urged, "Squirtle, retreat into your shell. You should have absorbed something from last night's film." Squirtle. As Squirtle withdrew into its shell, its eyes fixated on Pancham's feet. When Pancham aimed a chop at its shell, Squirtle quickly grabbed Pancham's short legs, disrupting the force of the blow, and thus the damage was significantly diminished. "Pancham, let go of me, you weirdo." Pancham struggled fiercely, but with Squirtle's hands extended from its shell, while the rest of its body remained protected, there was little Pancham could do. Lin Yan furrowed her brow and commanded, "Pancham, lie down and kick at its shell." Pancham lay flat, its legs pedaling like a bicycle, relentlessly kicking at Squirtle's shell. Squirtle, feeling overwhelmed, finally released its grip. Squirtle unleashed Bubble. With the footlocking strategy failing, Zhou Qinglu had no choice but to continue the battle. Noticing that Squirtle had no intention of standing up to unleash a move, Lin Yan shouted, "Pancham, climb onto its shell, and pin it down. Pancham, braving the risk of being doused by bubbles, clambered onto Squirtle's shell and firmly pinned it beneath, with an approximate weight of 16 pounds pressing down on Squirtle's back. The pressure was overwhelming. Squirtle struggled to shake off Pancham, but the latter managed to secure its position atop its shell. This rudimentary tactic proved effective. As the beleaguered Squirtle gradually lost the strength to resist, Pancham emerged victorious in this battle. Meanwhile, in the store's main hall, Huang Xiao observed the match between Lin Yan and Zhou Qinglu on the screen, bemused. Was the manner in which individuals commanded their Pokémon in battle truly this absurd? What kind of strategy involved having one's Pokémon ride atop another's head? If this were a legitimate technique, he might not have been surprised. But it was clear this was not a sanctioned move. It was simply a case of a panda stubbornly clinging to a shell. Regardless, he found the spectacle amusing. Squirtle, a half-meter-tall Pokémon with a shell roughly 40 centimeters wide, was being ridden by a 60-centimeter-tall Pancham. Such a display was unprecedented in his experiences within the Pokémon world. At that moment, a man dressed in a laboratory coat with graying hair approached the Gacha machine. He addressed Huang Xiao. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Yajing, a biology PhD from Moda University. I have come across numerous videos online featuring various Pokémon species and have developed a keen interest in studying these extraordinary creatures further. Fear not, my esteemed employer. I am a legitimate university professor, employing proper methodologies in my research without resorting to any slicing. Here is my identification. Please take a glance at it." As he spoke, he produced his identification card. Zhou Yajing? Yajing? The familiar name compelled Huang Xiao to scrutinize the middle-aged man a moment longer. That recognizable square face, with a hairstyle resembling a hedgehog on the right side, confirmed it. This man was indeed the alternate world version of Professor Okido, famously known as Dr. Okido. "Do you know me?" Zhou Yajing inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face as he regarded Huang Xiao. He was certain he had never encountered Huang Xiao before. "I've heard of you indeed. Is it true that Dr. Zhou has a grandson named Zhou Qinglu?" Huang Xiao gestured to a close-up image of Zhou Qinglu on one of the screens. Zhou Yajing glanced at it and exclaimed with a tone of sudden realization, "Ah, that rascal has skipped class again. Is he truly your grandson?" Huang Xiao replied uncertainly, "Yes, he is indeed my grandson." Zhou Yajing looked at Huang Xiao with puzzlement. Could it be that Zhou Qinglu had offended him? Huang Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing, merely that you bear a resemblance. And you both hail from the same city." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yajing exhaled with relief. "Phew, you startled me. I thought Qinglu had caused you some trouble." He then inquired, "By the way, could you lend me some Pokémon for research purposes?" "I'm afraid that's not possible," Huang Xiao responded with a hint of regret. "The Pokémon in my store can only be obtained through the capsule machines. If you're keen on research, perhaps you could ask them if they would be willing to cooperate. Or wait for the Pokémon Mystery Realm to arrive. You might communicate with the officials to see if you can conduct some research then." Huang Xiao felt a sense of helplessness regarding Zhou Yajing's request. While he was more than willing to support Pokémon research, he could not lend out his Pokémon for such purposes. Moreover, the store's regulations were not solely dictated by him. Why not try your luck at drawing a Pokémon yourself for research? Huang Xiao suggested. However, he found himself curious about just how fortunate this alternate version of Professor Okido might be. What options would he draw? A Dragonite, a Snorlax, or perhaps a Charizard? Alas, it could only be through the capsule machine. Zhou Yajing felt a twinge of disappointment. He had initially thought the capsule machines were merely gimmicks, unaware that Huang Xiao's establishment harbored a Pokémon sanctuary within. Regretful or not, he was determined to try his luck, having already queued for nearly 2 hours. After swiping his card at the capsule machine, he pulled the lever down. In no time, the images on the machine's screen began to whirl rapidly. Soon, the image froze. What the? Another Dratini? What luck does this old man possess? Huang Xiao felt astonished, yet found the option quite reasonable. Is this little creature called Dratini? It resembles a serpent, doesn't it? Could this be the legendary transformation from snake to dragon? Zhou Yajing mused aloud. Indeed, both Dratini and Dragonair bear a resemblance to serpents. Albeit the fin-like structures atop their heads differentiate them. Your observation is indeed valid. Some Pokémon undergo significant transformations upon evolution. You still have 2 more chances to draw. Huang Xiao informed him. Very well. Zhou Yajing nodded and pulled the lever once more. The second option, as Huang Xiao anticipated, was a Charmander. However, the onlookers behind Zhou Yajing were growing restless. Is this old man truly the chosen one? First, a semi-divine Dratini, and now a highly coveted Charmander. He has an undeniable affinity for dragons. Old man, after you finish selecting, could we perhaps benefit from your good fortune? I'm willing to sacrifice my 20 years of singlehood in exchange. 20 years. My word, you know how to barter. I'll trade my 3 sons' solitary lives for a stroke of luck. Old man, let me share in your fortune. The crowd seemed eager to bask in Zhou Xueqing's good luck. Ah, there's no need for such enthusiasm. Luck is a fickle thing, Zhou Xueqing replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their fervent gazes. As he pulled down the lever for the 3rd time, the capsule machine screen whirled rapidly once more before finally stopping to reveal an image of a creature resembling a kangaroo, predominantly brown, with grayish-yellow ears and belly, and a pouch containing a small, light purple offspring that closely resembled it. Indeed, Zhou Xueqing's 3rd option was a Kangaskhan, also known as a pouch dragon, a Pokémon capable of mega evolution. Upon seeing this option, Huang Xiao felt almost certain that this man was the alternate version of Professor Okido. After all, every blessing seemed to align perfectly. His appearance was strikingly similar. He had a grandson named Zhou Qinglu, and all 3 options he drew were akin to the Pokémon associated with Professor Okido. What is the name of this Pokémon? And is the little one in its pouch its offspring? Zhou Xueqing inquired, gazing at Huang Xiao with curiosity. This is called Kangaskhan. Personally, I prefer to refer to it as pouch dragon, although it is not of the dragon type. The one in its pouch is indeed its baby, Huang Xiao elucidated. A baby? A glimmer of excitement sparked in someone's eyes as they asked, if I select it, does that mean I get a 2-for-1 deal? Huang Xiao shot a sidelong glance at that individual, remarking 2-for-1? If that is how you wish to perceive it, then so be it. However, Kangaskhan is fiercely protective of its offspring and may act unpredictably to safeguard it. Also, what of the Pokeball? Would you receive 1 or 2? Certainly just 1. Kangaskhan and its baby are contained within the same ball. Ultimately, Zhou Xueqing chose not to select Kangaskhan, but rather Dratini, as he was more intrigued by studying the evolutionary leap of Dratini into Dragonite. With his decision made, a Pokeball materialized from the prize outlet. Zhou Xueqing picked up the Pokeball, taking a moment to examine it closely. Can a mere sphere truly contain a living creature? Will it feel cramped inside? The occupational habit of a researcher was vividly embodied in Zhou Xueqing. The mechanism of the Pokeball is designed to shrink Pokémon. These balls are specially crafted to provide ample space for the Pokémon to rest. Of course, if you wish for your Pokémon to experience a more comfortable existence within, you may battle to accumulate enough points and trade for a better Pokeball. Huang Xiao took the opportunity to promote his store's products. I see. That indeed holds considerable research value. As for whether it possessed research value, Huang Xiao was uncertain. In any case, the materials for crafting Pokeballs had already been handed over to the officials of the Xia country. If Zhou Xueqing wished to conduct research, he could approach them. Huang Xiao had relinquished the seeds of the apricorns, leaving behind only some special varieties, such as the round apricorn, which he had yet to decide on releasing, as the standard red and white Pokeball manufacturing process had not been mastered by the Xia country officials. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xueqing mentally noted the information, planning to inquire further when he had the opportunity. He pressed the button on the Pokeball, and in the next moment, a beam of red light shot forth, revealing Dratini in his arms. Upon seeing the little creature nestled in his embrace, Zhou Xueqing's eyes widened in astonishment, his face illuminated with wonder. The difference between viewing it online and holding it in his hands was immense. Dratini nuzzled against Zhou Xueqing's face, and he was instantly smitten, his eyes radiating affection. Without a second thought, he dashed out of the store, giddy with excitement, clearly intending to take Dratini home for research. Within a mere 10 minutes, news of Zhou Xueqing's selection of Dratini had graced the headlines of major websites. Indeed, the emergence of a second quasi-legendary Pokémon, coupled with Zhou Xue's status as a distinguished intellectual, makes for quite the headline, does it not? To my astonishment, my grandfather has also joined in the fun of the lottery, and remarkably, he has drawn the same Pokémon as Brother Du. Zhou Qinglu was already half an hour into the realization of her grandfather trending on social media. What? Your grandfather has also obtained a quasi-legendary? Li Faidu gazed at Zhou Qinglu in disbelief. Yes, it appears to have only recently occurred, as it is already trending. Zhou Qinglu showcased the information to Li Faidu. After perusing the report, Li Faidu was left speechless. He never anticipated that someone would draw the same Pokémon as he had so swiftly, and that this individual was a Ph.D. in biology. This development could lead to a significant depreciation in the value of his Dratini. Indeed, rarity begets value. While there are numerous quasi-legendaries, the one in his possession has now been replicated shortly after its initial unveiling. If a Dragon-type exclusive lottery machine were to emerge in the future, would his Dratini not become commonplace? Fear not, Brother Du, Zhao Qi reassured. Your grandfather is of advanced age and likely one to engage in battles, so your Dratini remains formidable. One can only hope that Zhao Qi's words ring true. Li Faidu could only cling to the hope that his friend was correct. Otherwise, he would be inconsolably distraught. This was simply outrageous. By the way, is the quasi-legendary truly that powerful? Lin Yan inquired, her curiosity piqued. She had yet to perceive the strength of quasi-legendaries and the so-called trios, especially since her Squirtle had been toppled by her mischievous panda. As for how powerful the quasi-legendaries are, Boss Huang did not elaborate. I'm not entirely certain, but you witnessed the previous battle firsthand. You must understand the prowess of Boss Huang's Blastoise and Victini. Blastoise is merely one among the trio, and the baseline for quasi-legendaries exceeds it. You can only imagine the magnitude of their strength, Li Faidu explained. By the way, the creature perched above is known as Dragonite. According to what I learned from Tianxi last night, it is also one of the quasi-legendaries in the Pokémon world. Is that so? It certainly sounds formidable. Lin Yan finally began to grasp the concept of quasi-legendary Pokémon, albeit still lacking thorough comprehension. All right, who among you will battle next? Su Yajing queried. Mu Qianxue stood up, gazing toward Zhao Qi. I wish to challenge your Charmander. Very well, no problem. Zhao Qi replied nonchalantly. Type advantages and disadvantages hold little significance for him. After all, everyone is in the trial and error phase. Gathering experience and battling against unfavorable matchups early on could prove beneficial for future Pokémon training. Chapter 41. Another battle of adverse types for Zhao Qi as the two contenders took to the arena. The randomly selected battleground was a rocky terrain. This environment would have some impact on the water-type Froakie, as the humidity in the air was notably lower than in other settings. However, luck is also a form of skill. Mu Qianxue bore no complaints about drawing the rocky arena. Froakie used Bubble. Caw. Froakie stretched out its hands, tearing 2 clumps of bubbles from its bubble scarf and hurling them toward Charmander. Observing the incoming bubbles, Zhao Qi calmly commanded, Charmander, move. Charmander commenced its serpentine dodging, evading all of Froakie's bubbles. Noticing the bubbles miss repeatedly, Mu Qianxue advised, Froakie, pay attention to Charmander's movements and throw a little ahead. Caw. Froakie nodded, then earnestly predicted Charmander's actions, launching 2 more clumps of bubbles. This time, one struck Charmander's tail perfectly. Excellent. Froakie, press the advantage. Oh no. Charmander, quickly use Ember. Zhao Qi shouted. Having gained experience from a previous victory, Charmander's proficiency with Ember had improved, and it flicked its tail to disperse Froakie's bubbles with 2 bursts of flame. Seeing the flames approaching, Mu Qianxue called out, Froakie, dodge. Froakie, heeding the command, swiftly leaped behind a rock pillar to evade. Zhao Qi, observing the situation, issued his next command. All right, Charmander, use the terrain to charge forward. Nilu, Charmander, with its short legs, utilized the protruding rock pillars for cover as it dashed toward Froakie. Realizing Charmander was closing in, Mu Qianxue furrowed her brow and commanded, Froakie, jump onto the rock pillar and use Bubble to block Charmander. With the passive skill of water play, Mu Qianxue was not overly concerned about Charmander's fire-type damage. However, in close combat, Froakie was somewhat lacking, having only a weak slap attack, while the other 2 skills, Bubble and Water Gun, could easily be interrupted in melee. From the sidelines, Lin Yan observed the intense battle and turned to Su Yajing, asking, Jingjing, do you think Snow can win this match? She should be able to. Froakie has a passive that reduces fire-type damage. As long as it can use Bubble to block Charmander's advance and seize the right moment to use Water Gun, it could win due to its type advantage, Su Yajing replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qinglu widened her eyes. Did that Froakie truly possess a passive that mitigated fire-type damage? Did this mean that Zhao Qi's blunder was inevitable? Qianxian spoke up. While winning is not certain, it all depends on whether Charmander can get close. Zhao Qi mentioned earlier that his Charmander seems to have learned a new skill, which is a close combat move called Dragon Claw. While the group deliberated, the battle's dynamics were shifting. Zhao Qi noticed that Froakie had blocked a significant portion of the advance path and frowned. There was no choice. Froakie's bubble attack was merely the scarf around its neck, which could be torn off and thrown without expending much energy, only requiring a bit of effort. However, Charmander, running beneath, was expending considerable stamina. Moreover, to prevent Charmander from being struck by the bubbles, Zhao Qi had to keep it close to the rock pillar, wary of exposing too much of its position, thus refraining from ordering a direct assault. Yet, seeing that the distance was not far, he shouted, Charmander, use Dragon Breath. Nilu. Upon receiving the command, Charmander unleashed a powerful breath toward Froakie. Froakie staggered upon being hit. Got it. Now, use Smokescreen. Charmander exhaled a plume of smoke to obscure visibility. Froakie, unable to see Charmander's figure, began to panic. However, Mu Qianxue remained composed and instructed, Froakie, stay calm. Charmander's tail is aflame. Focus and use water gun. Caw. Responding to the command, Froakie carefully discerned the anomalies within the black smoke. After identifying the target, it opened its mouth and shot forth a jet of water. Charmander, dodge. Zhao Qi shouted urgently, since the smoke had been released around itself. Charmander could only hear Zhao Qi's voice but could not see the direction from which water gun was approaching. Caught off guard, it was struck directly by the water jet. Nilu. Charmander raised a hand, struggling against the force of the water gun, a pained expression on its face. Zhao Qi's countenance darkened. This hit dealt substantial damage to Charmander. Hang in there, Charmander. Nilu. Ultimately, Charmander persevered through sheer willpower. But it was evident that it now had little strength left to counterattack. Froakie emerged victorious in this battle. Upon hearing the electronic referee's announcement, Mu Qianxue excitedly lifted Froakie into the air, exclaiming, yes. Froakie, we won. Caw. Charmander returned to Zhao Qi's side, head lowered. Zhao Qi bent down, gently patting Charmander's head, softly assuring, you've done wonderfully, Charmander. We will definitely win next time. Hearing this, Charmander rallied its spirits, nodding affirmatively, Nilu. Following the conclusion of their battle, the next pair of contenders would be Su Yajing and Li Faidu. Captain Li, allow me to witness just how formidable your quasi-legendary truly is. Li Faidu replied somewhat speechlessly, Miss Su, if I recall correctly, your Ralts is a psychic and fairy type, which is nearly immune to dragon-type moves. When he received the information card for the mini-dragon, he noted that fairy-type Pokémon had a significant advantage over dragon types, and it was a particularly pronounced advantage. Thus, when he heard that Su Yajing intended to challenge him, he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. After all, no one desires to face defeat on a daily basis. He had just lost his first battle to Zhao Qi, a defeat attributed to his lack of experience. Yet he was now facing another seemingly inevitable loss, which was quite disheartening. Captain Li, I refuse to believe your mini-dragon lacks skills from other types, Li Faidu said. Half in jest. Once you face it, you will see. His mini-dragon possessed 4 skills, including Dragon Breath and Dragon Tornado, both of which were dragon-type moves. Chapter 42, Dragon Tornado? No, this is a water tornado. The arena for this battle was randomly designated as a combination of rock and water. As the electronic referee announced the type of battlefield, the ground trembled and a field composed of rock and water emerged. This arena consisted of 60 rock and 40 water, with a river traversing the entire expanse and a circular fountain, the depth of which reached several meters but was less than 20 meters wide, all within a space measuring 120 by 80. This water-laden arena was comparatively advantageous for the mini-dragon, as it could submerge itself beneath the surface. Ralts' psychic abilities could not yet affect targets concealed within the water. It's time, mini-dragon. With Li Faidu's command, the mini-dragon boldly leaped onto the field. Ralts, please. Su Yajing urged. The mini-dragon unleashed an intimidating glare. Mew. Its adorable eyes glowed a pale blue, causing Ralts to instinctively take a cautious step back. Intimidated by the fierce gaze. Don't be afraid, Ralts. Use disarming voice. Lalu. Ralts emitted a sound imbued with charm, yet to the ears of the mini-dragon, it was rather grating and unpleasant. The mini-dragon visibly became agitated, ultimately ramming its head against a nearby rock pillar. Damn, this type disadvantage is absurd. Just that little sound made it lose its composure. If a few more fairy-type moves come in, won't my mini-dragon be completely overwhelmed? Li Faidu began to understand why Huang Xiao had repeatedly stressed the folly of stubbornly confronting dragon types. Facing adorable Pokémon like Ralts could truly drive one to the brink of despair. Alright, Ralts, follow up with Psychic. Upon hearing Su Yajing's instruction, Li Faidu quickly shouted, Mini-Dragon, jump into the water. Responding to the command, the mini-dragon swiftly made its way toward the nearby river. Despite its quick reflexes and speed, it ultimately could not evade the grasp of Psychic. Ralts' psychic power manifested in swirling waves, ultimately pressing down on the mini-dragon. In that instant, the mini-dragon felt as if an immense weight was bearing down upon it, drastically slowing its speed. Clearly, Su Yajing had enhanced Ralts' psychic training since their previous battle against Qin Xianqian, where the psychic energy had been concentrated at a single point to disrupt the balance of the opponent. This time, however, the energy was dispersed, pressing down upon the mini-dragon from all directions. On the opposing side, witnessing the mini-dragon's sluggish movements, Li Faidu felt a surge of urgency. It was evident that this was not a contest of equal caliber. His opponent was solely there to dominate. Fortunately, Ralts' psychic force lasted less than 10 seconds, and the mini-dragon managed to withstand the pressure long enough to dive into the river. Oh, is it not over yet? Good, I can still play a little longer. Noticing that Su Yajing had not commanded Ralts to attack again, Li Faidu quickly called out, "Mini Dragon, flow with the river into that pool." In truth, it was not that Su Yajing was unwilling to attack. Rather, the flowing water was beyond Ralts' ability to manipulate, and she could not ascertain the mini dragon's location. Thus, the mini dragon successfully floated down the river into the central pool of water. Upon seeing the mini dragon surface in the pool, Li Faidu rejoiced, "Excellent. Now unleash Dragon Tornado upon the water's surface." The mini dragon rose above the water, gathering dragon-type energy and stirring up a small tornado atop the pool. Li Faidu understood that directly employing a dragon-type move against Ralts might yield minimal effect, but if he could create a water tornado, perhaps there was a chance for a comeback. "Ralts, quickly take cover behind the rocks." Su Yajing was not oblivious. She immediately discerned Li Faidu's intentions. If this were merely a water-dominated field, she could very well find herself in trouble. However, with the majority of the arena composed of rock, including 3 thick pillars, she had no doubt that the mini-dragon would struggle to even scratch the surface. As the mini-dragon continued to amass dragon-type energy, the water tornado above the pool grew larger. However, the powerful suction generated by the tornado caused the mini-dragon to feel awkward, as it realized it was losing control and might be drawn into it itself. On the sidelines, the spectators gaped in astonishment. Qian Qianqian remarked, "Wow, Brother Du. This move is ruthless. You're willing to risk even your own Pokémon to win. Not only that, but he may have altered the very nature of this battlefield." Zhou Qinglu commented. Initially, he had considered challenging Li Faidu, but now he felt a hint of pressure from his intensity. Is it possible that this tactic was improvised? He might not be certain whether his mini-dragon can withstand such pressure, Lin Yan speculated. Mu Qianxue nodded, then pointed at Li Faidu. "It is quite possible. Just look at Captain Li's pallor. He appears quite pale. Indeed, it is no wonder that Brother Du has become the leader of the first action team. I never anticipated such creativity from him. But has he considered how to conclude this? Who knows? Brother Du might be in over his head right now." As these onlookers observed, Li Faidu noted the towering 5-meter-high water tornado, his face turning pale. He had indeed overstepped. Soon, the mini-dragon was pulled into the vortex, and Li Faidu's face was etched with anxiety. Moments later, the electronic referee declared Ralts the victor. With the referee's voice echoing, the safety mechanisms of the battlefield activated, suppressing the chaotic water tornado. The mini-dragon fell from a height of 3 meters into the water, losing consciousness upon impact. "Phew, it's finally over. I thought I was on the verge of disaster. Captain Li, perhaps you should rename that move from Dragon Tornado to Water Tornado," Su Yajing remarked, slightly exasperated. "That was terrifying. A 5-meter-high water tornado. I genuinely feared Ralts would be swept away. Who would have guessed that it was the mini-dragon that lost its fighting capability first? I sincerely apologize. That tactic was an impromptu response. And I'm still not very adept at it," Li Faidu admitted sheepishly. In the shop's main hall, after the battle results between Su Yajing and Li Faidu were announced, Huang Xiao specially captured the moment when Ralts used disarming voice against the mini-dragon and addressed the onlookers. "You see, this is precisely why I have consistently emphasized not to fixate solely on dragon types. A cute little creature can render even a formidable contender utterly helpless, resorting to head-butting rocks." A spirited young man beside Huang Xiao chimed in, "Boss Huang, that isolated clip doesn't count. Did you not see the water tornado that the mini-dragon unleashed in the end?" "Exactly. That water tornado was incredibly cool. If we each had a mini-dragon, given the right wind direction, we could potentially create a climate powerful enough to devastate nations," someone chuckled, expressing their enthusiasm. Chapter 43. Testing the balance of new battle terrain. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. The Foot Basin chickens relish sashimi, and sending them into the sea for an all-you-can-eat feast is quite authentic, not to mention remarkably fresh, catering perfectly to their national palate. Most importantly, this fish is astonishingly cheap. Consuming it is akin to exhausting a single life, allowing one to partake only once in a lifetime. Not only is the fish delectable, but it also brims with an abundance of trace elements that could tantalize one's taste buds. Listening to these fervent remarks from the crowd, Huang Xiao realized he was merely playing a lute to a cow. Nevertheless, one must admit that the inhabitants of this world possess quite the imagination. The method he conceived for vanquishing the Foot Basin chickens involved casting the flightless into a certain volcano, triggering an eruption with the sword of a sheer cliff, thus sending the entire island plummeting. Ahem, let me clarify. The mini-dragon does not employ a water tornado technique. It does not possess such a move, but rather utilizes a skill known as tornado. Other moves capable of generating similar effects include Wind Gust, Whirlwind, and Storm, typically employed by flying-type Pokémon to stir up a breeze. It is essential to emphasize that Huang Xiao's comments were purely informational regarding moves, devoid of any ulterior motives. His words certainly bore no deeper significance. So such good fortune exists. The crowd quickly grasped that Huang Xiao was akin to them, initially mistaking him for a peacekeeper, only to discover he was an ally. Thankfully, the knife did not plunge too swiftly, averting the near mistake of friendly fire. Well then, Boss Huang, since you mention it, when might we unlock the exclusive gacha pool for flying-type Pokémon? After the inquiry was posed, the individual paused before adding, Ahem, Boss Huang, please don't misunderstand. We merely wish to raise a flying-type Pokémon. Absolutely no ulterior motives whatsoever. I am not entirely certain about that, but it isn't solely necessary to have a flying type. There are numerous other means to achieve what you desire. In the spectator area of the battlefield, after a lengthy wait, it was finally Zhang Heng's turn to present the terrain design he had been working on. With a heart full of excitement, he extended his trembling hands to connect his computer to the control data interface. The progress bar for the design upload appeared to him as if it were playing in slow motion. Should he fail this time, he would be utterly bereft of any claim to the so-called reward. Success would offer him a chance to reach the pinnacle of his life, while failure would force him to retreat in disgrace from the Magic City, only to consider entering the fray once the official Pokémon prices in Xia country had lowered. As the design uploaded, the intelligent program of the battlefield began its feasibility calculations. Approximately 30 seconds later, a notification appeared on the screen. Markedly different from his previous attempts. Dear Mr. Zhang Hong, your battlefield terrain design has passed preliminary screening. Please locate 3 trainers to conduct 3 battles for balance testing. Upon successful completion of the balance test, it will be incorporated into the database. If no second terrain map can rival your design within 7 days, you shall be awarded first place. Would you like to make a shop-wide announcement to assist Mr. Zhang Hong in finding trainers for the test? A shop-wide announcement? Such fortune. Zhang Hong felt as if he were immersed in a game. The gaming company where he previously worked thrived on such designs to entice affluent players to spend. A burly man standing behind Zhang Hong, noticing his entry into a unique interface, exclaimed, Whoa, brother, have you passed? No, I've merely entered the next stage. Zhang Hong had not finished speaking when the announcement echoed through the battlefield and the shop hall. Congratulations to Mr. Zhang Hong for designing the library terrain, which has entered the second round of public balance testing. The announcement repeated thrice. After a few moments of silence, the entire shop erupted in excitement. Everyone in the battlefield turned their gazes toward the control panel. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhang Hong instantly regretted initiating a shop-wide announcement. With my limited cultural background, I could only think of 2 expressions. Wow, a master. Library terrain. What kind of divine design is this? Regardless of the divine nature of the design, this was a battlefield terrain crafted by our own compatriots in Xia country. They clamored to participate in the testing, eager to boast about their involvement for days on end. Zhang Hong, feeling somewhat awkward, addressed the crowd. Thank you all for your kindness. To be frank, I am in need of 3 trainers who possess fire-type Pokémon, along with several trainers of different types. Fire-type? Zhao Qi shouted, my Charmander can do it. Ahem, my Snorlax is also capable. My Morpeko can have a go too. After Zhang Heng's selection, the trainers included Zhao Qi with his Charmander, Li Shan with his Morpeko, an alternate colored Tepig trainer, a trainer with a fire lizard, and lastly, a girl who drew a Kecleon. Following an invitation from Li Faidu, Zhang Hong proceeded to the battle arena established by Li Faidu and his team. Mr. Zhang Hong, regardless of how the balance test proceeds, I, on behalf of the Pokemon Management Bureau, extend an invitation for you to join us, Li Faidu offered amicably. As long as Captain Li doesn't mind, I would be delighted to accept. I must express my gratitude to Captain Li. Had it not been for your battle with Zhao Qi in the forest, I wouldn't have been able to design this battlefield terrain. Zhang Hong thanked Li Faidu. Li Faidu was taken aback momentarily before smiling. To provide inspiration to Mr. Zhang Hong is truly an honor. You're too kind, Captain Li, Zhang Hong replied, scratching his head. Mr. Zhang Hong, please take charge of the arrangements. Since this terrain is your design, it would be best for you to oversee the team composition for testing, showcasing the key points of your design. Understood. Zhang Hong nodded, then approached Zhao Qi and the others, stating, the library terrain I designed features hidden areas that require fire-type moves to activate. This space, based on my vision, is intended to favor fire-type Pokémon. Chapter 44. The first test. As the designer of the map, Zhang Hong naturally understood which attributes the terrain favored, yet he saw no issue in this. He noted that many battle terrains tend to favor specific attributes, such as grassy fields, rocky terrains, water arenas, and icy landscapes, which offer slight advantages to the corresponding types of Pokémon. Hence, he believed that the map he had created did not possess significant flaws. Rather, it filled the void left by the absence of a dedicated battlefield for fire-type Pokémon. Of course, this was a misconception stemming from his lack of exposure to volcanic battle terrains or arenas suspended over lava. Does this mean we can set the battlefield ablaze? Zhao Qi inquired. Just a normal battle is fine. In fact, triggering this hidden terrain is rather challenging, Zhang Heng replied uncertainly, unsure if Zhao Qi and the others could ignite the entire arena with their fire-type Pokémon. After some discussion, Zhao Qi and the others settled on their opponents. The first pair consisted of Zhao Qi and Li Shan. Once Zhang Heng had personally selected the battlefield he designed, the AI program commenced constructing the arena. Utilizing a special manifestation technique, the completed design materialized in under 5 minutes. The two trainers then stepped onto the command platform. Unlike most terrain command platforms, Zhang Heng's library battlefield employed a God's Eye view mode. Zhao Qi and Li Shan, looking down upon the labyrinthine library terrain, were instantly overwhelmed. Initially, they had presumed Zhang Heng's design would resemble a rocky terrain, filled with numerous bookshelves or tomes. Little did they expect it to be a maze formed by 3-meter-tall, 4-meter-long bookshelves, intricately designed with varying heights and hollowed sections, allowing smaller Pokémon to navigate through. Certainly, at the very heart of this arena lies a circular void, evidently a product of meticulous design. After keenly surveying the terrain and identifying what he deemed a favorable position, Zhao Qi withdrew his Charmeleon into its Pokeball and launched it towards the chosen location. Go forth, Charmeleon, with its fighting spirit fully ignited. Charmeleon was eager for victory to redeem itself after its recent defeat against an unfavorable type matchup. However, upon noticing the plethora of books surrounding the area, Charmeleon raised its head in confusion, seemingly questioning Zhao Qi. Master, do not tell me these books are my opponents. Go, Morpeko. Li Shan did not hurl Morpeko towards the center of the bookshelves, but rather placed it confidently in the center of the arena. Not seeing an adversary, Morpeko produced a piece of chocolate and sat down to enjoy its meal. Observing this, Zhao Qi remarked to Li Shan, well, your Pokémon certainly possesses a distinct personality. With a sense of pride, Li Shan replied, indeed. Noticing Li Shan's lack of intent to initiate the attack, Zhao Qi called out, Charmeleon, do you see the gap beside you? Slip through. Your opponent awaits you ahead. Char. Following the command, Charmeleon glanced around and deftly maneuvered through the opening as directed by Zhao Qi. After traversing between two bookshelves, it finally spotted Morpeko, who was still indulging in its snack at the center of the arena. Charmeleon, use Ember. Charmeleon flicked its tail, unleashing several bursts of flames. In response to the incoming fire, Morpeko, without waiting for Li Shan's command, swiftly picked up a nearby book and hurled it in retaliation. The flying book accurately intercepted the ember, and one book, propelled by Morpeko's might, even soared towards Charmeleon engulfed in flames. Charmeleon, duck. Upon hearing the command, Charmeleon quickly covered its head with its little hands and crouched down, pressing its tail firmly to the ground. The flaming book struck the bookshelf behind Charmeleon, causing flames to gradually spread. Onlookers outside the arena were utterly astonished by Zhang Heng's ingenuity. Can this arena truly ignite? Zhou Qinglu exclaimed. Qian Qianqian remarked, yes, it can ignite, but the rate of combustion is rather slow. By the time it burns out, the battle will likely be over. While one round concluded, it was noted that in formal Pokémon competitions during the elimination phase, 3 Pokémon are employed, escalating to a full 6v6 battle thereafter. Should the first Pokémon ignite the arena, and the second be a fire type or one capable of gaining an advantage in the fiery setting, the outcome could become unpredictable. Li Fight amused. What, brother Do? Where did you hear such information? Zhou Qinglu asked, perplexed. I told you, it's no wonder Boss Huang is so fervently promoting Pokémon battles. Who would have thought there were actual competitions? I learned about it from Tianqi last night. Moreover, Boss Huang has devised several types of competitions, with battling being the most fundamental. I also heard there are contests centered around performances, though I lack more specific details. Are there truly performances as a core competition? Li Faidu's words ignited anticipation among Su Yajing and others. I'm unsure. For now, we all have just one Pokémon, and a minimum of 3 are required for a match. Thus, it seems unlikely that Boss Huang will roll out those competitions anytime soon. Within the arena, Zhao Qi furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Li Shan before directing Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Dragon Claw. Char. Charmeleon's small hands extended with energy claws as it dashed towards Morpeko. Sensing Charmeleon closing in, Li Shan calmly ordered, "Morpeko, use spark now." At Li Shan's command, Morpeko's ears perked up as it devoured the last of its chocolate. And then a spark of electricity flickered across its body. In an instant, it lunged towards Charmeleon with a crackling sound. Morpeko embraced Charmeleon, and with a flash of lightning, Charmeleon was enveloped in electricity. Fortunately, the intensity of Morpeko's spark was not severe, and Charmeleon's luck held, sparing it from paralysis. Alas, Charmeleon's newly gathered dragon claw was swiftly interrupted. "Charmeleon, use scratch." After swatting Morpeko away, Charmeleon aimed its sharp claws at Morpeko. Lacking close-range combat skills, Morpeko found itself at a disadvantage. Li Shan quickly shouted, "Morpeko, climb the bookshelf to create distance." Morpeko agilely ascended the nearest bookshelf, positioning itself atop, while keeping a watchful eye on Charmeleon. Staring up at Morpeko, Charmeleon found itself at a loss. What could it do, given its short arms and legs? After a stalemate of several seconds, Li Shan, noticing the books on the shelf, devised a plan. "All right, Morpeko, use the books on the shelf to counterattack. Throw them." Swoosh. Thud. A book struck Charmeleon on the head. Observing Morpeko's intent to continue the bombardment, Zhao Qi called out, "Charmeleon, use smokescreen to obscure its vision and charge it down." As Charmeleon released the smokescreen, it took advantage of the cover and charged fiercely towards the bookshelf. The impact caused Morpeko, who was poised to drop another book, to lose its balance and tumble down. "Excellent. Charmeleon, now use Ember." Zhao Qi seized the moment to command Charmeleon to deliver a decisive blow to the battle. Is there truly such a tactic in this battleground? This revelation was indeed fascinating. As long as one could lift those books, even a Pokémon of lesser power could become a formidable contender, hurling books at their opponent. This battlefield held intriguing possibilities. The duel between the two had inspired many, particularly Li Shan's adept utilization of the battlefield elements, which left a lasting impression. Chapter 45, Kadabra vs. Tepig. After Zhao Qi and Li Shan's battle concluded, Zhang Heng promptly received a score of 79 for the first balance test. He found the evaluation ambiguous, lacking concrete information for reference, and thus turned his attention to the upcoming bout between Tepig and Kadabra. The young trainer who drew Tepig was named Zhang Li, the sole heir of a medium-sized enterprise, while the girl who selected Kadabra was called Shin Naji. Though her name bore resemblance to that of a certain Miss Naji from the Pokémon world, she did not possess any psychic abilities, a fact confirmed by Huang Xiao's assessment with Victini. However, it could not be ruled out that young Shin Naji might awaken such powers in the future. Unlike Zhao Qi and Li Shan, these two trainers positioned their Pokémon distinctly. They chose not to occupy the center of the arena, nor place their Pokémon in the aisle between the bookshelves, but rather opted to place their Pokémon atop the shelves. Indeed, both trainers had evidently gleaned something from Li Shan. Pokémon, Kadabra. Nature, shy, no changes. Gender, female. Type, psychic. Ability, synchronize. Through mental training, it remains undaunted by opponents' attacks. Moves, teleport, barrier, inherited, sleep, confusion. Pokémon, Tepig, shiny. Nature, brave, increases attack, decreases speed. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, thick fat, protected by thick fat. It reduces damage from fire and ice type moves by half. Moves, tail whip, tackle, ember, take down, inherited. Both trainers' Pokémon exhibited unique strengths. Kadabra's lineage likely stemmed from a spoink, inheriting the barrier move, which proved to be an exceptional skill for Kadabra, whose physical defense stat was a mere 15 points. Barrier creates a sturdy shield, significantly enhancing its defense. The lineage of the Warm Pig is indeed somewhat extraordinary, employing nefarious techniques to launch surprise attacks, ensuring that when confronted by ghost and psychic types, it does not fall into a state of passivity and can even catch others off guard. Kecleon, use flash, shouted Shin Nazi as Kecleon slumped atop the bookshelf. As psychic energy coalesced, a dazzling light burst forth above its head. This resplendent radiance momentarily dazed the Warm Pig, nearly causing it to slip from its perch on the bookshelf. Regaining its composure, the Warm Pig executed a spark attack. Zhongli exclaimed. The Warm Pig repositioned itself in the center of the shelf, then expelled small flames from its nostrils to launch an assault. Kecleon deftly utilized teleport to evade the attack. Its form flickered continuously, rendering the Warm Pig's small flames futile. Damn, that little creature actually understands teleport? How utterly unscrupulous. Zhongli was taken aback. Having observed Kecleon comfortably stationed on the bookshelf, he had assumed the spark would secure an easy victory. only to discover that Kecleon could employ such a skill. This isn't mere trickery. Kecleon requires a full 18 hours of sleep daily for unique reasons. Its teleportation ability was mastered to avoid disruptions during its rest, Shinnaji elucidated. Through days of companionship, she had come to realize that Kecleon's abilities were fundamentally defensive in nature. The reason she found herself on the battlefield today was that Kecleon had just awakened, and she hoped to acclimate it to combat within these few hours. 18 hours of sleep, and it can master such a proficient teleportation skill? That sounds rather peculiar, doesn't it? Isn't that a boon? Not just a boon. If my Pokémon could learn teleport, even if it slept 20 hours a day, it would still be a bargain. Many began to discuss Shinnaji's comments, pondering whether this teleportation ability could extend to humans as well. If so, that would be an incredible advantage, as many anticipated Shinnaji's command for Kecleon to attack. She instead issued a defensive move. Kecleon, use barrier. Observing her defensive strategy, Zhongli felt a surge of unease and queried, wait a moment. Does your Pokémon lack offensive skills? With a subtle smile, Shinnaji replied, under normal circumstances, Kecleon indeed lacks offensive capabilities, but this battlefield differs from others. After Kecleon erected several sturdy barriers, she commanded, Kecleon, grab a book and throw it. Zhongli was left speechless, realizing he had worried unnecessarily. Had he known Kecleon was devoid of offensive skills, he would have charged in without hesitation, but now he felt like a soft target. The warm pig scurried to evade the incoming attack and aimed at the bookshelf with a spark. Contemplating the surefire strategy, Zhongli concluded that if he could set the entire area ablaze, it would minimize Kecleon's space to maneuver. Although the warm pig appeared somewhat clumsy, it managed to run with surprising agility atop the bookshelf, aided by Zhang Heng's design that unified the tops of the shelves, allowing certain Pokémon to engage in aerial pursuits. As the warm pig reached a position at least 30 meters away from Kecleon, it was clear that not even Kecleon could hurl a book that far, let alone its trainer. What a coward! Zhou Qinglu scoffed. Had I known Zhongli was such a timid sort, I would have signed up for the test myself. In this testing arena, there are points awarded regardless of winning or losing. It's not cowardice. He simply wasn't aware that the young lady's Pokémon lacked offensive skills. Li Fidu explained. From that distance, Kecleon could have at least thrown 3 books at the warm pig, and it would have had time to teleport away. So psychic Pokémon are indeed crafty, not at all friendly. Lin Yan interjected. What nonsense are you spouting, Yin Yan? Who's being crafty? Su Yajing quipped. Knowing Lin Yan was indirectly referring to her. Isn't that just being crafty? Lin Yan pouted, feeling somewhat defeated. It seems this battlefield favors fire types and Pokémon capable of throwing objects. Qian remarked before recalling something and turning to Zhang Heng. By the way, Heng, can the bookshelves in this map be toppled? Certainly. The library's layout was designed based on my alma mater, and aside from the running-friendly design atop the shelves, everything else is a one-to-one replica. If you push hard enough, they will definitely topple. However, I wouldn't advise it, as they resemble a game of dominoes. If one falls, the rest will follow, potentially injuring any Pokémon beneath, Zhang Heng cautioned. Oh, I see. This terrain indeed offers various strategies and is quite reasonable, Qian mused, a smile creeping onto his face as he conceived another tactic. However, this strategy would require his Pokémon to evolve first, as the current Riolu lacked the capability to topple bookshelves and evade their collapse. Zhang Heng's concern could indeed be addressed. Many terrains in battle arenas possess selectable realism. By keeping the realism below 50%, the impact on Pokémon during the collapse of certain terrains would be reduced to about 85%. Mu Qianxue pointed to the adjacent control panel. Most battle terrains, aside from grassy fields and the most basic flatlands, are virtually fabricated by technology. The venue's AI can calculate the damage incurred by Pokémon when specific terrains collapse and relay that damage back to the creatures, though it will not be lethal. Such advanced technology in battle arenas is simply astounding, Lin Yan exclaimed. This is just the beginning. Once you all can participate in comprehensive battles within this venue, you'll truly grasp its remarkable capabilities. At that moment, Huang Xiao entered the room. Boss Huang, what brings you here? Li Fidu inquired curiously. I've come to present rewards to Mr. Zhang Heng, Huang Xiao replied. In fact, this balance test was orchestrated by Huang Xiao himself. He had not anticipated that on the very first day of the battlefield's design, a master would create a map. Rewards so soon? Zhang Heng expressed surprise, recalling that he thought he would have to wait 7 days post-test to see if any superior designs emerged before rewards were distributed. Mr. Zhang Heng's speed has showcased the abundance of talent in Xia country, prompting me to revise the rules. Originally, only the top 3 would receive rewards. Now, I have expanded this to the first 30 who successfully complete the balance test. In other words, from now on, The first 30 individuals to pass will receive the originally designated rewards in order of completion. The top 10 will receive Pokémon eggs. The 11th to 20th will receive an evolution stone, and the 21st to 30th will receive a TM. Huang Xiao announced to the crowd. Upon hearing this momentous news, everyone was taken aback, as many had assumed the Pokémon eggs were out of reach, only to find a significant opportunity had arisen. Li Faidu opened his mouth, ultimately exclaiming, "Wow, Boss Huang, what a generous gesture." Huang Xiao humbly waved his hand. Just a small token, just a small token. Indeed, it was a small gesture, as the Pokémon eggs were not his own, but sponsored by the esteemed brother too. And there were numerous eggs stored in the temperature-controlled hatching room on the 3rd floor of the shop. All of this is specifically prepared for the impending arrival of the fairy realm, where Pokémon will be sold at a significant discount. With a few deft taps on the control panel nearby, Huang Xiao summoned an incubator from the ceiling of the venue, within which lay a Pokémon egg adorned with a pale lavender base and several deep purple eye-like patterns. "Mr. Zhang, please take this. It is the Pokémon egg you rightfully deserve." Huang Xiao handed the egg, along with the incubator, to Zhang Heng. Thank you. Zhang Heng found himself momentarily at a loss upon receiving the Pokémon egg. "Boss Huang, is this truly a Pokémon egg? It's rather large. Can one purchase such a thing?" Lin Yan interjected suddenly. "Indeed, but not at this moment. Currently, the conditions in this world are insufficient to ensure that a newly hatched Pokémon can transition from infancy to adolescence with a 100% success rate," Huang Xiao elaborated. "Infant Pokémon, those just hatched, require a daily intake of highly nutritious food, such as the milk from a large milk can." Huang Xiao had seen someone once extract milk from a large can, yet no one seemed to choose that option. Thus, he contemplated persuading Brother Tuzi to sponsor a batch of large milk cans, as establishing a dairy farm would be unfeasible. Even if one were to use the milk available in this world, disregarding whether it meets the nutritional requirements for newborn Pokémon, the technology and additives present might very well endanger them. Then, if Mr. Zhang Heng's Pokémon egg were to hatch, wouldn't that pose a significant risk? Li Faidu queried. At this remark, Zhang Heng's initial excitement faltered, and he turned to Huang Xiao. "Rest assured, since I am able to offer this reward, I have the means to ensure that Mr. Zhang Heng's Pokémon successfully navigates its infancy." Although Brother Tuzi had not provided large milk cans, Huang Xiao still possessed a considerable stock of products made from their milk, courtesy of Brother Tuzi, which he saw as a perfect opportunity to enhance his modest treasury. He glanced at Li Faidu and asked, "By the way, if I heard correctly, it seems you invited Zhang Heng to join your ranks?" "Indeed, that is the case." "What of it, Boss Huang? You're not considering hiring Mr. Zhang Heng, are you?" Li Faidu looked anxiously at Huang Xiao. This statement instantly captured the attention of everyone present. "Not at all. My establishment currently does not require additional assistance. What I meant was, could you assist in covering the expenses necessary for his Pokémon during its infancy?" Huang Xiao explained. It wasn't that he was unwilling to hire. Rather, Brother Tuzi had not allocated any positions to him, and the general populace in this world lacked sufficient knowledge about Pokémon, rendering new hires somewhat ineffective. If he merely needed someone to perform menial tasks, even the scheming tortoise and the vengeful Nai could manage. "You mean Tianxi?" Huang Xiao mused. Recognizing her as his cherished daughter, a son should be raised in modesty to work, while a daughter deserves to be raised in luxury to enjoy life. Upon Huang Xiao's inquiry regarding finances, Li Faidu, without hesitation, responded, "Once Zhang Heng joins our management bureau, we will naturally cover his expenses." That is all well and good. To accelerate the hatching of the Pokémon egg, the nutrient solution costs 100,000, the incubator 50,000. And the food required for the Pokémon in its infancy is estimated at another 50,000. If the hatched Pokémon turns out to be on the larger side, we may need to add an additional 20,000 to the budget. Overall, the total expenditure should range between 200,000 to 220,000, Huang Xiao calculated. Is it truly that expensive? Li Faidu was taken aback. If the budget is insufficient, it can be trimmed. Simply removing the egg and allowing it to hatch naturally over a few months would only require between 50 to 70,000 to sustain it through infancy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he glanced at Boss Huang. "Isn't the incubator you provided free of charge?" "Certainly not free. This is a reusable Pokémon egg incubator. By merely adding the nutrient solution, it not only accelerates the hatching process but also ensures that the hatched Pokémon is in optimal health. Nothing is ever truly free. Not in this lifetime." Huang Xiao contemplated charging a higher price, yet Brother Tuzi had set a firm cap at 50,000. His reasoning for wanting to sell it at a premium was simple. In the Pokémon world, such an item would fetch no less than 200,000. "Very well. We will cover this expense. However, Boss Huang, What Pokemon does Zhang Heng's egg contain? I am not entirely certain, but as long as you make the payment. The egg will hatch by this time tomorrow. Huang Xiao, rather mercenarily, produced a POS machine and presented it to Li Faidu. Faced with the POS machine thrust towards him, Li Faidu had no option but to helplessly retrieve his unlimited limit secondary bank card. After Li Faidu completed the transaction, Huang Xiao snapped his fingers, and a canister of lavender nutrient solution descended from the ceiling in a manner reminiscent of the Pokemon egg's arrival. Mr. Zhang Heng, please proceed to open the incubator, he encouraged, gesturing towards Zhang Heng, who held the Pokemon egg. Zhang Heng carefully set the incubator down, then cautiously began to investigate how to open its lid. Observing Zhang Heng's trepidation about potentially damaging the incubator, Huang Xiao sighed, passing the nutrient solution to Li Faidu before roughly lifting the lid himself. This apparatus is not as fragile as you might think. Feel free to handle it, as long as you refrain from applying over 300 volts during the hatching acceleration period. Even if you were to drop it from the 10th floor, it would remain unscathed. Indeed, the quality of the incubator was remarkably robust. And how is it crafted from such extraordinary materials? Lin Yan queried, somewhat incredulous, reaching out to touch the incubator. I cannot say for certain, but the advanced technology contained within it is on par with that utilized in battlefields, Huang Xiao replied while pouring in the nutrient solution. The quantity was precisely right. Neither excessive nor insufficient, as it enveloped the Pokemon egg perfectly. Although Huang Xiao was aware of the Pokemon contained within the egg, he chose to keep this information to himself, wishing not to dampen Zhang Heng's hopeful anticipation. Once the nutrient solution was added, he suddenly recalled a step he had forgotten and added, "Oh, right. I neglected to factor in the cost of the Pokeball required for this Pokemon once it hatches. Captain Li, that would be an additional 5,000. Would you prefer to continue with the card transaction or opt for a QR code?" Li Faidu at this point felt as if he were rapidly becoming Huang Xiao's personal ATM. He had already processed several substantial orders that day, and tomorrow, another group would undoubtedly arrive to queue for the capsule machine, necessitating yet more card transactions. Although the funds belonged to the government, one could hardly justify such extravagant expenditures. The speed at which the money was being spent was painful to witness. Perhaps I should cover this one myself? Zhang Heng suggested, feeling a bit bashful as he glanced at Li Faidu. Having just joined their ranks, he felt it inappropriate to continually impose on them. No need, as I mentioned. The expenses for this Pokemon egg are covered by our bureau. In a moment, check the situation regarding the number of people drawing from the capsule machine and consider trying your luck at obtaining another one. Even though Zhang Heng's onboarding process was not yet complete, Li Faidu decided to expedite matters. He was unwilling to let a golden opportunity slip away. Captain Li, this seems rather improper, doesn't it? I've only just joined, Zhang Heng remarked, looking uncertainly at Li Faidu. Had he not seen the news confirming the genuine establishment of the Pokemon Management Bureau in the Magic City and recognized Li Faidu as the ostensible captain, he might have been led to believe that Li Faidu harbored intentions of abducting him for organ trafficking. No worries. Every entrant into the Bureau is granted a single opportunity for a complimentary gacha draw, and furthermore, there exists a monthly reimbursement limit for Pokemon-exclusive energy cubes, which shall be fixed at 2,000 yuan after 1 month. Once you complete your gacha draw and the Pokemon egg hatches, you will possess 2 Pokemon. The government will only reimburse a limited amount, and the remainder must be earned through your own efforts. After Li Faidu concluded his explanation, he once again produced his card to pay for the Pokeballs. Upon completing the transaction, Huang Xiao handed an empty red and white ball to Zhang Heng and proceeded to enlighten him on the requisite steps for hatching Pokemon offspring. The process of hatching Pokemon is marked by specific signs. When you observe the egg glowing, you must remove it from the incubator. After hatching, watch for any signs of the Pokemon consuming the eggshell. If it does, do not intervene. If it does not, place the eggshell within its reach. Only after the entire shell is consumed can you gently wipe its body with warm water. And only then may you attempt to capture it with a Pokeball. Naturally, this capturing process necessitates prior communication with the Pokemon. Otherwise, should it escape the Pokeball, you would need to purchase another. Oh, and take this as well. This is milk from the large milk canister. After your Pokemon hatches and consumes the eggshell, you may allow it to drink a little, which should enhance your chances of a successful capture. As for the remaining milk, once your Pokemon egg has hatched tomorrow, bring it to the shop to collect its information card and leave your address so I can arrange for delivery. The attendees were somewhat bewildered by Huang Xiao's words. This process seemed rather intricate. So this is how troublesome Pokemon hatching can be, Lin Yan murmured. This is merely the beginning. Caring for newborn Pokemon is but one essential skill for a Pokemon breeder, and it is also a skill that every competent trainer must acquire. After all, Once your Pokémon multiply and give birth to offspring, you, as trainers, will undoubtedly need to care for these newborns. If you cannot manage even this minor task, you are not cut out for the life of a trainer. Huang Xiao's assertion was not without merit. To become an exceptional trainer, this skill is indispensable. In the original narrative, even the protagonist began without this knowledge but eventually mastered it through the experience of acquiring several Pokémon eggs. Boss Huang, it seems you haven't mentioned the hierarchy among trainers, have you? Also, what are the specific classifications of trainers, such as combat, performance, and healing? Li Faidu inquired. It wouldn't hurt to share the classification of trainers with you. Currently, all of you who have acquired Pokémon are in the novice stage. The subsequent levels are amateur, advanced, professional, gym leader, elite, champion, and master, totaling 8 levels. The classification is quite straightforward. To qualify as a trainer at a certain level, one must assemble a full team of 6 Pokémon, with at least 4 reaching that level. Of course, this applies to levels below elite. For elite and above, all 6 main Pokémon must reach elite level, with 3 needing to be at intermediate elite level, and the second team's strength must also match that of a gym leader. However, this pertains only to ordinary elite trainers. In the world of Pokémon, every region has 4 elite trainers and 1 champion. The elite and champion representing a region must endure practical tests, defeating at least 7 publicly recognized gym-level trainers to earn the title of regional elite, with the champion facing similar requirements. As for the master standard, one must be capable of battling actual divine beasts. With the arrival of Pokémon, perhaps each province will become its own region. The talent pool in Xia country is vast. With concerted effort, I believe a seat awaits you among the elite or champions. Huang Xiao's words struck the crowd like a thunderous explosion, particularly the mention of the master level, which involves engaging with divine beasts. Boss Huang, what level are you currently at? Mu Qianxue timidly asked. At her words, the others perked up, eager to listen. Well, I am certainly above your level. If any of you aspire to become champions, I could offer you the opportunity to challenge me. Although he lost in the 8 Masters tournament, that was due to the unethical tactics employed by Brother Camel, who entered with 18 stone tablets. Rounded off, he had technically not lost. Hence he felt justified in self-proclaiming himself at the champion level, wouldn't you agree? What about the types of trainers? Are they all combat-focused? Su Yajing queried. Trainer types are generally classified by profession. In the Pokémon world, there are 9 primary professions: Pokémon Master, Pokémon Researcher, Pokémon Specialist, Pokémon Breeder, Pokémon Doctor, Pokémon Coordinator, Pokémon Sommelier, Pokémon Explorer, and Pokémon Performer. Among these, Pokémon Masters, Specialists, Explorers, and Coordinators are all combat-related, with coordinators competing on the artistry of Pokémon battles, thus belonging to a performance-oriented profession. Pokémon Explorers venture into new territories, and soon, with the advent of Pokémon Mysteries, you will understand the implications. For now, consider Pokémon Masters as trainers whose ultimate aspiration is to master battle. Pokémon Specialists are not merely researchers, but trainers dedicated to a specific type of Pokémon, a profession with an undisclosed aspect that you will learn about later. Pokémon researchers specialize in studying Pokémon, and this profession has many branches. Further information will be made available on the website following the arrival of Pokémon. Pokémon breeders focus on devising breeding plans and creating Pokémon food. Pokémon sommeliers assess the compatibility between Pokémon and trainers. Pokémon doctors are akin to doctors and nurses in hospitals, but their patients are Pokémon. Finally, Pokémon performers, much like coordinators, showcase their talents on stage, though this profession seldom involves combat. Detailed information will be posted on the website for you to review at your leisure. Chapter 48, Paid Training Grounds. Such a multitude of professions related to Pokémon. Li Faidu mused. The 2 pieces of news were indeed substantial. If Pokémon truly descend upon our world, the global landscape would change instantaneously. The transition between old and new industries would represent a significant upheaval for the majority, presenting a rare opportunity for a remarkable comeback. He was increasingly convinced that Huang Xiao's earlier words were a subtle indication that he was destined to reach the pinnacle of life through Pokémon, and that pinnacle was now halfway achieved. Provided he does not falter and strives for the so-called championship, he would indeed soar like a dragon amidst the storm. In light of these thoughts, Li Faidu's heart began to race with excitement. Oh, one more thing. Most of the Pokémon you currently possess are at the baby level. Moderate battles are permissible, but please avoid excessive engagement, as it may lead to hidden injuries that could prove troublesome. Huang Xiao paused, tapping a few buttons on the control panel before continuing. I have set limits on the number of battles. Each of you may engage in a maximum of 5 battles per Pokémon each day, with a minimum interval of 2 hours between each match. Furthermore, I am opening up paid training grounds, where you can select specialized training facilities tailored to your Pokemon's attributes for intensive training. Paid training grounds? Do they offer any special features, Boss Huang? Li Fidu inquired. The training grounds are meticulously tailored for Pokemon, with even the most basic facilities designed to enhance a Pokemon's proficiency in specific moves and stamina through the completion of training tasks. There exists the potential for them to even grasp new skills. The higher the training facility's level, the quicker the understanding of new abilities, along with a more significant increase in strength. However, Huang Xiao has yet to utilize these training grounds himself. He merely reiterated the instructions provided. His Pokemon have nearly maxed out their proficiency and skill pool, rendering the outcomes of a full-fledged battle far more beneficial than what the training grounds could offer. Yet, for novices, the scenario is quite different. The majority are unfamiliar with Pokemon training, and the tasks at the training grounds allow them to swiftly grasp the fundamentals of nurturing their Pokemon. The prospect of enhancing their Pokemon's abilities has left many eager to discover the nearest console to check the training grounds fees. The initial pricing for the paid training grounds is not insignificant, set at 1,000 yuan per hour. However, this remains affordable for families of middle-class status and above. For those from lower-income households, they might opt for a 1-hour experience, diligently noting all training content to replicate later with alternative equipment. After settling everything, Huang Xiao returned to the store's main hall. As more Pokemon images were drawn, despite some not being selected, the images and names were updated in real time on the internet. This explains why Huang Xiao could casually leave the hall to distribute rewards in advance. Upon returning, the atmosphere in the store remained tranquil. In contrast, the battle arena was far less serene, with the enthusiasm of Pokemon owners for battles waning as they flocked to try the paid training grounds. The number of available training grounds is quite limited. Huang Xiao has opened only 500. After several days of booming sales, the number of Pokemon owners has surpassed 1,000. Even if some are not keen on battling, it does not imply they lack the desire to enhance their Pokemon's abilities. Consequently, all 500 slots were filled within 10 minutes. As the training grounds filled, the internet exploded in excitement, for Huang Xiao's words ignited a flicker of hope for many discontented lower-class citizens seeking to rise. In no time, vehicles bound for the Magic City, whether direct or indirect, were overwhelmed by individuals eager to draw from the Gacha. Across the entirety of Summer Country, anyone who foresaw the impending rise of Pokemon was taking action. Within an hour, several streets surrounding Huang Xiao's shop were congested. The line of people wanting to draw from the Gacha surged, with some financially capable individuals even bringing their families along, all hoping to acquire a remarkable Pokemon to achieve their aspirations. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 5 in the afternoon. Under the watchful gaze of the many individuals in line, Huang Xiao deftly locked the shop's door, leaving those nearing the front momentarily stunned. Wait, does the owner of this Pokemon shop really adhere to such a strict schedule? One young man remarked in bewilderment. Why not just extend the hours? We've been waiting for 2 hours, and now it's closing. What a waste. Another shouted. Exactly. We're well behaved. Even without you watching us, we wouldn't cause trouble. We would just draw our Pokemon and leave. Numerous voices clamored for Huang Xiao to extend his hours, but the shop's excellent soundproofing rendered their cries inaudible. Another day of laziness ahead. Victini, grant me your blessings. Today, I shall conquer all and dispel my misfortunes. Victini glanced at Huang Xiao with a hint of annoyance before reluctantly bestowing him a victory buff. After the buff was applied, Victini scampered off to torment a turtle. An hour later. Damn it, the game is punishing me. How dare they ban my account? Fine, if that's how it is, then let us play to the end. Huang Xiao fumed at the computer screen displaying the 10-year ban notice, nearly smashing the device in frustration. All he did was play a game where he was the underdog. How could that warrant such a harsh penalty? Indeed, after several days of fierce competition, his account was flagged for an unusually high win rate, leading to suspicion of teaming up with others and resulting in a decade-long ban. After 10 minutes of venting his anger, Huang Xiao recalled he still had an issue to settle with his Blastoise. Damn it, I must have caught its bad luck. If it hadn't aimed its cannons at me, I wouldn't have been banned. With that thought, he stormed downstairs to confront Blastoise. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Blastoise returning from the battle arena and cleared his throat. Hear me out. Blastoise, upon hearing his master, immediately performed a dramatic slide in a plea for mercy. Kamehameha. Master, I truly had no intention of aiming at you. The cannon simply malfunctioned. Huang Xiao scoffed, huh? You expect me to believe that, you wretched turtle? Blastoise nodded thoughtfully in response. Now go clean the entire shop. I want every corner spotless by tomorrow morning. I'll have Victini inspect it. If anything is amiss, you'll lose your shell. Blastoise's face fell at the thought of Victini's inspection, knowing that the little creature held grudges. After all, it had been wronged by Blastoise before. Chapter 49. Where's your face, Garchomp? 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the flow of individuals eager to draw from the gacha was continuous, revealing nearly 70% of Pokémon images to the public. Yet only over 200 unique Pokémon had manifested in this world. Among those, only Dragonite of the semi-divine tier made an appearance, while the others remained elusive. Many individuals fortuitously selected from the initial 3 starter Pokémon, and several lower-tier Pokémon were also chosen correctly. The night before last, the Summer Country authorities dispatched another group to draw Pokémon, comprising over 300 individuals from the police and military, significantly boosting Huang Xiao's order volume. Among this group, one female officer bore a striking resemblance to Miss Jun Xia, and she drew a very fortunate Pokémon, a Houndour. Over the past few days, some who opted for multi-stage evolving bug-type Pokémon had begun to evolve theirs, with the first evolved bug Pokémon being a Larvitar. Unfortunately, no one had yet designed a suitable battle terrain, though a map created by Zhang Heng drew considerable attention for its library layout, enabling even those Pokémon lacking offensive capabilities to have some degree of output. His map quickly became the preferred choice for many looking to rack up points. Huang Xiao's second task was nearing its conclusion. He had sold nearly 8,000 Pokémon over the past few days. If he calculated correctly, completing today's sales would fulfill his task, unlocking his basic secret realm gathering ability. This would allow the shop to expand its offerings, including items such as Pokeballs, basic evolution stones, and various Pokémon accessories. He could also initiate plans for a small-scale Pokémon competition to accelerate the promotion of Pokémon. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, Huang Xiao opened the shop for business. As the door swung open, the first person in line was none other than Lin Yan. Spotting Huang Xiao, she eagerly inquired, "Boss Huang, can I draw my second Pokémon now? 7 days have passed. Please release the Pandarene for me to see." Though Huang Xiao was aware of Lin Yan's fondness for Pandarene, he understood that protocol must be adhered to, and the required procedures could not be overlooked. "All right, come forth, Pandarene." Lin Yan released the mischievous panda. 1-1. The playful panda energetically twisted its body. Huang Xiao crouched down to carefully observe the state of the mischievous panda. It's been nurtured quite well, with a splendid coat and excellent condition. You've passed. Upon receiving this affirmation, Lin Yan was overjoyed. Yes. She approached the capsule machine and suddenly inquired, "By the way, Boss Huang, do you think I have a chance of drawing that little shark from last time? It depends on your luck. If fortune smiles upon you, it's possible. If not, you might have to wait for another chance to capture one. Regardless, I have no control over the machine's output rate, so asking me is futile. The Roundland Shark is a quasi-legendary Pokémon, and the probability is minuscule." Huang Xiao had only ever witnessed Li Fidu draw the same Pokémon twice. All right. Lin Yan skillfully swiped her card to activate the capsule machine. As the screen scrolled, she could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Soon, the first result materialized, a Pokémon predominantly bright yellow, with small eyes and 5 spiky protrusions atop its head. Its body partially encased in an eggshell adorned with red and blue triangular patterns. Indeed, the first option Lin Yan drew was Bakubi. Huang Xiao was somewhat surprised by this outcome. He hadn't expected Lin Yan to draw this option, Bakubi being a charming fairy-type creature. Gazing at the adorable image of Bakubi, Lin Yan was ecstatic. "Wow, what a cute little fellow. Boss Huang, what is its name?" "It's called Bakubi." "Bakubi? Quite fitting." With a guaranteed option in hand, Lin Yan's subsequent actions became noticeably more casual, clearly indicating that a Pokémon like Bakubi held great appeal for her. The second option, however, was a patterned wedge stone, which bore a gaseous, mysterious substance with facial features resembling a mouth and eyes. Could this be a ghost? At the moment she saw the image, Lin Yan felt an eerie sensation. "This is called Xianxi. As you suspected, it possesses ghost attributes," Huang Xiao explained. Xianxi's appearance is not particularly appealing. In the Pokémon world, this creature is notorious for its malevolence, having been sealed within the wedge stone due to its misdeeds. Moreover, Xianxi was formed from the amalgamation of 108 souls. Despite its lackluster appearance, it has a high potential, with dual ghost and dark types. It is immune to 3 types and only vulnerable to fairy. Observing Lin Yan's disinterest, Huang Xiao realized she was not keen on Xianxi. However, if she had chosen it, she might have avenged her earlier defeat against Su Yajing's Ralts. Unfortunately, it seemed she would not select it. When Lin Yan encountered the last option, Huang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The reason was simple. This option was one she had drawn before. Huang Xiao genuinely wanted to ask the Roundland Shark, Whereas your dignity? Yes, indeed. The final option was the Sinnoh quasi-legendary round land shark, a unique entity among dragon-type Pokémon that could not learn Dragon Dance. It was astonishing that a prominent dragon quasi-legend could not learn Dragon Dance, while others like Gyarados, Lapras, and Shakiras, which had no dragon attributes, could. Yet this dragon type had an exception. Although it could learn Swords Dance, there was a substantial difference between Swords Dance and Dragon Dance. Swords Dance only increased attack while lacking speed enhancement, whereas Dragon Dance augmented both. Upon seeing the round land shark option reappear, Lin Yan selected it without a moment's hesitation. After obtaining the Pokeball containing the round land shark, she eagerly released it. Pokemon, round land shark. Nature, adamant, increases attack, decreases special attack. Gender, female. Type, dragon ground. Ability, rough skin, inflicts damage on contact with opponents. Moves, tackle, sand tomb, mud slap, take down, inherited. The round land shark leapt from its Pokeball and bit down on Lin Yan's head. This enthusiastic action startled Lin Yan significantly. The mischievous panda at her feet reacted in alarm. After 2.5 minutes of Huang Xiao's intervention, the round land shark finally released Lin Yan. Miss Lin, congratulations on becoming the third trainer of a quasi-legendary Pokemon. Huang Xiao handed over the information card for the round land shark. It's a quasi-legendary Pokemon. Lin Yan was somewhat incredulous about her choice. Indeed, the round land shark is the initial form of the quasi-legendary Pokemon Garchomp, with dual dragon and ground types. Capable of flying once fully evolved. Chapter 50 Huang Xiao, next time for sure. Wow, this chubby shark with limbs is actually a dragon type? Amazing. This truly subverts one's understanding. Wait, aren't you all missing the key point? This short, stout shark is a quasi-legendary Pokemon. I noticed, so what? The rarity of quasi-legendaries is so low that pursuing them is less worthwhile than pursuing dragon-type Pokemon. But boss, your attributes have left us quite displeased. Why is this shark a dragon type? My Gyarados, both in appearance and name, is closely associated with dragons, yet why isn't it a dragon type? Exactly. The onlookers in line behind them chimed in. Why didn't you remind me last time, Boss Huang? Lin Yan gazed at Huang Xiao with a face full of grievance. No wonder he had been surprised to see the round land shark option last time. It turned out he regarded her as a mere fool. Not even a hint about the quasi-legendary status? This was truly unfair. The more Lin Yan thought about it, the angrier she became. Didn't I already demonstrate this little fellow's extraordinary nature? It was you, Miss Lin, who got carried away seeing the panda. What could I do? Huang Xiao shrugged, indicating he bore no responsibility for this. The people of Xia country adored pandas, and he had no objection. But he had already stated that the mischievous panda was not a native panda, yet she still chose it. What could he say? Should he have claimed that this round land shark could devour 3 mischievous pandas in one bite? Last time, many onlookers began to realize the significance of this revelation, eagerly straining to catch every detail. Lin Yan, as the first person from the public to purchase a Pokemon, was known mostly for her choice of the mischievous panda, but the other 2 options had remained a mystery. Now, the revelation of a quasi-legendary option was quite the scoop. But Boss Huang, I was the very first to buy a Pokemon from your shop. Couldn't you have made it a bit more obvious? Lin Yan still felt aggrieved. Had she not been fortunate enough to draw the round land shark again, discovering the truth later when others drew it would have left her in tears. Next time. For sure, next time, Huang Xiao replied dismissively. His attitude left Lin Yan feeling as if she had punched a pillow, utterly exasperated. Forget it, no need to be angry. At least I didn't miss out this time, she reassured herself. Noticing Lin Yan's reluctance to leave, a crafty smile spread across Huang Xiao's face as he asked, Miss Lin, would you like to customize a batch of food for your round land shark? Customized food? Like the kind for Captain Li and the others? Yes. Specialized food can expedite a Pokemon's growth. As a dragon-type quasi-legend, the energy it requires is several times that of an ordinary dragon-type Pokemon. Thus, if you wish to enhance its battle capabilities quickly, customized food is essential, Huang Xiao explained earnestly. Unlike Tyranitar, which is quite selective about energy, feasting on minerals, the round land shark and other dragon-type quasi-legends require a diet of much higher energy. However, it's worth noting that quasi-legendary Pokemon are quite voracious eaters. Without sufficient resources, one could be financially drained in no time, unless one possesses extraordinary luck like the foolish one who evolved a sticky treasure without much effort. Lin Yan inquired, what would the monthly cost be? The round land shark consumes slightly more than the mischievous panda, estimating 2 pieces a day. That amounts to 60 pieces a month. The total for 4 boxes would be 12 million. Would you like to place an order? 12 million? Lin Yan contemplated briefly, The price was indeed not unacceptable. Yet she couldn't shake off the feeling of being at a disadvantage. After all, she had previously managed to purchase at a discount. Thus, she tentatively inquired, "Is there any possibility of a discount?" "A discount is out of the question," Huang Xiao replied. "This customized version was meticulously crafted specifically for your round land shark. I Haven Tea charged you a processing fee, which is already quite a bargain." "Very well then, let us proceed with an order for 2 months' worth. I'll make a quick call." Upon hearing Lin Yan was about to make a call, Huang Xiao interjected, "Just to confirm, you mean 2 months' worth? I must make it clear that once this is produced, it must be purchased, no backing out. Rest assured, I will definitely buy it. Additionally, I'll need a month's supply for the mischievous panda as well. I'll settle the payment for both together." Lin Yan had already come to regard the mischievous panda, after 7 days of care, as family. It was only fitting that the new addition, the round land shark, should not be deprived of companionship. With the substantial order of 18 million, Huang Xiao wasted no time and got to work immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Yan retrieved her phone and called her mother. Once the call connected, a cool yet concerned female voice transmitted through the line. "Hello, is this Yin Yin? Mom, I just drew a quasi-divine Pokémon at the Pokémon pet store. Could you possibly extend a little more financial support?" Ever since their first battle had garnered immense attention, the fact that Lin Yan and Su Yajing owned Pokémon was no longer a secret to their families. Fortunately, the swift actions of the Xia country officials had alleviated their family's initial apprehensions, transforming them into support systems instead. Thus, Lin Yan had reached out to her family for a boost in funds. A distinct clatter echoed through the phone, revealing that Lin Yan's mother was taken aback by her words. Approximately 3 seconds later, her mother's voice returned. "Yin Yan, I understand. I'll arrange for someone to transfer the funds to you. You must bring your Pokémon home tonight." Can I skip going back?" Lin Yan immediately expressed her strong reluctance. She feared that returning home might result in an additional shadow trailing her. "If you prefer not to return, I can send Yao Yao over to your little nest. Just take care of her until the summer break. She has been yearning for Pokémon and is nearly going crazy with desire. It would be perfect since both you and Xiaojing have Pokémon to entertain her." "Then I suppose I will return," Lin Yan conceded. Yao Yao, her younger sister, whose full name was Lin Yueyao, was a typical elementary school student, often throwing tantrums when her whims were not indulged. She was quite attached to her older sister, which explained Lin Yan's hesitance to go home. Within 2 minutes of hanging up, Lin Yan received a text message confirming the financial assistance from her mother. At that moment, Huang Xiao had already tossed the berries and various materials into the machine. He turned to Lin Yan and asked, "Miss Lin, have you finished your call? Can we proceed with the payment?" Gazing at the funds displayed on her phone, Lin Yan felt a surge of confidence. She looked at Huang Xiao and said, "Boss Huang, I'm not going anywhere. You needn't be so cautious with me, right?" "Miss Lin, this is not about me being cautious. It is merely a friendly reminder," he replied. "Who would believe this is just a reminder? By the way, Boss Huang, I saw online that you mentioned we could learn how to make these energy cubes. Correct?" Lin Yan suddenly inquired about the energy cube production. Having observed Huang Xiao's handling of the berries, she found the process rather straightforward. If she could master it, even if she didn't earn money, at least she could ensure her Pokémon were well fed. Chapter 51. Both believe they struck gold. Huang Xiao shrugged. "Of course. As long as you're eager to learn. Is there a package deal that guarantees I can reach the level you just demonstrated?" Lin Yan was keen on mastering the high-end custom version. If the learning only allowed for the production of basic energy cubes, it would be more prudent to simply purchase them. That is not feasible. However, if you truly possess talent and master the energy cube manufacturing technique, coupled with Pokémon nurturing skills, there is indeed a chance you could reach my level. Of course, the recipes for advanced energy cubes must be purchased separately, and the prerequisite is mastering the intermediate energy cube manufacturing technique. Huang Xiao was not merely being frugal. In the Pokémon world, every top-notch breeder possessed various exclusive energy cube recipes, most of which were not publicly disclosed. The energy cubes available on the market were predominantly mass-produced for specific attribute Pokémon. The products offered by breeding masters differed significantly in price and quality from those produced on assembly lines. If one wished to avoid purchasing recipes, they could always invest time and resources into trial and error, as the market was free. Huang Xiao himself had only scratched the surface in the Pokémon world, progressively honing his craft through experimentation. Otherwise, as a mere mortal who had traversed worlds, it would have been impossible for him to assemble a formidable Pokémon team capable of dominating the Master Tournament within just a few years. "Are there courses for Pokémon breeding as well?" Lin Yan inquired once more. "Of course there are courses. If you wish to learn, you can enroll in a Pokémon breeder course. It's quite affordable, starting at 30 million. Upon hearing this price, Lin Yan was convinced Huang Xiao was attempting to swindle her. Boss Huang, I strongly suspect you are engaging in a form of robbery. Just hear me out. The Pokemon breeder course is conducted online, but the instructors are top-notch breeders from the Pokemon world. This means that by enrolling, you can communicate with them, albeit limited to discussions on Pokemon breeding. If you're fortunate, they might even provide guidance on nurturing your two Pokemon. Moreover, one of the essential skills a breeder must master is energy cube manufacturing, so you'll gain multiple insights for one fee. 30 million is a reasonable price. You won't regret it, as your learning will depend on your own aptitude. Although Huang Xiao was well-informed due to the vast knowledge imparted by his mentor, it didn't imply that he alone could facilitate everything. Relying solely on him would be insufficient. For matters that could be managed through remote courses, it was more efficient to entrust them to professionals. As for the top breeder he referenced, that was subject to interpretation. The minimum level instructor was none other than Brock, with his signature squinty eyes. All right, I'll enroll, but I would like to know if I can choose my class schedule. The customer is king. Miss Lin, once you've made the payment, you can certainly dictate the class schedule. However, the classes must be conducted in designated areas of this store. Shortly, Victini will guide you there. With that, Huang Xiao produced a POS machine, indicating she should swipe her card for payment. Once the funds were confirmed, Huang Xiao's smile broadened. A 30 million order meant that his mentor would take a significant cut, 27 million, leaving him and Brock to split the remainder. After some clever negotiation, he pocketed 297,000, with 3,000 going to Brock. This was indeed a lucrative endeavor. In the Pokemon world, at the Nibi Gym, Brock glanced at his phone displaying a deposit of 7 million yen, grinning widely. Xiao Jun truly deserves the title of a good brother. He secured a client so swiftly. During their time in the Pokemon world, Huang Xiao had traveled with Brock for a month after he left Ash's team, which was why Huang Xiao could persuade Brock to return to breeding. After all, Brock had numerous younger siblings, and even with a revitalized gym, finances were still a concern. It should be noted that Steelix consumed a fair amount, though not as exorbitantly as Tyranitar. It still required considerable sustenance, especially given that Steelix had become Brock's signature powerhouse. As for how 30,000 soft currency from Xia country transformed into 7 million yen, that was a matter of exchange rates. Thus, under the guidance of the affluent patron, nearly 10 orders were placed that day, including several from the official personnel brought by Li Faidu, resulting in Huang Xiao's little treasury overflowing with profits. On the battlefield, Lin Yan, who had familiarized herself with the training venue for the nurturing course, sought out Su Yajing and Mu Qianxue, who were currently in training. Oh, is that not our wealthy Lin? Mu Qianxue teased. Your extravagant display just made headlines across the internet. Let us behold your little shark. Lin Yan shot Mu Qianxue an exasperated glance. Stop teasing, Shue Shue. I'm merely a background character. The real stars are the round land shark and the opportunity to learn from Pokemon breeders in this world. Just as well. Hurry and release your little shark for us to see. Su Yajing, equally curious about the round land shark, chimed in, considering it a quasi-deity of the dragon type. All right then, come forth, round land shark. Lin Yan exclaimed as she tossed the Pokeball into the air. The round land shark made quite the entrance, immediately clamping its jaws around her head. This scene startled both Su Yajing and Mu Qianxue. Round land shark, stop fooling around and get down. Lin Yan expressed her frustration, knowing well this was the round land shark's affectionate gesture. Yet the habitual headlock was genuinely frightening. Most importantly, it disheveled her hair. A true dilemma for someone as beauty-conscious as she. Responding to Lin Yan's command, the round land shark obediently leaped down, and upon spotting Su Yajing and Mu Qianxue's Pokemon, it transformed into a playful husky, wreaking delightful havoc. Oh no, I have a feeling this one will be another mischief maker. Yin Yin, why not return home for the next few days? Wait until you've trained this little shark before coming back, Su Yajing suggested. The last time she had returned, she had encountered a mischievous panda that had caused chaos, and with the state of the round land shark, she doubted the newly replaced furniture would survive even an hour. Lin Yan cast a glance at Su Yajing and then at the round land shark, sighing. I'll go back tonight and try to teach it not to wreak havoc. Chapter 52, Little Nebula? As evening descended, Huang Xiao, having concluded his affairs, locked the shop door and hurried upstairs. His second task was complete, meaning he could reclaim 2 former companions and potentially summon a legendary or mythical Pokemon. Quickly, system. Finalize the task and distribute the rewards. Ding, second task completed, reward distribution in progress. Moments later, 2 red and white Pokeballs appeared in Huang Xiao's hands. Come forth. He tossed the 2 Pokeballs forward, and out emerged 2 Pokemon. One had blue hair cascading down from either side of its head, adorned in a flowing white gown lined with blue, its long and slender legs giving off an air of regal grace. The other was green on top and white below, featuring arms shaped like hooks and a helmet resembling that of a gladiator, its white face exuding a warrior's essence. Seeing these two Pokémon, Huang Xiao was filled with exhilaration. Shinado, Elulito, it's been so long. Shauna, Xiao, it's been ages. Lu, partner, it's been a while. Upon reuniting with Huang Xiao, Shinado and Elulito joyfully greeted him. Pokémon, Shinado, shiny. Personality, reserved, increases special attack. Decreases attack. Gender, female. Type, psychic fairy. Ability, telepathy, reads allies' moves and evades damage. Strength, champion, held item. Shinado Mega Stone. Moves, Mystic Fire, Shadow Clone, Wish, Healing Wave. Teleport, Illusion Ray, Psychic Force, Moonlight, Future Sight, Dream Eater. Shiny Shinado. Pokémon, Elulito. Personality, frank, no increase or decrease. Gender, male. Type, psychic fighting. Ability, sharpness, enhances slicing moves. Strength, champion, held item. Z Crystal. Moves, Night Slash, Seal, Future Sight. Triple Axle, Sacred Sword, Leaf Blade, Psychic Force, Water Shuriken, Teleport, Gale Wings, Close Combat, Aura Sphere. Elulito. These two Pokémon were, in fact, siblings that Huang Xiao had fortuitously discovered in the forests of the Kalos region. They were also integral to his team. It was with the Super Shinado that he had triumphed over the Dojuo, securing his place in the Master 8 tournament. However, his Shinado still paled in comparison to Karuna's. Furthermore, he had yet to find the Mega Stone for Elulito, a minor regret, though he had managed to collect Z crystals for psychic, fighting, and flying types. Alas, they were all common attribute Z crystals, not specific to any Pokemon's exclusive Z move. Xiao, are they also your former partners? At that moment, Tiankai descended from downstairs, her curious gaze surveying Shinado and Elulito. Indeed, Shinado and Elulito, this is Tiankai, my new partner. There's another new companion training downstairs. A mischievous Dragonite arrived a few days ago. Huang Xiao briefly introduced. Shauna, Elu. Hello. Well, Tiankai, could you please help them acclimate to their surroundings? Huang Xiao recalled he still had one lottery opportunity remaining, stirring a sense of eagerness within him. Certainly. Tiankai nodded before leading Shinado and Elulito away. Huang Xiao, seeing this, hurried to wash his hands and face, muttering a prayer for divine favor before initiating the lottery. Just one legendary Pokemon, please. I'm begging you. After 2 attempts, he received Victini and Tiankai, both mythical but not legendary, thwarting Huang Xiao's desire to masquerade as a legendary Pokemon trainer. Red Plane, Blue Plane, even the Hoenn trio would suffice. Soon enough, the lottery interface froze, displaying an image of a gaseous Pokemon before Huang Xiao. Little Nebula. Is that Cosmic? Could it possibly be a baby? Cosmic, known as the Nebula Pokemon, possesses a gas-like body and is referred to as the Child of the Stars, having traversed from the Ultra Space to the Pokemon world. It is an Ultra Beast and a legendary Pokemon. It can evolve into Cosmoem, which in turn can evolve into Solgaleo or Lunala. A Ultra Ball now rested in Huang Xiao's hand. Upon opening the Ultra Ball, Cosmic was found peacefully sleeping. Pokemon, Cosmic, personality, lonely, increases attack, decreases defense, gender, genderless, type, psychic, ability, pure, can ignore opponent's ability changes to attack, strength, level 1, moves, splash, teleport. Ah, it truly is a baby. A flicker of disappointment crossed Huang Xiao's face, only to be captivated by Cosmic's plush, pillow-like feel. Cosmo. At that moment, Cosmic opened its eyes, frowning at the unfamiliar surroundings. Cosmic, hello? Upon hearing Huang Xiao's voice, Cosmic looked up, and as if recognizing a family member, it soared up and nuzzled against Huang Xiao's face. The instant Cosmic was released, downstairs, both Victini and Tiankai, who was accompanying Shinado, sensed the change. Ultra Beasts, after all, were not native to the Pokemon world, and their aura was distinctly different from that of local legendary and mythical Pokemon. Victini soared upstairs. Teeny? Upon reaching the second floor, it spotted Cosmic, who was being entertained by Huang Xiao's antics, laughing joyfully on the couch. Oh, Victini, you've come at the perfect time. This is our new companion. The Ultra Beast Cosmic. We shall call it Little Nebula from now on. The name Little Nebula indeed rolls off the tongue far more smoothly than Cosmic. Teeny? Little Nebula? Teeny, what is the Ultra Beast? Why does its aura differ from ours? Victini gazed at Huang Xiao with an expression of sheer curiosity. The Ultra Beast is a creature from a dimension of ultimate space, a realm that relies on your Pokemon world for existence. Within that space, Ultra Beasts are actually quite ordinary Pokemon, Having merely crossed into another world, their existence remains a mystery to the humans of the Pokémon world. Huang Xiao refrained from informing Victini that, in ancient times, Solgaleo, Lunala, and Necrozma engaged in a battle against the guardian deities of the Alola region. Victini, keep an eye on Little Nebula. Don't let it wander off to the battlefield. I'll prepare some food for it, Huang Xiao instructed. Having witnessed the plot, Huang Xiao knew that Cosmic had a penchant for star-shaped delicacies, particularly sweet candies. If it were to go hungry, its cries could potentially shatter eardrums. Chapter 53 Huang Xiao. It's getting anxious. After preparing food for Little Nebula, Huang Xiao began to explore the newly unlocked Realm Manifestation feature. In essence, this functionality allows Arceus to utilize its divine power to create a miniature space, within which a natural habitat for wild Pokémon is established, subsequently populated by a multitude of native Pokémon. The initial Realm Manifestation produces a space of merely 500,000 square kilometers, with terrain generated at random, containing between 15 to 20 species of Pokémon, as well as ample resources such as berries and basic evolution stones. The only drawback is that Realm Manifestations require a substantial amount of currency. Upon activation, 2 initial Realm Manifestations are granted, while subsequent ones must be purchased with revenue. A tenfold income can unlock 1 initial realm. Of course, once the realm is manifested, the shop's inventory will diversify. No longer limited to capsule toys and energy cubes, an entry to the realm is not complimentary. A ticket costs 3,000, which includes a Pokeball and 3 universal energy cubes. If the Pokeball is damaged, even if it captures a Pokémon, it cannot be taken out directly. An additional 30,000 must be paid to remove it from the realm. Under fortunate circumstances, 3,000 might yield a Pokémon, but under less fortunate conditions, it could escalate to 33,000. This price is manageable for most families, though the scarcity of rare Pokémon within the realm remains a significant limitation. Generally, one will encounter an abundance of common species, such as Rattata and Magikarp. Moreover, capturing Pokémon within the realm is not as simple as one might hope. Each person may only enter once a week, with a maximum of 2 Pokémon allowed for capture, and registration is required for exiting the realm. As for the possibility of exhausting the Pokémon within the realm, Huang Xiao harbored no concerns. The realm was created by Tuozi, who was responsible for populating it as well. And the functionality description indicated that Tuozi would periodically refresh the Pokémon within the realm. Huang Xiao interpreted this as Tuozi being rather anxious. If it were not, there would be no need for such periodic refreshes. To avoid a repeat of previous mishaps, Huang Xiao promptly informed Li Faidu about the realm, asking him to report and see if a more convenient location could be arranged as an entrance. Upon learning about the realm, Li Faidu chose to escalate the matter. Soon after, the conference room in Kyoto was once again filled with prominent figures. After 2.5 hours of deliberation, the entrances to the 2 realms were decided to be located in the outskirts of Magic City. This decision, once communicated to Magic City, saw everyone from the mayor to street clerks being called back to their posts for overtime. Additionally, the soldiers assigned to the vicinity of Magic City were deployed to the 2 designated locations for security. The following morning, Huang Xiao, for once, arose early, not out of fear that the anxious Tuozi would materialize through the internet, but purely out of a fondness for work. Kinshi, I'll leave the shop in your capable hands along with Shinado. Just ensure it opens on time, and I'll return as soon as I can, Huang Xiao instructed. Kinshi nodded affirmatively. Understood, Xiao. We will keep a vigilant watch over the shop. Aruldor, let us go, Huang Xiao said, cradling Little Nebula as he exited the battlefield. Observing that Huang Xiao had acquired 2 new Pokémon never seen before, those present in the battlefield turned their heads in curiosity. Li Faidu, stunned for a moment, approached and inquired, Boss Huang, are they your new Pokémon? Indeed, this little one is called Cosmic, while this is Aruldor, and their S also Shinado. Once the realm manifestation is complete, just help me register their existence, Huang Xiao replied. Had Huang Xiao been aware of the official selection process for realm manifestations in Xia country, he would not have required Li Faidu's assistance. He could have simply teleported Little Nebula or Shinado there. On the street outside the shop, 4 military Humvees and a Hongqi car bearing the local Magic City license plate 0001 were lined up on the road. This spectacle drew the attention of those queuing for capsule toys. Unfortunately, the tinted windows of these vehicles were made of specially designed bulletproof glass, rendering the interiors invisible from the outside. Had they been visible, gasps of astonishment would surely have ensued, for apart from the drivers, all occupants of the Humvees were armed soldiers. Under Li Faidu's guidance, Huang Xiao entered the Hongqi car, in the southern suburbs of Magic City. An unusual dome-shaped structure had emerged overnight in what had previously been a wild, overgrown wasteland. Surrounding the building were numerous armed soldiers, undoubtedly raising curiosity about what lay within and its specific purpose. On the expressway encircling the city, Li Faidu explained, "Boss Huang, I sincerely apologize. The popularity of Pokémon in our country is overwhelming, and given the dense skyscrapers and heavy traffic in Magic City, the authorities have no choice but to situate the realm in the outskirts." Huang Xiao nodded, acknowledging that establishing the realm in the outskirts would facilitate management without disrupting the citizens' commutes. "By the way, is there any vacant land surrounding the realm? I need you to reserve a sufficiently large area for the future construction of a Pokémon Center equipped with medical, lodging, and battle functionalities." "Understood. I will report this to the leadership immediately. However, Boss Huang, Pokémon are ultimately a new species for us, and we do lack in medical infrastructure, especially concerning Pokémon with healing abilities. What do you think?" Huang Xiao pondered briefly before responding. "I can manage the Pokémon aspect, but you'll need to select personnel for training. The regulations will be similar to those for yesterday's Pokémon breeders, though the costs will be a bit higher. Once your personnel pass the assessments, they will be assigned a medical Pokémon. I understand that this training requires time, so in the interim, I will ensure a batch of experienced Pokémon is stationed for emergencies. The realm is populated with wild Pokémon, and although Tuozi has instilled in them the subconscious notion of not harming humans, the wilderness remains unpredictable. Whether human or Pokémon, injuries require timely treatment. Thus, Huang Xiao felt it prudent to request Tuozi's assistance in providing a number of Chansey, Adino, and Florges. "I appreciate your generosity, Boss Huang," Li Faidu exclaimed, surprised by Huang Xiao's willingness to help. "We have already prepared for personnel, we just lack the opportunity to propose it. I will report this matter to the leadership immediately to expedite the construction of the Pokémon Center. Go ahead and report if there are any further deficiencies. I will assist as much as I can." "All right," Li Faidu responded, pulling out his phone to call his superiors. Chapter 54 Pokémon Realm. Shortly thereafter, the vehicles came to a halt in front of a heavily guarded building. "Boss Huang, we've arrived," Li Faidu announced. "Oh wow, that was quite fast. They constructed such a vast facility overnight." Gazing upon the expansive dome structure sprawling across several thousand square meters, even Huang Xiao, who was well aware of the concept of Chinese speed, felt a tinge of astonishment. However, he remained uncertain whether this edifice was merely a facade. Yet, even as a framework, it was undeniably impressive. The building employed a modular design and served as a temporary venue. Any shortcomings could certainly be pointed out by Boss Huang. Li Faidu produced a small notebook, offering his insights, though he humbly dismissed the notion of providing guidance. He suggested that perhaps the entrance should be widened, ideally with separate entry and exit points, considering that prior to the full arrival of Pokémon, all individuals entering and exiting the secret realm would require real name verification, along with Pokémon inspections. While Huang Xiao may not have fully grasped the fervor surrounding Pokémon, Li Faidu and the officials from Xiagu were undoubtedly more informed. Once the information about these two secret realms was made public, it was likely that long queues would form within half an hour. There was no need to rush. "As I will prepare the secret realm first, you can allow the station soldiers to venture inside and attempt to capture some Pokémon. After all, military personnel have priority." Huang Xiao was acutely aware of his role. He was merely a tool, tasked by Tuozi Gu to disseminate Pokémon information, while the Xiagu officials aimed to secure ample benefits and ensure their leading position before the Pokémon era arrived. Hence, they granted him numerous conveniences, and naturally, Huang Xiao felt obliged to reciprocate. Moreover, it mattered little to him whose money he earned, as long as he could collect enough to report back to Tuozi Gu. He would turn a blind eye to the Xiagu officials' control over these two secret realms. Under the watchful gaze of numerous soldiers, Huang Xiao swiftly entered the building. The core area of the structure was still largely empty, while other sections were nearing completion. He had no intention of inspecting each room individually and made a beeline for the center of the venue. He retrieved an object resembling a golden-red pokeball and activated its switch, causing the sphere to float into the air, followed by the emergence of a white ethereal screen before him. Subsequently, a window materialized in his mind. "Please select a regional Pokédex for the secret realm, Kanto, Johto." Note: once the regional Pokédex is selected, it cannot be changed for 3 years. The Pokémon within the secret realm will randomly refresh 18 species according to the selected Pokédex. Ah, this feature. Tuozi Gu, impressive. Huang Xiao had initially assumed the refresh would be random, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover he could exert control over it. Without further deliberation, he decisively finalized the Pokédex pool for this novice secret realm as the Sinnoh region, primarily to give Tuozi good face. He also intended to choose the Kanto region, as its starter Pokémon were of commendable quality. The wild Pokémon within the secret realm would possess relatively lower qualifications compared to those produced by Gacha machines. The latter could be easily trained to gym level, whereas wild ones might require more resources. This was not to say that wild Pokémon lacked advantages. They often had superior battle experience and a higher proficiency in their skills, as the wilderness adhered to the survival of the fittest. Having selected the Pokédex pool, the white screen transitioned to blue, its edges rippling like waves. "It's ready," Huang Xiao called out to Li Faidu. "Ah, so soon?" Li Faidu exclaimed, somewhat astonished. He had expected a more grandiose display, perhaps an explosion of the space itself. "Believe it or not, once you step inside, you'll see. Come, let me show you," Huang Xiao replied. Standing before the screen, Li Faidu swallowed nervously and inquired, "Boss Huang, should I prepare anything? Perhaps some weapons or food?" It would be disingenuous to claim he was unafraid, facing the unknown. He certainly did not wish to gamble with his life. Huang Xiao patted his shoulder reassuringly. "What are you afraid of? With an Ailerado by your side, you can rest easy. The highest level Pokémon in a novice secret realm is merely seasoned. Ailerado would dominate effortlessly. If worst comes to worst, little Xingyun can teleport us out." "But," Li Faidu hesitated, wanting to voice further concerns, yet Huang Xiao clearly had no intention of granting him the opportunity. With a swift kick, he urged, "Off you go." Li Faidu felt as though he were plummeting downward, letting out a panicked yelp. "Ah?" Observing this, Huang Xiao shook his head, murmuring, "Youngsters these days. Always so dramatic." As a glimmer of light appeared at the tunnel's end, Li Faidu found himself sprawled on the ground, while Huang Xiao calmly stepped off his back. Their landing spot was fortuitously situated within a forest, surrounded by lush greenery, with many trees bearing fruit, and upon closer inspection, various Pokémon could be spotted. Huang Xiao, noticing Li Faidu still lying on the ground with his eyes tightly shut, snapped a photo with his phone before gently nudging him. "We've arrived. How much longer do you intend to lie there?" "Huh, I fell," Li Faidu responded, bewildered. He rose to check for any injuries, and upon confirming he was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Upon observing the verdant surroundings, he exclaimed, "What a beautiful environment. The air is so fresh." "Captain Li, you now have two choices. 1. Follow me for a tour. 2. Purchase 2 empty Pokeballs and commence your adventure," Huang Xiao inquired nonchalantly. Li Faidu pondered for a moment, then grinned and asked, "Boss Huang, may I buy the Pokeballs and then choose again?" Huang Xiao rolled his eyes. "Go on, if you choose one. You'll have to wait 7 days before you can enter the secret realm. Then I'll choose option 2, but it seems there's no signal here. So I can't pay? No problem. I can go outside to collect the payment. The entrance fee is 3,000, which includes 1 Pokeball. The second one will cost you 5,000. If you manage to capture new Pokemon with both balls, it would total 8,000. If you capture 1 new Pokemon and 1 ball breaks, that'll be 38,000. If you capture 2 Pokemon and 1 ball breaks, it's still 38,000. If both balls break, but you manage to persuade 2 Pokemon to follow you, then it's 68,000. So whether you can keep your money depends entirely on your own skills. Why is it that the price for capturing 2 Pokemon with 1 broken ball is the same as capturing 1? Li Faidu asked, puzzled. You do know that the secret realm requires a ticket, right? The ticket comes with 1 Pokeball and 3 energy cubes. If a Pokeball is damaged, you can persuade 1 Pokemon to follow you, which incurs a 30,000 fee as compensation for forcibly taking a Pokemon. The damage from a failed capture is not something that can be easily replicated. So most internal damages to Pokeballs are due to failed captures when the Pokemon breaks free. That's what we call a forced capture. When you buy 2 Pokeballs, I can't ascertain which one was used to capture which Pokemon. If one breaks, you will certainly owe 30,000. Regardless, this is a surefire profitable business for me. And Huang Xiao did not care much about the details. Moreover, not everyone can be like Ash, charming Pokemon with mere words. Though the ticket does come with 3 energy cubes to entice Pokemon, not all Pokemon are inclined to play along. The previous batch of adventurers might have lured some with food, but once the Pokemon realize they're being fed specifically, they'll surely become more discerning. Chapter 55, Li Faidu's Secret Realm Adventure. As long as he could capture 2 Pokemon, this venture would not be in vain. Indeed, that was the plan. Li Faidu mused to himself, contemplating the prospect of acquiring 2 Pokemon. Observing Li Faidu's contemplative demeanor, Huang Xiao offered a reminder. Let me caution you. There are 2 methods to capture wild Pokemon in the wilderness. One is through battle, but don't be too quick to attack upon sighting a wild Pokemon. Some are social creatures and may have a temper. The other method relies solely on personal charm to persuade them. I've only seen this work for a few. and I wouldn't recommend attempting it if you lack sufficient courage or finesse. Indeed, Huang Xiao's Pokemon captures within the Pokemon world are predominantly achieved through battles. Even the initial 2 bug types were ensnared using a net, akin to a young bug catcher, while engaging in a fierce confrontation with a Latios larva, ultimately capturing a Caterpie. The subsequent Pokemon were gradually amassed with the aid of Beautifly and Huntail. As for the shiny Gardevoir and its sibling, they were discovered within a forest, emerging from an egg that had been found, which cannot be attributed to personal charm. Well, I shall remember this, and I thank you for the reminder, Boss Huang. Mini Dragon, come forth. With that, Li Fidu confidently embarked on his journey into the secret realm. Watching Li Fidu's retreating figure, Huang Xiao pondered for a moment and instructed his Galade. Keep an eye on him. If he is not in mortal danger, refrain from intervening. Galade nodded in agreement and gracefully leaped onto a nearby tree, maintaining a discreet distance behind Li Fidu. Little Nebula, it's up to you to provide protection now. Huang Xiao softly addressed Cosmic. Cosmic glanced at Huang Xiao and nodded, exuding an air of confidence. Thus, the 2 companions diverged their paths, embarking on their respective explorations of the secret realm. After parting ways with Huang Xiao, Li Fidu resembled a curious child in a grand garden, ceaselessly scanning his surroundings in search of wild Pokemon that caught his fancy. Beside him, Mini Dragon appeared as if it had returned home, donning a serene expression, evidently preferring the refreshing embrace of nature over the bustling modernity of a metropolis like Magic City. Before long, a rustling sound emanated from a nearby thicket, instantly capturing Li Fidu's attention. Realizing a potential encounter with a wild Pokemon was imminent, he hastily concealed himself behind a tree, peering cautiously at the underbrush. As the commotion in the bushes intensified, Li Fidu's anxiety heightened. Perched above, Galade observed the scene and mused silently. Why is this fellow so cautious if his partner has entrusted him with oversight? In the next moment, a brown caterpillar with a horn on its head emerged from the thicket. Is that a hornet caterpillar? As the team leader of the Pokemon Management Bureau's first squad, Li Fidu was indeed familiar with Pokemon by name. Splendid, it has been decided. Mini Dragon, unleash a dragon tornado. Mini Dragon unleashed a whirlwind toward the unsuspecting hornet caterpillar, lifting it half a meter into the air before crashing it back down, leaving the caterpillar dazed. Witnessing this, Li Fidu exuberantly shouted, yes. However, his exuberant cry attracted the attention of a formidable horde of Pokemon. From the nearby fruit tree, several Beedrill descended upon witnessing their newly hatched offspring being assaulted, their fury palpable. Just as Li Fidu prepared to throw a Pokeball to capture the hornet caterpillar, he spotted 5 or 6 Beedrill charging towards him, their intent to sting unmistakable. Mini Dragon, return. He recalled Mini Dragon, disregarding the hornet caterpillar, and fled in haste. The Beedrill pursued closely behind, and spotting a river to his side, Li Fidu altered his course and plunged into the water. The Beedrill circled the river several times, confirming they had lost sight of Li Fidu before retreating. Moments later, downstream, Li Fidu surfaced, ensuring the Beedrill had departed, and gasped in relief. Thanks to my diving practice, I narrowly escaped. Alas, the hornet caterpillar remains uncaptured. Had Huang Xiao heard this lament, he would undoubtedly clap Li Fidu on the shoulder and say, young man, consider yourself fortunate that you weren't stung. To bully a hornet caterpillar in Beedrill territory, even a strategist like Xi would have no choice but to flee. Yet, had it been a fighter like Qi, the Beedrill might have been the one scurrying away. Oh well, if I couldn't capture it, so be it. There are plenty of Pokemon in this secret realm. After the Beedrill incident, Li Fidu became considerably more cautious, opting not to stray far from the river. As he followed the current along the riverbank, he soon spotted a Shroomish luxuriating in the sunlight. A green flower bud Pokemon basking in the sun? It must be of the grass type. Enchanted by this delightful creature, Li Fidu felt compelled to capture it, and once more released Mini Dragon. Mini Dragon, use Dragon Breath. The sudden ambush rendered the Shroomish unconscious. Li Fidu swiftly produced a Pokeball and threw it, only for the ball to emit a burst of brilliant light, unveiling a large, red Magikarp instead. Taken aback, Li Fidu froze in confusion. He had never captured a Magikarp. Let us rewind to the moment Li Fidu leaped into the river to evade danger. Here is the account from a plump Magikarp's perspective. It resided by the river in the secret realm, living blissfully with abundant food and no rivals, when suddenly, a human descended from above, brazenly riding it. After the ride, the human attempted to flee, leaving it powerless to exact revenge, forced to endure humiliation and submit to capture. Indeed, it was in the river. This Magikarp was inadvertently seated upon by Li Fidu, accidentally triggering the Pokeball upon contact. resulting in the bewildering scene where Li Faidu beheld the Magikarp emerging from the ball. The reason behind this? Li Faidu was wholly focused on the swarm of Beedrill, oblivious to the fact that this chubby Magikarp recognized him as a fatherly figure, willingly yielding itself. Despite the uncertainty of the situation, Li Faidu sighed and resigned himself to this new reality. Realizing he had wasted a Pokeball, he decided against capturing the Shroomish. However, seeing the Shroomish dazedly spinning on the ground, he felt a pang of sympathy and retrieved the energy cube Huang Xiao had given him, offering a piece to the Shroomish before departing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the secret realm, Huang Xiao arrived at a rather eerie cave. My goodness, does Brother Camel have to be this impressive? This elementary secret realm actually harbors ghost-type Pokémon? Without entering the cave, he could already sense its extraordinary nature. Chapter 56, Snorlax. Huang Xiao's remark was not mere flattery. At this stage, most individuals' Pokémon are at a juvenile level with limited skills, and the majority possess only basic normal-type moves, rendering them ineffective against ghost types. Additionally, ghost-type Pokémon have a shorter growth cycle compared to dragon or steel types, allowing them to quickly attain combat prowess. Cosmic? Aren't we going in? Little Nebula inquired of Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao shook his head. No need to enter. We are merely here to observe what Pokémon and resources this secret realm holds. After marking the cave's location, Huang Xiao bypassed the cave and continued his exploration deeper into the secret realm. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had slipped by. In that span, Huang Xiao encountered numerous Pokémon, including the tree-dwelling Trevenant, the Sinnoh-native Starly, as well as Tylo, Heracross, and Piku, among others. Oddly enough, he wondered why no Caterpie had appeared. Could it be that this wave of spawns lacked Sinnoh bug types? Huang Xiao pondered. Considering the time elapsed since his initial arrival, 3 hours had passed, during which he had observed various bug types. Yet Caterpie remained elusive, just as he contemplated whether his luck was simply lacking or if Brother Camel was not delivering. A sound of branches cracking under the weight of a large Pokémon resonated from the adjacent woods. Ah, it seems a guide has arrived. Though uncertain of the creature's identity, Huang Xiao remained undeterred. Cosmic's lack of combat capability did not imply his own ineptitude. Before long, a Snorlax came barreling through the forest towards him, drool glistening at the corners of its mouth. Its beady eyes were fixated on Huang Xiao, and its nose twitched as it instinctively reached out to rummage through his pockets. Snorlax, a glutton through and through, with a nose that truly knows. Huang Xiao found himself thoroughly amused by the Snorlax before him. He indeed had energy cubes in his pockets, but those were specially prepared for little Xingyun. Thus, he had no intention of handing them over to Snorlax. He swiftly grasped the creature's outstretched paw and executed a shoulder throw, sending Snorlax tumbling to the ground. In the Pokémon world, he may have been a weakling, but that did not imply he remained so upon arriving in the alternate world of Blue Star. His physique had been enhanced by the Camel Brother, making him stronger than even the peak of a super newcomer, though he regrettably lacked the power of Mega Evolution. A super newcomer could easily lift a ton of Cosmoem, so it was hardly excessive for him, with a physique surpassing that of a super newcomer, to throw a 900-pound creature over his shoulder. Hey, Snorlax, may I ask you something? Are there any Caterpie in this forest? Huang Xiao inquired. He sought Caterpie merely to see if there were any that caught his eye. If so, he wouldn't mind capturing one. After all, had he not hunted for Butterfree back in the day, he might still be struggling to make ends meet. The hunt for Butterfree had garnered him fame and fortune in the Pokémon world, as he participated in the grand contests, and without the Butterfree, he had not partaken in any since. Snorlax? Snorlax, what Caterpie? I've never seen one. Snorlax shook its head in response to Huang Xiao's question, for it was a lone wolf of the forest, eating and sleeping in a cycle, traversing the entirety of the woods. Camel Brother, you're truly something else, splendid indeed. Huang Xiao nearly forgot that Camel Brother could always know what he was up to. He released Snorlax, saying, well then, if there aren't any, you may leave, Snorlax. Snorlax. Snorlax shook its head once more, tugging at Huang Xiao's clothing with a pitiful gaze. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself arrived, Snorlax would still cling to him for a meal, refusing to let go. Little Xingyun, what should we do? This big guy seems to want to eat your food. Huang Xiao glanced down at Little Xingyun. Little Xingyun was genuinely frustrated with Huang Xiao, knowing it lacked offensive capabilities. You know I can't do anything, so if you ask, I'll just have to wah. A piercing wail erupted from Little Xingyun's mouth. Huang Xiao's head buzzed. He hadn't anticipated Little Xingyun would be so protective of its food. Snorlax, in turn, covered its ears in agony, but to no avail. The cries echoed throughout the forest, sending many timid wild Pokémon scattering in panic. This commotion evoked a sense of desolation in Li Faidu, who was on the other side of the woods. He felt as if he were seeing his great-grandmother waving at him. There was nothing else, just a horde of Pokémon rushing toward him. Faced with such an overwhelming tide, he felt there was no need to evade it any longer. Accept reality with peace and await your demise? No way. Lifidu turned and dashed towards safety. Perched on a branch, Galade, though puzzled by little Xingyun's cries, felt reassured about Huang Xiao's presence. It swiftly utilized its agility to rush over and rescue Lifidu, who was on the brink of being engulfed by the Pokémon mob. Lifted into the air, Lifidu incredulously touched his still warm body and glanced down at the ground. 10 meters below, bewildered. Am I dead? Why am I flying? If you desire death, I can return you to accept their trampling. Galade communicated telepathically to Lifidu. You're one of Huang's Pokémon. You can talk? Lifidu looked at Galade with surprise, recalling that Galade was not supposed to be capable of speech. Throughout their journey, he had only heard the sounds of Galade, just telepathy. Psychic-type Pokémon can master this skill after becoming proficient in telekinesis and psychic force. Alright, it's safe here. Continue your adventure. Galade found a relatively Pokémon-free area to set him down. Could I ask what that sound was earlier? Lifidu still felt anxious about the recent events. Galade did not respond and vanished in a flash. Hey, quite the character. For saving my life, I shall reluctantly consider you an idol. Lifidu understood that Galade was likely sent by Huang Xiao as his guardian. Meanwhile, Huang Xiao gazed at the Pokeball containing Snorlax. A sense of resignation etched on his face. Good grief. This hefty creature has latched onto me simply because of one shoulder throw. The underlying reason was that little Xingyun enjoyed bouncing on Snorlax's belly, while Snorlax was merely seeking something to eat. It was indeed true. A Snorlax could consume hundreds of pounds in one sitting, and this forest could not sustain it for long. Sooner or later, it would be emptied of resources. And the other wild Pokémon in the forest had their instincts to guard their food, making it exceedingly difficult for Snorlax to feast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sought out Huang Xiao for a meal. Chapter 57. The villa becomes a wilderness. As Huang Xiao marked resource points within the secret realm, the shop opened for business. After Tianxi and Shinado made their appearance, they caused quite a stir, with Shinado's photo rapidly circulating across the entirety of Xia Nation's internet, drawing countless netizens' attention. Wow, I thought those LSP were just boasting. Who knew dreams could align with reality? Wife Pokemon Shinado, forever cherished. Attention, everyone. According to the information card provided by the Pokemon shop, Shinado has a 50 chance of being male, so you know what that implies. Who cares if it's male or female? It's stunning. Right now, my desire for a gacha pull is skyrocketing. Stop daydreaming. At this stage, there are thousands of people trying to draw Pokemon, but only one has been drawn so far. Rumor has it that this morning, Boss Huang was seen leaving with 2 Pokemon that had never been seen before, accompanying Captain Li, and the last sighting was in the southern outskirts of the Magic City. Boss Huang has been collaborating with the official since the beginning, so it's likely he was summoned for something, or perhaps planning something grand, like organizing a competition. Lin Yan speculated. In the shop's hall, Lin Yan, Su Yajing, and Mu Qianxue stood in line with a little girl, who was Lin Yan's younger sister, Lin Yueyao. Jingjing. I never expected Boss Huang to have a Pokemon just like yours, and it's even a shiny one. Mu Qianxue exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Shinado. Shinado, the psychic queen, exuded an undeniable charm, and the shiny variant only enhanced its allure, making it universally appealing. I believe my Ralts will be even more beautiful once it evolves into Shinado. Su Yajing declared confidently, clutching the Pokeball that contained her Ralts. That Shinado must be incredibly strong. It can even communicate telepathically. Why not take your Ralts to seek some advice? Perhaps Shinado can offer you some guidance? Lin Yan suggested. Is that appropriate? It's busy working, we might disturb it. Don't worry, we can wait for Boss Huang to return or ask it later if we encounter it tonight. Speaking of Boss Huang, it seemed he had made headlines this morning, with reports claiming he had left early with 2 Pokemon that had never been seen before. Alongside Captain Li, with eyewitnesses stating they saw them disembarking in the southern outskirts of the Magic City. Boss Huang has been collaborating with the official from the outset. So it's likely he was summoned for something, Lin Yan speculated, or perhaps he has grand plans in mind, like organizing a competition. Su Yajing cast a glance at the stout little shark playing beside Lin Yueyao and inquired, rather than a competition, have you trained your roundland shark well, Yin Yin? It hasn't wreaked havoc at your home, has it? Don't mention it. My house is currently undergoing renovations. That creature has been relentless. And it's not just a matter of causing chaos. It has literally uprooted my home. In a single night, our villa was transformed into a wreck, with all the furniture and decor thoroughly dismantled. To make matters worse, the ground was riddled with a dozen deep pits. Lin Yan felt a surge of frustration as she recalled the events. In just one night, her home had been utterly ravaged, and she had faced a scolding for it. The reason was obvious. Since the round land shark is a quasi-divine Pokémon, her parents were reluctant to reprimand it, so they directed their ire towards her, chastising her for being unable to manage her Pokémon. After a barrage of admonishments, her mother concluded that she clearly lacked experience in handling children, which is why her little sister was entrusted to her care. This only fueled her anger further. The round land shark was already a troublesome child, and now she had to contend with another sibling who had a penchant for sisterly dependence. She felt as though she might lose her mind. The solution she concocted was to take her sister to draw a Pokémon, then find a similar opportunity to send her back home. "Big sister, I'm almost there. Hurry back," Lin Yueyao called out. Hearing this, Lin Yan could only helplessly approach her sister. "I'm here. Sister, do you think I could draw a round land shark too?" Lin Yueyao tugged at Lin Yan's hand and asked excitedly. "Yao Yao, didn't I tell you? Drawing Pokémon is a matter of luck. You can't just choose whatever you want," Lin Yan replied with resignation. "But I really want a round land shark. There's nothing I can do about that. In any case, I won't be giving it to you." With that, Lin Yan scooped the round land shark off the ground and returned it to its Pokeball. "Oh, sister, how could you?" Lin Yueyao pouted, looking at Lin Yan with big, pleading eyes. "You'll have your own Pokemon soon enough, so stop fussing, or I'll send you back home." "I don't believe that. Mom told me to keep an eye on you." "Humph. You little rascal think you can keep tabs on me? I'm not spying. I just worry that you're so innocent that you might be deceived by bad people." Before long, it was Lin Yueyao's turn to draw from the capsule machine. Tianshi greeted Lin Yan with a smile. "Miss Lin, you're back again? I'm here to help my sister draw from the capsule machine. By the way, Tianshi, what was Boss Huang up to this morning? And what are the names of the two Pokemon accompanying him?" Lin Yan inquired about Huang Xiao's whereabouts, as she harbored hopes of participating in a Pokemon competition. "He went to fetch Pokemon from the secret realm. He should be back shortly. The Pokemon with him are Shinedo's brother, Elurado, and the little star cloud, Cosmoem." "Brother of Shinedo? Are they siblings by blood? I had no idea there were familial bonds among Pokemon." It was Lin Yan's first time hearing about sibling relationships in Pokemon. Though Pokemon are born from eggs, they do exist within familial groups. Before they hatched, they were unexpectedly obtained by Xiao, with Shinedo hatching before Elurado, naturally making her the elder sibling. "Are they of the same species? Did they both evolve from Ralorasi?" Lin Yan asked curiously. "Yes, Elurado is a form that only male Ralorasi can evolve into using a special item. Miss Su Yajing's Ralorasi is female, which is why Xiao hasn't released Elurado's information card," Tianshi explained. She had a good rapport with Lin Yan and her friends and had learned a great deal about this world from them. "What are the genders of my round land shark and my mischievous panda?" Lin Yan inquired. "Your round land shark is female, while the mischievous panda is male," Tianshi replied. Sister, look." At that moment, Lin Yueyao called out to Lin Yan again. Chapter 58, The Disaster Beast Absol. "This little bird's wings look like cotton. And that ant has such a large head. This white dog is so cool," Lin Yueyao exclaimed as she gazed at the three images displayed on the capsule machine screen. Instantly befuddled, unsure of which one to choose, Lin Yan glanced at the images, her mind swirling with questions. Her sister seemed to have remarkably good luck, as she had never seen any of the three options before. "What are the names of these three Pokemon, Tianshi? I don't recall seeing their information cards," Lin Yan asked. The Pokemon depicted in the images were Qingyan bird, Dagia ant, and Absol, Tianshi replied. "All three choices are quite good. Dagia ant has two evolved forms that possess dragon attributes, just like Lin Yan's round land shark, and it can fly. The desert dragonfly. Meanwhile, Qingyan bird evolves into Qishi Qingyao, which also possesses dragon attributes, and is a Pokemon capable of Mega Evolution, Super Qishi Qingyao, Dragon Tribe Trader. Absol is even rarer. Boasting a high status, it can sense impending disasters and also benefits from Mega Evolution, Mega Absol. Yao, which one do you want?" I choose the big dog." Soon, Lin Yueyao obtained the Pokeball containing Absol. Without further thought, she pressed the button on the Pokeball. "Come out, doggy." Pokemon Absol. Gender, female. Attribute, dark. Ability, super luck. Due to possessing super luck, attacks are more likely to hit the opponent's critical points. Skills, glare, quick attack, shadow clone, play rough, inherited. With a gray-blue body, snow-white fur, and a crescent-shaped horn, standing at 1.2 meters tall, Lin Yueyao compared it, and then promptly climbed onto Absol's back. Mu Qinxue observed the proud expression on Lin Yueyao's face and remarked to Lin Yan, "Yan, I can't help but feel that Yueyao didn't just choose Absol because she likes it. It seems more like she wants to ride it. Be confident. She simply wants to ride it," Lin Yan replied, exasperated. Don't worry. Absol is actually very gentle and quite friendly towards humans, Tianshi chimed in with a smile. Lin Yan looked at Tianshi in astonishment. Really? There won't be any issues? Not at all. Xiao told me that Absol is a Pokemon that can predict natural disasters. It usually alerts humans to evacuate when it senses danger, so Absol is actually very willing to be close to humans. Pokemon possess such abilities? The group was astonished. They had initially thought that Pokemon could merely unleash powerful, extraordinary skills, but now they learned of this unique disaster-predicting ability. Aside from skills, Pokemon inherently possess special abilities to varying degrees, such as Absol's disaster prediction, the Little Mountain Pig's ability to find hot springs, and Dungjia's ability to sense agate through its nose, while Juka can emit a delightful sweet aroma that brings comfort, and so forth. Every Pokemon Tianshi mentioned had already been drawn by someone. Upon hearing this, someone immediately asked, Dungjia can find agate? Wouldn't that make it a lucrative draw? Dungjia requires training to develop that ability. Many Pokemon have commercial potential. For instance, the silk produced by green caterpillars is on par with silk from silkworms. Even the final evolution, Bawdadi, can help pollinate fruit trees, and electric-type Pokemon can be utilized for generating electricity. Tianshi recounted the Pokemon commercial development cases that Huang Xiao had entrusted her to convey. Huang Xiao understood that for Pokemon to fully integrate into this world, mere combat promotion would not suffice, as undoubtedly, peace-loving individuals outnumber warmongers. Moreover, the intrinsic love for peace among the Huaxia people is inscribed in their very DNA. If Pokemon were solely relegated to combat, they would lose their essence. However, when it comes to commercial development, agricultural pursuits, or infrastructure projects, the fervor that the Huaxia people could unleash would be beyond imagination. I mean, how could such adorable creatures as Pokemon exist merely for battling? In hindsight, may you soon acquire an economic-type Pokemon, the Caterpie. Why must I inevitably draw a Caterpie? Why can't I get a Dunsparce instead? It's better that you didn't mention it. I suspect that fellow from a couple of days ago who didn't choose Dunsparce is probably regretting it. Regretting what? He didn't choose Dunsparce, but opted for an electric-type Pokemon. It's merely a transition from miner to electrician, better than us who are still at the mercy of fate. A group of unfortunate souls waiting in line lamented, exchanging comments with one another. After Lin Yueyao finished her draw, it was Su Yajing's turn to select her second Pokemon. She turned to Tianshi and asked, Tianshi, when will Boss Huang return? I wish to draw my second Pokemon. It might take a while for Xiao to return. If you want to draw your second Pokemon, you can release Ralts. And I will call Shinedo to check on her. Really? That is wonderful. Su Yajing had thought she would have to wait for Huang Xiao to come back. Xiao is actually aware of the situation regarding your Pokemon. The check is merely a formality and will be quick. After saying this, Tianshi called over Shinedo. Shinedo, could you please conduct an examination? Shauna. Shinedo extended a hand, gently resting it on Ralts' head, and a powerful psychic energy flowed from Shinedo to Ralts. In no time, Shinedo had comprehended Ralts' condition. Shinedo exchanged a glance with Tianshi, who then said, her condition is excellent. Miss Su has taken great care of her. And you may proceed to draw your second Pokemon. A radiant smile blossomed on Su Yajing's face. Of course, Ralts is my family. You might want to focus on training her psychic abilities, as the strength of psychic-type Pokemon fundamentally relies on psychic power, which enhances the potency of their skills. Shinedo communicated telepathically with Su Yajing. Upon hearing this, Su Yajing was filled with joy, eagerly nodding in response. Yes, I will. She then approached the Gacha machine, adeptly paid, and made her first selection. The scene froze, and on the screen appeared a small, light blue dinosaur with large blue eyes and colorful membranes around its eye sockets. Ice Dragon. Indeed, it was an image of an ice dragon. Is this a dragon? Su Yajing gasped, staring at the image on the screen. It's called Ice Dragon. Do you wish to choose it, Miss Su? Tianshi inquired. Su Yajing shook her head. I'll take a look at other options first. Her second selection also revealed a dinosaur-like Pokemon, Tyrant. Tyrant. Chapter 59, Su Yajing's second Pokemon. Wow, another dinosaur? This girl's luck is astonishing. Having drawn a Ralts previously was one thing, but now both options are dinosaurs? What a twist of fate. Miss, may I borrow some of your luck? Upon seeing the two dinosaur-type Pokemon images, a crowd of onlookers was utterly captivated. Even without a dragon attribute, a dinosaur is still a dragon. One can never tell if they might become a dragon rider in the future, as exemplified by that large dog. Yes, indeed, after witnessing Lin Yueyao riding her Absol, they discovered a unique application of Pokemon riding. This one looks a bit odd and rather fierce, Su Yajing commented while pulling the lever for her final choice. The last option displayed an image of a soft-bodied creature with two horn-like appendages on its head, exuding a slippery aura. With small black dot-like eyes and two green circular spots on its cheeks, creating an oddly dissonant impression. Slime Pokémon. Miss, the second image is Tyrant. And this third one is Slime Pokémon, Tianxia clarified. Slime Pokémon. Its appearance is rather peculiar, but it seems interesting. I'll choose it. Without further contemplation, Yajing promptly settled on Slime Pokémon. While she also liked Ice Dragon, she worried that if she raised a dinosaur and it grew too large, their little sanctuary might not accommodate it, and she certainly did not want to return home to face her family's nagging. Moreover, dinosaurs tend to attract attention. She had seen online posts about two people who had chosen dinosaur-type Pokémon, and even a stroll in the park required careful timing. After noting Yajing's choice of a quasi-legendary Pokémon, Tianxia produced 3 information cards and handed them over. Miss Su, here is the information card for Slime Pokémon. Please take care of it. Upon seeing the attribute information for Slime Pokémon, Yajing was taken aback to discover it was a dragon type. How absurd is that? The attributes of Pokémon are not determined solely by their appearance. Moreover, Miss Su, your taste is quite unique. The final evolution of Slime Pokémon, Slime Dragon, is one of the quasi-legendary Pokémon, Tianxia added. This revelation sent ripples through the crowd. A few moments of silence ensued before the entire shop erupted in excitement. With consecutive days of quasi-legendaries being drawn, many began to speculate that the rate of high-quality Pokémon had increased. This also fueled the anticipation of those who had already drawn Pokémon for their second choices. Yajing, congratulations. Mu Qianxue exclaimed with evident envy. Lin Yan, who had been watching Lin Yueyao ride her dog, suggested with a peculiar expression, Yajing, how about we have a battle with our new Pokémon? Last time, her mischievous panda had been bested by Ralts, and this time she intended to use her Garchomp to settle the score with that slime Pokémon. Yajing resolutely declined. Absolutely not. Yan, your Garchomp has been fed special food, while my slime Pokémon has only just been drawn. I refuse to engage in an unfair battle. Just one night of feeding one tea make much difference. One night, isn't enough. Once I finish customizing a batch of special food, I'll feed it, and then we can battle. Meanwhile, far away in the southern suburbs of Magic City, Huang Xiao had completed marking the resource points within the secret realm. To be frank, the resources in this beginner secret realm are quite abundant. Aside from the numerous edible berries, there are 5 or 6 ordinary berry trees and 2 round fruit trees capable of crafting special Pokeballs. Unfortunately, there was no suitable spring water to craft the round fruit Pokeballs, and it remains uncertain whether the mountain spring water within Xia country is compatible. There are also plenty of basic evolution stones, such as fire stones, water stones, and leaf stones, with a substantial quantity, even a few rare light stones and dark stones. Lastly, there are various randomly refreshing items to enhance moves. Of course, some materials dropped by Pokémon themselves are quite useful and can also be considered a form of resource. Little Star Cloud, take me to find Galade. Whoosh. As Little Star Cloud activated its teleportation, Huang Xiao found himself beside Galade. Upon seeing Huang Xiao, Galade communicated telepathically, partner. You've arrived. How is it going? How many Pokémon has that fellow captured? Huang Xiao inquired about Li Fidu's situation. 1. A Magikarp he unintentionally caught while in the water. At this revelation, Huang Xiao was momentarily dumbfounded. Just 1? Has he been shopping the entire time? What on earth is going on with that guy? After 2 or 3 hours, he has only managed to catch 1 Pokémon. This is far too slow. If a combat-oriented person were to enter a forest filled with wild Pokémon, they would likely have filled their bags with countless Pokeballs in just 2 or 3 hours. Galade hesitated for a moment before saying, he is doing what you used to do, partner. So he is truly out shopping? Forget it. Since he doesn't intend to capture any, let us move on to the next location. As he spoke, Huang Xiao leaped onto a nearby branch. Drawing closer to Li Fidu's vigilance was indeed acute. Upon sensing an approaching presence, he immediately concealed himself behind the tree trunk. Once Huang Xiao landed, he glanced back at the trunk and said, no need to hide. It's time to move to the next location. And we should also let those stationed outside try their luck. Li Fidu, upon recognizing Huang Xiao, was left utterly astonished, and he hesitantly inquired, Boss Huang, your skills are truly remarkable. Without agility, one cannot aspire to be a Pokémon master. You, with your slight frame, must strive to train diligently. I once witnessed a Pokémon master who could withstand the electric-type move Thunderbolt, enduring it with sheer strength of a ton. My feats pale in comparison. Withstanding Thunderbolt and boasting such strength? Is that even human? Of course, it is human. You surely wouldn't want to collapse at the mere touch of your own Pokémon. Would you? A friendly reminder. A Dragonite can circumnavigate the globe in approximately 16 hours at full speed. You wouldn't want to ride on a Dragonite and have it fly at a snail's pace, right? Hearing this, Lifaidu silently resolved to train his body rigorously, aiming to enhance his physical capabilities to withstand the speed of a Dragonite before his Dratini evolved. As for matching its full speed, that was another matter entirely. Enduring velocities exceeding 2 Mach seemed utterly implausible. Well, I see you're not keen on capturing any Pokémon here anymore. Let's head out, Huang Xiao stated. All right. Lifaidu had intended to leave earlier, but he was unaware of the way out and couldn't locate Huang Xiao. He asked, by the way, how do we exit? Should we return to the original location? Huang Xiao shook his head. No need. With a wave of his hand, a passageway materialized before them. Normally, each individual entering a secret realm must wear a wristband device to ensure their safety. Those who voluntarily exit or are automatically ejected after a certain period usually receive one. However, since you entered with me, you weren't given one. Besides, with Aluroiden keeping an eye on you, you won't meet your demise. Chapter 60. Journey to the Northern Suburbs. What if someone wants to leave the secret realm without a wristband? Lifaidu inquired. Without a wristband, one must either wait 3 months or be ejected when the Pokémon in the secret realm are refreshed. If the number of Pokémon drops below 30%, a refresh will occur, clearing the area and expelling everyone. No one from outside can enter during this time. When the blue screen turns red, it indicates a refresh. Huang Xiao elaborated. Once they exited the secret realm, several individuals approached them. At the forefront was a kindly, elderly man with graying hair. Young Huang, little do. You've worked hard. Elder Huang, are you here for an inspection? Huang Xiao jested. Young friend, I merely came as an intermediary to introduce a few individuals. They are the top officials of the Pokémon Management Bureau in Magic City. Should you undertake any significant endeavors in the future, feel free to contact them or have Little Do relay your messages, Elder Huang replied with a smile. Huang Xiao nodded. Elder Huang briefly introduced, this is Sima Yuan, the director of the Magic City Pokémon Management Bureau. This is Deputy Director Yao Luofei, and this is Qiao Yuan, in charge of ideological development. Greetings, everyone. Given my circumstances, I believe no introduction is necessary. This secret realm is merely the first. There is another to establish. Do you all intend to explore it yourselves? Or shall we allow the station troops to venture inside? Huang Xiao, eager to conclude the formalities and return to his leisure, inquired. Boss Huang is quite the busy man. We're merely here to familiarize ourselves today, to better cooperate with your forthcoming arrangements. We, being of advanced age, shall leave the opportunities to the younger generation, Sima Yuan chuckled. Xiao Yuan produced paper and pen, asking Huang Xiao, how should we manage this secret realm? Will the Pokémon inside exhibit aggressive behavior? Accessing the secret realm requires wearing specialized wristbands. Shortly, I will grant you monitoring privileges for the wristbands, enabling you to keep abreast of the situation within the realm. While Pokémon possess territorial instincts, as long as no outrageous actions are taken, they typically won't initiate attacks. However, certain playful Pokémon may tease humans or other Pokémon, which is entirely normal. I have already marked the resource map for this secret realm. Specific resources can be harvested in set quantities without issue. With that, Huang Xiao communicated with the system, manifesting the remaining equipment and facilities. In the blink of an eye, over 20 silver machines appeared around the entrances and exits of the secret realm. These machines functioned at the entrance to collect fees, dispense wristbands, issue Pokeballs, and provide basic energy cubes, while the exit collected wristbands, tallied trainers' harvests, and processed supplementary fees. This is the machine's manual. It operates with a simple interface and includes voice prompts. One important note, each wristband is designated for one person and is crucial for both entry and exit. If someone enters without a wristband, they will either live inside for 3 months until automatically expelled or wait for a Pokémon refresh to be forcibly ejected. Regardless of the choice, they will be permanently blacklisted from the secret realm, Huang Xiao reiterated, apprehensive about overly clever individuals attempting to sneak in without wristbands. After Qiao Yuan recorded Huang Xiao's instructions, he asked, how long can one remain inside while wearing a wristband? An entrance fee of 3,000 grants 1 day of access, with a maximum of 7 days. If you don't exit after 1 day, an additional fee of 2,500 is required for each subsequent day. If one stays the full 7 days, the total ticket cost will amount to 15,000. However, should luck be on your side and you capture 2 Pokémon of decent quality, that price is quite reasonable. Of course, the Pokémon in the secret realm won't match the quality of those obtained from capsule machines. Suddenly, Huang Xiao recalled something and asked, by the way, the berry seeds I entrusted to you should be nearing flowering, correct? They have indeed flowered. But the berry that can produce Pokeballs has yet to show signs of blooming, Yao Luofei replied. There are berries in the secret realm. You may send someone to gather them. The technology for Pokeball manufacturing has been provided to you, so you can begin experimenting, Huang Xiao stated. All right. Once the berries are collected, we shall commence immediately, Yao Luofei affirmed. Huang Xiao nodded. Then there are no issues. Please arrange for personnel to enter. I must head to the next location. Upon hearing this, Sima Yuan called out to Li Faidu, Little Du, please escort Boss Huang to the northern suburbs. Certainly. Boss Huang. After you. Li Faidu took the lead, swiftly guiding Huang Xiao away. After the two departed, Elder Wang also bid farewell. The remaining three began discussing the arrangements for the secret realm. Elder Yao, please send a message to those promising young individuals, allowing them to choose between the southern or northern secret realms. We shall set the opening time for the day after tomorrow and issue an announcement tomorrow, Sima Yuan instructed. Understood. I will begin arranging this. I'll also notify our other brother units. Little Du just sent me a few messages, one of which mentioned that the number of Pokemon in the secret realm would automatically refresh upon dropping below a certain threshold. Excellent. This will grant us some leverage. When we need personnel from them in the future, they won't dare to be negligent. However, you two shouldn't celebrate too early. The public's enthusiasm for Pokemon is exceedingly high. Just now, another quasi-divine Pokemon emerged. I suspect that the moment we announce the secret realm, a long queue will form outside. Please expedite preparations with the road administration. Repairs and traffic restrictions must be established to prevent delays from being blamed on us. Additionally, we need regulations for Pokemon riding. Otherwise, the consequences of collisions could be dire. Xiao Yuan cautioned. As the three deliberated, the soldiers assigned to guard the area began entering the secret realm in batches. The individuals entering the realm, aside from striving to capture 1 or 2 Pokemon, were also tasked with various other objectives. Some sought edible berries, others searched for basic evolution stones. Yet the majority aimed to collect the elusive Oran berries. The diminutive Cosmoem, upon encountering humans, possessed the ability to read their thoughts. Its instantaneous teleportation could transport individuals to their desired locations. Thus, Huang Xiao cleverly utilized this characteristic, enabling Li Fei to whisk him away to the northern outskirts secretive outpost. Upon arrival, he was greeted by 3 familiar figures. Chapter 61, The Second Secret Realm. Huang Xiao regarded Zhou Xueqing, Zhao Qi, and Zhou Qinglu with a puzzled expression, exclaiming, Dr. Zhou, what brings you both here as well? Zhao Qi replied, his face alight with excitement. It was Du Gu who informed us that you were about to unveil a Pokemon secret realm, prompting us to await your arrival here. Zhou Qinglu added. That scoundrel Qian Qianqian also received word, but he was engaged in a battle at the time and will take a while to join us. Zhou Xueqing chuckled sheepishly. Scratching his head, I heard Qinglu mention that there are numerous Pokemon ripe for research, so I thought I'd boldly come along. I hope you don't mind. Of course not, Huang Xiao responded. I have no qualms about endeavors that yield profit, and I am equally curious to ascertain whether Zhao Qi and Zhou Qinglu are indeed the otherworldly equivalents of battle champions and the shortest reigning champion in history. Furthermore, since Zhou Xueqing was keen on studying Pokemon, what harm would it do to let him play the role of an alternate version of Professor Oak? Soon after, a modest vehicle arrived outside. Qian Qianqian, burdened with a hefty backpack and accompanied by his dog, alighted from the vehicle. Spotting Huang Xiao and the others awaiting him, he hurried over, apologizing. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Huang Xiao shook his head. Not at all. We have just arrived. Let us head inside. Du Gu, is this the item you asked me to bring? Should we distribute it now? Qian Qianqian inquired, approaching Li Fei and patting his backpack. Li Fei nodded. Let us distribute it. I'll reimburse you later. Reimbursement isn't the issue. What truly matters is whether this will be worth it, he muttered. As the backpack contained energy cubes procured from the Pokemon store, albeit the most basic variety, Li Fei shot him a glance, comparing this to a Pokemon. Which do you believe holds more value? Naturally, a Pokemon is far more valuable. Qian Qianqian realized that Li Fei intended for them to use food as bait. He opened his backpack and distributed 4 boxes of energy cubes to each person. After Li Fei presented his credentials, the group entered the newly constructed facility. Huang Xiao observed that the architecture here was markedly more expansive than that in the southern outskirts, although the layout remained consistent. By the way, Boss Huang, you've got quite the predicament at your establishment, are you aware? Qian Qianqian spoke mysteriously to Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao cast him a sideways glance, casually asking, what predicament? Another individual has drawn forth a brand new quasi-legendary Pokemon, all 3 forms being pure dragon types. Oh, a pure dragon type quasi-legendary? That would be Nihilego, nothing particularly astonishing. Among the 9th-generation quasi-legendaries, only Nihilego boasted 3 forms that were purely dragon-type. It could be deemed strong solely for its special defense. Yet its status as a quasi-legendary rendered its position somewhat awkward. But that is a quasi-legendary. Currently, there are only 4 in the entire country. As Qian spoke, he noticed that aside from Li Fei, who appeared somewhat intrigued, the others displayed a demeanor of indifference. Upon closer inspection, he realized that another owner of a quasi-legendary Pokémon, the Elder Zhou, was present too. He promptly fell silent, trailing behind the group. Li Fei understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. He seized the opportunity to brief the others on the precautions for entering the secret realm. After he concluded his instructions, Qian astutely struck upon a sensitive topic. Dugu, you mentioned you had just ventured into a secret realm. Would you mind sharing what new Pokémon you captured? You'll find out later, Li Fei replied, recalling the embarrassing episode involving his captured Magikarp. To this day, he remained perplexed about how that Magikarp ended up in his Pokeball. Having gained experience from the previous setup of the secret realm, Huang Xiao completed all the necessary steps in under 3 minutes this time. Once everything was arranged, he addressed the group. Captain Li has already informed you of the precautions for entering the secret realm. I shall refrain from reiterating. Now, embark on your adventure. Upon hearing the word adventure, Zhao Qi's eyes gleamed with fervor, and without hesitation, he scanned the payment. Acquiring 2 Pokeballs and 3 energy cubes before entering the secret realm. Following his example, the other 3 quickly followed suit. Once they had departed, Li Fei turned to Huang Xiao, inquiring, Boss Huang, may I enter this secret realm as well? Of course, if you wish to enter. This secret realm differs from the one in the southern outskirts. However, once it officially opens, you can establish regulations to allow more individuals without Pokémon to enter. Huang Xiao stated, being a beginner's secret realm, imposing excessive restrictions would only lead to future complications, a task Huang Xiao preferred to avoid. Upon hearing this, Li Fei leaped for joy, exclaiming, That's wonderful. He swiftly produced his card, replenishing 2 empty Pokeballs before hurrying into the secret realm. Ah, youth. So impatient. Huang Xiao remarked, Iluriito, let us proceed as well. Thus, Huang Xiao ventured into the secret realm alongside Cosmoem and Iluriito. This secret realm was designated as the Kanto Pokédex pool. Although he initially intended to select the Kanto region, upon noticing the option to merge with the Johto region, he naturally chose the more abundant choice. Therefore, as long as Tuozi Gu extended his favor or fortune smiled upon him, there remained a slim possibility of encountering all 6 starter Pokémon from the 1st and 2nd generations. Of course, this possibility was virtually negligible. In other words, Huang Xiao was indulging in fanciful dreams. The size of this new secret realm surpassed the previous one considerably, nearing 600,000 square kilometers, with the majority of its geography comprising forests, while a smaller portion consisted of oceans and beaches. Zhao Qi, the first to enter the secret realm, soon encountered his inaugural opponent, a bird Pokémon, Pidgey, adorned with brown and yellow plumage. He retrieved his Pokeball and called out, Charmander, please, use Ember. However, his loud exclamation startled the Pidgey, which had been foraging for insects, causing it to become alert. The moment Charmander emerged from its ball, Pidgey unleashed a whirlwind to suppress it. Not wishing to linger, Pidgey swiftly took flight, evading the confrontation. Hey! Both Zhao Qi and Charmander expressed disappointment as their adversary fled. Just then, rustling sounds emanated from the grass behind them. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Qi's face lit up with excitement. Charmander, another opponent, is approaching. Use Growl. Nilu Charmander let out a roar toward the thicket, prompting a purple-furred rodent to burst forth. Is that a Rattata? Alright, Charmander, use Scratch. The wild, low-level Rattata was no match for Charmander, collapsing after just 3 swipes. Zhao Qi, mindful of Li Fei's advice to capture rare Pokémon with potential, opted not to capture the commonplace Rattata. Instead, he took a moment to feed the Rattata an energy cube and placed it in a safe location before departing. This act of kindness did not go unnoticed by a certain Pokémon lurking in the shadows, which, intrigued by Zhao Qi's goodwill, began to follow him discreetly. Simultaneously, Zhou Qinglu faced his first opponent, a Pokémon resembling a rhinoceros clad in gray armor. Is this my first adversary? Alright, Squirtle, it's your turn. Chapter 62, The Rhinoceros Knight and the Unfortunate Chubby One. Squirtle, use Bubble Beam. As the armored rhinoceros contentedly munched on the fruits of a tree, the sudden shout startled it into turning its head in the direction of the sound. Before its eyes, a series of bubbles materialized, and to its dismay, they were aimed squarely at it. The splashing of watery projectiles struck its face, causing the already water-averse rhinoceros to thrash about in confusion. Is this creature afraid of water? Observing this scene, Zhou Qinglu immediately recognized that water might be the rhinoceros's Achilles heel. With the advantage of elemental dominance, this victory would be mine. Squirtle, use water. Before he could finish his command, the panicked rhinoceros charged towards him. Taken aback by the sudden onslaught, Zhou Qinglu exclaimed, "Oh no, why is it coming for me?" He swiftly scrambled up the nearby tree trunk, managing to ascend just before the rhinoceros collided with him. With a resounding crash, the rhinoceros slammed into the tree, sending vibrations through the wood. Zhou Qinglu lost his grip and fell, fortuitously landing atop the rhinoceros's head, narrowly avoiding a rather embarrassing fate. Phew, that was close. Zhou Qinglu let out a sigh of relief. However, the rhinoceros was not pleased with its unexpected passenger and began to jump around in an attempt to dislodge him. Zhou Qinglu clung desperately to the protrusions on its back. Watching from the sidelines, Squirtle wanted to assist but hesitated to use its skills for fear of causing collateral damage, opting instead to anxiously call out its name. To an outsider, this scene might have appeared as if Zhou Qinglu was taming a mount, with Squirtle cheering him on. After nearly 10 minutes of bouncing, the rhinoceros, frustrated at its failure to shake Zhou Qinglu off, decided to charge at a nearby tree. With a thud, it collided with the trunk, becoming dazed, while Zhou Qinglu remained unscathed. The reason was simple. The rhinoceros had not anticipated Zhou Qinglu's weight. Its inability to turn or shift its angle led to a direct impact with the tree, which proved sturdy enough to withstand the blow, albeit causing the rhinoceros to shed a layer of skin. Once the rhinoceros lay down, Zhou Qinglu cautiously hopped off its head, his trembling legs betraying his own fear. This creature is quite remarkable. It tossed me around for so long, yet remained so brave. Zhou Qinglu was thoroughly impressed by the rhinoceros's stamina and determination. He took out a blank pokeball and tapped it against the creature, a beam of red light shooting forth as the rhinoceros was captured inside. After a few shakes, the ball emitted a satisfying click. With excitement, he shouted to Squirtle, "Squirtle, I caught the armored rhinoceros." "Squirtle, Squirtle." Squirtle hurried over to celebrate with him. After a brief rest, Zhou Qinglu released the rhinoceros. The creature, now subdued, nuzzled against him affectionately. After feeding it some energy cubes, he returned the rhinoceros to its pokeball. It was not that he did not wish to ride it, but the rhinoceros was still quite young and evidently not fully grown. Moreover, its armor would make riding uncomfortable. After just 10 minutes, his backside was already feeling the strain. On the other hand, Qian Qianqian was not as fortunate. He landed right in the heart of a fiery bird's nest. Immediately upon landing, he was set upon by a flock of fiery birds who mistook him for an intruder. Frustrated, Qian Qianqian shouted, "Hey, you lot lack honor. How about a fair duel?" The moment he spoke, even more fiery birds emerged. Seeing the approaching flock, Qian Qianqian panicked and muttered, "My dear brothers and sisters, I was wrong. Please spare me." He tossed a box of energy cubes into the air. The unique scent of the energy cubes captured the birds' attention, prompting them to abandon their pursuit in favor of the tempting treat. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Qianqian made his escape, his earlier doubts about Li Faidu's foresight dissipating. "Brother, you truly have a knack for predicting events." After distancing himself from the fiery birds, Qian Qianqian found a small stream to wash himself off, striving to conceal his disheveled appearance. After all, being surrounded upon landing and chased by a flock of birds was hardly a glorious experience. To prevent a recurrence, he released his trusted companion, Riolu. "Riolu, I'm counting on you from here on out." Riolu. It nodded. Thus, the duo ambled downstream along the river. Not long after, they arrived at a serene lake. Gazing at the crystalline waters, Qian Qianqian lamented, "Such a clear lake. Alas, I didn't bring my fishing rod, otherwise I could have tested my luck at catching a water-type Pokémon." Had he known such a place existed within the secret realm, he would have detoured to fetch his expensive fishing gear. Regrets aside, the knowledge of the lakes and rivers within the secret realm was now etched in his mind. After walking along the lake's edge for nearly a kilometer, he spotted 3 different water-type Pokémon frolicking in the water, along with a moving blue orb, the nature of which he could not discern, whether it was a plant or part of a Pokémon. Just as he was about to venture into the forest, a sound reminiscent of a duck's quack caught his attention. He looked down at Riolu. "Did you hear that? It sounds like a duck." Riolu nodded and pointed towards a large rock, indicating that the sound originated from there. Cautiously, the pair crept around the stone and peeked over the edge. Before them was a large yellow duck, covering its head with its hands while staring at the lake. Qian Qianqian hesitated. "Is that a water-type Pokémon, Psyduck?" The Psyduck seemed to hear him and glanced back, only to be startled by the sight of a human head and a dog's head peering out from behind the rock. Quack! After a terrified squawk, the Psyduck's eyes glowed blue, and suddenly, both Qian Qianqian and Riolu found themselves levitating. Surprisingly unfazed by the situation, Qian Qianqian exclaimed, "This is a psychic-type move, psychic? How powerful!" Riolu was astonished. Even in such a predicament, Qian Qianqian still had time to marvel at the power. Hearing Riolu's voice, Qian Qianqian glanced down, realizing they were hovering. He shouted, "Hey, wait! Mr. Duck! Duck God! I didn't mean to disturb you. Please let us go." Upon hearing his plea, Psyduck snapped back to reality, the blue glow in its eyes dissipating as the two plummeted back to the ground. Watching the fall, Psyduck wore a look of confusion. "Oh no! Riolu, hurry and help me up!" Qian Qianqian cried out in despair. Riolu leaped off him and quickly helped him to his feet. Psyduck observed the scene silently, its mind filled with questions. "My apologies, Duck God. We'll be on our way now," Qian Qianqian said, grimacing as he rubbed his back. Psyduck's innocent gaze belied its wisdom. In the next moment, it was distracted by a white object at Qian Qianqian's feet, which turned out to be a standard energy cube. Psyduck approached, sniffed it, and promptly swallowed it. Instantly captivated by its unique flavor. After finishing, it lifted its head towards Qian Qianqian, certain that this delectable treat had come from him. Realizing the potential trouble, Qian Qianqian thought, "Oh no, could this duck be like those fiery birds, always seeking to pilfer energy cubes?" "Quack!" Psyduck inquired, eyeing him with a glimmer of hope. Riolu shot a wary glance at Psyduck and exclaimed, "Riolu, that S for our new partner." "Quack, quack!" Psyduck responded eagerly, "Partner? What is that? Can I eat it?" Partners are family, not mere sustenance. Riolu found himself at a loss for words. Was this duck truly foolish or merely pretending? Observing the two Pokémon engaged in their exchange, Qian Qianqian revealed a look of confusion. He could not comprehend their conversation, yet it was evident that the Psyduck sought to deceive for food and drink. Though he, Qian Qianqian, was affluent, he detested being taken advantage of. However, since this Psyduck had an appetite, why not indulge? A sly yet sycophantic grin crept across his face. "Duck bro, if you desire energy cubes, you may accompany me. As long as you become my Pokémon, I assure you there are even more delectable energy cubes to savor." As he spoke, he produced a customized energy cube to entice Riolu. The Psyduck was immediately captivated by the bespoke treat. Sensing its interest, Qian Qianqian brandished an empty Pokeball, saying, "Do you want it? Step into the ball, and I'll provide you with something even better once you emerge." Yet, much to his dismay, the Psyduck exhibited no inclination to follow suit. Instead, it gazed quizzically at the Pokeball before swatting it aside with a decisive slap and diving into the water. The sudden departure left Qian Qianqian bewildered. He had clearly seen the Psyduck's interest. How could it simply slip away? Moments later, the Psyduck returned, clutching a droplet-shaped stone in its beak. It placed the stone on the ground and emitted a series of frantic quacks, gesturing towards the energy cube, clearly intending to barter for it rather than submit to capture. Was this a Pokémon item? Gazing at the droplet-shaped stone, Qian Qianqian felt a flicker of recognition. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that it was known as a mysterious droplet, indeed a Pokémon item. Observing the Psyduck's animated gestures, he tentatively inquired, "Duck bro, are you proposing to exchange this for my energy cubes?" The Psyduck nodded in affirmation. "Very well then." He retrieved a box of universal energy cubes and placed it before the Psyduck. "Will this suffice, Duck bro?" The Psyduck's eyes were glued to the box of energy cubes, and it nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Qian Qianqian smiled, concluding that the deal was struck. They both felt they had profited immensely, and without further ado, they parted ways. Shortly after they left, Huang Xiao appeared at the lakeside, meticulously assessing the state of the water body, and instructed Aeliolito, "Use your telekinesis to ascertain what resources lie within this lake." Aeliolito nodded, soaring to the center of the lake to probe for the vibrations of items. This so-called telekinetic exploration was, in truth, a principle Huang Xiao had shared with Shinedo and Aeliolito, enabling them to develop similar skills. In mere moments, Aeliolito returned to Huang Xiao's side, reporting, "Partner, the lake contains a small quantity of water stones and a considerable amount of mysterious droplets, with a variety of 5 types of water-type Pokémon present." After noting Aeliolito's findings, Huang Xiao departed. Meanwhile, Qian Qianqian, believing himself to have struck gold, plunged deep into the forest. Had he known the lake harbored a plethora of item stones, he would likely have fainted from the revelation. This was akin to picking up a sesame seed while losing a watermelon. Not long after, he spotted a tree bearing fruits resembling bananas. These were jiaoxiang fruits, a sweet yet bitter delicacy, suitable for crafting energy cubes and other Pokémon nourishment. Out of curiosity, Qian Qianqian exclaimed with excitement, "Liu Lu, let us go pick some fruits." Before long, he stood beneath the towering fruit tree, and only then did he realize he was not particularly adept at climbing trees, and his canine companion seemed equally incapable. Casting a wistful glance at Liu Lu, he lamented, "What shall we do, Liu Lu? It appears we cannot ascend." Liu Lu shrugged, indicating its own inability to help. Qian Qianqian scanned the area and spotted a suitably sized stone. "Ah, I've got it. Liu Lu, why not try using that to knock the fruit down?" Liu Lu picked up the stone and hurled it downward, narrowly missing the fruit. On the opposite side of the tree, a small purple-furred monkey with a long tail was fortuitously struck by the falling stone. Indeed, this Pokémon was a long-tailed monkey. Seeing Liu Lu's first attempt fail, Qian Qianqian encouraged it to continue. Liu Lu, undeterred, successfully knocked down a fruit on its second try. Qian Qianqian picked up the fallen Jiaoxiang fruit, examining it closely. It bore a striking resemblance to a banana, yet it was not one. He split the fruit in half, offering a portion to Liu Lu. "Here, Liu Lu." Liu Lu sniffed, detecting a faint sweetness, and eagerly accepted the offering. Qian Qianqian also took a bite. His initial impression was sweet, but as he swallowed, a bitter undertone emerged, leaving him with a sensation akin to consuming a bitter gourd. His comical, fleshy face contorted into a bun-like grimace. The peculiar flavor compelled him to kick the fruit tree in frustration, exclaiming, "What a wretched fruit! Why does it taste so strange?" After venting his ire, he suddenly had a thought, and said to Liu Lu, "Liu Lu, let us pick a few more to take back for old Deng to try." Liu Lu gazed at him with a look of skepticism, as if questioning his sincerity. "Quickly, such a delectable treat deserves to be shared with old Deng, especially after the expenses incurred recently. Since the last incident where his small treasury was reported, Qian Liang had altered his methods of concealing his private funds. Qian Qianqian sought revenge for the previous episode of being taken advantage of, but had found no opportunity. Watching Liu Lu diligently gather the fruits, he mused inwardly, "Old Deng, you are in for a treat this time." Chapter 64. The Fateful Encounter of Zhou Xueqing and the Bagua. With thoughts of how to prank his father swirling in his mind, Qian Qianqian was struck twice by falling fruit seeds, prompting him to express his irritation. "Liu Lu, stop fooling around. I'm trying to think." Olu. A few meters away, Liu Lu, who was diligently picking fruits, glanced at Qian Qianqian in confusion. It had been merely gathering fruits and nothing else. Suddenly, a cacophony of angry screeches erupted from the fruit tree. Liu Lu looked up to see 6 or 7 long-tailed monkeys glaring at them with fierce eyes. Hastily, it snatched up the 3 Jiaoxiang fruits that had just fallen and returned to Qian Qianqian's side, signaling him to look upward. Qian Qianqian, puzzled, raised his gaze. Monkeys? In an instant, a barrage of fruit seeds came hurtling towards him. "Run, Liu Lu." Qian Qianqian thought only of fleeing. After all, a wise man avoids immediate peril. Outnumbered by the monkeys, he figured that not fleeing might result in a beating. However, one particularly determined long-tailed monkey refused to let him escape, swiftly traversing the branches to pursue him. After running for about 5 minutes and confirming that he was safe, Qian Qianqian finally paused to catch his breath. Yet, the long-tailed monkey that had followed him was not ready to relent. It leaped down from the tree, preparing to deliver a harsh lesson to Qian Qianqian. A closer inspection would reveal a small bump on its head, a clear indication that it was the very monkey Liu Lu had struck with the stone. Seeing the long-tailed monkey daring to descend, Liu Lu immediately positioned itself protectively in front of Qian Qianqian, glaring fiercely at the intruder. Outnumbered, Qian Qianqian hesitated to retaliate. But with only one monkey before him, he felt emboldened. "Liu Lu, use quick attack and take it down." Liu Lu charged at the long-tailed monkey, knocking it to the ground. The long-tailed monkey propped itself up with its tail and retaliated by launching a star-shaped light attack. Liu Lu dodged. Qian Qianqian cautioned. As Liao pivoted and executed a sliding dodge, he deftly avoided harm from the attack lurking beneath the star-shaped rays. Suddenly, the long-tailed monster emitted a shrill cry, startling Liao, who, momentarily dazed, was swiftly struck by the creature's tail. Sensing the long-tailed monster had closed in, Qian Qianqian shouted, "Liao, now's your chance to use cross-slash." With a resounding smack, Liao's cross-slash landed firmly on the creature's cheek, rendering it incapable of further combat. Upon witnessing the long-tail monster's defeat, Qian Qianqian quickly retrieved a pokeball to capture it. With the capture successful, thoughts of the creature's utility flooded his mind. With this monkey, I can harvest as many berries as I desire. Old Deng, this time you're in for a feast. It must be said, this troublesome creature was nothing short of a nuisance. Subsequently, Qian Qianqian's actions were entirely directed towards berry gathering, indiscriminately plucking any unpalatable fruits to stash away. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Zhou Xueqing had completely fallen in love with the secret realm. Here, he not only had the opportunity to study various species of Pokémon, but also to observe their behaviors. However, just a few hours in, his recording papers, camera memory, and even his phone storage were all full. With a long sigh, he lamented the unfortunate loss of much valuable data. Mini Dragon, let's go find that child Qinglu. The Mini Dragon, having been playing with a caterpie among the bushes, reluctantly bid farewell to its newfound friend and followed suit. Thus, they wandered aimlessly in search of others. Traversing a vast expanse of land where locating a single individual was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The teleportation rules of the secret realm dictated that they would land in random locations rather than hand in hand, which explained why Qian Qianqian had the misfortune of landing right in a Spearo's nest. After half an hour of searching, having found no signs of human activity, Zhou Xueqing decided to abandon his quest for Zhou Qinglu. Just as he was wandering without purpose, he caught sight of a familiar Pokémon sprinting in a specific direction. Was that a Kangaskhan? Curiosity piqued, he decided to follow. Less than 10 minutes into the chase, he arrived at a valley where dozens of Kangaskhan resided. The creature he had seen earlier was now frantically circling a sickly baby Kangaskhan. I remember Boss Huang mentioning that Kangaskhan are quite protective of their young. This little one seems to be in a dire situation, Zhou Xueqing murmured. He rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a potion he had purchased from Huang Xiao's shop, gauging the wind direction before cautiously approaching from downwind. However, the social and protective nature of the Kangaskhan soon alerted them to his presence. Sensing the gaze of numerous Kangaskhan upon him, Zhou Xueqing's heart raced. I mean no harm. I merely noticed it was sick, and I happened to have some medicine. He quickly explained, pointing at the ailing baby Kangaskhan while raising the potion in his hand. To be honest, he wasn't certain if the potion would be effective. Huang Xiao had told him it was generally applicable to most Pokémon ailments, but if the baby Kangaskhan suffered from a rare condition, he would be in deep trouble. Yet, could he stand idly by while a life hung in the balance? His conscience wouldn't allow it. Upon seeing Zhou Xueqing pointing at her baby, the Kangaskhan mother became increasingly wary. In response, Zhou Xueqing placed the potion on the ground, opened his hands in a gesture of peace, and said, "Relax. I mean no harm. I'm just standing here. Mini Dragon, please take this to her." The Mini Dragon obediently picked up the potion and approached the Kangaskhan mother, placing it down and simply explaining how to use it. In truth, it was quite simple. Just bite the bottle cap and pour it down. The Kangaskhan mother, after hearing this, cautiously picked up the potion, sniffed it, and licked it to ensure it wasn't tea poisoned before administering it to her baby. As the baby Kangaskhan ingested the potion, Zhou Xueqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If the potion proved ineffective or backfired, he was certain the Kangaskhan in the valley would not spare him. As seconds ticked by, the pain etched on the baby Kangaskhan's face began to ease. Upon witnessing her offspring's improvement, the Kangaskhan mother's wariness towards Zhou Xueqing diminished significantly. The entire Kangaskhan clan now regarded Zhou Xueqing with far less hostility. Chapter 65, Dragon Fruit. The struggle between Rat and Dog Charmander unleashed Dragon Claw. With a flourish, Charmander's tail blazed brightly, channeling dragon-type energy into its claws, and launched a flurry of slashes at the nearby Donphan, leaving it battered and bruised. A somewhat disheveled Zhao Qi, brimming with excitement, scooped up Charmander and spun around joyfully. Hooray! We've won another battle. Charmander, you've made such great progress. Throughout these few hours in the secret realm, Zhao Qi and his companions had encountered numerous challenges, including swarms of Beedrill and Spearow. Listening to Zhao Qi's praise, Charmander beamed with pride. Despite its victories over various wild Pokémon, Zhao Qi still had not managed to capture a suitable second Pokémon. Charmander, let's move on and find our next opponent. After a brief respite, Zhao Qi continued downstream along the creek with Charmander. He had no intention of searching for Lifidu or Zhou Qinglu, as the vastness of the secret realm made locating a few individuals exceedingly difficult, not to mention perilous. Of course, Zhao Qi was no reckless fool. He ensured that Charmander faced opponents of comparable strength, generally avoiding encounters with groups of 2 or more Pokémon. As time passed, Charmander became more adept in battles. The sky within the secret realm gradually darkened. Zhao Qi looked up and mused. This secret realm is truly fascinating. It even experiences nightfall. With Charmander as a moving source of light, he felt no fear of the encroaching darkness. Additionally, his backpack contained several essential survival items prepared by the soldiers stationed outside at Lifidu's request, just as he was about to scout for a suitable camping spot. An unexpected event unfolded. With a crackling sound, a dazzling flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening boom. Not far away, dust erupted from a nearby ravine as numerous wild Pokémon scattered in panic, fleeing from the impending chaos. Even from a distance, Zhao Qi could sense the disturbance. What on earth is happening? Climbing a tree for a better view, he strained to see the source of the commotion, but the distance rendered the flashes of lightning indistinct. After a moment of contemplation, the curiosity and adventurous spirit within him surged forth. Climbing down from the tree, he released Charmander and said, "Charmander, let us sneak over and assess the situation. If danger arises, we'll make a swift escape." Charmander nodded in agreement and followed Zhao Qi as they stealthily approached. Moments later, as they neared the ravine, the commotion had diminished significantly, indicating that the battle within was nearing its conclusion. Due to the uncertainty of the situation, Zhao Qi refrained from rushing in recklessly. Instead, he chose a densely vegetated route, cautiously advancing under the cover of the foliage. Upon reaching a suitable vantage point, he carefully parted the leaves of the shrubbery to observe the scene within the ravine. There, he beheld a Pikachu facing off against a pack of Piku, while a Houndoom aggressively confronted them. The Pikachu's side was visibly injured, with many Piku rendered incapable of combat, while Houndoom's side had sustained damage but still maintained the upper hand overall. What on earth is happening? Zhao Qi wondered. Why did Jerry get into a scuffle with Spike? Is this truly a case of a dog meddling in affairs that do not concern it? Zhao Qi found himself utterly perplexed. He had never considered that wild Pokémon might engage in brawls, and it appeared that the canine had proactively sought out trouble. As he pondered this conundrum, his little Charmander noticed something significant. It tugged at Zhao Qi's sleeve and pointed towards a peculiar tree bearing special fruits that resembled pine cones, which Pikachu and its companions were fiercely guarding. Could these fruits be some kind of extraordinary treasure? Zhao Qi had never studied anything pertaining to fruits, so he was unaware of what those particular fruits might be. Had Huang Xiao seen them, he would undoubtedly exclaim in admiration at the generosity of the camel brother. These fruits were known as dragonfire fruits, the pinnacle among tree fruits. Unlike the commonplace orange fruits, dragonfire fruits were on par with dragon's breath fruits. But while the former enhanced a Pokémon's special attack, the latter fortified their physical strength and defense. Other fruits of this caliber included the attack-enhancing branch fruits, the speed-boosting sandscale fruits, and the special defense-enhancing apricot fruits. Such fruits, capable of directly augmenting a Pokémon's base stats, were exceedingly rare and highly valuable even within the Pokémon realm. Charmander gazed longingly at the few ripe dragonfire fruits dangling from the tree, drooling uncontrollably. Observing this behavior, Zhao Qi realized he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. However, the current situation seemed grim. The conflict among the wild Pokémon was becoming increasingly clear, tipping the scales of victory in favor of the intimidating Houndoom. As the rightful owners of the fruits, Pikachu and the Pikus were left with only Pikachu, their leader, struggling to hold the fort. It seemed he needed to intervene somehow. Otherwise, he would have no chance of reaping any rewards. Based solely on appearances, Zhao Qi did not believe that the menacing Houndoom would willingly share its spoils with him. He rummaged through his bag, retrieving 2 healing potions, a few cold flames for illumination, and a smoke bomb. After tossing the smoke bomb towards Houndoom, he hurled the cold flames beside it, ultimately launching the healing potions towards the Pikus. However, Houndoom reacted swiftly. Upon noticing the sudden change, it summoned 2 of its minions, charging directly towards the thicket where Zhao Qi and his companions were hiding. This was utterly unreasonable. As the approaching Houndoom neared, Zhao Qi found himself flabbergasted. This was not how he had envisioned things unfolding. He had planned to take advantage of the chaos to give the Pikus a moment to recover. But now the waters were muddied, and he was the fish caught within. Just as the 2 minions were about to close in, Zhao Qi shouted, "Charmander, use Dragon Claw." Charmander sprang into action, landing 2 precise strikes on the front legs of the 2 Houndoom minions. The minions yelped in pain, losing their footing and tumbling forward in a comical display. Knowing that he could not escape alone, Zhao Qi stepped forward with Charmander to join Pikachu's ranks. Pikachu, witnessing Zhao Qi's assistance, wore an expression of complex emotions, shock, confusion, but primarily gratitude. It had previously trailed Zhao Qi, but as the leader of the Pikus, it bore the weight of its clan's responsibilities and had not dared to linger too long. After seeing Zhao Qi depart from its domain, it returned to the valley, never expecting him to return, especially during such a critical moment. Zhao Qi, his expression grave, instructed, "Charmander, assist Pikachu. I'll tend to the Pika's wounds." Charmander nodded and stood beside Pikachu. "Pika Pika, be careful. That one is formidable," Pikachu cautioned. Charmander acknowledged, fully aware of the threat posed by Houndoom. Upon seeing that Zhao Qi had only a baby-level Charmander, Houndoom paused momentarily, its gaze betraying a hint of disdain. With a new plaything to entertain it, Houndoom was in no rush to conclude the battle. It let out a low growl and retreated behind its Houndoom minions, who advanced menacingly. A dozen Houndoom minions unleashed their glare attacks simultaneously, their crimson gazes causing Charmander to instinctively take a step back. Pika, the Pikachu, undeterred, unleashed a thunderbolt at the two nearest Houndoom minions. This leader-level Pikachu's electric attack was considerably more potent than a regular Pikachu's, clearly a result of its consumption of numerous Dragonfire fruits. In a single strike, the two minions were rendered unconscious. Wow, that's impressive. Zhao Qi, administering healing spray to the Pikus, was taken aback by the display. What had he been thinking? If that lightning had struck him, he might have met a dire fate. A mighty howl erupted from Houndoom as its minions expelled a cloud of black mist. Zhao Qi, sensing the danger, warned, "That's Houndoom's smog attack. It's toxic. Charmander, Pikachu. Be careful." Pika. Pikachu waved its tail, erecting a light screen to shield against the toxic assault. Charmander, undeterred, launched a spark attack at the stationary Houndoom minions spewing the smog. However, given Houndoom's high resistance to fire, Charmander's attack inflicted minimal damage. Although Pikachu bore injuries, it deftly maneuvered through the ranks of Houndoom minions, swiftly knocking one down with ease. Noticing that Charmander's ranged attacks were ineffective, Zhao Qi commanded, "Charmander, create a smokescreen for cover and use Dragon Claw to assist Pikachu." As his words faded, Charmander unleashed a plume of black smoke, coalescing into energy claws as it plunged into the obscured battlefield. The black smoke obscured visibility, with only the flashes of lightning and flames visible, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Houndoom minions. Just as the smoke began to dissipate, a brilliant surge of lightning illuminated the scene, abruptly silencing the Houndoom's wails. As the smoke cleared, Charmander and Pikachu stood back to back, while a dozen Houndoom minions lay scattered on the ground, most incapacitated by electricity, while others bore deep claw marks. Both Charmander and Pikachu were not in much better condition, nursing wounds and panting heavily from exhaustion. As the leader of the Houndoom minions, Houndoom's fury boiled over at the sight before it. With a fearsome roar, it lunged at Pikachu. Witnessing this, Zhao Qi cursed under his breath. How utterly dishonorable. Charmander retaliated with a spark aimed at Houndoom's eyes. Before Zhao Qi could finish his thought, Pikachu, alarmed, shouted, "Pika Pika." But it was too late. Charmander's spark struck Houndoom, not only failing to inflict harm, but being absorbed instead. Clearly, Houndoom possessed the ability to absorb fire attacks, and Zhao Qi's well-intentioned action had inadvertently empowered Houndoom further. Pikachu yelped in pain as Houndoom's fiery fangs clamped down on its tail, a grimace of agony crossing its face. Fire Fang. This was a blunder of monumental proportions. Zhao Qi's spirits plummeted upon witnessing the scene. After striking Pikachu, Houndoom did not relent. It charged forward, headbutting Charmander and sending it flying 2 meters before rolling on the ground. Zhao Qi, anxiety etched on his face, shouted, "Hang in there, Charmander." Hearing Zhao Qi's desperate plea, Charmander struggled to rise, turning its head with great difficulty to meet Zhao Qi's concerned and regretful gaze, a fierce determination swelling within it. This sense of unwillingness ignited its pursuit of power, and suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy welled up within it, erupting forth as a dazzling pure white light. This phenomenon embodies the deepest aspiration of the majority of Pokémon, representing the radiant light of evolution, the leap of life itself. The rapid evolution of Zhao Qi's Charmander can be attributed to 2 primary factors. Firstly, the customized energy cube that provided it with a substantial accumulation of energy. Secondly, the extensive battles it had endured. Prior to entering the secret realm, Zhao Qi would take Charmander to engage in 5 battles daily, coupled with several hours of training. And now, having entered the secret realm, it had fought numerous encounters. Thus, both its energy accumulation and battle experience had long surpassed the threshold for evolution. And this battle merely served as a catalyst. Amidst the dazzling light of evolution, Charmander's form gradually expanded, its once smooth head sprouting a horn-like protrusion, its limbs becoming notably sturdier, gradually embodying the aesthetic of strength. Its skin color transitioned from orange-yellow to a vibrant reddish-orange, and its gaze sharpened. If Charmander resembled a lizard with a fiery tail, the evolved form finally bore a resemblance to a dinosaur. Perhaps due to an abundance of nourishment, the height of its evolved form, Charmeleon, reached an impressive 13 meters, significantly surpassing the average height of 11 meters. Roaring. Upon completing its evolution, Charmeleon reared back and unleashed a fiery breath towards the heavens, asserting its newfound power. Witnessing the formidable Charmeleon, Zhao Qi was momentarily stunned. Had it truly evolved? Pikachu, who lay on the ground, saw Charmander's evolution into Charmeleon, and the flickering hope within it reignited. Awoo! The mighty Houndoom let out a long howl, its gaze fixated upon Charmeleon, sensing a hint of threat emanating from its presence. Zhao Qi snapped back to reality and congratulated. Charmeleon, congratulations. Who? Upon hearing Zhao Qi's voice, the previously imposing Charmeleon transformed into a creature that could only grin foolishly. Indeed, after the assessment, Charmeleon recognized Zhao Qi well, exhibiting none of the rebelliousness typical of a foolish creature. Charmeleon, let it witness our prowess. Use Dragon Claw. As Zhao Qi's command resonated, Charmeleon charged fiercely at Houndoom, striking with its claw aimed directly at Houndoom's forehead. Houndoom, quick to react, deftly turned its head and defended itself with its horn. Seizing the opportunity, Charmeleon's other claw raked across Houndoom's left cheek, leaving 3 deep claw marks and marring its visage. After successfully landing the attack, Charmeleon swiftly retreated to a safe distance. The pain on its face ignited Houndoom's fury, and it unleashed a bolt of lightning from its mouth, lunging to bite Charmeleon. Thunderfawn. Houndoom moved with remarkable speed, targeting Charmeleon's shoulder. Zhao Qi remained calm, stating, Charmeleon, you should be able to use that move now. After dodging Houndoom's Thunderfawn, Charmeleon confidently nodded in response. Pokémon, Charmeleon. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, Blaze, increases the power of fire-type moves when HP is low. Moves, Scratch. Roar, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dive, inherited. Alright, Charmeleon, use Dragon Dive. Roaring. Charmeleon let out a low growl, its eyes fixed intently on Houndoom, before gathering dragon energy and releasing a menacing aura. Although Dragon Dive was inherited, Charmeleon had previously lacked the strength to wield it during its Charmander days, which was one reason for its struggles. As the murderous intent peaked, Charmeleon charged towards Houndoom, the overwhelming aura and unstoppable momentum causing Houndoom's legs to tremble in fear. Yet, Houndoom understood that if it did not fight back now, it might truly be defeated, so it opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth to bite at Charmeleon. Bite. Houndoom's attacks heavily relied on its sharp fangs, and it was not particularly skilled with other techniques. Boom. With a dull thud, Charmeleon collided directly with Houndoom, the powerful impact of Dragon Dive propelling Houndoom away before it could sink its teeth into Charmeleon. In that instant, Houndoom resembled a kite severed from its string, soaring several meters before crashing into a tree, finally coming to a halt. Awoo! It lifted its head and let out a weak howl before losing consciousness. Observing this, Zhao Qi promptly retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it. Duong! Duong! The Pokeball shook twice before a resounding click indicated its capture. Once secured, he began administering healing potions to both Charmeleon and the fallen Pikachu. Pikachu. After the treatment, Pikachu displayed an expression of enjoyment, realizing that Zhao Qi was massaging it. Once Zhao Qi confirmed that Charmeleon and Pikachu's injuries were improving, he released Houndoom, intending to treat it as well. Houndoom, eyeing the potion in Zhao Qi's hand, hesitated momentarily before kneeling submissively on the ground. After administering the potion to Houndoom, Zhao Qi also treated its subordinate and finally provided some energy cubes to the Dratini as a gesture of goodwill. As for the arrangement for these Dratini, Zhao Qi had already devised a plan. After all, soldiers would soon enter the secret realm, and providing these Dratini with some royal rations would be a fitting reward for them. Meanwhile, Charmeleon began conversing with Pikachu. Its topic revolved around the Dragonfire fruit, its gaze frequently drifting towards the bountiful fruit hanging from the trees. Pikachu quickly grasped the situation, realizing that Zhao Qi and his companions were on a quest for the fruit. However, in light of Charmeleon's protection of their home, Pikachu graciously summoned 2 of its younger siblings to fetch 3 Dragonfire fruits. It wasn't that Pikachu was stingy, but rather that the entire tree bore only 3 ripe fruits at that moment. Hey, isn't that Zhao Qi? At that moment, Huang Xiao appeared before Zhao Qi, having teleported with the assistance of little Xingyun. Pikachu, Pika. Upon Huang Xiao's sudden appearance, Pikachu immediately assumed a battle stance, and the Pika nearby turned their wary gazes toward Huang Xiao. Zhao Qi quickly interjected, Pikachu, Piku, don't act rashly. Boss Huang means no harm. Boss Huang. They just experienced a fierce battle, so. The Piku clan and the Dratini clan were vying for the Dragonfire fruit, as was evident. Huang Xiao was actually drawn to the confrontation between these 2 species. He had intended to watch the spectacle earlier, but had encountered a minor mishap along the way. resulting in his tardiness. Dragonfire fruit. Are you referring to the fruit on this tree? Zhao Qi inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Zhao Qi. I must say your luck surpasses that of anyone else here. Not only has Charmander evolved, but you've also acquired 3 Dragonfire fruits. TSK, TSK, TSK. Huang Xiao expressed genuine envy regarding such fortune. Recalling his own experience of entering the Pokémon forest in search of resources, he had struggled to find even an orange berry, let alone a Dragonfire fruit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi became even more curious and eagerly pressed. What exactly is the use of Dragonfire fruit? Consuming Dragonfire fruit can enhance a Pokémon's special attack value. In simpler terms, it increases magical damage, Huang Xiao explained. This Dragonfire fruit is particularly suitable for your Charmeleon, considering that all of Charmander's forms tend to lean towards special attacks. Aside from Mega Charizard X, which is more physical, the others are predominantly special attack-oriented. I see. I understand now, Zhao Qi nodded, then asked, by the way, Boss Huang, could you assist me in contacting Brother Du? Upon hearing this, Huang Xiao's expression darkened. What do you need him for? It wasn't that he was unwilling to hear the name Li Faidu, but rather that this fellow was notoriously unlucky. And Huang Xiao had missed out on this thrilling spectacle due to an encounter with that troublesome individual. The situation is as follows. Zhao Qi began to outline his proposed arrangement for the Dratini. Huang Xiao cast a glance at the neatly arranged Darubis squatting nearby and deemed this approach feasible. After all, such Pokémon as Darubi are quite suitable for the role of military dogs, boasting a formidable appearance, commendable genetic traits, and the potential for mega evolution. Given your ability to make them heed your commands, I could venture outside to summon individuals. However, as a condition, each Darubi taken must incur a fee of 30,000. For they were subdued by you, not by their own efforts. To put it plainly, Huang Xiao harbored the intent of lining his own pockets. After all, it would be foolish to forego easy money, and charging 30,000 for a single Darubi could be deemed a bargain. Zhao Qi, however, wore a troubled expression. With nearly 20 Darubi present, the total would amount to 600,000 or 700,000, which was far beyond his financial reach. Huang Xiao was cognizant of Zhao Qi's predicament and reassured him, do not worry about the money. I shall seek it from Li Faidu. He then added, by the way, why not arrange for those Pikus to have a government job as well? They are quite capable, whether in combat or revenue generation. Seizing the opportunity to exploit the situation further, Huang Xiao meticulously counted the brood of Pikus, nearly 40 in number, all of decent level, with several on the brink of evolution. This seems rather unethical, Zhao Qi mused, feeling a sense of discomfort at Huang Xiao's suggestion, which echoed the tone of human trafficking. What is unethical about it? These Pikus exist at the very bottom of the food chain in this forest. Were it not for that Pikachu, who has consumed a fair share of Dragonfire fruits, they would have long been obliterated by other Pokémon. Arranging a government job for them would provide a much better opportunity. Not to mention, do you not wish to capture that Pikachu? In Huang Xiao's view, that Pikachu had likely taken a liking to Zhao Qi long ago, but felt compelled to protect its entire clan and thus refrained from expressing its affections. Of course, Huang Xiao's motivations were not entirely altruistic. With the announcement of the Pokémon Secret Realm, the number of registered Pokémon trainers was bound to increase. As Pokémon were destined to spread across the globe, Huang Xiao needed to establish Pokémon vending machines in other countries as well. He had previously promised the Xia nation that they would secure a dominant position, and these Darubi and Pikus would undoubtedly bolster the official strength of Xia, thus facilitating his ulterior motives. I shall first consult Pikachu on this matter, Zhao Qi stated. Despite the fact that the Pikachu, which could only contend with the likes of Dark Lugia and Darubi for so long, would be impossible to resist, he hesitated to voice any selfish desires, as they had fought alongside each other through life and death battles. However, after listening to Huang Xiao's reasoning, he began to perceive the situation differently. Given the strength of those Pikus, it was indeed plausible that they occupied the lowest tier of the forest, and having the authorities capture them would not be a disservice. Their living conditions might even improve compared to their existence in the secret realm. Thus, he approached Pikachu. Lowering his voice, Pikachu, I wish to discuss something with you. If you agree, please nod. If not, simply shake your head. Pikachu regarded Zhao Qi with curiosity. Pikachu, I intend to arrange trainers for your kin, to lead them out of this secret realm. I assure you, they will fare better outside than within. Would you be willing to accompany me? Zhao Qi spoke earnestly, his sincerity palpable. Upon hearing this, Pikachu's expression shifted slightly. The dinosaur desired fruits, and this trainer was demanding not only it, but its entire clan as well. Should it agree? Pikachu's countenance fluctuated. It acknowledged its fondness for Zhao Qi, but was uncertain whether the individuals he intended to arrange were trustworthy. Alakazam, you need not ponder so deeply. The humans in this world differ from those in our previous realm. Your kin will be treated well, Alakazam interjected, acting on Huang Xiao's suggestion to influence Pikachu's decision. Really? Pikachu inquired, its curiosity piqued. Of course. Our leader and his partners regard us as family, Charizard chimed in, attempting to further persuade Pikachu. After a brief moment of coaxing, Pikachu gradually nodded in agreement. Looking towards Zhao Qi, seeing Pikachu's consent, Zhao Qi promptly turned to Huang Xiao. Boss Huang, I appreciate your assistance. Just a moment. I'll settle accounts with Li Faidu and bring him over, Huang Xiao replied before instructing the little nebula to teleport him and Alakazam away. Meanwhile, Li Faidu was embroiled in a high-speed escapade, having once again provoked a formidable Beedrill. Is this necessary? I merely plucked a few fruits, he exclaimed, searching for a stream while fending off the enraged Beedrill. Since entering this secret realm, he had scarcely found a moment of peace. Either he had incited a fiery sparrow, trespassed upon the territory of a Spinarak and Ariados, or inadvertently stepped on a Gyarados' tail, causing a chaotic chase. Finally finding refuge beside a tree, he was soon besieged by falling hazelnuts, and now confronted by Beedrill. Swish! Huang Xiao materialized not far from Li Faidu. Upon seeing Huang Xiao's return, Li Faidu felt as though he had encountered a savior and called out, Boss Huang, help! Huang Xiao glanced at the furious swarm of Beedrill and promptly turned to flee. Captain Li, you're on your own. I'll be waiting in a safe place to negotiate a deal for dozens of Pokémon. With that, Huang Xiao nimbly ascended a tree to escape, Alakazam following closely behind. Li Faidu, left in despair, lamented his misfortune. After a brief sprint, he finally spotted a river that might save his life. Upon leaping into the water, it took less than 3 minutes for the relentless Beedrill to disperse. Just as he prepared to climb ashore, a large red Magikarp obstructed his path. Seeing this creature, Li Faidu's expression darkened, and he instinctively shielded his empty Pokeballs, fearing another Magikarp might latch onto him. The previous Secret Realm's captured Magikarp had yet to comprehend the situation. If another arrived, he would be at a loss for how to report back. However, this wild Magikarp seemed intent on challenging him, engaging him in a stare down beneath the water. Captain Li, you truly never cease to amaze me. Misfortune aside, now you're being eyed by a Magikarp, Huang Xiao teased, appearing on the riverbank with a smirk. Boss Huang, could you pull me up before you start mocking me? Li Faidu replied with exasperation. All right then, Alakazam, use telekinesis to lend him a hand. With a splash, Li Faidu was hoisted from the water as though he were a mere turnip being pulled from the ground. Ah, saved at last. Li Faidu exhaled a sigh of relief upon landing. Captain Li, I've noticed that every time I encounter you, you always manage to conjure up new antics, providing a refreshing sense of novelty. I must commend you, Huang Xiao remarked, recounting how he had come to tally the resource points of the lake prior to their meeting. He had stumbled upon Li Faidu, who was in the midst of being pursued by an Ariados, having foolishly tugged at a web woven by the creature. Since their last parting, they had crossed paths again within a mere 2 hours. Had it not been for Huang Xiao's timely intervention, Li Faidu would have been blown out of the secret realm by a barrage of 30 hazelnuts. The reason for provoking the hazelnuts was as simple as wanting to gather fruits from the trees. I didn't intend for this, but those wild Pokémon are far too protective of their food, and as for Beedrill, their disposition is exceedingly petty. I merely plucked 3 berries, and they pursued me for so long. Li Faidu lamented, expressing his exasperation. He hadn't entered the realm with the aim of capturing Pokémon, but rather to gather local specialties for research purposes, only to find that extracting resources from wild Pokémon was far more challenging than anticipated. He then turned to Huang Xiao, inquiring, by the way, Boss Huang, what was that about dozens of Pokémon you mentioned earlier? Huang Xiao succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon grasping the full context, Li Faidu was overjoyed, clapping his hands. This is splendid news. Xiaoqi, you have indeed made significant contributions. As for the expenses, I shall settle them promptly upon our exit. I kindly request Boss Huang to make arrangements for this matter at once. That, however, poses no issue, yet. The dragon fruit tree must be guarded by your team. Huang Xiao holds no desire to claim a mere fruit tree for himself, as he has unlimited access to any tree fruit found within the Pokémon world, should he require it. Absolutely. A tree capable of enhancing battle prowess is undoubtedly of immense value, and Li Faidu recognizes this without a moment's hesitation. Once all agreements were finalized, Huang Xiao departed the secret realm, instructing those outside to organize the reception of the benefits Zhao Qi had secured for them. Chapter 69, Official Initiation of the Secret Realm Internal Test. After delivering the warriors tasked with capturing Darumaka and Piku to Zhaoqi. Huang Xiao spent nearly 2 additional hours marking the resource points within this second secret realm. Following the customary protocol, he sent a report to the Summer Kingdom's officials, thus concluding his duties regarding the secret realm's initiation. The marking of resource points serves to estimate the potential growth of challengers entering the realm within a set time frame, facilitating Huang Xiao in determining the schedule and criteria for the upcoming small-scale competitions. Upon his exit from the secret realm, the Pokémon Management Bureau dispatched their personnel, along with members from various affiliated departments, into the domain. Among the beneficiaries were several key individuals earmarked for special training, including Lin Yan, Yajing, Xiao, and Naji, who had all drawn promising Pokémon. Notably, Lin Yan and Yajing, having selected Dragon-type quasi-legendaries, were approached by the Summer Kingdom's officials, who, after amicable discussions with their families, ensured they received state support. Their early access to the secret realm was one of the many subtle advantages afforded to them. At the entrance of the Nanjiao secret realm, a group of firefighters clad in blue uniforms, accompanied by their Pokémon, queued to enter, followed by personnel from various government departments. And then the diverse array of official members and auxiliary personnel from the Pokémon Management Bureau. Observing the blue-clad individuals, Lin Yan remarked, "Are they the first officials to possess Pokémon? Their Pokémon exude an entirely different aura compared to ours." Indeed, those who first drew from the capsule toys were members of the firefighting department, all of whom were associated with water-type Pokémon. Leading the line were the water-type starters such as Squirtle, Mudkip, and Piplup, followed by Pokémon like Lovedisk, Tauros, Water Variant, Lapras, Seadra, and Shelder. Not to mention, numerous individuals had also drawn Magikarp, with some even having evolved theirs into Gyarados. These trainers exhibited a disciplined demeanor, each Pokémon closely adhering to their trainer's side, their eyes brimming with resolve, akin to valiant warriors prepared for battle. From 1,000 individuals, only half entered the Nanjiao secret realm, while the remainder ventured to the Beijiao realm. As firefighters, their water-type Pokémon served both as comrades and instruments of combat, having undergone rigorous training, thus lending them an unparalleled presence. "Miss Lin, Miss Su, we hope you can bring honor to our department and strive not to be outperformed." Director Yao whispered to Lin Yan and her companions. "Rest assured, Director Yao, we will endeavor to capture commendable Pokémon," Yajing replied with a calm assurance. "Speaking of which, what of Captain Li and those 2 middle school students? Why have they not joined us?" Lin Yan expressed her curiosity regarding the absence of Li Faidu and Zhaoqi. "They are in the Beijiao secret realm. Should you wish to venture there after your own exploration, simply send me a message. Also, Miss Lin, please ensure you hold your sister's hand before entering the secret realm. The teleportation points are random," Director Yao cautioned. Ever since learning that Lin Yao had chosen Absol, a Pokémon capable of foreseeing calamities, her significance rose to the highest echelon, prompting Director Yao to remain vigilant regarding her safety. Others entering the secret realm were similarly informed of Lin Yao's importance, and should she find herself in peril, they were instructed to assist her while ensuring their own safety. Lin Yan nodded with a hint of resignation. "I understand." To be frank, given a choice, she would have preferred not to team up with her sister. Due to prior warnings regarding important precautions, the line to enter the secret realm moved swiftly. Before long, it was Lin Yan and her companion's turn. Since it was their first venture into the secret realm, they chose to enter hand in hand. Within the secret realm, after their teleportation, the group comprising Lin Yan, Yajing, Xiao, Lin Yao, Nazi, Gao Ru, Zhang Hong, Zhang Li, Xiao Yan, and Li Shan emerged in a secluded valley. Naji and Gao Ru, the duo of differing ages, had both opted for the psychic-type Pokémon, while Zhang Hong had successfully hatched a Woobat, and Zhang Li was the fortunate owner of a shiny Spoink. Xiao Yan had selected the fire-type, Scorbunny. Gao Ru glanced around the surroundings and inquired, "How long do we all plan to stay in the secret realm?" "I suppose we'll leave once we capture suitable Pokémon." Director Yao mentioned we can stay for a maximum of 7 days, Zhang Hong replied, which garnered agreement from most. "By the way, does anyone in our group possess wilderness survival skills?" Xiao asked. "Don't look at me. I only know how to type," Zhang Hong responded first, confessing his lack of experience. "I know a bit. I can set up a tent and such," Li Shan timidly added. "I have some knowledge too. I went on a few trips to the mountains during university, but I've never been to a purely primitive forest like this," Xiao Yan chimed in. "Let us explore this valley first." Director Yao provided us with ample supplies, and with a bit of luck, we might capture 2 Pokémon before needing the full 7 days. Yajing suggested. "That sounds good. I'll climb higher to assess the surroundings," Xiao Yan said, releasing his Scorbunny as he ascended the valley. Lin Yao, riding her Absol, pointed towards a cave, exclaiming, "Sister, let us check that cave out." "No, caves are too dangerous. You cannot go in," Lin Yan firmly rejected. "But I feel like there is something valuable inside," Lin Yueyao insisted. Hearing her words, Naji calmly interjected, "I too sense something unusual within." "Unusual? Could it be an item of some sort?" Zhang Heng speculated. "No, it feels cold and eerie, like the presence of the deceased," Naji remarked expressionlessly. At this, the group shivered in unison. Subsequently, Naji, cradling her Kadabra, slowly approached the cave. "Naji, wait. That cave could be hazardous. It's better not to venture in recklessly," Su Yajing cautioned. The cave they beheld was the same one Huang Xiao had discovered, home to ghost-type Pokémon. Could the chilling sensation she mentioned be indicative of ghost-type Pokémon? Li Shan pondered. Chapter 70. The Little Phoenix King Cup? Ghost-type Pokémon. It is indeed a possibility. It is said that ghost-type Pokémon resemble the spirits from folklore, and their habitats often exude a chilling atmosphere, Zhang Heng noted. Ghost types are typically countered by dark types or other ghost types, along with certain detection moves. Among us, the only dark type would be Mu Qianxue glanced at Lin Yueyao's Absol. All eyes turned toward her. "Are you saying my big dog can battle ghost types?" Lin Yueyao exclaimed excitedly. Seeing them stirred, Gaoru asked, "You're not seriously considering going in there, are you?" As I ventured forth, I soon discovered signs of human activity in the southern forest, while the northern woods harbored a menacing swarm of beedrills. To the east lay a river teeming with red and mud-colored aquatic Pokémon, and to the west, the direction of the valley loomed, requiring a difficult ascent. At that moment, Xiao Yin returned after surveying the situation. Upon hearing his words, a profound silence enveloped the group. The river's Pokémon were likely Magikarp and Wooper, but they were ill-prepared with fishing rods and had no intention of capturing a Magikarp. The northern side was fraught with beedrills, which they dared not approach, having been forewarned of their territorial nature. As for the southern forest, if it had already been traversed by others, the better Pokémon might have already been claimed, rendering their efforts futile. Thus, after considerable deliberation, the only viable option left was to venture into the cave. "Let us proceed into the cave," Lin Yan suggested. "But before we enter, we must discuss how to allocate any Pokémon we encounter that everyone desires," Zhongli proposed. "First, we should gauge the willingness of the wild Pokémon. Whoever they choose to follow can capture them. If no one is selected, and multiple people desire the same Pokémon, we can draw lots to determine the order of battle. Whoever wins their match will claim the Pokémon, and if they fail, the next contender will take their turn. The successful captor will then face the next competitive Pokémon." "I have no objections," Naji remarked. "Neither do I," others chimed in, agreeing to this plan. After all, this was their inaugural expedition into the secret realm, primarily aimed at gaining experience. Capturing Pokémon was a matter of fate. If it happened, and if not, there was no cause for complaint. Thus, the 10-member team, armed with torches and flashlights, entered the cavern in succession. The entrance was modestly sized, but once inside, the space expanded significantly, revealing a passage that led into the unknown. As they delved deeper, a faint lavender mist began to permeate the cave. Suddenly, Lin Yueyao's Absol halted, fixating on the mist with a low growl. "Absol, what troubles you?" Lin Yueyao inquired, perplexed. "Do you all feel as though something is watching us?" Li Shan timidly asked. Zhang Heng nodded. "Indeed, I sense dozens of eyes upon us." "Yes, it seems that sensation began with the emergence of this mist. It is peculiar, dense yet unmoving. Absol appears to have sensed something," another remarked. Just then, a round, gaseous face materialized within their line of sight. "Goodness, is that a ghastly?" Zhongli exclaimed. Many ghost-type Pokémon had been summoned before, yet none had been chosen due to the fear that these spectral beings might drain one's vitality like malevolent spirits. "No, that is a ghastly nest. Those clusters of purple mist represent individual ghastlies," Gaoru clarified. "So, does anyone wish to capture one?" Li Shan asked, his legs trembling. "A ghost type? I think I shall give it a try," Mu Qianxue replied. Subsequently, she pointed to the nearest ghastly and commanded her Froakie, use bubble attack on it." Froakie released a flurry of bubbles. The ghastly, mistaking the bubbles for play, responded with a strange light directed at Froakie. Meanwhile, Li Shan commanded his Mimikyu to attack another ghastly. Huang Xiao, who had completed the Secret Realm's induction tasks, did not rush back to the shop. Instead, he had Xiok Xinjian guide him to Sima Yuan, the director of the Pokémon Management Bureau. Surprised by Huang Xiao's sudden appearance, Sima Yuan exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Huang, do you have some special arrangements?" "Not exactly special. This is a plan I have long prepared for the integration of Pokémon into human society. If fully implemented, this initiative will usher in a significant transformation for humanity," providing various benefits. For instance, electric-type Pokémon can generate power, while certain healing Pokémon can cure many ailments currently deemed incurable. Furthermore, grass-type Pokémon can enhance agricultural practices. Huang Xiao elaborated on the key projects of the plan, even sharing relevant Pokémon data with Sima Yuan. After analyzing the benefits of Pokémon integration into human life, he also pointed out some negligible drawbacks, focusing primarily on Pokémon that could foster economic, agricultural, and construction advancements. After listening to Huang Xiao's proposal, Sima Yuan fell into a contemplative silence. Director Sima, I understand that you cannot unilaterally decide on the execution of these plans, so I would appreciate it if you could forward this proposal to the higher-ups. Let us discuss the foundational aspects you can influence, such as the establishment of Pokémon centers in Magic City and the development of a task force to combat Pokémon-related crimes. The matter of establishing Pokémon centers has already been reported by Xiaodu. However, our personnel are still in training, and even with your sponsorship of Pokémon, it will likely take considerable time before they are proficient in healing them. Additionally, special equipment will be required for treatment. To be frank, even the most advanced medical devices in Xiaogu cannot currently skin Pokémon conditions, Sima Yuan explained. Upon receiving a message from Li Faidu, he urgently convened a meeting, which concluded with the decision to build 3 Pokémon centers in Magic City. However, this was merely a forthcoming plan without any immediate action, as there was still uncertainty regarding how to treat Pokémon and the lack of equipment for analysis. I can provide the necessary equipment for the 3 Pokémon centers, but as a prerequisite, I need your cooperation in promoting the inaugural Xiafeng Wang Cup competition. Furthermore, these centers should prioritize serving the competitors during the event. A competition? Sima Yuan exclaimed excitedly at the prospect of Huang Xiao organizing an event, eagerly asking, when will it take place? The date has not yet been determined, but it will certainly be within 2 months at the latest. I aim for the first small-scale competition to be of a certain caliber, Huang Xiao replied. With the Pokémon Secret Realm still undisclosed and the number of Pokémon owners quite limited, coupled with the fact that not everyone was enthusiastic about battles, he anticipated that more casual participants would join in the festivities. Thus, he preferred to allow some time for novices to hone their skills. Will it be held within 2 months? We will fully support the promotion. However, have you decided on a venue for the competition? Sima Yuan inquired, feeling the weight of responsibility as the bureau chief, eager to deliver tangible results to his superiors. Successfully organizing the first Pokémon battle competition would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Of course, he would not need to do much. As long as the venue was confirmed within Magic City, even the mayor would not dare to oppose him. The main event will take place at my shop's battle arena, and for the elimination rounds, Director Sima, could you coordinate a few large venues in advance? I will send you the technical details for constructing the battle arenas shortly. Huang Xiao, unfazed by the competition logistics, had participated in numerous contests within the Pokémon world and merely aimed to replicate the established formats. However, for a formal competition, the venues needed to be prepared ahead of time. The elimination rounds would require 4 distinct terrains: rock, ice, water, and grass, each being straightforward and cost-effective to construct and easy to repair if damaged. The venues will not be an issue. Sima Yuan responded without hesitation upon hearing Huang Xiao's willingness to leave the elimination round venues to him, even offering to provide construction techniques for the battle arenas. To prevent anyone from reaping the benefits of his efforts, he added, I will promptly arrange for this matter to be taken care of. Mr. Huang, do you think we will need judges to alleviate the pressure? I can recruit around 100 professionals to learn how to officiate Pokémon battles, Director Sima remarked thoughtfully. Someone willingly stepped forward to share the burden of pressure, much to Huang Xiao's delight. This meant he could continue to be a carefree bystander, indulging in leisure. Now, let us turn our attention to matters of public safety. The capabilities of Pokémon are diverse and varied. With the advent of Pokémon realms, the number of individuals possessing Pokémon will exponentially increase, and the barriers to obtaining them will consequently diminish. The vast majority of Pokémon possess inherently benevolent natures. Yet the influence of human factors complicates matters. As the adage goes, those who associate with vermilion become red, and those who consort with ink become black. Once Pokémon begin to follow their trainers, their temperaments gradually align with those of their trainers, rendering it inevitable that some may exploit Pokémon for nefarious purposes. Traditional means of enforcement prove ineffective in the presence of Pokémon. Thus, I propose to offer eggs of 3 Pokémon, Herdier, Heliolisk, and Electivire, at a price of 100,000 each to the Public Security Bureau. Herdier, Heliolisk. Of course, similar needs from other departments within the Summer Nation can also be accommodated, such as the Darumaka and fletchlings suitable for military use. As he spoke, Huang Xiao displayed the information pertaining to these Pokémon. The majestic Talonflame and the fletchling may sound unfamiliar, yet their evolved form, Talonflame, enjoys considerable popularity. This creature is primarily revered for its valor. The more scars it bears, the more respected it is within its community, making it a fitting emblem for the military of the Summer Nation. The adoption of such a low-price sale strategy is a necessary measure. For as a certain grand wizard once proclaimed, only magic can combat magic. If we wait until someone misuses a Pokémon for criminal activities before taking action, it will be too late. Thus, preemptive measures are imperative. Sima Yuan glanced through the Pokémon data with a cursory eye. Indeed, these Pokémon were exceptional. After a moment of silence, he remarked, 100,000 each seems rather steep. I recall a certain Xiaodu mentioning that a young man named Zhang Heng received a reward of a Pokémon egg, and the cost of nurturing a Pokémon from hatching to maturity is around 220,000. Ah, Director Sima. What I meant was a total of 100,000 including the egg. Huang Xiao had initially aimed to attract the interest of the affluent to Ozigo. Hence he did not intend to retain any profit from these orders. He merely wished for the Summer Nation to place a few more orders so he could return with favorable reports. However, how did the other party misconstrue his intentions? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Sima Yuan's robust frame trembled, and he could hardly suppress the smile that spread across his face. 100,000 for a Pokémon. What a lucrative deal. Director Sima, I am selling these Pokémon eggs at a base price. Please refrain from disseminating this information to the public. Furthermore, these eggs may only be used for public security or national defense purposes, and purchases must be registered under real names and positions. I do not wish for anyone to exploit this opportunity for personal gain. Should any individual misuse their authority for personal enrichment, I reserve the right to reclaim all Pokémon involved in this transaction and terminate any preferential procurement agreements with your department, Huang Xiao added. He was not a naive newcomer unfamiliar with the darker facets of society. He understood that corruption lurked within the system. The Pokémon he was selling were intended solely for the maintenance of public order or national defense. Each Pokémon sold from his shop, under normal cultivation, could reach the level of a gym leader, and he did not wish to see any second or third generation Pokémon competing with the general populace. Whether through sales from his shop or those emerging from the realms, he could trace each Pokémon to its owner, and he had means to investigate their backgrounds. Thus, Director Sima, I implore you to regard this matter with the seriousness it deserves. The Summer Nation has afforded me many conveniences, and I do not wish for this issue to jeopardize our relationship. Mr. Huang, I understand your concerns. I will report this matter truthfully to my superiors and reach out to you once we have a resolution. Sima Yuan recognized that from the moment Huang Xiao laid out his terms, the matter was beyond his jurisdiction. Having worked within the system for over 2 decades, he was acutely aware of its complexities. Simultaneously, he understood that Huang Xiao's notion of reclaiming was not a mere refund, but a unilateral repossession of goods. With no expectation of monetary reimbursement, the loss of funds was trivial compared to the potential consequence of an individual overreaching. Ultimately, it would be the Summer Nation that bore the brunt of the repercussions, an issue beyond his sole discretion. Huang Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Once their discussion concluded, he had no desire to linger further and, with a swift motion, activated his teleportation to return to his shop. After Huang Xiao's departure, Sima Yuan promptly dialed several phone numbers. Before long, Yao Luofei and Xiao Yuan arrived at his office. Old Sima, what major event has transpired? Xiao Yuan inquired, puzzled, as he had been engaged in arranging the completion of the Pokémon Center when he was urgently summoned. Indeed, Yao Luofei echoed with curiosity. Sima Yuan's expression was grave as he replied, just now, Huang Xiao came to see me. There are matters I believe are crucial to discuss with you. Speak plainly. Is it good news or bad? Xiao Yuan asked. Overall, it is good news, but if we mishandle one aspect, we could become scapegoats for the Summer Nation. First, Huang intends to host a Pokémon battle competition named the Little Phoenix King Cup within 2 months. He has entrusted me with the organization of the elimination rounds, including venue selection, construction, maintenance, and even officiating, provided it does not compromise the integrity of the competition. That sounds promising. Chapter 72, Announcement of Realm Information. Upon Huang Xiao's return to the shop, it was nearly closing time. Despite having less than half an hour before shutting the doors, a queue of nearly 50 meters formed outside. Xiao, you're back. Upon seeing Huang Xiao's return, Tianxi exclaimed with excitement. I'm back. How was business today, Tianxi? Huang Xiao inquired. We had even more customers than usual. Oh, and by the way, that girl named Su Yajing drew a sticky Pokémon, and another girl named Lin Yan got an Absol. Tian, she briefly reported on the day's noteworthy draws. Show me the information of the girl who drew Absol. Absol is an exceedingly rare Pokémon, and Huang Xiao was genuinely curious about who possessed the good fortune to draw such a prize. After reviewing the details, he realized that this Lin Yueyao was the sister of Lin Yan, explaining her remarkable luck. The alternatives drawn included a Drapion and a Swablu as options. Boss Huang, I'm glad you're back. I'm here to draw my second Pokémon. Please help me verify if it meets the criteria for selection. At that moment, Xia Bingbao approached the Gacha machine with his beloved Audino cradled in his arms, a chubby little baby still swaddled in blankets. Huang Xiao glanced at him before shifting his focus to Audino, scrutinizing it before stating, its condition is excellent. You qualify. Go ahead and draw. All right. Xia Bingbao, filled with excitement, swiped his card to prepare for the Gacha draw. He had awaited this moment for quite some time, and with a heart full of anticipation, he pulled the lever for the first time. The screen froze, revealing a fiery-maned pony. Ponida. Upon seeing the image, Xia Bingbao immediately erupted with joy. Ponida? This choice is absolutely perfect. He then looked at the other options. Following Lin Yueyao's unlocking of the riding mechanics for Pokémon, rideable Pokémon had become another popular choice. Although Ponida was still young and not yet able to carry a rider, it would evolve into a striking steed. Xia Bingbao had done his homework on this. Rapidash. With a safety net in place, his next choice seemed much more casual. The second image revealed a monkey with a head resembling broccoli, sporting a green head and large ears. Brockaman. Xia Bingbao glanced at his phone and asked Huang Xiao, Boss, what is the name of this monkey Pokémon? It's called Brockaman, Huang Xiao replied. Brockaman. Xia Bingbao glanced at the image and remarked, that name is quite fitting. The third option was a hippopotamus-like Pokémon. Sandhippowdon. Huang Xiao glanced at the creature and remarked, this one is called a sand hippopotamus. Xia Bingbao managed to extract images of two Pokémon that had never before been seen, which surprised him considerably. As he pondered the three options before him, he murmured to himself, that Floret monkey is far too vibrant. Taking it outside would be detrimental to my image. This hippopotamus is indeed rideable, but its large size could lead to complications if it were to encounter any mishaps. Ultimately, he opted for the first choice, the little fire horse. Time, as always, slipped away swiftly. At exactly 5 o'clock in the evening, Huang Xiao dutifully closed the shop. By 6 o'clock, what was supposed to be the announcement of the Secret Realm news for the following morning was preemptively released across various channels. Prompted by Huang Xiao's discussions with Sima Yuan regarding several significant matters, numerous videos were simultaneously updated as well. For instance, there were clips of the soaring BB bird in the vast sky, the walking grass basking in the sunlight, and the leisurely swimming Magikarp, Tentacle, and Lapras in the rivers and seas. Notably, the video featuring Li Faidu as the protagonist garnered the highest number of likes and comments. With the filming orchestrated under Huang Xiao's direction by Ilalidoa, this particular video served more as a cautionary tale, as everyone was still oblivious to the intricacies of the Secret Realm and Pokémon. With Li Faidu as a cautionary example, many troubles could be avoided. It also served to inform those eager to venture into the Secret Realm of what to provoke and what to avoid. Once this information was released online, it ignited a massive uproar. The entire internet buzzed with discussions about the Secret Realm. The Secret Realm opens the day after tomorrow. Why is there an announcement today? Implored one user. I feel as if I might perish if I don't enter the Pokémon Secret Realm soon. Is there anyone who could assist me in securing a spot for tomorrow? Another chimed in. It seems you're quite fortunate, as you'll have to wait until the day after tomorrow. I'm afflicted with a dire condition that necessitates immediate entry into the Secret Realm. Please, have mercy on me. I can't sleep. Is there anyone planning to queue early? I'm already camping outside, but the mosquitoes are quite numerous. Would someone kindly bring some mosquito repellent? Camping here for 2 nights in advance is quite the commitment. I'm in. Goodness, this is quite the frenzy. Is there any kind soul willing to take a little brother along to test the stings of a bee drill? By the way, who was the first to enter the Secret Realm? That figure looks like our team leader Li. He left with Boss Huang early this morning and hasn't he returned? With that, Li Faidu's fame was solidified, thanks to the backstabbing comments from his teammates. Oh, so this brave soul is indeed team leader Li. It seems the Secret Realm might be perilous. Everyone, let us hold off until the day after tomorrow, and I'll pave the way for you. Get lost. The bigger the risk, the greater the reward. A mere dozen needles can't possibly kill me. Huh, life is all about chasing thrills, isn't it? Back in the day, Chen Daokai turned 20 yuan into 37 million. I refuse to believe that a mere 3 energy cubes can't net me 2 Pokémon. Exactly. Let us take a gamble. A bicycle can become a motorcycle, and a Land Rover can turn into a luxury ride. This Secret Realm will be a piece of cake. Now that the secret realm is out, will the capsule toy prices at Boss Huang's shop drop? Perhaps in the future, but don't count on it anytime soon. The officials have stated that the primary way to capture Pokémon is through battles, so for those with extra resources, seize the opportunity to draw tomorrow. If I can't afford to draw capsules, I do recommend buying a couple of better energy cubes, otherwise, it'll be tough to persuade any Pokémon. Why should we rely on persuasion? I'm a seasoned fisherman, with a rod in one hand and a net in the other. If I can't catch fish, how can I catch bugs? I've had a brilliant idea, thanks to the person above. Chapter 73. Zhou Qinglu's Journey Through the Canyon in the Pokémon Secret Realm of the Northern Suburbs. Zhou Qinglu was among the first few to enter this realm and found himself in a rocky canyon. The landscape had transformed dramatically just moments ago. He had been in a lush forest, and now he stood in a barren gorge. Puzzled, Zhou Qinglu surveyed his surroundings. After capturing a Rhydon, he embarked on a journey of wild Pokémon battles. During this time, his Squirtle evolved into a Wartortle, and he wandered into the canyon almost unconsciously. Determined not to leave empty-handed, Zhou Qinglu commenced his exploration of the canyon. As he traversed a narrow path, he observed a variety of Pokémon, at least 7 or 8 different species, most of which were rock and ground types. He spotted a Geodude, floating in midair, composed entirely of stones with only a head and 2 fists. There was also a Cubone, wearing an unidentified animal skull and brandishing a bone club, and a tiny elephant resembling a miniature version, along with a golem made of round rocks of varying sizes. Using his binoculars, he discovered a crystal-clear lake at the canyon's center, where blue, fish-like Pokémon were frolicking. Witnessing such a rich array of wild Pokémon, Zhou Qinglu felt his earlier discontent dissipate, replaced by a fiery enthusiasm. He released his Rhydon without hesitation, mounting its back. Rhydon, aim for the canyon floor. Charge. The Rhydon, embodying a reckless spirit, bolted straight down the gorge. Whether it was indifferent to its trainer or simply obedient, it understood Zhou Qinglu's urgency and chose the most direct route, which had an incline of nearly 70 degrees, showing no signs of slowing down as it charged ahead. After 2 minutes of exhilarating descent, the Rhydon landed with a jolt at the bottom of the canyon, leaving Zhou Qinglu gripping his rear in agony. However, the Rhydon seemed oblivious to his suffering, displaying a look of pride as if asking Zhou Qinglu whether it had been swift, obedient, and brave. Despite the pain, Zhou Qinglu refrained from expressing his frustration and instead offered it an energy cube. After a brief respite, he summoned his Wartortle and began challenging the Pokémon within the canyon. He engaged in dual battles, commanding 2 Pokémon against different wild opponents. He selected a Golem for Wartortle and a Dugtrio for Rhydon. Wartortle unleashed a water gun attack, while Rhydon charged with a horn attack. Wartortle's initial assault drenched the Golem, which grimaced in pain from the 4-fold damage inflicted. Though it did not fall, it retaliated by swinging its tail against a nearby rock, sending it hurtling toward Wartortle. However, Wartortle cleverly retracted into its shell, evading the projectile as it grazed past. Rhydon, undeterred, rammed into Dugtrio, slamming it against the rock wall. Enraged by the unexpected attack, Dugtrio unleashed a flurry of scratches with its sharp claws, leaving shallow marks on Rhydon, who winced in response. Wartortle resolved the situation with a tackle, while Rhydon executed a takedown. Both Pokémon simultaneously delivered a decisive blow. Thus, Zhou Qinglu instigated a series of confrontations within the canyon, challenging any wild Pokémon he deemed worthy. Regardless of the outcome, all wild Pokémon would receive an energy cube as compensation. After several hours of battling, Zhou Qinglu arrived at the lake to replenish his water supply when he inadvertently caught sight of a deep cave. Approaching the cave entrance, he shone his flashlight inside, revealing a hidden world within. Could it be that this canyon conceals a secret area? Without much thought, Zhou Qinglu stepped into the cave, flanked by the formidable iron-armored rhinoceros and the steadfast Kami turtle. Before he could venture far, he was met with the initial onslaught of wild Pokémon. A multitude of Zubat, suspended upside down from the cave's ceiling, were roused from their slumber by the beam of light emitted from Zhou Qinglu's flashlight. As they flapped their wings, a powerful gust of wind surged through the cave, and their piercing cries proved to be quite distressing for both Zhou Qinglu and his Pokémon. Faced with such a vast number of Zubat, Zhou Qinglu was compelled to extinguish the flashlight and redirect their attention with a cold flame fire from his backpack, hastily making his way deeper into the cave. Once the cold flame fire was completely extinguished, the Zubat returned to their dormant state. As Zhou Qinglu delved deeper into the cave, he arrived at an expansive underground chamber. After confirming the absence of Golbat, he retrieved his flashlight once more. Illuminated by its beam, he noticed numerous brown, beetle-like rocks scattered about. However, within less than a minute of switching on the flashlight, countless pairs of crimson eyes materialized in the darkness, fixated intently on Zhou Qinglu, who was surveying his surroundings. Under the scrutiny of so many angry gazes, both Cami Turtle and Iron-Armored Rhinoceros exhibited a hint of trepidation, instinctively drawing closer to Zhou Qinglu. Having never encountered such a scene before, Zhou Qinglu felt his legs weaken, yet he steadied himself upon discerning the identity of their gaze's owners. Calmly extinguishing the flashlight, he whispered to comfort his Pokémon, "Fear not. They are just Kabuto." With the flashlight extinguished, some Kabuto returned to their slumber, while a few others approached Zhou Qinglu. Aware of this development, Zhou Qinglu resolved to assist, instructing Cami Turtle and Iron-Armored Rhinoceros to lull them back to sleep. Given their prolonged dormancy, the Kabuto's levels and battle instincts had significantly waned, making it relatively easy for Cami Turtle and Iron-Armored Rhinoceros to handle them. Fortunately, the cave was dotted with luminous crystals, or else Zhou Qinglu would have been at a loss for how to navigate the cavern. After a brief exploration, he collected several amber-like fragments, as well as a mysterious tooth belonging to an unknown creature. As he continued deeper, he soon arrived at an exceedingly spacious area devoid of any signs of Kabuto activity. Cami Turtle, Iron-Armored Rhinoceros, exercise caution. Something is amiss, Zhou Qinglu remarked, his brow furrowing. The vastness of the region, nearly void of wild Pokémon, suggested one possibility. He had entered the lair of a powerful wild Pokémon, causing the Kabuto to refrain from any reckless behavior due to the formidable presence. He tread cautiously towards the center of this area and soon spotted a massive nest woven from grass and twigs atop a rocky pillar, where a shadow nearly 2 meters in length lay peacefully asleep. Chapter 74, Fossil Pterodactyl. Upon glimpsing the figure, Zhou Qinglu's breath hitched. It was a Pokémon unlike any he had ever seen before. Thanks to the faint glow emitted by the cave's crystals, he could discern that this creature bore a resemblance to the pterosaurs of the Jurassic era. This Pokémon was none other than the fossil pterodactyl. Yet its existence had remained undisclosed as no one had successfully revived it, and thus Huang Xiao had not published any information regarding it. Fossil pterodactyl. Species, fossil pterodactyl. Gender, male. Type, rock flying. Ability, pressure. Moves, wing attack, stone edge, aerial ace, quick attack, bite, supersonic. A Pokémon that had never before appeared. If he could capture such a creature, would it not allow him to soar through the skies? Rather than contemplating escape, he was devising strategies for capture, pondering whether the pterodactyl could indeed carry him aloft. However, given the appearance of this Pokémon and the surrounding environment, he understood that capturing it would not be a trivial endeavor. Engaging in battle within this cave posed the risk of a collapse. While he could swiftly escape via the Mystic Ring if the cave were to cave in, the resident Pokémon would be left in peril. After a thorough inspection, he discovered a slanted exit less than 20 meters from the fossil pterodactyl. Considering the terrain, he formulated a highly feasible plan for capture. With his strategy in mind, Zhou Qinglu immediately set to work. He approached the exit, instructing Iron-Armored Rhinoceros to lie in ambush. "When you hear my command, unleash your horn attack on the entrance." Iron-Armored Rhinoceros nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. "Your task is pivotal to our success. If we succeed, we shall find a new companion, but if we fail, we shall lose everything. You desire a new ally, do you not?" With a low growl, Iron-Armored Rhinoceros affirmed with a serious glint in its eyes. Pleased with this response, Zhou Qinglu remarked, "Yes, that's the spirit. If you succeed, I shall reward you with a feast once we exit the Mystic Realm." The mention of a delicious reward stirred excitement within Iron-Armored Rhinoceros. Having entrusted Iron-Armored Rhinoceros with its task, Zhou Qinglu swiftly returned to the cavern. He released Cami Turtle, saying, "Cami Turtle, it's your turn now." With a reassuring pat on its chest, Cami Turtle signaled Zhou Qinglu to proceed with confidence. The plan was straightforward. They aimed to exhaust the pterodactyl's stamina. If it remained undefeated as its energy dwindled, they would lead it towards the exit for Iron-Armored Rhinoceros to deliver the final blow. The area surrounding the fossil pterodactyl's nest was open. Yet the hunting path of the pterodactyl was lined with numerous rock pillars, which sparked an idea in Zhou Qinglu. After explaining the essence of the plan to Cami Turtle, he approached the nest once more, flashlight in hand. At that moment, the fossil pterodactyl continued to snore, blissfully unaware that it had attracted another's interest. Zhou Qinglu picked up a fragment of rock and hurled it at the pterodactyl's head. Though the rock missed its intended target, it struck the creature's body, rousing the fossil pterodactyl, which awoke in a fit of anger, letting out a ferocious screech. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the darkness, startling the fossil pterodactyl, which instinctively raised its right wing to shield its eyes from the brightness. Now, Kami Turtle, unleash water gun, Zhou Qinglu shouted. A torrent of water surged from behind the pterodactyl, striking it squarely on the back. The impact further enraged the creature. Turning its head, the fossil pterodactyl scoured the area for the source of the attack, only to find a mere cluster of rock pillars, failing to catch sight of any Pokémon. In reality, Kami Turtle had concealed itself behind one of the pillars after executing its strike. Due to the angle, the pterodactyl could not discern Kami Turtle's presence, and it redirected its wrath towards Zhou Qinglu, who stood with the flashlight. With the pterodactyl barreling toward him, Zhou Qinglu remained composed. He swiftly produced a smoke bomb and 2 cold flame fires. Pulling the pin from the smoke bomb, he tossed it forward, creating a shroud of obscurity around himself. As the fossil pterodactyl lunged, he ducked to evade the attack and ignited the cold flame fires, tossing them in 2 different directions. Upon seeing the 2 red glows, the fossil pterodactyl, regardless of whether they were Zhou Qinglu or not, dove toward one, while simultaneously unleashing a wing attack on the other, slicing through the smoke and severing one of the cold flame fires in 2. Wow, is it this powerful? Zhou Qinglu thought, astonished by the display. Meanwhile, hidden behind a nearby rock, Kami Turtle seized the opportunity to fire 2 consecutive water guns, both of which struck true, but in doing so, revealed its position. The fossil pterosaur, upon perceiving a turtle launching an assault against it, felt the veins in its forehead bulging, and with a furious roar, unleashed a barrage of sharp stone spikes directed at the location of the Kamiku turtle. These spikes flew forth with astonishing swiftness. Stone spike attack. Upon witnessing this offensive, Zhou Qinglu hurriedly shouted, Kamiku, evade. Responding to the command, Kamiku swiftly retreated behind a rocky pillar. However, the enraged assault from the fossil pterosaur was of such magnitude that it severed the very pillar Kamiku had taken refuge against. Observing this, Zhou Qinglu promptly obscured Kamiku's position with smoke, allowing it to dodge behind another pillar before the fossil pterosaur could arrive. To ensure safety, Li Faidu had specifically instructed his team to prepare smoke bombs before equipping for the confrontation, and had he not been concerned about the dangers posed by improperly handled flashbangs, he would have insisted on including them among their supplies. As for firearms, such implements were non-existent, given that they hailed from a peace-loving nation, and neither Li Faidu nor Zhou Qinglu possessed any specialized training. Kamiku, proceed according to the plan. Kamek. Thus, the duo engaged in a tug-of-war with the fossil pterosaur, skillfully coordinating their efforts. After a protracted struggle, the fossil pterosaur's speed noticeably diminished, leaving only a single pillar as a barrier for Zhou Qinglu and Kamiku. Aware that they could not afford to linger any longer, Zhou Qinglu led Kamiku toward the cave's exit. In a bid to shield Zhou Qinglu, Kamiku turned back every few steps, utilizing Bubble Beam to distract the fossil pterosaur. Chapter 75, Zhou Qinglu's third Pokémon. Under Kamiku's protection, Zhou Qinglu swiftly reached the cave's exit. Calling, Rhydon, prepare yourself. The stalwart Rhydon had been lying in wait, its forelegs stamping the ground in readiness. As Kamiku dashed out of the cave, Zhou Qinglu peered back inside and instructed, Kamiku, unleash your final bubble beam at that colossal creature's eyes. Kamek. Kamiku stood at the cave's entrance and sprayed a mouthful of bubbles, obstructing the fossil pterosaur's vision. In a moment of miscalculation, the creature's wing grazed the rocky wall, causing its flight speed to plummet. Rhydon, unleash a full-force horn attack, go. Rhydon charged forth to the cave's entrance with unmatched vigor, colliding directly with the emerging fossil pterosaur. Caught off guard, the impact left the fossil pterosaur momentarily stunned. The creature's body slammed against the rocky wall, and seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qinglu threw a pokeball. The ball made contact with the fossil pterosaur, emitting a beam of red light that drew it inside. Subsequently, the pokeball fell to the ground, shaking vigorously. The intensity of the shaking filled Zhou Qinglu with concern. The fossil pterosaur's strength and appearance were to his liking, and he dreaded the possibility that it might break free from the confines of the pokeball. Fortunately, after a brief struggle, the ball emitted a satisfying thud and fell silent. Just as he captured the fossil pterosaur, an information panel materialized at the entrance of the secret realm, displaying details about the newly acquired Pokémon. This spectacle piqued the curiosity of those awaiting entry into the secret realm. Fossil pterosaur? Is this a new Pokémon? It looks quite impressive, and being a pterosaur, why is it classified as rock and flying type? Who knows? However, the existence of such a Pokémon within this secret realm raises questions about which esteemed individual managed to capture such a formidable creature. Could it possibly be Captain Li? Absolutely not. Captain Li is currently the subject of ridicule across the internet. He is likely fleeing in a state of disarray inside, unable to capture such a majestic Pokémon. As it turns out, misfortune indeed follows those who are beleaguered. Upon entering the northern outskirts of the secret realm, Li Fidu's luck took a turn for the worse. And he was presently on the run, pursued by a multitude of purple serpentine Pokémon, some resembling cobras. Damn it, Boss Huang's marked resource points are incredibly unreliable. How could a nest of Ekans and Arbok be guarding it without any warning? The predicament traces back to Huang Xiao's departure. He had provided the official summer country with a resource map and had also gifted Li Fidu a copy. The rationale was straightforward. He intended to explore the secret realm and had 3 empty Pokeballs in his possession. The nest of Ekans had originally served as guardians of a few Musi fruit trees, and when Li Fidu brazenly plucked the fruits before their eyes, they held a grudge. Musi fruit is a type of berry that can alleviate abnormal or confused statuses. Even if not consumed, it attracts nearby Pokémon. If thrown at wild Pokémon, it enhances capture success rates. Li Fidu was keen on these latter effects, and thus made a beeline for the Musi fruit. Fortunately, his prior experience in harvesting had equipped him well. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to those Ekans. While Ekans itself is non-venomous, a bite can still cause pain. And should they possess the move Poison Sting, they could indeed be hazardous. As for Arbok, being the evolved form of Ekans, its threat level is considerably heightened. The resource map bore no indication of danger, likely because Ekans and Arbok posed no threat to Huang Xiao. Huff, huff, thankfully I managed to escape swiftly. If I were forced to teleport out due to injuries, my reputation would be utterly ruined. After running for several minutes without sight of the pursuing Ekans, Li Fidu leaned against a large tree to catch his breath. These wild Pokémon are incredibly stingy. There must be hundreds of fruits on those trees. Yet they only chased him for snatching a mere handful. He truly struggled to comprehend why each Pokémon guarding a fruit tree would pursue him relentlessly after losing just 1 or 2 fruits. Is it truly worth the effort? Do they not fear that while they chase him, someone else might raid their home? After a brief respite, Li Fidu resolved to head toward the next resource point. Having been chased like a dog for harvesting too many fruits, he intended to seek a different resource this time. After a quick check of his bearings, he set his sights on the nearest marked resource point indicating a firestone. According to the terrain features on the map, it was located in a valley. Before long, he arrived at the boundary between the forest and the valley. Gazing into the distance at the valley, Li Fidu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Primarily because he did not observe throngs of Pokémon. Instead, most appeared to be solitary or in small groups of 3 to 5. As long as they were not in large numbers, he felt confident in his mini-dragon's abilities. Upon entering the valley, a sudden eruption of flames shot skyward from a certain location. Even from a distance, he could feel the intense heat radiating from the flames. Following their emergence, the other wild Pokémon that had been active in the valley either scurried into their nests or fled into the forest. This bizarre scene caused Li Fidu to hesitate, and with a sense of trepidation, he consulted the map for comparison. Upon inspection, he found himself disheartened. The direction of the resource point was directly aligned with the source of the flames. He should have anticipated that a firestone would be associated with fire-type Pokémon. Just as he turned to make his escape, 2 orange-skinned western dragons erupted from the location of the flames. Were those Charizards? Li Fidu, uncertain, pulled out his binoculars for a closer look. In the sky, 2 Charizards of similar size engaged in a fierce aerial battle. One Charizard conjured colossal energy claws with both hands, aiming to seize the other. In response, the second Charizard unleashed a torrent of searing flames. The clash of dragon claws against the fiery onslaught culminated in the claws tearing through the flames, ending the confrontation. However, the Charizard that wielded the jet flames, after its opponent closed in, swung its massive tail with great force, striking another Charizard in the abdomen and sending it hurtling through the air. The Charizard that was sent flying, undeterred, enveloped itself in flames and charged forward with a fierce attack known as Flame Blitz. Faced with this onslaught, the other Charizard did not falter. Its gaze firmly fixed on the approaching adversary, it employed its dragon claw to counter the assault. Once the flames of Flame Blitz subsided, it seized its opponent by the shoulders and executed a circular maneuver in the sky before diving toward the ground. However, this final spectacle was obscured by the towering peaks, leaving Li Fidu unable to discern which Charizard emerged victorious. Yet, the thrilling confrontation had awakened in him the realization that the valley surely harbored more than just firestones. Perhaps there were also Charmanders and Charmeleons lurking within. Chapter 76, The Great Charizard of the Valley. Upon entering the valley, Li Fidu discovered a lamentable scarcity of wild Pokémon. After traversing several kilometers, he had yet to glimpse even a shadow of a wild creature. The deeper he ventured into the valley, the more desolate the environment became. Could it be that the resources of firestones originated from such barren land? Was this truly the ideal habitat for Charizards? The stark desolation cast a shadow of doubt over Lefidu's mind. After nearly an hour of wandering, a sudden roar dispelled his uncertainties. Following the sound, he soon found himself in a secluded gorge teeming with Charizards. Some were engaged in friendly sparring, others lay napping on the ground, while a few indulged themselves beside a fruit tree. In addition to the Charizards, a number of Charmanders and Charmeleons were also frolicking about. Witnessing the scene before him, Lefidu was utterly astonished. Wow, this is indeed the lair of the Charizards. He had initially thought that a dozen or so would be remarkable, yet he was taken aback by the sheer number. Over 100 were visible at a glance. After a brief observation, he resolved to take the risk of delving deeper. After all, he had the secret realm bracelet for protection should anything go awry. As he stepped further into the valley, a Charizard over 4 meters tall sensed his presence. Raising its head to glance in Lefidu's direction, it then let out a low growl, prompting a 2-meter-tall Charizard to enter the cave. Unbeknownst to Lefidu, who stealthily made his way inside, the happenings within the cave were entirely beyond his awareness. His attention was drawn to a small, scruffy Charmander, bullied by the other Charmanders and Charmeleons. He noticed that this particular Charmander sported a color unlike the norm. While the typical hue was orange-red, this one was a luxurious gold. If his judgment served him correctly, this must be a shiny variant among the Charmanders. Ever since learning of the existence of shiny Pokémon, Lefidu had fantasized about capturing one, and now, the opportunity to claim a shiny Charmander lay before him, an opportunity he was determined to seize. Shiny Pokémon often face discrimination within their own species due to their differing coloration, leading to bullying and, in extreme cases, potential exile from their groups. The shiny Charmander Lefidu observed was currently enduring such mistreatment. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he released his Dratini and softly instructed, "Dratini, please assist that little one." Dratini nodded obediently and charged forward without hesitation. Just as Dratini departed, a 2-meter-tall Charizard appeared behind Lefidu, grasping the collar of his shirt and lifting him off the ground. Lefidu felt the grip tighten around his collar and slowly felt himself being lifted. Scratching his head in confusion, "Huh? What's happening?" Roar. The Charizard leaned in close, letting out a roar as a form of greeting. Startled by the sudden appearance of the Charizard's head, Lefidu exclaimed, "Ah?" It quickly dawned on him the predicament he found himself in, prompting him to hurriedly pull out an energy cube and plead, "Esteemed Charizard, I did not mean to intrude. Would you kindly spare me this time? I am willing to offer this as compensation." The Charizard extended a claw, snatched the energy cube, and tossed it into its mouth. It then roared at the other frolicking Charmanders and Charmeleons, before carrying Lefidu deeper into the valley. Dratini, having just reached the side of the shiny Charmander, was perplexed to see its trainer being taken away. However, the Charizard's roar deterred the other Charmanders and Charmeleons from troubling the shiny one. Observing Dratini's bewilderment, the shiny Charmander inquired, "Nelu? Is that human your partner?" Dratini replied, "Me? Yes. Do you know that large dragon?" Adhering to the principle of not abandoning a long-term benefactor, Dratini resolved to rescue its trainer. Lefidu, meanwhile, was filled with questions as he was taken deeper into the valley, yet the Charizard showed no intention of harming him. Soon, he was brought to the entrance of a cavern. Utilizing the dim light provided by a small flicker of flame within, Lefidu discerned that a formidable creature resided inside. The Charizard that had brought him there roared into the cave, and a heavy sound resonated from within. Moments later, a massive figure emerged, strikingly different in appearance from a typical Charizard. Towering over 4 meters, this Charizard boasted a prominent horn atop its head, with wing-like protrusions resembling blades on either side of its claws, and wings much larger than those of an ordinary Charizard, their inner surfaces a deep teal. This Charizard was undoubtedly the ruler of the valley. Upon seeing it, Huang Xiao was equally astonished, for its appearance mirrored that of the Mega Charizard Y. Though he could ascertain that it was not in a state of Mega Evolution, the mighty Charizard communicated telepathically with Lefidu, inquiring, "Are you the human who has inherited the power of the dragon in this new world?" Dragon power? Lefidu recognized the individual words but was baffled by their combination. What could that possibly mean? I do not understand. The great Charizard regarded him with curiosity, scrutinizing him closely to confirm he had not mistaken his target. It proceeded to explain, the dragon power is a unique ability that can only be manifested by humans. Those who awaken this power easily garner the favor of dragon-type Pokémon, as this ability enables them to help dragon-type Pokémon surpass their limits. After hearing the explanation, Li Fido muttered, "A superpower?" Chapter 77. The Great Charizard's Request for Guardianship. But I truly feel nothing at all. Li Fido was utterly bewildered. How could entering a secret realm lead to talk of superpowers? Had he inadvertently triggered some advanced version? Was he on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of his life? The Great Charizard scratched its head awkwardly, acknowledging, "Indeed, I sensed a trace of dragon power within you. Albeit faint, far weaker than that of others I have encountered with such abilities." Fearing the prospect of retribution, Li Fido quickly interjected, "Esteemed Charizard, if there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." "Wait, human, there is indeed dragon power within you, but it has yet to be fully awakened. I have a favor to ask of you." "Huh?" Li Fido was taken aback. "The matter is quite straightforward. This valley is the ancestral homeland of our Dragonite clan, where we have thrived for generations. We harbor no desire for excessive human interference in our domain. You, possessing the power of the dragons and having earned the recognition of the Dragonair clan, have my trust. I wish to entrust the tranquility of this Dragon Valley to you. I wonder if you would be willing to accept this responsibility? Should you agree, in return, our clan will witness the birth of new members each year, and I could permit you to bring a limited number of humans into our realm to select newborns who wish to leave the Dragon Valley." Upon hearing that he could annually bring individuals to select from the newborns, Li Fido was immediately intrigued and inquired eagerly, "Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true. However, the condition is that you must ensure no humans disturb us. As the strongest entity within this secret realm, the Charizard could sense a constant influx of humans into this space. They follow the principle of respecting the strong, and engaging in combat is quite commonplace among Pokémon. Yet, when it comes to humans, caution is exercised, for humans are not Pokémon. Their bodies are too fragile, and a careless mistake could lead to fatal consequences. Therefore, to avert unnecessary troubles, the Charizard concluded that it would be prudent to have someone watch over the valley's entrance, facilitating communication should outsiders arrive." "Very well. I can agree to this arrangement, but I have affairs to attend to outside and cannot remain in the valley for extended periods. Thus, you may arrange for someone to keep watch at the entrance. Beyond that, you may act freely. Additionally, I have two stipulations. First, we require some firestones from this valley, and second, I wish to take that unique colored Charmander with me." After stating his demands, Li Fido turned to the Charizard, awaiting its response. Regarding the firestones, he considered obtaining a portion to be acceptable, yet he was resolute about acquiring the unique Charmander, if necessary. He could invest significantly to entice it with energy cubes. The Charizard pondered for a moment before responding, "As for the firestones, I can allocate a small quantity for you. However, the choice of whom you wish to take is entirely up to them. If they wish to accompany you, you may take them. If not, I cannot compel them." The firestones contain vast reserves of fiery energy, which, when consumed, can enhance their internal flame energy and subsequently amplify the potency of fire-type moves over time. Naturally, such resources cannot be relinquished entirely. "Agreed." With the terms settled, a smile blossomed on Li Fido's face. Meanwhile, on another front, the mini-dragon, resolute in its mission to rescue its trainer, embarked on a daring adventure into the Charizard Valley, guided by the unique Charmander. Upon sighting the mini-dragon, a group of Charizards exhibited expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how a dragon of a different lineage had suddenly appeared in their territory. Fortunately, these Charizards possessed a strong demeanor and did not seek to confront the mini-dragon. However, some of the Charmanders and Charmeleons were not as restrained. The first to leap forward was a Charmeleon, flanked by several younger Charmanders. "Hold on, little one, where did you come from?" "Me, step aside, or I shall not hold back." The mini-dragon showed no deference to the Charmeleon, retaliating with a fierce growl. The Charmeleon, known for its fiery temper, responded to the mini-dragon's challenge by unleashing a fireball. The mini-dragon adeptly evaded this direct assault and retaliated with an electroweb, successfully paralyzing the Charmeleon. Seizing the opportunity, the mini-dragon delivered a powerful tail whip to the Charmeleon's face. Witnessing the mini-dragon's prowess, the unique Charmander expressed admiration. Enraged, the Charmeleon let out a low growl, prompting the Charmanders behind it to charge forward. Undeterred by the odds, the mini-dragon activated its speed boost and began to maneuver, intermittently employing moves such as Bind, Tail Whip, and Electroweb. In less than 5 minutes, the Charmeleon and its companions were left incapacitated, while the mini-dragon merely panted slightly, showing no signs of injury. The ease of victory stemmed from the mini-dragon's extensive experience battling Charmanders. Prior to the secret realm's opening, it had engaged in daily sparring sessions with Xiaoqi's Charmander, gaining insight into their moves despite facing more defeats than victories. Additionally, Pokémon trained by a trainer often possess tactical combinations, a luxury these wild ones lacked. Having dispatched this group, the mini-dragon had not ventured far when it was confronted again, this time by 3 Charmeleons. The leader, radiating intense battle spirit, proclaimed, "Huang, you are formidable. How about a match with us?" The mini-dragon, recognizing the strength of its opponents, initiated the attack without hesitation, unleashing a powerful whirlwind towards the trio of Charmeleons. The Charmeleons adhered to the code of fair play and refrained from a coordinated attack. The foremost Charmeleon countered by expelling a torrent of flames, dispersing the mini-dragon's whirlwind. As the whirlwind dissipated, the mini-dragon found itself face-to-face with the Charmeleon, twisting its body to execute a tail whip. The Charmeleon raised a claw to block the tail, but the mini-dragon swiftly ensnared one of its claws, pulling it forward and disrupting its balance, thus averting danger. Though the mini-dragon lacked limbs for close combat, it did not mean it was incapable of learning. Just as the 2 Pokémon were locked in fierce combat, Leafidu emerged from the valley, accompanied by the Charizard that had brought him in. Upon witnessing the mini-dragon battling the Charmeleon, he was momentarily taken aback. However, his attention was soon drawn to the unique Charmander standing behind the mini-dragon, and he instinctively moved closer. "Little one, would you like to become as strong as the mini-dragon?" he inquired in an enticing tone. "Nilu." The unique Charmander looked up at Leafidu with curiosity. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Leafidu, and I am the trainer of that mini-dragon." He began to promote himself to the unique Charmander, also mentioning the prospect of the mini-dragon's strength. The unique Charmander listened, captivated. However, this harmonious scene displeased the battling mini-dragon, which abruptly ceased fighting and scampered to Leafidu's side, delivering a sharp nip to his thigh. Hiss! In the end, Leafidu achieved his goal, successfully persuading the unique Charmander to join his team. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the secret realm, Qian followed the river to the seaside. This secret realm is quite expansive. It even contains a vast ocean. He gazed over the endless sea, lost in thought. Ulu. At that moment, Riolu pointed towards a nearby rock formation. Following Riolu's indication, Qian spotted several familiar wise Pokémon, the Drowsees. The Drowsees were sprawled on a seaside rock, extending their tails into the water. Riolu, what do you suppose they are doing? Fishing? Qian found their behavior perplexing. Although he had a Drowsee at home, his low status in the family meant he spent little time with it, leaving him largely unfamiliar with its quirks. The next moment, one Drowsee flicked its tail, and a large red fish was flung ashore. Witnessing the Drowsee catch a fish, Qian was astonished. "No way, they really are fishing. Wait, if Drowsees can fish. And my Drowsee seems to come back empty-handed every time. Does that mean my Drowsee is worse than a Drowsee?" He thought to himself. "I must capture a video to mock my Drowsee." As this thought crossed his mind, Qian couldn't help but smirk. He retrieved his phone and activated the recording function, directing it towards the several diting beasts. Just a few seconds after starting the recording, another diting beast caught a king carp. However, a perplexing question arose for Qian. He noticed that these diting beasts displayed no intention of consuming the king carp they had caught, instead allowing it to escape back into the sea. How strange. Why fish if not for sustenance? Were they merely indulging in a pastime? Curiosity is not a trait exclusive to cats. Humans too possess an insatiable desire to understand. The more he pondered, the deeper his intrigue grew. Thus, Qian set up camp in a safe spot by the shore, determined to observe the diting beasts closely. After a prolonged observation spanning 2.5 hours, he discovered that the diting beasts were not simply wasting time. They did consume ordinary sea fish when caught, albeit with a low success rate. Just as he contemplated packing up for a rest, a sudden wail of anguish pierced the air. Turning around, he saw one of the diting beasts pulling its tail from the water, from which dangled a yellow crab Pokémon, Kingler. Astonishing. It seemed they could not only catch fish, but crabs as well. He was thoroughly impressed. The fishing prowess of these diting beasts far surpassed that of his old friend. Old Dang. The diting beast thrashed its tail vigorously, attempting to shake off the crab Pokémon, but the claw seemed stubbornly affixed, refusing to budge. Unable to bear the sight, Qian turned to his partner, Riolu, and said, "Go help it free itself from that Kingler." Riolu nodded and, with a flash of electricity, swiftly dislodged the crab. Clearly, the ocean was teeming with a variety of Pokémon. Perhaps capturing a water-type Pokémon was indeed feasible? Having observed for over 2 hours, witnessing only king carps being caught, Qian's interest in the ocean had waned. However, the appearance of Kingler reignited his hope. Just as he was lost in thought, another diting beast let out a shriek. This time, It was not Kingler but a shell Pokémon, Shelder. Qian was at a loss for words. What on earth were they catching? He recognized the shell Pokémon as a water type known as Shelder. Riolu looked at Qian, silently inquiring whether he should intervene once more to assist the dying beast. No. Riolu, let's refrain from intervening, Qian replied, understanding that while he could assist momentarily, he could not provide perpetual aid, since the dying beasts preferred fishing in such locations. They must have anticipated various unforeseen incidents, and he had no intention of stepping in again. However, the next moment brought an unexpected turn of events. The dying beast, ensnared by Shelder, suddenly began to glow. What? Did the dying beast possess a luminescent skill? Having never witnessed the phenomenon of evolution light, Qian initially thought the dying beast was preparing to unleash a skill to escape Shelder's grasp. But what transpired next completely astonished him. Shelder also emanated a radiant glow, its form expanding as it transformed from a bivalve into a gastropod. Simultaneously, the dying beast transitioned from being quadrupedal to standing upright, liberating its hands. Goodness! It wasn't a skill, but an evolution. One Pokémon liberated its hands, while the other underwent a transformation across species. Even Qian, though not particularly astute, recognized this as the fabled Pokémon evolution. He had not anticipated that evolution would be accompanied by such visual effects, and he wondered when Riolu would be able to evolve. The light of evolution lasted less than half a minute before dissipating. As he gazed at the newly evolved dying beast, now a dying shell, Qian noted that its appearance had not changed significantly from its previous form. The body still bore a pink hue, merely standing taller and having liberated its hands. Dying shell. However, the expression on its face had transformed considerably. Its gaze, once wise, now appeared more astute. Overall, the most notable change was in its tail, which was now ensnared by the shell Pokémon. The shell Pokémon's eyes fixated intently on the base of dying shell's tail. It turned out that dying shell was an evolution resulting from the combination of Shelder and dying beast, which elucidated the peculiar information card provided by Boss Huang. Qian had suspected that dying beast could not possibly conjure a seashell out of thin air. How could old Deng not believe him? Qian had finally grasped the crux of dying beast's evolution into dying shell. Yet a new question arose. Since dying shell was born from the fusion of two Pokémon, did it count as one Pokémon or two? After much contemplation, he resolved to attempt capturing it. If a single Pokeball sufficed, it would be classified as one. Dying shell, I shall capture you. Upon hearing this declaration, dying shell glanced at Qian, tilting its head in a manner that conveyed both innocence and wisdom. Riolu, take the initiative and use quick attack. At the command, Riolu dashed forward with incredible speed. Faced with the attack, dying shell's eyes gleamed with blue light, resulting in Riolu becoming immobilized mid-stride. The expression in Riolu's eyes reflected sheer disbelief. Damn, this psychic-type move is infuriating. Longtail, lend a hand with Swift. As Riolu was at a disadvantage against psychic-type moves, Qian could only resort to overwhelming numbers for a solution. Longtail, ever mischievous, leaped into the air, using its tail to launch a flurry of star-shaped attacks towards dying shell. Dying shell, observing the incoming star-shaped beams, turned its back and used its shell to block the attack. As it spun around, Riolu regained its mobility. Seizing the opportunity, Riolu employed Metal Claw. With a glimmer of frost upon its claws, Riolu approached dying shell swiftly and unleashed a barrage of slashes. The shell of dying shell absorbed the blows, causing it to grimace in pain before finally releasing its grip on dying shell's tail and leaping up to deliver a fierce blow to Riolu. Caught off guard, Riolu stumbled and fell into the sea. This sudden attack left Qian dumbfounded. How could they attack separately? Riolu, unwilling to succumb to defeat, Riolu arose, shaking off the water and unleashing a vacuum wave. With a resounding smack, dying shell's shell recoiled, snapping back to reclaim dying shell's tail. Feeling the return of its tail, dying shell turned and unleashed a psychic attack toward Riolu. Longtail intervened, utilizing sand attack to disrupt dying shell's offensive. Hearing the command, Longtail plunged its tail into the sand, scooping up a handful and throwing it into dying shell's face. The gritty sand obscured dying shell's vision, and the irritation brought on by the granules made it utterly disinclined to continue its attack. Excellent. Riolu, deliver the finishing blow with Brick Break. With a few preparatory steps, Riolu leaped high into the air, its right hand poised like a blade, and struck down fiercely upon dying shell's head. With a resounding thud, dying shell's eyes glazed over as it collapsed. Observing this, Qian hurled his remaining Pokeball. The Pokeball emitted a beam of light, capturing Yajing shell within, and then began to shake violently. After approximately 30 seconds, the Pokeball finally signaled a successful capture. Ah, how wondrous these Pokemon are. Despite being the product of the fusion of two Pokemon, it astonishingly counted as just one Pokemon. Initially, upon witnessing the shell leap off Yajing shell's tail, Qian had been convinced that this was a case of two Pokemon. Yet, to his surprise, the Pokeball managed to capture it. A single Pokeball could only capture one Pokemon, thus affirming that Yajing shell, born from the evolution of Shellder and Yajing Beast, was indeed classified as one Pokemon. Yet, this arrangement seemed somewhat unsatisfactory. Originally two Pokemon, they merged into one upon evolution. The normal evolutionary form of Shellder is Cloyster, which Qian is familiar with. According to analyses from online strategists, a well-trained Ice-type Cloyster possesses the capability to defeat Dragon-type Pokemon with relative ease, leveraging its type advantage. Suddenly, an interesting scenario crossed Qian's mind. If these two Pokemon belonged to different trainers and evolved unbeknownst to each other, to whom would the ownership belong? Meanwhile, in another mystical realm, Zhang Heng, Lin Yan, and others emerged from a cave dominated by ghost-type Pokemon. Among the 10 individuals, half managed to capture ghost-type Pokemon, including Shinnaji, Mu Qianxue, Li Shan, Zhang Li, and Lin Yan. Shinnaji caught a mischievous Jengar, while Lin Yan inadvertently captured a floral gloom at the cave's opposite exit. The cave's other exit opened onto a mountainside, which offered a broad vista. After a brief survey, they discovered several paths ahead. Each path led to the same destination, a trail winding into the dense forest, a grassy route leading straight to a field of flowers, a waterway following the river to a distant lake, a muddy path adjacent to the wetlands, and a slope ascending the mountain, crowned with a blanket of snow. Li Shan observed the group, noting their various interests, and remarked, "It appears we shall need to divide into groups." Xiao Yan, utilizing binoculars to survey the forest direction, suggested, "If we are to divide, then let us. I wish to explore the woods. Is anyone inclined to join me?" Zhang Heng expressed his desire to accompany him, stating, "I, too, wish to investigate the forest for potential Pokemon. Elder sister, the river seems to teem with fish. Let us go catch some," Lin Yueyao exclaimed, tugging Lin Yan's arm toward the river, leaving no room for refusal. Lin Yan cast a wistful glance at the mountaintop before being reluctantly pulled in the direction of the river. Su Yajing glanced at the Lin sisters before turning her gaze toward the peak, asking, "Shui, would you care to join me in ascending the mountain?" Mu Qianxue looked up at the summit and cheerfully agreed, "Certainly. I happen to have warm clothing in my supplies. It would be delightful to behold the snowy landscape." As Li Shan noted that others had made their decisions, he declared, "Then I shall head to the wetlands to assess the situation." Shinnaji pondered for a moment and replied, "In that case, I shall also venture to the wetlands." Zhang Li chimed in, "Since you all have chosen, I shall explore the field of flowers." "I will accompany you," Gaoru promptly added. Thus, the 10-member team split into 5 groups, each setting forth in a different direction. Among the 5 paths, the most arduous was undoubtedly the slope ascending the mountain, while the wetlands posed the highest danger due to potential swamps. The forest ranked as the second most perilous. Upon reaching the riverbank, Lin Yueyao gazed at a kingler blowing bubbles in the water and exclaimed, "Elder sister, look at all the kinglers in the river." Lin Yan cautioned her, "I see them, Yao, but you must not capture the kingler." Lin Yueyao pouted in response, "Elder sister, I am not like father. I do not fancy ornamental fish." Lin Yan earnestly reminded her, "I hope you remember this. Moreover, in the mystical realm, do not treat Absol as a mount. Its strength is reserved for your protection." Lin Yueyao nodded obediently, "By the way, elder sister, what type of Pokemon do you suggest I capture?" Lin Yan glanced at her and replied helplessly, "Didn't you say you liked the little yellow duck? How about capturing a Psyduck?" "Psyduck? But it looks so silly, not clever at all." Lin Yueyao was familiar with Psyduck, while she admired its appearance. She was not fond of its demeanor, preferring something more intelligent and lively. "Honestly, you're hopeless. Look, there's a penguin ahead. Do you want to take a look?" Lin Yan pointed toward the blue round head surfacing in the river. Lin Yueyao squinted, puzzled. "Aren't penguins found in Antarctica? How can one be here in the river? How strange. Why are you so concerned? If you wish to capture it, you must hurry, otherwise it will swim away with the current," Lin Yan reminded her. One of the water-type starters, Pachima, also intrigued Lin Yan, though she sought a more aesthetically pleasing water-type Pokemon. Chapter 80, The Competitive Pachima. Among the water-type Pokemon that had already appeared, several met Lin Yan's standards for appearance, including Golduck, Lapras, and Wylord. Naturally, she had inquired with Huang Xiao about more visually appealing water-type Pokemon, but he responded with a photo of Magikarp. This infuriated her, as some well-meaning individuals had compiled lists of already encountered Pokémon for voting, and the fifth from the bottom on the attractiveness list was indeed Magikarp. It was no wonder she was upset. No one chose Magikarp, and Huang Xiao did not mention its evolved form, Milotic. After all, evolving Magikarp into Gyarados was far easier than transforming Magikarp into Milotic, which required an abundance of resources to elevate its beauty to acceptable standards. Many had privately consulted Huang Xiao about various questions, including one devoted son who had repeatedly hinted at the preferences and habits of Snorlax. "Little penguin, don't run away. I'm going to capture you," Lin Yan shouted at the Pachima. "Yao Yao, it's called Pachima, not little penguin. Let Absol battle it first before you can capture it," Lin Yan reiterated. "Oh, Absol, come forth." After summoning Absol, Lin Yan confidently declared, "Pachima, I challenge you to a duel. Do not flee." Pachima turned curiously, spotting a large white dog chasing after it on the riverbank, with two humans trailing behind. Its courage rallied, and it splashed toward the shore. Pokémon, Pachima. Gender, female. Type, water. Ability, competitive. If its stats are lowered, its special attack sharply increases. Moves, growl. Water gun, bubble beam, peck, charm, water flow ring, inherited. Upon reaching the shore, Pachima shot a water gun at Absol, which deftly dodged the attack by sidestepping. Lin Yan had witnessed Absol's move, yet this was her first battle. Absol lunged forward and knocked Pachima into the air. As Pachima spun through the air, it managed to unleash a bubble beam, but due to its aim, it merely splashed at Absol's feet. Seeing this unfold, Lin Yan was taken aback. Wow, Pachima is quite formidable. Even after being knocked away, it can still use a move. Absol then utilized the move Shadow Clone, circling around Pachima rapidly and creating 6 illusory copies in a single breath. Faced with 7 figures of Absol, including the original, Pachima let out a cry and enveloped itself in a watery shield, slowly healing its minor injuries. "Yao Yao, make it quick. Pachima has a healing move," Lin Yan advised. Lin Yan nodded and commanded, "Absol, use slash." The 7 figures of Absol charged toward Pachima, simultaneously lifting their front paws to strike down fiercely. After a resounding thud, Pachima fell to the ground in defeat. "Now is your chance. Throw a pokeball." Lin Yan fumbled for an empty pokeball, exclaiming, "Oh no." Just as the pokeball was about to hit, Pachima regained its composure and shot a small stream of water, pushing the ball back. I can't capture it yet." "All right then, Absol, use knockoff." Pachima. As Absol raised its paw to strike, Pachima retaliated with a peck attack. Lin Yan's delicate brows arched slightly as she remarked, "Such a tenacious Pokémon." However, the creature's resistance was destined to be in vain. Ultimately, it was subdued by Lin Yan and transformed into a plush companion, cradled tenderly in her arms. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin and Zhang Heng, traversing towards the dense forest, encountered considerable difficulties. The trouble arose when Xiao Yin, having initiated a wild PK and vanquished a cherry blossom creature, inadvertently released the aroma of energy cubes, which attracted a Snorlax and several smaller Snorlax. They pursued the duo, seemingly intent on devouring their energy cubes. "Hungu, this frantic escape is futile. These voracious creatures are proving to be quite a nuisance," Xiao Yin exclaimed. Zhang Heng glanced back at the Snorlax and responded, "What can we do? We can't just hand over our supplies to them. How about we lure them away and lead them to the nearby Beedrill nest?" suggested Xiao Yin. "Beedrill? Have you lost your mind? Those creatures possess a fierce territorial instinct, rivaling that of the Beedrill. Then we're out of options. It's evident these gluttons are determined to catch us." As the Snorlax lunged forward, Zhang Heng, without a second thought, acquiesced to Xiao Yan's plan and pivoted towards the Beedrill's territory. The buzzing sound of wings soon filled the air, a harbinger of the impending swarm. "Hungu, deploy the smoke bombs. Otherwise, we risk being stung to death," Xiao Yan urged. "Cover me while I toss out a few energy cubes." They swiftly navigated through the underbrush, only to confront a swarm of Beedrill that had set out to gather nectar. Xiao Yan, quick on his feet, hurled 3 smoke bombs to obscure their vision, while Zhang Heng flung 6 or 7 energy cubes at the entrance of the Beedrill's hive. The scent of the energy cubes heightened the excitement of the Snorlax and its smaller counterparts, who disregarded the Beedrill entirely and rushed towards the entrance to claim the fallen energy cubes. Yet, one small Snorlax remained undeterred, continuing its pursuit of the 2. Upon realizing their territory was breached, the Beedrill erupted into chaos, launching an attack on the Snorlax. Amidst the smoke, Zhang Heng crouched low as he edged forward, but inadvertently collided with an object, causing his backpack to sag heavily. Yet, In his desperation to escape the Snorlax, he pressed on. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two men leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath. Phew, you've finally shaken off those gluttons, Xiao Yan sighed. But before he could finish speaking, a sudden Snorlax echoed from behind him. Startled, he spun around, only to find no Snorlax in sight. Could it be my imagination? He murmured, scratching his head. Beside him, Zhang Heng, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, replied weakly, Old Xiao, you're not imagining things. Just look down. Look down? Skeptical, Xiao Yan lowered his gaze, nearly fainting in shock. Oh my! A small Snorlax was intently staring at his backpack, its eyes brimming with desire and a droplet of drool forming at the corner of its mouth. Snorlax. Wait, how many energy cubes did you toss, old Zhang? Why is it still following us? Xiao Yan queried, perplexed. I threw 8 cubes. Why don't you just capture it? This little Snorlax seems promising, Zhang Heng suggested. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was flooded with questions. He cast Zhang Heng a reproachful look and replied, Old Zhang, are you trying to see me go bankrupt? A Snorlax requires a minimum of 200 kilograms of food daily, and after evolution, it's 400. Xiao Yan understood the notorious appetite of Snorlax. Capturing one would surely lead to a fortnight of constant feeding or seeking out rare materials. He was not from a wealthy background, barely scraping by with modest means. His fortune lay in being born into a family with military heritage, allowing him to join the Pokémon Management Bureau. Isn't that what Director Yao mentioned? If you capture a Pokémon with great potential, the organization will cover a portion of the expenses. You can have this Snorlax battle against Du Ji's Dratini, and if it flattens the Dratini, you'll have proof of its potential. Wow, I never expected you to come up with such a cunning scheme, old Zhang. Xiao Yan remarked. Li Fidu's Dratini is low-level and lacks offensive skills, which weakens its combat prowess. Everyone in the Pokémon Management Bureau knows this, Zhang Heng retorted. Then capture it already, he urged. I refuse. Du Ji's Dratini is on a specialized diet and is likely on the verge of evolution, whereas this Snorlax isn't. Before Xiao Yan could finish, the small Snorlax, unable to contain itself, reached out to tug at his backpack. With its innate strength amplified by its gluttonous nature, the little Snorlax toppled Xiao Yan in mere seconds. It then rummaged through his backpack, nearly spilling its contents, and upon discovering the last 2 energy cubes, commenced its feast. Whoa, this is outright theft, Xiao Yan exclaimed, dumbfounded. Zhang Heng, stifling a laugh, advised earnestly, Old Xiao, given how things have unfolded, I suggest you cut your losses and capture it. Xiao Yan fell silent. At that moment, a flash of white light emerged from Zhang Heng's backpack, revealing a peculiar little bee Pokémon with a distinctive triangular face, marked by a small red dot on its forehead. A female Beedrill. Beedrill is a unique bee Pokémon, with only the females capable of evolving into a Beedrill queen, while the males remain in their initial form forever. The gender of a Beedrill can be discerned by the presence of a red dot on the forehead of its small face. Naturally, a Beedrill colony can only accommodate one queen, and upon reaching a certain level, the queen will signal the other males to expel any competing females. The sudden appearance of the Beedrill left Zhang Heng bewildered. If he wasn't mistaken, the flash of white light seemed to have emanated from his Pokeball. Old Zhang, you're quite the opportunist. You managed to capture a Beedrill amidst the chaos. Xiao Yan chuckled. No, I didn't capture it. I merely bumped into something while escaping, and it ended up in my backpack, Zhang Heng clarified. Realization dawned on him. He had inadvertently knocked himself unconscious to capture the Beedrill, an absurdity in itself. Yet, he noticed this Beedrill appeared to be different, with its attractive red marking on its forehead. Pokémon. Beedrill. Gender. Female. Type. Bug flying. Ability. Honey gathering. May collect sweet honey after battles. Moves. Gust. Sweet scent. Bug bite. Bug resistance. Just as he was examining the Beedrill for any peculiar traits, Xiao Yan's heart raced with anxiety. He shouted urgently at the small Snorlax. Hey, put that Pokeball down. It's not for eating. After devouring the 2 energy cubes, the small Snorlax, seemingly unsatisfied, continued to scavenge the ground. Ultimately, it picked up an empty red and white Pokeball, attempting to pop it into its mouth. The Snorlax clearly embodied the essence of a creature with a weight of 200 pounds and a rebellious spirit weighing 199. The more Xiao Yan insisted it couldn't eat, the more it yearned to. It extended its tongue to lick the ball. In a flash, a red beam shot forth, capturing it within. As soon as the Pokeball struck the ground, a triumphant chime echoed, signaling a successful capture. Snap! The sound of a heart shattering resounded. Upon witnessing that the little Snorlax had chosen to be captured and given to him, Xiao Yan was rendered utterly speechless with excitement. Old Xiao, see? I told you that little Snorlax was destined for you. It even captured itself. You have no choice now but to keep it, Zhang Heng teased. Great. Xiao Yan lamented as he picked up the Pokeball, feeling utterly defeated. However, in the next moment, the little Snorlax emerged from within, weighing over 200 pounds. The Snorlax was far too hefty for Xiao Yan to lift. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, rendering him utterly immobile. Little Snorlax, get off me, or I might perish. The little Snorlax glanced down in confusion, realizing it had stepped on the wrong person before jumping away. Struggling to sit up, Xiao Yan gazed at the Snorlax rummaging through his scattered gear in search of food, his expression akin to that of someone who had just ingested something foul. He could already envision the upcoming days of tightening his belt. Observing the situation, Zhang Heng offered some consolation. Old Xiao, don't be so pessimistic. It's merely a glutton we're taking care of. Just ask Boss Huang if he has any specialized food for Snorlax. Worst case, we can whip up some feed to manage the situation. Feed? Old Zhang, are you suggesting we feed pigs? Xiao Yan scoffed. Forget it. I'd better look for some economically viable Pokémon to train. He understood that one must rely on oneself. Relying on government support was a waste of taxpayer money. While he might be shameless, he couldn't tarnish his grandfather's reputation. Economic Pokémon. Zhang Heng mused, glancing down at the Combi in his possession. If he recalled correctly, Combi could produce honey, couldn't he it? Old Xiao, how about we make a strategic retreat? Huh. Xiao Yan looked at Zhang Heng, puzzled. Combi could produce honey and had significant market value. Previously, after the Zubat had hatched, Zhang Heng had inquired about the ingredients while purchasing food from Huang Xiao and had retained some knowledge about the honey produced by Combi. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Let us go. Let us strike while the iron is hot. Xiao Yan exclaimed, hurriedly gathering his scattered equipment, the corners of his mouth curling into a mischievous grin. Chapter 82. The Combi nest. Thus, the two cautiously made their way back. Before long, they arrived at the vicinity of the Combi nest. Since Zhang Heng had thrown the energy cube at the entrance of the nest, the Combi were still entangled with the Snorlax and the little Snorlax. Both parties stood at the entrance, facing off. The reason was simple. The Snorlax and its smaller counterpart had caught the scent of honey and were eager to indulge, contemplating a forceful entry to satisfy their cravings. However, the Combi were determined to protect their food reserves and home, making it impossible for the Snorlax to enter. Xiao Yan, surveying the tightly blocked entrance, whispered, Old Zhang. They've sealed the entrance. How do we get in? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment and replied, let us see if there are any other entrances. Combi wouldn't have just one way in and out. The two circumvented the main entrance, seeking a potential entry point at the back. After approximately half an hour of fruitless searching, they reconvened beneath a tree. Old Zhang, how about you release Zubat to use Supersonic to check? Xiao Yan proposed. All right, if we can't find anything, we'll retreat. If all else fails, we can pick some berries to exchange for some merit, Zhang Heng agreed. Releasing Zubat to search diligently. Before long, they made a discovery. The entrance was a hollowed-out dead tree, leading directly to an underground cavern. Zhang Heng tied a rope around his waist and stated, Old Xiao, you keep watch from above. I'll descend first to confirm the location and signal you. Sure, but be careful not to be whisked away by the secret realm, Xiao Yan cautioned. Cautiously sliding down the tree hollow, Zhang Heng soon encountered a muddy wall. Illuminating his path with a flashlight, he found that the cavern was not particularly deep, only about 3 to 4 meters to the bottom. The underground also reflected a faint, eerie glow, indicating the presence of gem-like mineral veins. Once assured of safety, Zhang Heng descended quickly. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered the underground space was expansive, with numerous subterranean passages. He tugged on the safety rope, signaling Xiao Yan, who quickly climbed down to join him. Gazing at the vast underground expanse, Xiao Yan exclaimed, Goodness! This truly is a hidden paradise. Zhang Heng produced a pale green gemstone and inquired, Old Xiao, don't just marvel. Tell me, is this valuable? Wow, a gemstone? Xiao Yan's eyes widened as he beheld the size of the green gem in Zhang Heng's hand, hastily asking, Old Zhang, have you struck gold? Where did you find this? Just over there, embedded in the wall. There are several more. Zhang Heng illuminated the opposite wall, revealing multiple reflective points. Unable to contain his excitement, Xiao Yan abandoned his tools and directly began to pry the gems from the wall. Before long, he had extracted all the green gemstones. With the beam of the flashlight, Zhang Heng scrutinized the gems and speculated, Old Xiao, do you think these could be Pokémon item stones? Quite possibly. We can look up the information later. Even if they aren't, they came from a secret realm. They should fetch a good price when sold, Xiao Yan mused. While he had initially dreamed of acquiring another Pokémon, his aspirations had since shifted. He He now merely wished to thrive more comfortably alongside his gluttonous Pokémon. Thus, aside from monetary gain, nothing else occupied his thoughts. At that moment, a humming sound emerged from a nearby passage. They both recognized it instantly as the sound of combi wings flapping. They stealthily concealed themselves in a shadowy corner, switching off their flashlight to observe the situation. After a few breaths, a swarm of combi flew in an orderly fashion towards an upward passage. Clearly, they had received a call from their comrades at the entrance. Alerted to the commotion caused by the Snorlax, and were rushing to assist. Old Xiao, do you think they're going to mediate or join the fray? Isn't it obvious? They're definitely joining the fight. But now that they've left, we should head down quickly. Oh, and release your combi to guide us. Xiao Yan suggested. Unbeknownst to him, this decision was not a prudent one. As Zhang Heng released his captured combi, the combi queen within the nest sensed the disturbance. Combi, can you lead us to where the honey is stored? Zhang Heng inquired of his combi. Floral nectar, the combi nodded and promptly flew towards one of the tunnels. Once both of them had released their Pokémon, they dashed forward, keeping pace with the combi. Soon, they reached the tunnel's end, where they encountered an orange-yellow stone wall. This massive wall was, in fact, a colossal beehive, towering at least 10 meters high. Judging by the sheer multitude of holes, it was evident that the number of combi residing in this hive was at least in the tens of thousands. Wow, what a massive beehive. Old Xiao, shouldn't we make a quick getaway? With so many combi, if even one of them stings us, we'll be in serious trouble. Zhang Heng, feeling a wave of claustrophobia, only wished to escape this place quickly. We've come this far. We ought to take something back with us. After all, we have the wristband. If we do get surrounded, we can always teleport out, Xiao Yan declared, his determination to score a big haul unwavering. Given the size of that beehive, surely, I can collect 300 to 500 liters of honey without it being unreasonable. Seeing the fervor igniting in Xiao Yan's eyes, Zhang Heng resigned himself to fate. All right then. Infernape, little Snorlax. Whether we feast on sumptuous delicacies or scrape by on meager rations depends on this undertaking. Give it your all. Rabbit, Snorlax. The two Pokémon nodded earnestly in response, particularly the voracious Snorlax. Under the guidance of the combi, they swiftly entered the hive's interior. Within each hollow of the hive, numerous combi lay in slumber. Chapter 83, The Successful Pair. Where's the honey? Once inside the hive, Xiao Yan became remarkably animated, bounding about as if he'd just won a lottery worth millions, evoking a sense of exuberance in onlookers. Old Xiao, tone it down a bit. There are at least 10,000 combi on the ground. If you wake them, we're done for, Zhang Heng cautioned urgently. Oh, come on, old Zhang. Look at them. They're sleeping as if they're dead. How could they possibly wake up so easily? As he spoke, Xiao Yan picked up a slumbering combi from a nearby honeycomb, vigorously prodding it, and indeed, it showed no signs of awakening. As they ventured deeper, a faint yet sweet aroma wafted through the air. Upon catching a whiff of this scent, Snorlax began to drool uncontrollably, quickening its pace. After turning a couple of corners guided by the enticing fragrance, a nearly 2-meter-tall honeycomb came into view, from which the sweet scent emanated. Such a large honeycomb. Could it be the queen bee's lair? Zhang Heng speculated. Who cares? Our objective is merely the honey, not the queen bee. Hurry, hurry. Xiao Yan hastened towards the honey storage area, where he found the honey stored in a gigantic hexagonal stone vessel. He dipped his hand in gently, then brought his fingers to his lips, savoring the honey's sweetness as it melted in his mouth, transporting him to a realm of bliss. Seeing Xiao Yan indulge in the honey, Zhang Heng couldn't resist sampling it himself, and their Pokémon, inspired by their actions, extended their hands to partake in the honey as well. Snorlax nearly buried its head in the honey pool, relishing every drop. Old Xiao, quickly, grab some containers and fill them up. We must leave as soon as we have enough. We can't afford to linger, Zhang Heng insisted, aware that the combi wouldn't be incapacitated for long. The two soon filled their bags with honey. Just as they prepared to retreat, a buzzing sound from behind them, accompanied by the fluttering of wings, froze their movements. They turned mechanically to see the queen bee, flanked by nearly 20 combi, blocking their escape. Crap, this is bad. Zhang Heng felt a surge of dread. Old Zhang, charge. Inferno Bunny, use charge beam. Snorlax, use tackle. Xiao Yan reacted swiftly, attacking preemptively before the queen and her combi could strike. As the two Pokémon launched their assaults, Xiao Yan rummaged through his backpack for something. Zhang Heng commanded, Wingull, use wing attack. Combi, create a gust. The queen bee, incensed that they dared to invade her domain and attack her, summoned her swarm. Almost 20 combi simultaneously flapped their wings, unleashing a powerful sound wave attack. The impact of the sound waves caused a significant drop in the strength of their Pokémon's attacks, Realizing the dire situation, Xiao Yan quickly pulled out 3 smoke bombs, yanked the pins, and hurled them forward. Old Zhang, let us charge out now. The thick smoke from the bombs obscured the Queen Bee and the Combi-S vision, allowing the two to break through the blockade. Once outside, they recalled their Pokémon and sprinted towards the exit. Old Xiao, we can't go back the way we came. Let us head out through the main entrance, Zhang Heng urged. Xiao Yan nodded. All right, but I'm out of smoke bombs. It's all on you now. Got it. Just as they exited the hive, a piercing buzz echoed behind them. The hive trembled ominously, and the previously slumbering Combi began to awaken, the sound of their wings growing increasingly pronounced. We're in big trouble, run. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Heng and Xiao Yan hastened their steps. Meanwhile, Li Shan and Xin Nazi, moving towards the wetlands, were having an entirely different experience. Unlike Zhang Heng and Xiao Yan, who were eager for battle, Li Shan was purely drawn to the charm of small creatures and natural surroundings, expressing keen interest in the wild Pokémon inhabiting the wetlands, while Xin Nazi viewed Pokémon as companions. Thus, their exploration was considerably more tranquil. Their preliminary investigation revealed a rich variety of species in the wetlands, many of which they had never encountered before. For instance, there was a stout cricket with large antennae that produced melodious sounds reminiscent of a xylophone, a fish resembling a loach but adorned with blue fins, and a peculiar frog that stood on 2 legs, its belly striped like bandages and its expression oddly comical. As Li Shan marveled at the diverse ecosystem, his attention was drawn to a grass-type Pokémon trapped in the mud. Just as he prepared to assist, Xin Nazi cautioned, I advise you to assess the situation carefully before proceeding. There may be swamps here, and getting stuck could spell trouble. Li Shan glanced at the grass-type Pokémon, then at the bracelet on his left wrist, resolutely deciding, if I get swept away, so be it. I cannot stand by and do nothing. Without hesitation, he strode towards the grass-type Pokémon. Observing his determination, Xin Nazi smiled gently, muttering to her shadow, you really are reckless. All right, Jengar, keep an eye on him. Don't let him sink. Jengar, concealed within her shadow, emerged at her command and followed closely behind Li Shan. Fortune smiled upon Li Shan as he skillfully avoided the swamp, quickly reaching the grass-type Pokémon. It resembled a Venus flytrap, boasting an absurdly large crescent-shaped mouth and 2 broad green leaves for arms, covered in mud. This Pokémon was none other than Carnivine. As Li Shan bent down to lift Carnivine, his feet began to sink into the muck, prompting him to hastily set the Pokémon down. After freeing his feet from the mire, he grasped Carnivine's hand and pulled. Jengar, finding the situation amusing, swooped down to lend a hand. Before long, they managed to drag Carnivine to safety. Once out of the wetlands, Carnivine perked up instantly, expressing gratitude by wrapping its arms around Li Shan. Though covered in mud, Li Shan felt no aversion to Carnivine's affection. Instead, he relished the moment. After finding a spot to clean off, Li Shan noticed Carnivine's tendency to cling to him, prompting him to produce a Pokeball. Though I don't know your name, if you wish to join me, you can come into the Pokeball. Carnivine tilted its head, glancing at the Pokeball, then, under Li Shan's watchful gaze, pressed its hand on the button to open it. In less than a minute, Li Shan welcomed his second Pokemon. Xin Nazi, witnessing the scene, smiled softly and said, Congratulations. Li Shan carefully placed the Pokeball away, feeling fortunate. Let us continue our exploration. Xin Nazi pointed to a path flanked by half-meter-tall weeds, saying, I think we should avoid going further ahead. I sense danger there. Let us take this route instead. But tall grass doesn't necessarily mean danger. The roots are deep and intertwined, making it less likely to get stuck. The path you mentioned seems fraught with peril, Li Shan remarked, puzzled. After capturing Ghostin, Xin Nazi discovered that she seemed to have acquired a peculiar ability. In her perception, at least several paths indicated by Li Shan were swamps. Chapter 84, Mysterious Fragments and the Snowcap Monster at the Summit. Feeling? Li Shan looked at Xin Nazi in confusion. Is it a woman's sixth sense? Or does she merely crave the thrill of venturing into the underbrush? Xin Nazi paid no heed to Li Shan's musings and chose the path she deemed the safest, diving right in. Li Shan, noticing her action, hurried to follow. Moments into their journey, Xin Nazi suddenly halted, pointing in a direction and addressing Ghostin, who was shrouded in shadow. Ghostin, would you kindly retrieve that object up ahead? Ghostin floated lazily into the air, gliding toward the direction Xin Nazi indicated. This maneuver left Li Shan feeling quite perplexed. Upon reaching the spot, Ghostin reached down and retrieved a piece of copper entwined with grass roots. As Ghostin returned, it deliberately shook off the mud and grass in front of Xin Nazi, splattering her face and clothes with muck, eliciting a satisfied grin from Ghostin. Fortunately, Naji had no aversion to filth. Otherwise, a beating would have been inevitable. She held the copper piece in her hand, scrutinizing it closely. The fragment was not large, measuring around 7 to 8 centimeters, with a copper bead on its bronze-colored edge. Strangely, this bead appeared not to be welded, but rather a natural extension of the piece. What is this? Li Shan's curiosity mirrored hers. Naji tucked the fragment into her small crossbody bag, uncertain of its origin, yet sensing a residual power akin to Casey's, suggesting it was left behind by some form of superpowered Pokémon. By the way, how did you spot that thing? Li Shan suddenly inquired. Naji blinked and replied. A feeling. Did I not mention that the fragment bore a power similar to Casey's? Feeling? You might as well be using X-ray vision. Li Shan retorted, utterly bewildered. The fragment was at least 4 meters away, hidden beneath half a meter of overgrown grass roots, and on a wet surface. Despite being at least 25 centimeters taller than Naji and having a vision acuity of 50, he had noticed nothing unusual. How could a petite girl nonchalantly pluck an unknown oddity from the ground? It struck him as decidedly suspicious. Believe it or not, I sensed it. There are plenty of similar readings in this vicinity, Naji declared before turning to continue walking. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Su Yajing and Mu Qianxue, climbing toward the summit, had reached the snowy peak. They released their Pokémon, their eyes continuously scanning the surroundings while searching for nearby Pokémon. Unfortunately, since entering the snowy region, sightings of Pokémon had significantly dwindled. Mu Qianxue expressed her disappointment. It's so quiet on this mountain. Do you think we chose the wrong direction? Initially, she thought the summit would be abundant with ice-type Pokémon due to the snow, hoping to encounter some suitable ones to capture. Su Yajing remained optimistic, reassuring her. That shouldn't be the case. Let us proceed further up. If worse comes to worst, we can linger in the secret realm for a few extra days. Mu Qianxue pointed toward a densely vegetated slope, stating, All right, let us head that way. If we still can't find any Pokémon, we'll descend and join Lin Yan and the others. Before long, the two ventured into a snowy forest. Within the forest, a small Pokémon, predominantly white and brown, wearing a white conical hat, curiously observed the two intruders. This Pokémon was none other than the snowcap monster. Lalu, Su Yajing's Ralt seemed to sense something, its gaze locking onto the snowcap monster. Noticing Ralt standing still, Su Yajing inquired, Ralts, what's wrong? Lalu, Ralts pointed toward a certain area of the forest. Su Yajing looked over, quickly spotting the snowcap monster that was watching them. She called out to Mu Qianxue, Xue, look. Mu Qianxue turned her gaze. Is that the snowcap monster? Yes. Shall we approach that little fellow? All right. To Mu Qianxue, the grass and ice dual-type snowcap monster seemed like an excellent choice. The snowcap monster, unafraid, merely watched as they drew closer. Upon seeing the snowcap monster gaze at them with curiosity, they warmly greeted, Hello, snowcap monster. Shua. The snowcap monster raised its right hand, smiling in response. So adorable. The endearing snowcap monster instantly captured Mu Qianxue's heart. She eagerly embraced the snowcap monster, imagining what it would be like to cuddle with it during the sweltering summer days. This unexpected display of affection left the snowcap monster somewhat bewildered. Yet its curiosity about humans prevailed, and it did not struggle to escape Mu Qianxue's embrace. Chapter 85. Mu Qianxue's 3 Pokémon. After the affectionate encounter, Mu Qianxue turned to Su Yajing, asking, Jing, I want to capture it. Su Yajing displayed an indifferent demeanor. If you want to capture it, go ahead. I'm not particularly interested. She had no intention of capturing the snowcap monster. She merely wanted to take a look at the wild Pokémon that had appeared so fortuitously. Seeing Su Yajing genuinely had no plans for capture, Mu Qianxue solemnly addressed the snowcap monster. Snowcap monster, I wish to capture you. Is that all right? The snowcap monster exhibited a puzzled expression. Mu Qianxue explained, To capture means to take you away from here. We will be a family from now on. The snowcap monster smiled and took a couple of steps forward, assuming a battle stance, evidently wanting to test whether Mu Qianxue was worthy of being its trainer. So you mean to battle? Fine, this fight shall be entrusted to you, Ghost. Mu Qianxue had no intention of sending out her Froakie, as the snowcap monster's grass type would have an advantage over it. Pokémon, Ghost. Gender, female. Type, Ghost Poison. Ability, Levitate, floats above the ground, thus immune to ground-type moves. Moves, Lick, Odd Light, Hypnosis, Mean Look, Payback, Song of Ruin, Inherited. The snowcap monster, upon seeing Ghost as its opponent, raised its hands and unleashed a flurry of icy snowflakes as an attack. Pokémon, Snowcap Monster. Gender, male. Type, Grass Ice. Ability, Soundproof, blocks sound, thus immune to sound-based moves. Moves, Glare, Powder Snow Leaf, Mist, Ice Shard, Leaf Blade, Seed Bomb, Inherited. Powder Snow. This move had minimal power, yet could potentially freeze if luck was not on their side. Mu Qianxue tightened her clothing and commanded, Ghost, use Lick. Ghost. Ghost extended its long tongue toward the snowcap monster, licking its face vigorously. The snowcap monster did not feel disgusted. Rather, it enjoyed the sensation. However, for Ghost, the snowcap monster's icy body made the licking a rather unpleasant experience. Although Ghost was a spirit and inherently cold, it was fortunate that after 2 licks, it caused the snowcap monster to become paralyzed. Excellent. Ghost, now use Odd Light. Ghost's eyes glowed with a purple hue, and upon meeting Ghost's gaze, the snowcap monster felt dizzy, as if something were swaying before it. Once more with Lick. Mu Qianxue seized the opportunity. Guiz extended his tongue once more to lick at his target. This time, however, fortune did not favor Guiz as the Snow Hat monster merely sustained minor injuries and was not subdued. The Snow Hat monster enveloped itself in a veil of white mist and unleashed a flurry of fine snowflakes as an attack. The icy gusts caused Guiz to retreat nearly a meter, though the chill inflicted only minimal harm. As Mu Qianxue directed Guiz in battle, the observing Su Yajing inadvertently caught sight of several distinct Pokémon. Among them was a large, brown Pokémon adorned with long fur, a black, cat-like creature standing upright on 2 legs, and a triangular figure of yellow. Guiz then employed hypnosis, widening its eyes as it focused intently on the Snow Hat monster. Strange waves of light emanated from its gaze, causing the Snow Hat monster to spin its eyes in a daze. In the next moment, it succumbed to slumber. Noticing the Snow Hat monster had fallen asleep, Mu Qianxue tossed a Pokeball. As the capture beam shot forth, her emotions mirrored the ball's oscillations, her tension palpable. This was the last Pokeball she possessed. Failure to capture would not only incur additional costs, but would also mean losing the opportunity to acquire the elusive Snow Hat monster. Fortunately, the Pokeball proved effective, emitting a sound of successful capture. Upon retrieving the Pokeball, Mu Qianxue gleefully exclaimed to Su Yajing, Jingjing, look, I've captured it successfully. Yes, let us continue forward. I just spotted several different Pokémon, Su Yajing replied, displaying the photos she had taken on her phone. Upon seeing the images, Mu Qianxue gasped, wow. I had no idea there were so many wild Pokémon at this mountaintop. Suddenly, she recalled that Su Yajing had yet to capture any Pokémon since entering the secret realm and inquired, by the way, Jingjing, which one are you interested in? I'm not quite sure yet. Let us move ahead and see, Su Yajing responded. In truth, she had not set her sights on any. The two continued onward until they encountered another Pokémon. A family of Pokémon consisting of an ivory boar, a long-haired boar, and 3 little mountain boars strolled together as if they were a family. The duo chose not to disturb the ivory boar family, opting instead to take a few photos from a distance before moving on. As they walked, Su Yajing suddenly felt as if she had stepped on something and began to clear the snow beneath her feet. Soon, she uncovered a tusk. Curiously, she picked it up and compared it to the photos she had just taken, uncertainly asking, is this a tusk shed by the long-haired boar? It seems likely. But does this have any other use? Mu Qianxue also gazed at it with curiosity. Oh well, regardless of its utility. Let us take it back for now and ask Lin Yan to inquire with Boss Huang when we have the time, Su Yajing decided, placing the tusk into her backpack. Chapter 86, New Arrivals at the Store. Following the announcement of the impending opening of the Pokémon Secret Realm, a wave of tourists flooded into Magic City. Regardless of whether by flight, high-speed train, or car, every mode of transport leading to the city was jam-packed. At the south station of Magic City, a recently arrived train saw 3 mature, strikingly beautiful women accompanied by a youthful girl with an innocent appearance, all in line to disembark. These 4 were sisters, born of the same mother, though their hair colors varied, golden, blue, pink, and orange. The eldest, with flowing golden waves, was named Xiao Yuhua. The blue-haired second sister was Xiao Yuju, the pink-haired third was Xiao Yuyun, and the last, the orange-haired young girl, was named Xiao Xia. Their purpose for visiting Magic City, like the majority, was to acquire Pokémon. However, unlike most, they were utterly captivated by water-type Pokémon and sought to collect them exclusively. Their fondness for water-type Pokémon was deeply rooted in their upbringing, as their family owned an aquarium, nurturing a love for marine creatures from a young age. Upon disembarking the train, the 4 sisters made their way directly to the Pokémon pet store. Xiao Xia, let me make this clear in advance. If you draw something undesirable, no sulking allowed. Xiao Yuyun turned to caution Xiao Xia. What do you mean, third sister? Are you already doubting my luck before we even begin? Xiao Xia responded, puzzled. Xiao Yuju chuckled. Yuyun means no harm. She just wants you to temper your temper, little duckling. Xiao Xia's expression darkened as she retorted, "Is my temper really that bad? And what is this about a little duckling?" Xiao Yuzhu shrugged playfully. Well, let us ask the eldest for her verdict. Doesn't Xiao Xia's reaction seem a bit explosive? Xiao Yuhua glanced out the window, adjusting her mood, and said, "Ahem, Xiao Xia, calm down." Xiao Xia looked incredulously at her sisters, feeling as though the bond of sisterhood was but a facade. Did being the youngest mean she was unworthy of good fortune? In that moment, she felt as if she were a cast-off from a refuse heap. Half an hour later, they successfully arrived at the street housing the Pokémon pet store. Xiao Xia gazed at the long lines ahead, exclaiming, "Wow, look at all those people waiting." A person in line, overhearing her, turned and said, "Little girl, this is actually a small crowd. Once the doors open, there will be even more. Are all these people here to draw from the capsule machines?" Xiao Yuhua inquired. The individual hesitated before responding, based on previous experience. Yes, they're all here for the capsule machines. But it's possible some are also here to purchase energy cubes or Pokeballs. Can one safely enter the secret realm with just energy cubes and Pokeballs? Xiao Xia questioned, her brow furrowed. The official announcement stated that to enter the secret realm, one must wear a specially designed wristband that monitors vital signs and will teleport a person out in case of danger, though the risk of injury cannot be entirely eliminated. The person explained. Xiao Xia nodded thoughtfully. "I see. By the way, what is the significance of these 3 lines?" She had read online that the Pokémon pet store had 3 types of capsule machines. Indeed, the one in the middle is for all types. The one on the left is for water types, and the one on the right is for fire types, the individual clarified. As dawn broke, inside the Pokémon pet store, Huang Xiao had arrived early, recalling that when Brother 2 granted him access to the secret realm, he had also unlocked the grass-type capsule machine. After positioning the grass-type machine, he approached the counter to activate the control panel and began setting up the item display shelves. The shelves resembled vending machines, but featured a large screen displaying various items, such as basic evolution stones, all-type orbs, and various accessories for Pokémon, along with functional berries. Each item had detailed descriptions upon selection. Considering that some individuals might not have excellent memories, Huang Xiao also included a special Pokémon encyclopedia within the display. This encyclopedia required scanning the corresponding physical Pokémon to reveal and unlock its information. Once he completed all the preparations, the time for opening arrived. As soon as the doors swung open, a flood of customers surged inside. Upon noticing the new capsule machine and an unfamiliar device, confusion spread among the patrons. "Boss, it's only been one night, and your store has changed so much," one exclaimed. "Indeed, it seems there is another capsule machine." Another added, "Boss, what is the significance of the new one? Can the Pokémon secret realm open early? I just got out of the hospital with a diagnosis that I would perish if I didn't enter the secret realm immediately." In an instant, the store became more raucous than a bustling market. Finally, unable to endure the noise any longer, Huang Xiao shouted, "Silence! Anyone who continues to make noise will have to line up again." At his words, all fell silent. "I'll address the simplest matter first. The new capsule machine is for grass types. Those interested may queue to draw from it. Behind me stands a Pokémon item vending machine, adorned with energy cubes, Pokeballs, Pokédexes, and basic evolution stones. For those intrigued or wishing to tempt fate in the secret realms, feel free to make your selections judiciously. Furthermore, starting today, the price for the shop's capsule toy machine has been adjusted from 300,000 to 270,000. No refunds or exchanges for the price difference will be entertained. The emergence of secret realms necessitates a price reduction. Although it may seem like a loss to have spent 300,000 previously, the true value is debatable. For that expenditure granted them a head start of at least 1 day, and up to 9 days, over others. Some individuals, opting for grass-type Pokémon, have managed to cultivate and evolve their Pokémon during this brief period, gaining considerably more combat experience than newcomers. Additionally, no amount of money can replace time. Upon hearing Huang Xiao's words, several members of the crowd, contemplating purchasing energy cubes and Pokeballs to take a chance, felt a stirring of excitement. Spending 270,000 to acquire a Pokémon, and with the secret realm opening tomorrow, they could capture 2 more, thus amassing a trio. This transaction would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Chapter 87. Announcement of Competition Rewards. The second matter pertains to the opening of the Pokémon secret realms, a schedule set by the official authorities of Xia country, which I shall not interfere with. However, I must caution you that wild Pokémon within the secret realms possess their own tempers. Captain Li from the Pokémon Management Bureau serves as a quintessential example. Huang Xiao ungraciously brought up Li Fida's misfortunes. We all understand that within the secret realms, creatures like Beedrill and Spearow will surely flee at the first sight of danger. Rest assured, Boss Huang, we will certainly heed the lessons learned from Captain Li's contributions. Responses of agreement resonated throughout the crowd. They have each reviewed the cautionary tale of Li Faidu at least 3 times, with some having replayed it over 100 times. The next announcement is still related to the secret realms. One can stay for a maximum of 7 days. Those lacking outdoor survival experience are advised to make same-day trips. If a fire is lit within the secret realm, it must be extinguished before departure. Otherwise, causing a wildfire will result in a permanent ban from all secret realms. Additionally, no iron weapons are permitted within the secret realms, though fishing rods and nets are allowed. For those without Pokémon wishing to take a chance, it is advisable to bring both items. If all else fails, capturing a bug-type or fishing for a water-type Pokémon would be prudent. Huang Xiao has provided ample warnings. Attempting to forage for food in hopes of success is a futile endeavor. It's far better to embrace the roles of a bug catcher or an angler. As long as they land in the forest or by the riverbank, they should be safe. If they happen to land on a mountain, well, let's pretend I never mentioned that. Fishing rods and nets are indeed the optimal answers, aren't they? Ha ha ha. With my 20 years of fishing prowess, I could catch not only bug-type and water-type Pokémon, but even a shark. Boasting without a script, I reckon you only possess 20 years of baiting experience. 20 years of skill? Huh. Have you considered how expansive the secret realms are? According to insider information, even the smallest secret realm is larger than a province. And landing spots are random. Good luck landing on a mountain several hundred meters high. As one of the most enigmatic professions in Xia country, the true abilities of anglers remain a mystery to all. Should the claims of the opposing party hold any truth, it implies the emergence of a new rival. All those inexperienced in baiting chimed in to congratulate the anglers on their good fortune. After a few minutes of idle chatter, Huang Xiao spoke again, revealing a significant announcement. The final matter: in a month and a half, our establishment will host a competition titled the Little Phoenix King Cup. The entry requirement is 3 Pokémon. At that time, anyone possessing 3 Pokémon may register on our shop's website or the official Pokémon Management Bureau website of Magic City. The competition will consist of 3 main stages: the preliminary rounds, elimination rounds, and the main event, with rewards for the top 8. The top 3 will receive one of their rewards as a random Pokémon egg. Upon hearing this announcement, the hall of the shop fell into a profound silence. And moments later, it erupted into a cacophony akin to a bustling market. The discussions revolved around participation in the competition. Within a few minutes, the news spread across the internet. With this news circulating, many who were unable to secure train tickets to Magic City grew increasingly anxious. A month and a half remains. And while 3 Pokémon serve as entry tokens, every second counts to achieve remarkable results. They are acutely aware that with each passing moment, others are honing their skills further. Subsequently, the airports, train stations, and bus stations in Magic City were inundated with crowds clamoring for additional tickets. Hours swiftly passed. In the afternoon, it was finally the turn of the 4 sisters from the Xiao family to try their luck at the capsule toy machine. After enduring a lengthy wait, some opted to brave the scorching sun and chose the less crowded grass-type capsule machine. Xia Yuzhu rubbed her hands together and exclaimed excitedly, "It's finally our turn. Eldest sister, you go first. Hey, second sister, don't rush. In matters of luck, I believe we should first sacrifice someone's fortune." Xiao Yun teased. Just as Xiao Yuhai was about to swipe her card, she hesitated, displaying a look of humility. "Third sister has a point. Little Xia, you should go first." "What? Are you 3 even my real sisters? Always like this?" Xiao Xia complained, somewhat helplessly, as she approached the capsule machine. She took out her bank card, which held her saved pocket money, and, treating the lever of the capsule machine as if it were her 3 sisters, yanked it down vigorously. The shadowy images on the machine's screen flickered rapidly. Soon, her first choice was revealed, a tadpole-type Pokémon. Mudkip. Upon seeing Xiao Xia's first selection, her 3 sisters were expressions of disbelief. They never expected their little sister, whom they had sacrificed for, to possess such remarkable luck and draw such an adorable option. Humph. Envy me now. Xiao Xia caught sight of her sister's expressions, instantly puffing up with pride. With a second pull of the lever, her next selection was quickly unveiled, revealing a cute, yellow duck. Upon seeing the result, Xiao Yuyun let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Phew, just a Psyduck. I almost thought little Xia was siphoning our luck." "What? Psyduck is cute too, and its evolved form, Golduck, is super cool," Xiao Xia retorted. "Golduck? Ah yes. You're right. Now hurry and make your final choice," Xiao Yuzhu said dismissively. She acknowledged that Golduck was indeed impressive, yet she held little faith in Xiao Xia's ability to train it to evolution. Xiao Xiao's final option turned out to be a pink Pokémon resembling coral. Sunkern. Oh my goodness, it's so adorable. Upon seeing the last image, Xiao Xiao knew exactly what her choice would be. Under the envious gazes of her three sisters, she selected the Sunkern. Chapter 88. The Choices of the Xiao Sisters. Pokémon, Sunkern. Gender, female. Type, water rock. Ability, natural recovery, when returning to the team. Status conditions will be healed. Skills, tackle, self-recovery, bubble beam, water pulse, inherited. It's over. I feel like our luck has been entirely exhausted by our little sister. Gazing at the Sunkern in Xiao Xiao's arms, Xiao Yuyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Xiao Yuju echoed with a hint of jealousy, hearing her two older sisters. Xiao Xiao's expression turned cold, and with a smile, she congratulated, second sister, third sister, I wish you both draw a Magikarp. Xiao Yuju and Xiao Yuyun nearly exploded with rage. As the eldest sister, Xiao Yuhai wanted to mediate but was too preoccupied, as she had just initiated her own fate with the first draw. Well, her luck seemed decent enough. Her first option was stereo. Stereo. Upon seeing this option, Xiao Yuhai exhaled with relief. Phew, at least the first draw isn't too bad. The aesthetic appeal of the starfish Pokémon is quite commendable, its evolved form. The gem starfish is dazzling and visually striking, making it one of the contenders for Xiao Yuhua. The second option is equally impressive, a plump Pokémon resembling a seal, known as Seal Ball. Glancing at the image, Xiao Yuhua remarked with self-satisfaction, Seal Ball? This one looks rather charming. Come on, let us choose Seal Ball. It's undeniably adorable. With some training, it could surely captivate many visitors during performances at the aquarium. Urged Xiao Yiyun. There's no rush, there's still one last draw. Who knows? We might end up with something even cuter. With hopes of a better outcome, Xiao Yuhua pulled the lever for the third time. This time, the selection was bewildering, a peculiar fish with a pink body and white fins, belly, and tips of its forelimbs. It was the Milotic dragon in 3 postures. Well, I suppose it can be classified as a fish, she mused, though it resembled a piece of sushi rather than a creature of the sea, with its lower half lacking a seaweed wrap and the upper half not finely sliced. Haha, how did you manage to draw a sushi fish? Xiao Yuju couldn't contain her laughter. Xiao Yuhua's expression soured as she glared at her younger sister, her eyes radiating a fierce intensity. If looks could kill, Xiao Yuju would have been a lifeless body by now. Greetings, esteemed guest. The Pokémon depicted in this image is known as Milotic Dragon, introduced Tianxi, who had been observing silently from the side. Milotic Dragon? The name is decent, but surely it can't be dragon type? Xiao Yuhua scrutinized the image closely before decisively opting for Seal Ball. It wasn't that she wished to avoid the starfish. Rather, she believed that Seal Ball could indeed shoulder the responsibility of attracting visitors to their aquarium with some training. Now it's my turn. After Xiao Yuhua acquired her Pokeball, Xiao Yuju eagerly stepped forward to swipe her card for payment. Her first option was a stout fish adorned with a pointed horn goldfish. Upon seeing this choice, Xiao Yuju comforted herself, horn goldfish? That seems acceptable. Second sister, that's great. I say, just pick it. Goldfish Pokemon are both pleasing to the eye and auspicious. Xiao Xia chimed in cheerfully. Upon noticing the sun coral in Xiao Xia's arms, Xiao Yuju felt a pang of envy. Hey, I haven't even finished drawing yet. Why the hurry? Just wait until I pull a Lapras. It'll be the envy of your ugly duckling. Huh, you must be dreaming. Lapras has only appeared once to date. Speaking of Lapras, Xiao Xia also longed to possess one, for it not only boasted beauty but also strength, and most importantly, it could ferry people across rivers and seas. However, she sincerely hoped her second sister wouldn't draw one. Predictably, Xiao Yuju's second option turned out to be a large tongue shell, and her third option was indeed the Kingler, just as Xiao Xia had predicted. Haha, second sister. Your luck is truly something. Xiao Xia laughed, giving a thumbs up. Xiao Yuju shot her a glare, hissing, cursed mouth. Reluctantly, she settled on the horn goldfish. Seeing Xiao Xia's words come true, Xiao Yuyun felt a twinge of anxiety. After swiping her card, she clasped her hands in prayer, silently beseeching the blessings of the heavens. The divine favor did indeed shine upon her, but merely in the sense of avoiding the Kingler. Her 3 options were sea lion, ugly fish, and crabominable. Sea lion. Contemplating these selections, Xiao Yuyun fell into silence. Ultimately, she chose the sea lion, sharing the same ambition as Xiao Yuhua, to explore the potential for training Pokémon for performances. After selecting their Pokémon, the 4 of them approached the prop vending machine, queuing to purchase Pokémon energy cubes. Once Xiao Xia had procured her energy cubes and other essential items, she approached the counter and inquired of Huang Xiao, boss, may I ask a question regarding the secret realms? Huang Xiao cast her a sideways glance and replied coolly, "What question? Between the two secret realms. Which one has more water-type Pokémon? Why do you ask? I wish to capture water-type Pokémon. I adore those like the Tadbulb and Lapras." Observing the fervor in Xiao Xiao's eyes, coupled with her hair color and sun coral, Huang Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could she be an alternate version of Sister Xia? He tentatively asked, "So you only like water types?" "Yes. I aspire to become a specialist in water-type Pokémon. Please, share any information you can," Xiao Xia implored. Both secret realms have a similar number of water-type Pokémon. But if you want to capture Tadbulb or such, head to the northern outskirts secret realm, Huang Xiao advised. "All right, I'll remember that." Xiao Xia nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, she followed her three sisters as they departed, needing to procure fishing gear and nets before hastily lining up to enter the secret realm, leaving no time for idle chatter. No sooner had Xiao Xia left than another young man approached. "Hello, boss. I'd like to inquire if there are still openings for the Pokemon training course?" The young man asked Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao turned, only to be taken aback by the youth's appearance. With dark skin, squinty eyes, and brown hair, he bore a striking resemblance to Brock, with a similarity of about 70%. Had it not been for the alternate world, Huang Xiao might have suspected he was related to Brock. "Boss, can I still register?" The young man, noticing Huang Xiao's prolonged silence, prompted again, regaining his composure. Huang Xiao cleared his throat and warmly replied, "Yes, of course. What level of course are you interested in?" "I'll take the basic level. And can I come back to study after exiting the secret realm?" "Once you're registered, you can come to study whenever you wish." "Great. Then please assist me with the registration process." During the registration, Huang Xiao learned more about the young man. His name was Wu Gang. Despite sharing a name with the bald tree chopper of the Moon Palace, his profession was quite grounded. He specialized in excavating dinosaur fossils. His Pokemon, drawn the previous day, was a Steelix. Based on Huang Xiao's assessment, this young man had a 99% chance of being an alternate version of Brock. Chapter 89, Qin Xiao. Am I the unluckiest? At the northern outskirts secret realm exit, the first group to emerge alongside Huang Xiao, aside from Zhou Xueqing, who remained inside conducting research, included 4 others. Zhao Qi had captured 2 Pokemon within the secret realm, a Pikachu and a Houndoom, while Zhou Qinglu had caught a Rhydon and a fossil pterodactyl. Qin Xiao had obtained a Farfetch'd D and a Shelder, and Li Fidu captured a shiny Charmander and a Seahorse, the latter of which he had fished out by the lake. Observing everyone's summary panels, Li Fidu remarked, "It seems everyone had a fruitful outing. Indeed, I gathered a plethora of fruits, which I intend to bring home for my dear old Deng to savor," Qin Xiao announced, patting his bulging backpack. Zhou Qinglu cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Are those fruits even legitimate? It seems that most of the fruits in the secret realm are either sour, astringent, or bitter. My old Deng has a palate that differs from the norm. What may seem unappetizing to us is just right for him. If you don't believe me, I'll record a video and send it to you later," Qin Xiao proclaimed, adhering to his principle of not letting his father down. As they exited, Qin Xiao suddenly inquired, "By the way, what new Pokemon did you all capture?" "My Charmander evolved, and I caught a Pikachu and Houndoom. How about you?" Zhao Qi asked, glancing at Qin Xiao. "Houndoom? Shouldn't it be a Dairubi?" Zhou Qinglu frowned and questioned. "Definitely Houndoom, and it's quite impressive. What about you?" Zhao Qi pressed. "My Squirtle also evolved, and I captured 2 sizable ones. One can fly, and the other can run, though they are a bit rough on my pants. One was an armored rhinoceros, while the other, known only by the name of Fossil Pterosaur, left him perplexed about its moves and attributes. He would have to visit the shop to inquire with Boss Huang. Fossil Pterosaur? The 3 exclaimed in astonishment. This creature was one they had inadvertently glimpsed during their recent settlement, initially believing it to belong to another fortunate trainer. To their surprise, that fortunate trainer turned out to be Zhou Qinglu. Savoring their astonished expressions, Zhou felt a surge of pride. Indeed, he had barely captured it after exhausting all his smoke bombs in a cave. A heavy silence fell among them. How could this luck be so absurdly good? "What Pokemon did you manage to capture, Dugo?" Zhou Qinglu inquired. I caught a golden Charmander and a Seahorse, although my mini dragon hasn't evolved yet. However, the Charizard in the secret realm gifted it a scale, enhancing its move's power." Upon hearing Li Fidu's response, Qin felt a wave of dismay. He had only managed to acquire a mediocre Shelder, while his Lialu had not evolved, and he hadn't found any items to bolster his strength. Was it that among them all, his luck was the most abysmal? All eyes turned to Qin, whose collection of fruit made them feel he was the one truly profiting. "I captured a long-tailed monkey and a Shelder, and I even recorded the evolution process of Shelter. Besides this bag of fruit, I also have this. Qian produced a water droplet-shaped stone from his dealings with Psyduck. Zhou Qinglu's eyes widened upon seeing the stone. Is that the mysterious water droplet? How about selling it to me, fatty? The price for the mysterious water droplet in Huang Xiao's private inventory was quite steep, requiring battle points to reach 100, followed by a hefty payment of several 100,000. Zhou had long coveted this item, yet his points barely exceeded 30. It wasn't for lack of trying, but rather that no one dared to battle him. After all, they were all aiming to rank up. And Zhou's Squirtle was fortified with a custom energy cube, making him nearly unbeatable. Are you looking to buy? Name your price, and if it's reasonable, I'll part with it. Also, when your grandfather emerges, could you ask him if he's interested in Shelter evolving into Cloyster? Qian was eager not to miss this opportunity for profit. After all, compared to the other three, he had suffered losses during this secret realm journey and needed to recover some ground elsewhere. The quality of your mysterious water droplet pales in comparison to what Boss Huang sells. How about I offer you the cost of one gacha pull? Zhou Qinglu suggested. At the 30,000 price point, Qian found it acceptable and nodded in agreement. All right then, Zhou Qinglu proposed. Shall we go together tomorrow to draw for new Pokémon? Speaking of which, it seems we can all draw for new Pokémon now. Tomorrow sounds perfect, especially with the secret realm opening to the public. The queue for gacha pulls should be significantly shorter, Li Faidu remarked. Zhao Qi nodded in affirmation. I have no objections. He arranged meals for Piku and Darumaka, allowing the military to acquire several Pokémon, significantly bolstering their strength. This contribution was substantial, and the military officer in charge of the secret realm covered his gacha pull expenses, meaning Zhao Qi wouldn't need to seek funds from his family. By the way, Dugu, are those fruits going to be collected by the organization? Qian inquired again. Collected indeed. Li Faidu paused, then queried. Did you not say you wanted to take them back for your father? I will, but he can't possibly consume all these fruits, so I might as well sell a portion. The truth was that Qian feared being forced to eat an entire bag of fruits by his father if the situation were to be discovered. So he intended to take only a portion back to test the waters. Soon, 6/10 of his bag of fruits had been collected, with the remaining 4/10 divided among Li Faidu and the others. After some time battling, they had grasped the rules of Pokémon battles. Items like berries could be consumed during battle without violating any regulations. Certain berries capable of alleviating special conditions could significantly influence the outcome of a match. Once everything was settled, they chose not to part ways but to head together to the Pokémon pet shop. Zhou Qinglu gazed out of the car window at the line of tents set up on the street outside the north suburb secret realm, exclaiming, wow, has there already been this many people queuing outside? He had been considering trying his luck at the south suburb secret realm tomorrow. Don't even think about entering the south suburb secret realm this week. I just checked. Boss Huang mentioned there will be a tournament called the Little Phoenix King Cup in a month and a half, requiring at least 3 Pokémon to participate. Trainers from all over the country are coming to join. Qian scrolled through his phone. So soon? All right, special training starts tomorrow. Zhao Qi cheered. Upon hearing this, Qian asked in confusion, don't you two have school? He recalled that these two were still middle school students, yet they seemed more carefree than he. A university student. Zhou Qinglu shot him a glance, saying, what school? Don't you know we are students at the experimental class of Magic City University High School? Besides, we've long since mastered the professional knowledge taught in school. It seems the school is reforming to establish a Pokémon trainer class. And our battles are also a form of learning. Chapter 90, A Serendipitous Encounter by the Lake. In the south suburb secret realm, Zhang Li and Gao Ru, while venturing towards the flowering thicket, eventually arrived at its center after a while of exploration. Their journey had been relatively smooth, encountering mostly docile grass-type Pokémon. Miss Gao, aren't you going to capture any new Pokémon? Zhang Li posed the question he had been pondering for quite some time. Since entering the secret realm, he had not witnessed Gao Ru showing any inclination to capture new Pokémon. I haven't seen any suitable ones. I want a companion for my Kadabra, and it has to be at least another psychic type. Indeed, Gao Ru's goal was solely to find a psychic Pokémon, disregarding others entirely. Hearing this, Zhang Li fell silent. And after a moment, he slowly responded, Miss Gao, psychic types should be quite rare. No worries, I'll just treat this as a trip. Gao Ru replied casually. She had initially entered with a sense of curiosity, intending to capture a suitable psychic Pokémon if she found one. If not, it was merely an outing. The two lapsed into silence once more, but soon a pink Pokémon caught Gao Ru's attention. It was a creature sporting a blue jester hat, slender arms, and a red clown nose. Mime Jr.? Zhang Li queried uncertainly. Gao Ru's face lit up. That's the one. Mime Jr. was not only a psychic type, but also adorably charming, aligning perfectly with her preferences. By the way, Miss Gao, it seems your Kadabra doesn't possess any combat skills. How do you plan to capture it? Zhongli asked suddenly. Kadabra had only one teleportation move, prior to evolving into Alakazam. It was a Pokemon full of potential, yet unable to utilize its abilities. Gaoru was momentarily taken aback. Zhongli's question was indeed a valid one. She seemed to lack the means for a battle capture, and the thought of personally facing Mime Jr. in a duel made her apprehensive. Mime Jr. was unafraid of strangers. Upon noticing Gaoru's momentary daze, it began to mimic her expressions like a child finding a new toy. Observing Mime Jr. imitating her, Gaoru's mind sparked with inspiration. She began to mirror the Pokemon's movements, inching closer to Mime Jr., who displayed no concern for her approach. In no time, Gaoru stood before Mime Jr., producing several psychic-type exclusive energy cubes and saying, "Little one, come here, let me treat you to something delicious." She handed over the energy cube. And Manini's adorable little red nose twitched momentarily before it began to drool uncontrollably. One hand rested against its mouth while the other reached out to grasp the energy cube. Its small eyes fixated intently on Gaoru. "Don't worry, this is for you to eat. I want to take it back," Gaoru gently reassured. Manini, seemingly understanding, nodded in a somewhat confused manner. Its eyes then shimmered with a faint blue light as it levitated the energy cube with its psychic powers. After receiving it, Manini cast a quick glance at Gaoru to confirm she had no intention of reclaiming it, and then slowly began to savor the treat. With its tiny mouth, it took 3 bites to finish the energy cube. After indulging, it found itself inexplicably fond of the flavor. Noticing that Gaoru was engrossed in charming Manini, Zhongli felt it inappropriate to linger as a third wheel. He took his warm pig and Ghostis to tease the wild Pokemon nestled in the flower bushes, targeting creatures like Budew, Cherubi, and Combi for experience points. While battling, he pondered which Pokemon he should capture next. Meanwhile, the sisters Lin Yan and Lin Yueyao, heading towards the lake, arrived at their destination, a vast expanse of water. After capturing a Piplup, Lin Yueyao managed to ensnare a Marill purely by misinterpreting the round ball at the tip of its tail floating on the lake's surface as a Pokemon that had fallen in. She retrieved it with Absol's assistance, but Marill was startled by Absol's abrupt approach, fainting from the fright. Its display of adorableness was off the charts, allowing Lin Yueyao to capture it effortlessly. As for Lin Yan, she had yet to find a suitable Pokemon to capture. Observing the expansive lake, Lin Yueyao exclaimed, "Sister, let us go swimming." "No way. This lake is enormous, and there are bound to be wild Pokemon lurking. What if a Gyarados lurks beneath? It could easily swallow you whole," Lin Yan warned ominously. "I have Piplup and Marill to protect me. I'm not afraid of Gyarados," Lin Yueyao replied, her optimism evident. Upon hearing her naive statement, both Piplup and Marill instantly froze in disbelief. They had initially considered a swim, but quickly retracted that thought. The two Pokemon exchanged glances, then simultaneously took 2 steps back. Lin Yan, noticing this, added another caution. "Yao Yao, did you see? Even Piplup and Marill understand the danger of swimming in the lake. Do you still wish to feed the fish?" Lin Yueyao gazed longingly at the clear lake, torn between her desire to swim and the reality of her sister's warnings. "But there are no buts. If you don't listen, I want to take you on any more adventures next time," Lin Yan asserted firmly. Just as their conversation concluded, 2 water-type Pokemon burst forth from the lake, Lapras and Gyarados. Lapras carried a person on its back, while Gyarados bore numerous scars. "Wow, there really is a Gyarados." Lin Yueyao's belief in the existence of the creature was solidified. Lin Yan recalled the blue friend she had seen earlier in line upon spotting Lapras. Lapras opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of white light, freezing Gyarados' lower half. Yet, Gyarados refused to succumb, thrashing vigorously to break free from the ice, causing a whirlpool of water to form around itself. With an ethereal and melodious sound, Lapras' song disrupted the protective vortex surrounding Gyarados, leaving it momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Lapras charged forward, colliding forcefully with Gyarados. With a splash, Gyarados floated on the lake's surface like a lifeless fish. The person riding Lapras threw a pokeball to capture Gyarados. The blue friend then noticed the 2 sisters watching from the shore, and after securing the pokeball, directed Lapras towards them. "Are you members of the Pokemon Management Bureau? Greetings." He enthusiastically greeted Lin Yan and Lin Yueyao. "Hello," Lin Yan responded somewhat shyly, now comprehending why Huang Xiao had emphasized her status as the first civilian to possess a Pokemon. The officials who obtained Pokemon first were beyond her reach. To battle Gyarados in the lake and capture it without injury was something she doubted she could achieve. After a brief exchange, Lin Yan learned that the blue friend was named Fu Pingfei, the captain of a firefighting team. His strength ranked 19th among their 1,000 members, implying that 18 individuals were even stronger than he was. This revelation left Lin Yan in awe of the official strength of the Summer Kingdom. So, Miss Lin, you still have one Pokemon slot available? Fu Pingfei inquired. Lin Yan nodded. Captain Fu, I indeed have one more Pokemon slot. There are still quite a few water-type Pokemon in this lake. If you need, I can help drive a few ashore, Fu Pingfei offered. He was well aware of Lin Yan's background as the second person to obtain a quasi-divine Pokemon. Their leaders had instructed them to assist promising candidates before they matured. But I'm not sure what Pokemon are lurking beneath the lake, Lin Yan admitted. Well, there are powerful ones like Gyarados, Swanna, and Psyduck. As for adorable types, there's also Marill and Swampert. Fu Pingfei listed some Pokemon he had spotted in the lake. Is that all? Then I suppose I'll look elsewhere, Lin Yan replied, as Psyduck was the only one of interest to her, and she deemed it unworthy to waste time on a singular Psyduck. None that suit you? In that case, Miss Lin, why not follow the river downstream? If you continue in that direction, you'll eventually reach the seaside. I followed Gyarados from the sea to this lake on Lapras, Fu Pingfei suggested, pointing towards the river at the opposite end of the lake. All right, thank you for the guidance, Captain Fu. Lin Yan bowed in gratitude. Fu Pingfei waved his hand, saying, no need for formalities. We are all colleagues, just from different departments. Then we shall take our leave. Lin Yan bid farewell and sought out Lin Yueyao, who was playing in the water, following Fu Pingfei's indicated path. Sister, where are we going? Aren't you going to catch a new Pokemon? Lin Yueyao asked curiously. We're heading downstream. That brother just mentioned that if we go downstream, we'll reach the seaside. Lin Yan explained. The seaside? Can I swim when we get there? Lin Yueyao persisted with her swimming aspirations. Lin Yan's fist clenched at her sister's persistence. Yet, being her sister, she refrained from hitting her and resorted to the most severe words one could utter to a student. No. Yao Yao. Listen carefully. If you mention swimming again, I will send you home once we're out, and I'll buy you extra sets of homework. Lin Yueyao immediately fell silent. The thought of additional homework, which she detested, was enough to dissuade her. With Lin Yueyao quiet, Lin Yan heaved a sigh of relief. They had not walked far down the river when, shark. Suddenly, Lin Yan's round land shark seemed to detect something and called out before heading towards the nearby woods. Playful. The mischievous panda yelped, tugging at Lin Yan's sleeve when round land shark showed no signs of movement. Seeing this, Lin Yan quickly asked, round land shark, where are you going? Shark. The round land shark approached a tree and pointed toward its back. The two, perplexed yet intrigued, walked over. Behind the tree lay a peculiar poke egg adorned with strange red and blue patterns. Is this a poke egg? Lin Yan wondered, bending down for a closer examination. Why does this pattern seem so familiar? The design on the egg evoked an inexplicable sense of recognition in Lin Yan. The round land shark tilted its head, glancing at Lin Yan before reaching out with its tiny arms, attempting to grasp the egg. Observing this, Lin Yueyao hurriedly inquired, round land shark, are you planning to eat it? The mischievous panda quickly intervened, apprehensive that the round land shark might indeed swallow the egg whole. The round land shark rolled its eyes in exasperation. What absurd accusations. It simply wished to hold the egg and take it away. How had it morphed into a desire to consume it? Mischievous panda, do not heed Yao Yao's words. She jesteth, Lin Yan reassured. Upon hearing her words, the mischievous panda released its grip, yet its gaze remained fixed on the round land shark. Noticing the round land shark's unwavering focus on the egg, Lin Yan asked, round land shark, do you want me to take it with us? The round land shark nodded. But what if we take it, and its family becomes worried? Since witnessing Zhang Heng acquire a poke egg, Lin Yan had indeed yearned to experience the joy of hatching one. However, she did not wish to disrupt the happiness of this egg's family. If they were to abscond with it, what if the parents returned and panicked? Such an act of abduction was something she could not bring herself to perform. The round land shark, sensing Lin Yan's reluctance, clung to the egg resolutely. Sister, why not just take the egg? The round land shark clearly does not want to let go. Besides, it lies here at the roots of the tree. It could easily be trampled by larger Pokemon, Lin Yueyao suggested. Lin Yan shot her a disapproving glance and replied, Yao Yao, do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. Let me tell you, even if we take it, it will not belong to you. Never mind. Let us wait here. We shall linger for a few hours. If the egg's parents have not returned, we will take it. If they do, we shall return the egg to them. Chapter 92, Promotion. 3 hours later, as the parents of the poke egg still had not returned, Lin Yan decided against further waiting. She carefully stowed the egg into her backpack and continued downstream with Lin Yueyao. With the egg in her possession, Lin Yan abandoned her quest to capture more Pokemon. Her current focus was on gaining experience, primarily targeting the round land shark. As for the mischievous panda, she had yet to acquire an evolution stone and was hesitant to engage in battles, fearing that it might evolve mid-fight. Meanwhile, having exited the northern suburb's secret realm, Li Faidu and his companions arrived at Huang Xiao's shop. Upon entering the main hall, Qian was taken aback. Had it not been for the presence of the gacha machines, he might have thought he had entered a different store. Curiously, he asked, Boss Huang, how has your shop changed in just one day? It is merely 2 additional machines and a slightly expanded space. A minor alteration, not worth mentioning. Now that you are here, we can settle the bill, Huang Xiao said, producing a card reader as if by magic. Ugh. Li Faidu grimaced at the figures displayed on the card reader, feeling a pang in his heart. Suppressing his displeasure, he processed the payment and then turned his gaze toward the vending machine beside Huang Xiao. Boss Huang, do these machines only sell items? Indeed, they primarily offer small items, most of which can be found within those secret realms. However, I do recommend 2 particular items for purchase. The first is a Pokédex. It allows you to unlock relevant information by scanning Pokémon. The second is a space backpack, which boasts ample storage while reducing weight. Both are essential for exploring secret realms. Huang Xiao, resembling a sly merchant, extolled the virtues of the items within the machines. A Pokédex? A backpack? Excellent items. I shall purchase a set, Li Faidu declared. Before he could act, Qian eagerly placed an order. Upon receiving the backpack, he stuffed all his belongings into it. When he donned the bag, a look of astonishment crossed his face. It truly lightens the load. I feel as though I'm carrying an empty pack. Indeed, my little chubby friend. I did not deceive you. Huang Xiao chuckled. By the way, Boss Huang, do you have information cards for the fossil pterodactyl? Could you procure 2 for me? At this moment, Zhou Qingluo, who had just acquired the Pokédex and backpack, inquired. Information cards, of course, I have them. However, since you have purchased a Pokédex, you can simply scan it to unlock the same information, Huang Xiao replied. Oh, I see. Let me give it a try, Zhou Qingluo said, preparing to release the fossil pterodactyl. Huang Xiao quickly interjected, wait. If you've captured it, there's no need to release it. Just scan the Pokeball switch with the Pokédex's scanning slot. Following the instructions, Zhou Qingluo successfully unlocked the information of the fossil pterodactyl, revealing all the skills it had mastered. Wow, this Pokédex can even scan a Pokémon's skills? This feature is incredibly powerful, he exclaimed. The other 3, hearing this, promptly retrieved their Pokeballs, emulating Zhou Qingluo's actions. A few minutes later, Qian, wearing a peculiar expression, asked Huang Xiao, Boss Huang, if you possess such a device, why didn't you sell it sooner? Because there are not many Pokemon trainers, and the Pokédex can create a sense of dependency. While information cards may not be as convenient as the Pokédex, when you obtain one, you will unconsciously memorize the information it contains, Huang Xiao explained logically. What he said held merit. While the Pokédex was indeed convenient, providing immediate information upon scanning, it was still a mechanical device that could suffer damage. Furthermore, the world Huang Xiao inhabited was not the Pokemon world, rendering the Pokédex unsuitable as an identification tool. Very well, but it's a pity about the previous battles. Qian lamented, recalling his earlier encounters where he had been bested by unfamiliar Pokemon and their bizarre moves. Instead of lamenting, you would be better off engaging in more battles. Now, it's about time for me to prepare to close the shop and rest, Huang Xiao announced, rising to shut the door. This action drew complaints from those waiting outside. Meanwhile, Li Faidu and his companions had no choice but to head toward the battle arena. However, unbeknownst to Li Faidu, many awaited him within the arena, eager to tease him. Chapter 93, Li Faidu Learns Everything. Upon arriving at the battle arena, Qian noticed a trending topic with an exceedingly low ranking and immediately exploded. What? The price of gacha has dropped by 30,000. Isn't that a good thing? Zhao Qi remarked casually. If it had dropped the day after tomorrow, that would be splendid. But Boss Huang lowered it today, allowing Qingluo to snag a huge bargain. Qian lamented, regretting not having collected payment from Zhou Qingluo before giving him the mysterious water droplet, opting instead to wait until tomorrow to draw gacha together. Now he felt as though he had sold the mysterious water droplet for a mere 270,000. Enough for his family's dog to eat for a week. That was my keen insight and sheer luck. Today, I simply feel generous and won't punish you in battle. Zhou Qingluo chuckled. Qian shot him a sideways glance. You talk as if you could actually defeat me. Do you doubt it? How about we have a 3v3 match? Zhou Qingluo suggested with a mischievous grin. Let's skip the 3v3. It's far too time-consuming. We'll settle for a 1v1 to keep things simple. Qian was acutely aware that he would undoubtedly lose in a 3-on-3 battle. However, in a one-on-one confrontation against a formidable opponent. He believed he could emerge victorious with a 70 chance by deploying his dugong against Zhou Qinglu's Rhydon or Aerodactyl. After all, both Rhydon and Aerodactyl had a pronounced weakness to water-type moves, and his dugong, being a water and psychic type, held a distinct advantage in terms of elemental properties. You said it. Zhou Qinglu, oblivious to the trap being laid by Qian Qianqian, remained unperturbed. It's rather dull to have just the two of you compete. I just glanced at the arena, and it seems like it accommodates multi-battle formats. How about each of us brings two newly captured Pokémon and engages in a grand melee? Zhao Qi proposed enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qinglu's eyes lit up with excitement. What a splendid idea. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Qianqian nodded in agreement. That could work as well. Cough, cough. I think I'll sit this one out, Li Fidu interjected. Despite having captured 3 new Pokémon, he was reluctant to showcase the inexplicably caught Magikarp, and his low-level Horsia, with only 2 weak moves, was hardly battle-ready. His newly acquired Charmander was still in its developmental phase and lacked strength. Thus, none of his new Pokémon were fit for combat at that moment. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Qian Qianqian quickly urged, "Come on, Brother Du, we're not afraid of losing. Let us just have some fun." Not a chance. Li Fidu continued to decline. Just then, several onlookers in the arena began to recognize him, igniting a flurry of chatter. "Isn't that Captain Li who ventured into the secret realm?" One exclaimed. "Indeed, it seems to be him." Another chimed in. "He must have captured some powerful new Pokémon upon his return. Who knows? From the footage, it looked rather perilous. Even someone as formidable as Captain Li, with his quasi-divine Pokémon, seemed to struggle." Huh, struggle? Captain Li has set a prime example for us all by diving headfirst into danger. He is truly a talent of our age. Well, what a noble example. But allow me a moment to chuckle. I can't help but picture Captain Li fleeing from Beedrill to the river for a few berries. Don't even remind me. I also recall that time when Captain Li was pecked mercilessly by a Spearow. As the conversation shifted to Li Fidu's less-than-glorious history, he grew increasingly perplexed. Noticing many pointing and laughing in his direction, he turned to the other 3, questioning, "Do you think they're discussing something related to us?" "Indeed, but more accurately. They are discussing you, Brother Du, not us," Qian Qianqian corrected. Li Fidu's confusion deepened. "Brother Du, you haven't connected to the internet yet, have you?" Zhao Qi tentatively inquired. "What do you mean?" Li Fidu's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Zhou Qinglu patiently elaborated. "Brother Du, your name has spread far and wide, albeit in a rather unflattering light. The official announcement regarding the secret realm included numerous video clips, and the one garnering the most views and comments is closely tied to you." "What video? I had no inkling of this." A foreboding sensation washed over Li Fidu. He hastily retrieved his phone to peruse the official announcements. 3 minutes later, a desolate cry erupted. "No. Brother Du, you must remain strong. Although the video portrays you in a rather unfortunate light, your swift escape, akin to the wind, is undeniably captivating. Not even Beedrill or Spearow could keep pace with you." Qian Qianqian added with a tone of sympathetic mockery. "Indeed, Brother Du, take it lightly. After all, even negative attention is still attention. Furthermore, the most prevalent comments in your video's section praise your remarkable talent," Zhao Qi chimed in. Zhou Qinglu nodded sagely, offering reassurance. "Brother Du, your audacity has set a benchmark for countless others poised to enter the secret realm. This video, albeit inadvertently, has provided invaluable guidance to many. Truly a commendable act." Their words left Li Fidu speechless. After all, it was he who faced public embarrassment, not them. "Captain Li, could you share your experiences in the Pokémon secret realm with us?" A group of eager girls approached, their faces alight with anticipation. Faced with their earnest expressions, Li Fidu found no excuse to decline. He turned to Zhao Qi and the others. "You all carry on with the battle. I'll share some insights about the secret realm with these folks." Having already tarnished his reputation, he thought that if he were to suffer further humiliation at the hands of Zhao Qi and the others, he would be unable to escape the embarrassment. Very well. Zhao Qi and the others resignedly began their battle. Chapter 94. The Melee, Part 1. "Captain Li, is the Pokémon secret realm truly fraught with peril?" a girl inquired. "Not entirely. Many wild Pokémon are quite docile. However, those with strong territorial instincts can become hostile if you inadvertently trespass into their domain. Notable examples include Beedrill, Spearow, Ariados, and Ekans. Should you accidentally enter their territory, I advise making a hasty retreat without startling them. If they do take notice, make for the nearest river." Li Fidu shared from an objective standpoint. "Of course, if you're a slow runner or unable to swim, it would be wise to bring along energy cubes if you have the means. If funds are tight, opt for lower-tier items, perhaps some fruit or snacks. They can be quite useful in a pinch, he added, drawing from his observations of wild Pokémon feeding on berries in the secret realm. Captain Lee, among the 2 secret realms opening tomorrow, which one has a greater variety of wild Pokémon? Another girl asked. Li Fidu pondered for a moment before responding. They're fairly comparable, but the northern suburban realm is somewhat larger. As he spoke, the crowd around them grew, some even starting live broadcasts. Li Fidu was unfazed. He was merely fulfilling his responsibilities. Meanwhile, Zhao Qi and the others had randomly selected a battlefield for their confrontation. Their arena was a primordial grassy field, shaped like an equilateral triangle rather than the typical rectangular arena. Pikachu, Houndoom, let us go. Zhao Qi called forth his 2 captured Pokémon. Pokémon, Pikachu, gender, male, type, electric. Ability, static, may paralyze opponents upon contact. Moves, quick attack, charm, sweet kiss, thunder wave, electro ball, thunderbolt, volt tackle, shadow clone. Pika. Pikachu, like a gallant general, perched atop Houndoom's back. Both Pokémon curiously surveyed their surroundings. Rhydon, Aerodactyl, the rest is up to you. Zhou Qinglu summoned his Pokémon. Pokémon, Rhydon, gender, male, type, ground rock. Ability, lightning rod, attracts electric-type moves, negating damage and boosting special attack. Moves, tackle, rock slide, stomp, horn attack, scary face. As soon as Rhydon emerged, it displayed an eager demeanor, scratching the ground with its hind legs, ready to charge at Zhou Qinglu's command. Roar. The fossil pterosaur, unlike the armored rhinoceros, circled in the sky a few times before setting its sights on Zhao Qi's Pikachu. Upon meeting the gaze of the fossil pterosaur, Pikachu's eyes radiated a fierce battle spirit. Damn, how can the Pokémon captured by these 2 be so extraordinarily formidable? Qian was instantly taken aback by the aura emanating from their Pokémon. Zhao Qi's 2 Pokémon naturally exuded a sense of ferocity, particularly the Houndoom, which in his opinion resembled a long-established leader of its kind. As for Zhou Qinglu's fossil pterosaur, its intimidating presence was beyond compare. After observing the 2, he glanced at his own released Pokémon, the Ambipom and the Psyduck. Pokémon, Ambipom. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, technician, always maximizes the number of hits when using multi-hit moves. Moves, scratch, mudslap, swift, scare, baton pass, fury swipes. Pokémon, Psyduck. Gender, male. Type, water psychic. Ability, damp. Being slow-witted prevents it from becoming infatuated or provoked. Moves, withdraw, tackle. Water gun, confusion, yawn, telekinesis, psychic, water pulse, zen headbutt. Ambipom was quite the mischievous little rascal, while Psyduck bore a somewhat vacant expression, leading him to perceive his captured Pokémon as lacking in prestige. Well, it is better to strike first. Ambipom unleashed Swift upon Houndoom, while Psyduck targeted the armored rhinoceros with a water gun attack. Ambipom propped itself up on its hands, directing its tail at Houndoom to unleash Swift. Psyduck, appearing sluggish, took several seconds to initiate its attack. Houndoom countered with Ember, shielding itself, while Pikachu discharged Thunderbolt at the fossil pterosaur. The armored rhinoceros dashed away to evade, and the fossil pterosaur executed quick attack. In the initial clash among the 3, only the armored rhinoceros suffered a direct hit from Psyduck's water gun. The rest either dodged or mitigated the damage. Damn, the armored rhinoceros is too cumbersome. It is severely disadvantaged due to type weakness, and I must switch opponents. Having sustained some injuries, Zhou Qinglu realized that if he didn't change tactics soon, he could very well be the first to be knocked out. A sudden thought struck him regarding the armored rhinoceros's ability, prompting him to shout. The armored rhinoceros should use horn attack on Pikachu, while the fossil pterosaur covers with air slash. Although Qian was unclear about Zhou Qinglu's strategy, he understood that to win the battle, survival came first, and thus shouted, Psyduck, withdraw into your shell. A fine opportunity presented itself. Houndoom intercepted the armored rhinoceros, while Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt against Psyduck and the fossil pterosaur. Houndoom stood in front of the armored rhinoceros, simultaneously using glare, releasing a dense fog. Chapter 95, Chaos, Part 2. Psyduck turned around, utilizing its hard shell to defend against the fossil pterosaur's attack, while simultaneously boosting its own defenses. However, the electric strike from Pikachu was fully absorbed by Psyduck. The fossil pterosaur, momentarily caught off guard, was also struck by Pikachu's electricity. Having consumed the Dragonfire fruit, Pikachu's special attack was extraordinarily high, resulting in the Thunderbolt delivering an outrageous amount of damage. The fossil pterosaur plummeted from the sky. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Qinglu was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Damn, Zhao Qi. Has your Pikachu gone overboard? How can its damage be so absurd?" Indeed, Zhao Qi, your Pikachu hasn't somehow acquired an item to enhance its move power, has it? Qian Qianqian inquired. Pikachu was not equipped with any items, but it was the leader of the Pico lineage, which guarded a tree known as the Dragonfire Fruit Tree. According to Boss Huang, Dragonfire fruits can enhance a Pokemon's special attack. As the guardian of that tree, it stands to reason that Pikachu has consumed quite a number of Dragonfire fruits, thus amplifying the power of its electric moves, Zhao Qi explained. His words left both of them in stunned silence. They had all entered the secret realm together. Why was it that he alone could stumble upon attributes-enhancing fruits? Moreover, the leader of the fruit-guarding Pokemon had been captured by him. This was utterly unreasonable. Wait a minute, your Houndoom wouldn't have consumed those Dragonfire fruits too, would it? Qian Qianqian pressed further. Zhao Qi hesitated for a moment before admitting, well, it did eat one, but the enhancement isn't substantial. However, Houndoom is capable of defeating Pikachu, and it is also the leader of its kind within the secret realm. Pure luck. Just pure luck. Tears of frustration streamed down Qian Qianqian's face. Among the few who entered the secret realm together, he truly felt like the most underwhelming one. His captured Pokemon lacked prestige. The fruits he gathered were abundant, yet lacking in quality, and his main Pokemon hadn't even evolved yet. Zhou Qinglu felt somewhat better knowing he had the fossil pterosaur to rely on, but the flying type of the fossil pterosaur was countered by Pikachu's electric-type moves. With Houndoom present, the armored rhinoceros, which had the type advantage, still couldn't take on Pikachu alone. How frustrating. When the glances of the two disheartened individuals met, a silent cooperation was ignited. The fossil pterosaur would use wing attack on Houndoom, while the armored rhinoceros executed Stomp. Psyduck unleashed Water Gun against Houndoom, and Ambipom used Mud Slap to obstruct Pikachu. Seeing the two teaming up against him, Zhao Qi's expression stiffened. Pikachu, use Quick Attack to close in on Psyduck and clear it out first. Houndoom dashed to evade damage while unleashing Smog with full force. Pikachu nodded and swiftly charged towards Psyduck, leaving Ambipom behind. Houndoom was in a more difficult position. The poisoning probability of Smog was only 40, which was too low. While it could dodge the fossil pterosaur's moves, the armored rhinoceros's stomp shook the ground, severely hindering its speed. Continuing like this would only lead to defeat. After a failed attempt, the fossil pterosaur turned around and charged back in. Just as it was about to collide with Houndoom, Zhao Qi shouted, "Houndoom, leap back using the armored rhinoceros as a springboard, then unleash Thunder Fong." With a mighty howl, Houndoom accelerated, and less than a meter away from the armored rhinoceros. It bent its knees and leaped forward, using the armored rhinoceros's head as a springboard to perform a backflip. With the height provided by the armored rhinoceros, it soared just above the fossil pterosaur's flight altitude, opening its mouth crackling with electricity to bite down on one of the fossil pterosaur's wings. The strike was fortunate. Static electricity crackled around the fossil pterosaur, evidently inducing paralysis. Meanwhile, Pikachu was achieving remarkable results. Though it didn't take out Psyduck, it inadvertently knocked out Ambipom. Indeed, it was a case of unfortunate miscalculation. Qian Qianqian's erroneous command led Ambipom to shield Psyduck from two of Pikachu's attacks, one of which was Thunderbolt. With defeat imminent, Qian Qianqian sought to preserve his KDA, exclaiming, "Fine, it's a loss anyway. Let us focus on maintaining a good record. Psyduck, use Yawn on the armored rhinoceros." Qian Qianqian's command left Zhou Qinglu momentarily stunned. Yet, by the time he attempted to intervene, Psyduck had already lulled his armored rhinoceros to sleep. "Damn, fatty, you're too fickle." There was no way around it. Zhao Qi's advantage was overwhelming. And that Pikachu looked like it had consumed far too many performance-enhancing substances. Its electric-type moves were devastatingly powerful. "Qinglu, I apologize, I'll take the hit." A mischievous smile crept across Qian Qianqian's face. "Psyduck, unleash Water Pulse on the armored rhinoceros." As Psyduck executed its attack, the sleeping armored rhinoceros, due to its quadruple weakness to water-type moves, was swiftly taken out by a direct hit from Water Pulse. In turn, the attacker, Psyduck, was also dispatched by Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Thus, only Zhou Qinglu's fossil pterosaur remained, struggling in the fray. However, under the combined assault of Pikachu and Houndoom, the fossil pterosaur ultimately succumbed to Pikachu's close-range Thunderbolt. After the battle, Qian Qianqian hurried over to inquire, "Zhao Qi, just how extraordinary are those Dragonfire fruits? Your Pikachu's move power is simply outrageous. Do you still have any of those fruits?" "Pikachu gave me 3, and after confirming I would accompany it. It picked 3 more for storage. I fed 2 to my Charmeleon and 1 to my Houndoom, so I no longer have any at my disposal. However, that fruit tree has been safeguarded, and in a few days, new fruits should mature. You can inquire with Brother Du about how to apply for the Dragonfire fruit. Zhao Qidao sighed. Ah, such is fate. Well, I suppose I should return and deliver the fruits to old Deng. Pain cannot vanish, but Qian Xiao believes it can be redirected. His words left Zhao Qi and Zhou Qingluo at a loss for words. No matter how they interpreted Qian Xiao's remarks, he sounded less like a dutiful son and more like a scoundrel eager to see his old Deng make a fool of himself. Chapter 96. The Deceived Qianliang. In a luxurious villa, upon entering, Qian Xiao loudly exclaimed, "Old Deng, your precious son has returned from the secret realm." Unfazed by the declaration, Qianliang, engrossed in the news, retorted, "So what if you've returned? Why are you shouting? Don't you know what time it is? If you wake my darling daughter, I'll have your skin." At this remark, the guilt Qian Xiao had planned to feign vanished instantaneously. He produced a small bag of fruits and feigned a lament, "Alas, I intended to bring back some local specialties from the secret realm for you and Mom to savor, but my good intentions were met with disdain. Very well, I shall keep these fruits for myself." Initially skeptical, Qianliang's disbelief faded upon seeing the bag in Qian Xiao's hand. The contents were precisely what he had been preparing to venture into the fruit domain. Recalling the information he had gleaned from the Pokémon Pet Shop's official website, he recognized many of the fruits. Affecting a solemn demeanor, he commanded, "Come, leave those fruits here." "No, I barely escaped a horde of wild Pokémon to snatch these fruits. You think you can just take them away so casually? Not a chance." Qian Xiao clutched the fruits tightly against his chest, pretending to be ready to perish with them. The more he resisted, the more Qianliang desired them, and with a scowl, he approached Qian Xiao, tugging and forcibly seizing them. "Hand them over." As Qianliang succeeded in snatching the fruits, Qian Xiao felt a surge of joy within, although his face displayed a furious expression. "Old Deng, you've gone too far. Gone too far. You better write down everything you witnessed in the secret realm. It must be completed before the official opening tomorrow, or I will show you what gone too far truly means." A wildly triumphant smile spread across Qianliang's face. After all, as the two of them occupied the lowest rungs of the household food chain, it was only through Qian Xiao that Qianliang could find a semblance of patriarchal satisfaction. "Cursed old Deng, how heartless can you be? Had I known this would happen, I would never have returned." Feigning anger, Qian Xiao dropped his backpack and sank into the living room sofa, pulling out his phone to feign the writing of his so-called secret realm experiences. In truth, he had anticipated this and had prepared a draft in advance. Observing Qian Xiao's sulking demeanor, Qianliang relaxed his guard. He casually selected 2 fruits to taste. One resembled a carrot and was bright red. Qianliang recalled it was called spicy fruit, but he hadn't paid attention to the other, which looked like a strawberry but was a pale blue, known as berry fruit. After a quick wash, Qianliang, unguarded, took a bite of the berry fruit, while Qian Xiao recorded the moment. Upon taking a bite, a wave of bitterness surged through him, contorting his face. "Yuck! What is this wretched fruit? It's so bitter." Witnessing this, Qian Xiao reveled internally, maintaining an outward calm without revealing any hints. Glancing at Qian Xiao, Qianliang noticed his attention was still on the phone, attributing his bad luck to choosing the wrong fruit. After rinsing his mouth with some fine Longjing tea to dispel the bitterness, he took another bite of the spicy fruit. Initially, there was no significant sensation, but as he swallowed, a fiery heat shot from his stomach to his head. "Gah! It's burning me alive." He sprinted into the kitchen at breakneck speed, guzzling milk from the fridge. "What are you two up to? If you wake Lon, you both can sleep on the street." At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in silk pajamas descended the stairs. Seizing the opportunity while Qianliang was still chugging milk, Qian Xiao quickly said, "Mom, you've got it wrong. It's all old Deng's fault. He stole the fruits I brought back for Evie and Psyduck and is hogging them all. Clearly, he has a mistress somewhere." The woman shot Qian Xiao a disapproving glare before turning her attention to Qianliang, who was still guzzling milk. "Well, you heartless creature. Stealing from my daughter's breakfast in the middle of the night?" Realizing the mix-up, Qianliang lowered his head. However, he was unwilling to take the blame and immediately responded, "Dear, you're mistaken. It's that little brat who set me up. Old Deng, you've gone too far. I didn't set you up. You snatched the fruits for yourself." "What do you mean I snatched them? You clearly said you were honoring me and Mom. Now you're denying it, right?" "Denying? Those fruits were taken by your own hand." "Mom, look at me. I received no benefit from old Deng. He just forcibly took them and now wants to shift the blame onto me." To prove his innocence, Qian Xiao displayed his phone to his mother. Seeing Qian Xiao's swift actions, Qianliang realized something was amiss and thought, damn, this kid. So it was a trap all along. The beautiful woman had long grown accustomed to the playful rivalry between the father and son, but to indulge in their little drama. She merely cast a cursory glance at Qian Xiao's phone. She then turned to Qianliang, her voice icy. Taking your son's possessions and hoarding them for yourself? Very well. Qianliang, you've grown bolder. We Haven Tea settled the matter of your hidden stash from last time, and now you're at it again. With a loud thud, as a firm believer that he would prosper by heeding his wife's words, Qianliang promptly knelt. Dear, I was wrong. The last time I hid money, I wanted to surprise you on your birthday. I truly didn't mean to hoard the fruits. I merely wanted to test their freshness and flavor. But I can assure you, something is wrong with these fruits. One was bitter, and the other was spicy. It was all that little brat schemed to frame me. Old Deng, don't slander the innocent. That bag of fruits was picked for Evie and your Psyduck. You seized them against my will, and it has nothing to do with me. As for the fruits I intended for Mom, they are actually here. From his backpack. Qian Xiao retrieved another small bag of fruits. This time, he presented peach fruits and mango fruits, among other sweet varieties, as well as some common fruits like apples and pears, and a few unidentified red berries from the secret realm. These were the fruits Qian Xiao had saved for a tastier scheme. Upon seeing this, his mother nodded approvingly. Put the fruits in the fridge and go to bed early. All right. As Qian Xiao passed by Qianliang, he shot him a provocative glance. After stowing the items, he quickly retreated to his room. The last image he caught of old Deng was him kneeling before a keyboard. Chapter 97. The Art of Bargaining. Time slips away like sand. One wishes to grasp it, yet it flows through their fingers. In the blink of an eye, a hurried night has passed. Morning approached. Around 7 o'clock, Qian Xian looked at Qianliang, who bore the unmistakable marks of fatigue, and stifled a laugh as he inquired, Old Deng, would you be interested in a transaction concerning your dawdling beast? Speak if you have something to say, otherwise, be off. The debts from last night and the previous encounter are yet to be settled, Qianliang retorted, his voice thick with grievance. Even if Sadako were to appear, one could imagine her fleeing in terror. Very well, if I must leave, then so be it. Just don't regret it, Old Deng. Qian Xian turned to exit, but feigned a slip, accidentally releasing the dawdling beast. The dawdling beast curiously surveyed its surroundings. Qianliang rubbed his eyes, uncertain. Is that the dawdling beast? With a slight smirk, Qian Xian feigned innocence. Oh dear, I almost dropped you. My apologies, dawdling beast. The dawdling beast silently observed Qian Xian's antics. Its wise eyes filled with confusion. Qianliang's expression darkened as he barked. You little rascal, come back here. Old Deng, why should I heed your command? If you tell me to leave, I shall. If you tell me to return, I shall do so as well. Wouldn't that make me seem rather undignified? After a sharp retort, Qian Xian retrieved the dawdling beast into its poke ball and patted his rear, intending to leave without further ado. All right. I concede to your troublesome antics. What is your price for the dawdling beast's evolution method? Qianliang's face was as dark as a pot's bottom. If only you had done this sooner. Why make me act? Old Deng, you know I'm no actor. Enough nonsense. I give you 3 seconds. If you do not speak, I shall assume you are ignorant. Cannot speak, but I have a video, a flat rate of 500W. You think I'm an ATM? You speak of 500 so casually? 30. How absurd. This is precious footage I risked my life to obtain. Am I worth merely 30 as your only son? Qian Xian looked at Qianliang in disbelief. Qianliang scoffed. True, you are my only son. But you've heard the saying, gold is invaluable, yet a son is just that, a son. If I give you 30, it's only because of your connection to Riolu. You're merely an additional element. In the spirit of bargaining, he was willing to forsake a modicum of dignity. 500W would allow him to fish for a lifetime. Upon hearing this audacious rationale, Qian Xian's eye twitched. Old Deng, you truly have no shame. 300W is my bottom line. Qianliang chuckled coldly. Bottom line? Given your absurd antics last night, who are you to discuss a bottom line? 250,000. That's the best I can offer. My final price is 1 million. Pay, and I will send you the video immediately. If you refuse, I shall sell the footage to Dr. Zhou Xueching at Moda University, and you shall regret it. 1 million is not unfeasible, but I do not trust you. You little rascal. Before any transaction, I must verify the goods. Old Deng, do you wish to pull a fast one? Let me be frank. I witnessed this dawdling beast evolve myself, and it was evident in the video. All right, I may forego inspection, but you must allow a specified individual to verify the video. Not possible. If it must be verified, It must be by a neutral party. I will send the video to my mother for verification. Qian Liang hesitated, then swiftly changed his tune. Fine, for your mother's sake, I shall trust you this once. 1 million is the deal. But I have a stipulation. This transaction must remain undisclosed to your mother, or I will have all your bank cards frozen. Oh, old dang, you surely have hidden savings. I must inform you, I recorded our previous conversation. Now, the video and the recording together amount to 1,500,000. Qian Qianqian revealed a triumphant smile. He had brought in his mother as the intermediary to gauge Qian Liang's willingness to pay. If he agreed, it indicated he had no hidden savings, and if he disagreed, the implication was clear. Qian Liang's expression darkened further, and he hissed, "All right, you win. 1,500,000 it is. Payment first, delivery later," Qian Qianqian insisted, pressing his advantage. With resignation, Qian Liang reached into the sofa's crevice and pulled out a bank card, tossing it to Qian Qianqian. "I've paid. Now hand me your phone. I must delete the recording personally." "All right, I'll send you the video first." Qian Qianqian sent a flurry of 20 videos, of which only one depicted the dawdling beast evolving into the dawdling shell beast. The remaining 19 showcased the dawdling beast catching fish. He had spent the previous night editing all the footage captured in the secret realm, and these 19 fishing videos were merely the tip of the iceberg, filled with mockery and congratulations on Qian Liang's empty-handed endeavors. As he observed the messages on his phone, Qian Liang furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are you making a documentary here? Watch it or not. Regardless, I've sent you the videos. Hurry and delete the recording. I have pressing matters," Qian Qianqian retorted, handing over the phone. Qian Liang took the phone, skillfully deleting the recording, then sent himself copies of all the secret realm videos from Qian Qianqian's phone. Seeing this brazen act of appropriation, Qian Qianqian was taken aback. "Hey, those were hard-won videos. You took them all without a word. Old dang, you are too much. Well, those videos would be wasted on you. With over an hour until the secret realm opens. Your videos and yesterday's notes are perfect to share with the exploration team formed by the company," Qian Liang explained. The exploration team he mentioned was not merely hunting for Pokémon within the secret realm, but rather seeking out unique resources such as berries, basic evolution stones, and other special minerals. In summer, enterprises with sufficient capital within the borders of Xia country had already set their sights on the booming Pokémon industry, and the secret realm served as a vital avenue for discovering new business opportunities. Hence, Qian Liang was not the only one assembling an exploration team. All right, give me back my phone. I have an appointment with Brother Du and the others for a Gacha session," Qian Qianqian said, somewhat impatiently reclaiming his phone. As he was about to exit, he turned back to shout at Qian Liang, "Old dang, don't you dare pull any tricks. If that card doesn't hold 1,500,000, or if you attempt to freeze it to block my access to the funds, I'll tell my mother that you've been hiding savings." Upon hearing this threat, Qian Liang silently set down his phone and shouted toward the doorway, "Scram. I'm a legitimate businessman, and I value integrity above all else. Please, if you were truly honest, would I ever report you for your little hidden stash?" Qian Qianqian scoffed. At the mention of this, Qian Liang felt a pang of regret. He had hidden away his savings for over 5 years, intending to upgrade his fishing equipment and eventually acquire a boat to fish for giants at sea. Now, he found himself empty-handed and had even spent 3 days on durian. Chapter 98. The Opening of the Secret Realm. 1. In the northern suburbs of Modu, the streets leading to the secret realm were teeming with people, all bustling about, their arms laden with bags of various sizes. Among the crowd, the most conspicuous were the fishermen, adorned with sun hats, carrying tackle boxes and sporting large nets on their backs. "Is that you, brotherly? I haven't seen you at our usual fishing spot lately. Don't mention it. A few days ago, I was lured by old Zhang's nonsense about a new spot for big catches, and it turned out to be a total scam. I caught something in the dead of night that scared me so much, I had to file a report at the station. Then go home to wash my hair with pomelo leaves and jump over a fire pit to pray for my ancestors' protection. Seriously? They sent you to such a terrible spot? If it were me, I would have gone after him with a knife. Who knows that scoundrel? I just hope I don't run into him in the secret realm. If I do, I'll be sure to congratulate him on his catch. When it comes to mischief, nobody can beat you, brotherly." A group of seasoned fishermen lamented. For them, the term Air Force was the most dreaded phrase, yet not the most fearsome curse. Exploding rods and blowing up the bait were far worse. Exploding rods referred to the line or rod breaking after landing a big fish, while blowing up the bait meant that the first catch scared off all the remaining fish. The combination of these two scenarios is undoubtedly more excruciating than the plight of the Air Force. The Air Force possesses nothing. Yet after a painstaking effort to catch a significant catch only to have it escape, the angler would linger on this matter for quite some time. A few meters behind these anglers, a fully armed young fisherman stood in line, who, upon feeling an inexplicable itch in his nose, sneezed twice in succession. The young man cursed under his breath. Damn it, is that scrawny brat cursing me? If I find out who they are, I shall surely bless them with a few choice words. As this was the inaugural opening of the Pokémon Secret Realm, the government of Xia Country had dispatched several heavily armed teams to prevent any nefarious individuals from tampering with the realm, including special police, armed police, and tank units. Even armed helicopters patrolled overhead. The entrance to the realm was equipped with the most advanced scanning machines, and the troops guarding the secret realm were fully armed and prepared for any unforeseen incidents. Not only was the perimeter of the realm strictly secured, but the interior was also outfitted with surveillance cameras overnight, alongside the formation of several specialized squads to patrol within the realm. These specialized teams comprised the initial batch of trainers who had drawn Pokémon. Their abilities far surpassed those who began drawing capsules after the opening of Huang Xiao's shop. They were at least on a significantly higher tier. Given that they were the first experimental personnel, the Xia government had invested considerable resources into them, including various training resources for Pokémon, which Huang Xiao had sold in abundance. At 8:30, half an hour before the realm's opening, two large speakers were erected at the entrances of the Pokémon secret realms, commencing a looped announcement regarding the precautions for entering the realm. 100 meters away from the entrance, the four sisters of the Xiao family were taken aback by the overwhelming crowd outside the realm. They learned online that even more individuals were hastening towards the two major secret realms. Big sister, look over there. So many people are holding fishing gear and nets. Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Don't worry, most of them do not possess Pokémon, while each of us has a water-type Pokémon. If we randomly teleport to a river or seaside, the advantage will be ours. Xiao Yuhua replied confidently. You are right, big sister. We will surely capture even more beautiful and adorable water-type Pokémon. Xiao Yuzhu chimed in. After attentively listening to the broadcast, Xiao Yiyun turned to Xiao Yuhua and said, Big sister, the broadcast mentioned that if we hold hands before entering the realm, we will be considered a team, and we will randomly land in the same location. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuzhu excitedly exclaimed, being able to form a team is great. With 3 beauties and 1 ugly duckling, our efficiency will outshine most. Second sister, what are you talking about? Who is the ugly duckling? Xiao Xia questioned with a face full of grievance. Ugly duckling? That would naturally be you, Xiao Xia. Xiao Yuzhu responded matter-of-factly. Fuming with indignation, Xiao Xia retorted, damn it. Second sister, I will no longer let you touch my sun coral. I've already gotten tired of it last night. If you don't want me to touch it, then I won tea, Xiao Yuzhu scoffed. Less than 5 meters away from the Xiao sisters, Wu Gang was also patiently waiting in line. Time ticked by. Before long, 9 o'clock arrived. As the entrance opened, the previously stationary line began to move slowly. Thanks to thorough preparations, up to 20 individuals could enter at once, allowing for a swift queue. In less than 4 hours, it was finally the Xiao sisters' turn. Those with a trainer qualification certificate, please present it as we register your information, then kindly enter through passageway 19 to 25. For those without a trainer qualification certificate, please register your information and enter through passageway 1 to 18 to receive 3 smoke bombs for emergencies. The small speaker at the entrance repeatedly broadcasted this message. The 4 sisters presented their trainer qualification certificates and identification documents, completed the registration, and proceeded into the venue. Moments later, they arrived at the turnstile before the secret realm. Attention all trainers entering the secret realm, please ensure that you wear the secret realm wristband. It is crucial for your return from the realm. Failing to wear the wristband upon entry may result in being trapped within the realm indefinitely. Even if you are fortunate enough to return, you will be permanently barred from entering any Pokémon secret realms. To intimidate certain overly clever individuals, the staff at the turnstile exaggerated the consequences of not wearing the wristband. When it was the Xiao sisters' turn, the staff glanced at the Pokeballs and Pokédex hanging at their waists and asked, Are you 4 together? Yes, we are sisters, Xiao Yuhua replied. Sisters? If you are forming a team, please hold hands to avoid being separated during teleportation. Understood, we will be careful, they assured. After completing their payment, they received the secret realm wristbands, energy cubes, and empty Pokeballs, and then hand in hand, they stepped into the shimmering veil of the secret realm. Upon entering, the Xiao sisters found themselves on a small hillside. How did we randomly end up on a hill? Xiao Yuzhu lamented. Xiao Yiyun looked at Xiao Xia and asked with a provoking tone, Is it your bad luck acting up again? It seems like your luck is the one in question. Third sister, Xiao Xia replied in retort. Xiao Xia. Just as the 3 were about to argue, Xiao Yuhua seemed to hear a sound and interjected, Wait. I think I hear water. At her words, Xiao Yuzhu and the others fell silent, straining to listen to the surrounding sounds. Splish, splash. As they quieted down, indeed a faint sound of flowing water reached their ears. Big sister, there's a river in that direction. Xiao Xiao pointed excitedly towards the source of the sound. The four sisters of the Xiao family dashed towards the river's location with enthusiasm. However, not long after entering, they were obstructed by a thicket, or rather, they were startled by an unknown Pokémon hidden within the bushes. The four of them fixed their gazes intently on the trembling foliage ahead. Xiao Yiyun gently tapped Xiao Xiao's shoulder. Xiao Xia, how about you go scout ahead? Third sister, why should I go? Why don't you go yourself? Xiao Xia questioned. Puzzled. Because I'm afraid. Xiao Yiyun replied defiantly. Aren't you the one who claims to fear nothing? Go take a peek at what Pokémon it is. Third sister, where's your face? What face? Just go look. I'll have the little sea lion keep an eye on you. No sooner had Xiao Yiyun finished speaking than a Y-shaped red tentacle emerged from the thicket. Seeing the familiar appendage, Xiao Xia instinctively withdrew the foot she had just advanced and hid behind Xiao Yuhua, pulling out the Pokédex she had purchased to scan the tentacle. Beep. Caterpie, bug type. Bug baby Pokémon. The Pokédex provided an informative introduction on Caterpie. Wow, this Pokédex is quite useful. It provided results just from scanning a tentacle, Xiao Yuzhu remarked. Xiao Yuhua nodded, acknowledging its impressive functionality. The Pokédex indicated that Caterpie was rather docile, so she suggested, let us proceed. Big sister, can we take a detour? What if there's a whole bunch of Caterpies inside? Xiao Xia asked with pleading eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yuhua firmly rejected, that won't do. There are still many waiting to enter outside the secret realm. If we delay, our chances of capturing adorable water-type Pokémon will diminish. Oh. Just as Xiao Xia let out a despondent groan, the Caterpie lurking in the bushes heard the commotion and peeked its head out. Upon seeing Xiao Xia, the Caterpie's large eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Mau mau. It quickly darted out from the thicket, scuttling to Xiao Xia's feet and rubbing against her leg vigorously, appearing eager to be caught. Ah! Xiao Xia shrieked in terror, trembling all over. Meanwhile, the Caterpie expressed sheer joy. Xiao Xia, it seems to really like you. Why not just capture it? Xiao Yuzhu suggested, stifling a laugh. What are you talking about? I absolutely detest bugs. Big sister, second sister, third sister. Please help me get it away. Xiao Xia cried out, collapsing helplessly onto the ground and gazing up at the sky. The green caterpillar was utterly baffled by her intent, displaying a look of confusion instead. Xiao Xia, employing both her hands and feet, shuffled aside. This act of resistance directly caused the green caterpillar to withdraw into itself. What on earth, Xiao Xia? This green caterpillar harbors no malice towards you. Your reaction is rather exaggerated. It has wounded the caterpillar's dignity. After Xiaoyu spoke, she retrieved a rather mundane energy cube from her pocket and said, Green caterpillar, I apologize. Xiao Xia did not mean to distance herself from you. You needn't take her as an ugly duckling too seriously. Following this simple gesture of reassurance, much of the green caterpillar's inner gloom dissipated. After this incident, Xiao Xia chose to walk in the middle of the group, wary of encountering any more bugs. It must be said, Xiao Xia has a particular charm that attracts bug-type Pokémon. On their way to the river, whenever they encountered green caterpillars, horned beetles, or fluffballs, these creatures would irresistibly approach her for a nuzzle. Xiao Xia, I must say, you could easily capture bug-type Pokémon. Look how they are drawn to you, Xiaoyu quipped, somewhat sarcastically. Xiao Xia retorted sharply, absolutely not. I detest bugs. Is that so? But I distinctly remember someone saying that the Scyther was quite handsome and cool. Am I mistaken, or was someone merely babbling? Xiaozhu teased. The Scyther is an exception. Xiao Xia countered, her cheeks flushed. Xiaoyu observed her three younger sisters bickering and shook her head in exasperation, stating, all right, enough. The river lies ahead. Let us quicken our pace. Humph. Xiao Xia huffed and hurried towards the river. A few minutes later, the quartet arrived at the bank of a small river. Gazing at the waterway, which was less than 2 meters wide, Xiao Xia's eyes were filled with profound disappointment. What a letdown. She had anticipated a grand river. Yet here was a mere stream that barely measured 2 meters. Finding the stream, they could drift downstream, which would lead them closer to the lake. Though small, this river teemed with fish, including the majestic kingler. Observing water-type Pokémon frolicking, they felt optimistic that drifting downstream would soon fulfill their aspirations. The four sisters had a clear objective, to capture delightful water-type Pokémon to bring back home, and they had made ample preparations, including lightweight diving equipment. As they traversed the riverbank, they encountered numerous wild Pokémon gathering water. 3 hours later, they arrived at a confluence where several gentle streams merged into a river approximately 7 to 8 meters wide. Upon reaching this point, the sisters spotted several anglers preparing their lines. They are quite fortunate. It seems they are ready to fish, Xiaoyu remarked. Xiaoxia watched as some anglers caught kinglers. Expressing her hopeful anticipation, I wonder if the lake downstream holds any trace of the tadpole. While perhaps rare in the river, it was not certain for the lake. If they could capture a tadpole, even if the rest were kinglers, it would still be a success. Xiaoyu declared, the one who captures the tadpole will undoubtedly be me. Xiaozhu confidently proclaimed. Xiaoxia shot her a glance, dismissively replying, Sister, you must be daydreaming. Indeed, such an adorable little creature as the tadpole should rightly be captured by someone as beautiful as I, Xiaoyu boasted. Shall we, observing her sister's unseemly squabbling, chastised. You truly lack ambition, quarreling over a single tadpole. If you were to see a Squirtle, Staryu, or Lapras, wouldn't you go utterly mad?